Zhou Yufeng, if you've got the guts, just kill me. A woman's hysterical cry echoed from a modest living room. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. On a cabinet in the room sat a 12-inch black and white television, its screen filled with rainbow-colored static interference, endlessly looping a tune. At this time of day, regional TV stations usually stopped broadcasting altogether. But in the year 1983, owning even a Panda brand color TV set marked a household as wealthy. Everywhere on the floor were shattered cups, broken bowls, and smashed flower pots. Glass shards littered the ground like a battlefield had erupted. Accompanied by the woman sobbing, the scene was nothing short of tragic. To the east of the living room, inside another small bedroom, lay a man fast asleep, his face flushed red, his body reeking of alcohol. This man was none other than the one the woman was screaming at Zhou Yufeng. He ignored the weeping woman outside completely, snoring loudly. Suddenly, his expression twisted in pain, as if something were choking him from within. He convulsed violently, gasping for air. After a few moments of struggle, his body went limp. He looked lifeless. Then, without warning, he shot upright like he'd been electrocuted, eyes wide and unfocused, staring blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? Zhou Yufeng cried out, pupils dilating in shock, panic etched across his face. These things, what are they? He reached out to touch the bedsheet, only to recoil at the stench rising from it. The green blanket beneath him was stained with his own vomit. Gasping for breath, he kicked aside an overturned glass and leapt off the bed. Wah! Faintly, he could hear a woman crying from outside the room. He carefully opened the door and peeked out. The living room was in chaos, objects scattered everywhere, clearly the aftermath of a violent struggle. An uneasy feeling rose in Zhou Yufeng's chest, and yet he couldn't understand where he was. He glanced toward the small television in the corner. It showed a frozen image, no signal. Why does this old TV still exist? Wasn't I just at a business summit, drinking? How'd I end up here? Did someone kidnap me? His mind raced with guesses. Looking down to his left, he froze. There, sitting on the floor and sobbing quietly, was a woman. Her head rested on her knees, her body trembling. She had her back to him, wearing only a pink spaghetti-strap dress. Her pale, smooth skin looked as soft as a baby's. Zhou quickly looked away. She was dressed so lightly it felt wrong to stare. Suddenly, a sharp pain exploded in his skull. Clutching his head, he collapsed to the floor, his face turning deathly pale. The unbearable pain triggered, ringing in his ears, a high-pitched beep, over and over again. Then came the memories. Like floodwaters bursting through a dam, waves of foreign recollections poured into his mind, vivid, detailed, relentless. Childhood scenes, school days, every minor moment flooded back. Half an hour passed before the pain finally subsided. Zhou panted heavily, soaked in cold sweat, goosebumps crawling up his arms. Did I reincarnate? He whispered hoarsely, stunned by the rush of new memories now firmly planted in his mind. He was 22 years old, from Linshui City, married to Jiang Xiaoduo for 2 years. Once from a well-off family, his parents died in a factory accident while operating machinery. It should have been classified as a workplace injury, but due to the workshop supervisor's interference, it was ruled a case of operator error. No compensation, no justice, only shame. Zhou had a younger brother and 2 sisters still in school. They had expected their eldest brother to fight for justice, demand accountability, and secure some financial relief for them all. But instead, this Zhou Yufeng had run away from responsibility. Afraid of the workshop supervisor, he avoided confrontation entirely. He failed to protect his siblings. Even his second sister, Zhou Yuna, had fought back, confronting the supervisor several times, only to be beaten badly each time. Even as a high school girl, she wasn't spared. With their parents gone and branded as negligent workers, Zhou lost the job he had lined up. He spiraled into idleness, gambling, and violence. His first time hitting Jiang Xiaoduo was the beginning of a terrifying pattern. This is me? He spotted a small red mirror atop a wooden cabinet and grabbed it, desperate to see his reflection. Crash! The mirror slipped from his hands and shattered on the floor. You keep breaking things, go ahead and tear the whole house down. Wah! Hearing the noise, Jiang Xiaoduo let out another muffled cry before burying her face in her lap once more. Zhou trembled uncontrollably, swallowing hard. The young man in that mirror that had been him. He couldn't accept it. In his previous life, he had been a 40-year-old bachelor, a golden danshun single man, as they called it, CEO of a listed company, pursued by countless admirers, linked romantically to top female celebrities. But during a business negotiation, he drank too much and choked to death on his own vomit. And now, impossibly, he had been reborn into this pathetic, drunken fool. Through these new memories, he learned how utterly useless this Zhou Yufeng truly was. Why would he be reborn into such a loser? At this moment, he despised himself. On a yellowed calendar lay a date circled in red, July 2nd, 1983 Saturday. Today was also Jiang Ziada's birthday. Zhou frowned deeply, struggling to come to terms with reality. All that he had worked for in his past life gone in an instant. A bitter, burning regret surged within him. Was there any way to return? It must be, right? Maybe if he got drunk again. He turned his gaze toward the empty bottles scattered on the floor, then slowly pushed open the door and stepped outside. Jiang Xiaoduo was still sobbing on the floor. Zhou couldn't help but glance again at her porcelain-like back, then quickly looked away. That was just a natural reaction for any man. In his past life, Zhou had always been disciplined and restrained. He wouldn't take advantage of her after all. She was another man's wife. Chapter 2. Incredible transformation now. Zhou Yufeng's primary objective was to devise a means to return to his own era, rather than remain entangled in this futile existence. The sole method appeared to be to indulge in intoxication once more, perhaps allowing him to transcend back to his former world. As he entered the living room, Zhou Yufeng treaded cautiously, wary of being noticed by Jiang Xiaoduo. He longed to distance himself from these individuals, wishing only to escape this place. Although the recent memories had stirred profound emotions within him, he pondered their relevance to his own life. Suddenly, a sharp sound emanated from beneath his feet. He had stepped on a shard of glass, producing a piercing noise. "Where are you going?" Jiang Xiaoduo rose and approached him. Her large, doe-like eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and her lips quivered in a poignant display of vulnerability. "Why you?" "Hello," Zhou Yufeng stammered, stealing a glance at her before hastily lowering his gaze. Unable to meet her stare, the pink spaghetti-strap dress she wore seemed almost translucent, revealing more than he dared to contemplate. "Zhou Yufeng, you struck me again today. I defied my family's opposition to marry you, severing ties with my kin, and yet you continuously hurt me, shattering my heart. How can you justify your actions?" As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, resembling delicate pear blossoms caught in the rain, staining her dress. You have utterly disappointed me. Do you have any idea what I have sacrificed for you? You, Wuwa." Her sobs tore through Zhou Yufeng's resolve. He had intended to storm out, yet he found himself rooted in place. He stood there, grappling with the urge to comfort the distraught Jiang Xiaoduo, whose face was buried in her hands, weeping. However, his outstretched hand halted midair. She was clad too lightly for him to proceed. Perhaps it would be prudent to attend to some matters first, after all. Zhou Yufeng felt he was not even worthy of being compared to a beast. Jiang Xiaoduo. "I'm sorry," Zhou Yufeng murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "Huh." The words "I'm sorry" resonated clearly with Jiang Xiaoduo, causing her to display a look of disbelief, her exclamation escaping her lips. She had never anticipated that this man would express remorse to her. Her tears momentarily paused, though her sobs persisted. Jiang Xiaoduo raised her arm to dab at her tears, gazing at Zhou Yufeng in astonishment. "Please, sit on the sofa and rest. I will tidy up the place, and you should put on an additional layer of clothing." Zhou Yufeng spoke softly before moving toward the television. After switching it off, he retrieved a broom and dustpan from the corner to clean up the shards of glass scattered across the floor. He meticulously picked up the larger pieces of glass and disposed of them in the trash bin. Then, wielding the broom and dustpan, he swept the smaller shards into the dustpan with practiced ease. Subsequently, he arranged the disheveled stools and sofa with care, and after filling a bucket with water, he rinsed the mop, wrung it out, and proceeded to clean the floor. As he undertook these chores with remarkable efficiency, it was evident that he was no stranger to such tasks. How could this be? Jiang Xiaoduo gasped, utterly astonished, her gaze fixed on Zhou Yufeng, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Throughout their year of marriage, he had never once engaged in household chores. Approaching the clothes rack, Zhou Yufeng retrieved a garment and walked toward Jiang Xiaoduo. "Put this on. The neighbors are coming and going, and you must be cautious lest they glimpse you through the window." Jiang Xiaoduo slowly accepted the clothing, her eyes still locked on Zhou Yufeng, her mind racing with speculation. What could possibly be wrong with him? Was he in some sort of trouble outside? Surely he wouldn't be asking me to return home for money? How could I even face my family? I have already brought shame upon my father. They have severed ties with me. Zhou Yufeng, have you gotten yourself into some trouble again? I must tell you, we have no money left at home, only a few ration tickets. Jiang Xiaoduo tilted her head back, her voice laced with concern. "I assure you, it's nothing serious," Zhou Yufeng replied with a reassuring smile, nodding at Jiang Xiaoduo before stepping toward the door. "I'll just step out for a moment. I should be back shortly." Perhaps the true Zhou Yufeng would indeed return soon, as the only solution he could fathom at that moment was to indulge in one more drink. Pulling open the wooden door, it creaked ominously, suggesting the hinges were in dire need of oil. Such trivial matters were the last thing Zhou Yufeng wished to contemplate. He simply yearned to return swiftly. But as he took his first step outside, he was met with a familiar face. Zhou Yuna stood at the entrance, hand raised as if preparing to knock. Yuna. Zhou Yufeng called softly, the name escaping his lips instinctively upon seeing her. Yet, his brow furrowed upon noticing the prominent bruise on the left side of her cheek. Her gaunt, yellowed visage betraying signs of malnutrition and exhaustion. Who did this to you? Was it Hu Han? Zhou Yufeng's voice rose slightly, referring to the workshop director. Zhou Yuna inhaled sharply but did not respond to his inquiry. She had become utterly disillusioned with her brother, harboring a sense of resentment toward him. Brother, she began. But just then, a small boy peeked out from behind her, his dirty face adorned with a grin that revealed a flash of white teeth. This boy was Zhou Yufeng's younger brother, Zhou Yuzheng. Xiao Zheng. Zhou Yufeng smiled, attempting to reach out to pat the boy's head, but he quickly retreated behind Zhou Yuna. Though he was not the true Zhou Yufeng at that moment, the bonds of kinship and their shared memories felt indelibly etched in his mind. Strikingly vivid yet tinged with a hint of unfamiliarity. Brother, we have no food at home. Xiao Zheng hasn't eaten all day. We've come to ask you for some money, Zhou Yuna stated coldly, this being her second visit to Zhou Yufeng that month. The last time, amidst his harsh words, he had only given her 2 coins. However, with 3 mouths to feed at home, the meager sum of 2 yuan, supplemented with some food stamps, only allowed for the purchase of a few pounds of flour, which would suffice for merely 3 or 4 days. Moreover, Zhou Yuna consumed very little, saving most for her younger siblings. Listening to these words and witnessing this scene, Zhou Yufeng felt a tightening in his heart, a dull ache of sorrow. He was no saint, yet how could he remain indifferent upon seeing his siblings in such dire straits? He was no longer the callous Zhou Yufeng of the past. He was now a man of deep emotion and loyalty, the executive president of a publicly traded company, still harboring a kind heart. Perhaps it would be better to delay his intoxication and postpone his return home. Zhou Yufeng reconsidered his decision once more. Chapter 3. Has he changed? Come in. Zhou Yufeng said calmly as he turned and walked back into the room. He picked up a bamboo-woven thermos and poured hot water into 2 iron basins. Zhou Yuna and Zhou Yuzheng stood hesitantly at the doorway, uncertain whether to enter. They were somewhat apprehensive about their brother's peculiar demeanor. Who knew what schemes he might be concocting? This time, he had not berated them directly. In fact, he even invited them to sit for a while, which was exceedingly strange. Yuna, Yuzheng, do come in. Jiang Xiaoduo, who was standing at the door, smiled and beckoned the siblings inside. Although she had dried her tears, her eyes were still slightly puffy, betraying the fact that she had been crying. All right. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhou Yuna managed a faint smile, nodding appreciatively as she pulled Zhou Yuzheng along with her. Zhou Yuna felt immense gratitude towards Jiang Xiaoduo. The last time she had come asking for money, Zhou Yuqi had scolded her and even slapped her, refusing to give her a single cent. It was only Jiang Xiaoduo, unable to bear the scene, who had intervened amidst her quarrel with Zhou Yufeng and discreetly slipped Zhou Yuna 2 coins. With his head bowed, Zhou Yuzheng did not greet his sister-in-law, perhaps out of shyness, and he meekly stepped inside. Once the siblings entered, Jiang Xiaoduo gently closed the door and donned the coat Zhou Yufeng had given her. Television. Zhou Yuzheng murmured, extending a grimy finger to point at the screen. Zhou Yuna shot him a glare and tugged at his arm, signaling him to remain silent. Why are you standing there? Sit on the sofa, Zhou Yufeng instructed, placing the iron basins on the coffee table and gesturing towards the trendy spring sofa. Zhou Yufeng. We came for money. You will be back from class soon, and I want to buy some flour to make noodles for them, Zhou Yuna said coldly, still holding her brother back from sitting down. It is often said that an elder brother is like a father, but ever since their parents' untimely demise, Zhou Yufeng had chosen to evade responsibility, drowning himself in indulgence and idleness, leaving all burdens upon Zhou Yuna alone. Zhou Yufeng frowned slightly, nodding thoughtfully as he appeared to contemplate something, falling into silence for a moment. Xiaoduo, is there still money left in our household? He asked gently, lowering his head slightly, a hint of apologetic smile gracing his lips. Such a demeanor astonished Jiang Xiaoduo. What on earth had happened to Zhou Yufeng today? Had he truly transformed? There is only 5 yuan left, but we still have 10 jin of grain coupons, Jiang Xiaoduo replied honestly, and for some reason. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards Zhou Yufeng at that moment. Do we have any surplus grain at home? Zhou Yufeng inquired further. There's still 2 jin of white flour remaining, Jiang Xiaoduo promptly answered. Very well, Xiaoduo. May I request that you give the 5 yuan and 10 jin of food coupons to Yuna? The remaining 2 jin of flour will suffice for our meals for several days. I shall devise a plan for the subsequent matters. Zhou Yufeng spoke earnestly, his tone gentle yet imbued with a profound sense of steadiness. Upon hearing his words, both Zhou Yuna and Jiang Xiaoduo widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. Zhou Yuna had never anticipated such kindness from her brother, while Jiang Xiaoduo was even more taken aback by his request. May I ask you for a favor? It was simply unfathomable. Xiaoduo, is that agreeable? Zhou Yufeng inquired with a smile, noticing Jiang Xiaoduo's silence. In his worldview, since he and Jiang Xiaoduo were married, it was only proper to consult her opinion when sharing resources, especially since these belongings were brought by her. All right. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaoduo nodded and approached the red cabinet in the small living room. This rectangular cabinet, about a meter deep, was a common sight among the residents of Linshui City, capable of accommodating the family's garments with ease, an epitome of practicality. Lifting the lid, Jiang Xiaoduo braced the cabinet door with her head and began rummaging through the clothes. After retrieving a deep red outer garment, she closed the cabinet door. From the pocket of the garment, she carefully extracted a small wrapped cloth, gingerly unrolling it to reveal a crisp 5 yuan note, albeit it was indeed only 5 yuan. Jiang Xiaoduo cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Yufeng, her eyes laden with concern. This was all that remained of their funds. Zhou Yufeng, perceptive as ever, understood her unspoken worries. Having cultivated a high emotional intelligence in his past life, and even studied psychology, he was acutely aware of the thoughts of a naive woman. He nodded reassuringly at Jiang Xiaoduo, instilling confidence in her. Yuna, please take this 5 yuan for now. I will procure additional food coupons shortly. Jiang Xiaoduo handed the 5 yuan to Zhou Yuna. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhou Yuna accepted the money without hesitation, gratefully nodding at Jiang Xiaoduo. Having gone without food for an entire day, she felt an urgent need for the funds and would not hesitate to accept them. If it had been only her, she might have hesitated to even step forward for assistance. Jiang Xiaoduo then retrieved another piece of clothing from the hanger, extracting some food coupons from its pocket and offering them to Zhou Yuna. Thank you, sister-in-law. Once again, Zhou Yuna accepted the coupons, clutching the money and food coupons tightly in her hands. Well then, sister-in-law, we shall take our leave. Zhou Yuna politely nodded at Jiang Xiaoduo and, taking Zhou Yufeng by the hand, headed for the door. She did not offer a farewell to Zhou Yufeng, despite her gratitude for today's assistance. The emotional scars inflicted by him in the past were too deep to overlook. When she confronted Hu Han alone, Zhou Yufeng did not dare to show his face, enduring numerous beatings that only she was aware of. From that moment on, she harbored a deep-seated aversion towards him. Goodbye, brother. As she reached the door, Zhou Yufeng waved his small hand and greeted his elder brother. Goodbye, Xiaoing. Zhou Yufeng quickly waved back, a warm smile gracing his lips. Hurry along. Zhou Yuna furrowed her brow and pulled Zhou Yufeng with more force, striding forward. The room was left with only herself and Jiang Xiaoduo. When Zhou Yufeng glanced at her, he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Jiang Xiaoduo's petite face bore no trace of makeup, her skin as flawless and white as that of a newborn, with naturally red lips beneath her delicate complexion. However, after a brief moment of admiration, Zhou Yufeng averted his gaze with a hint of regret. I'm stepping out for a while. He strode toward the door. Where are you going? To settle accounts with Hu Han. Chapter 4. Suspicion and speculation. Wait a moment. Jiang Xiaoduo slightly furrowed her brows and stepped forward, grasping Zhou Yufeng's robust arm. Are you really going like this? Have you considered other options? To recklessly confront Hu Han for money? He is not someone who can be easily reasoned with. You will undoubtedly end up beaten. I fear you may suffer for nothing. Do not worry, Zhou Yufeng replied with unwavering determination. I will first assess the situation. Regardless, this money must be retrieved. And if my parents were indeed indirectly harmed by Hu Han, I will not spare him. His resolute demeanor was unfamiliar to Jiang Xiaoduo, as though he had undergone a subtle transformation. However, when he mentioned the words my parents, there was a stiffness in his tone that felt rather unnatural. Very well. Stay at home, he said curtly before turning on his heel and striding down the corridor. Jiang Xiaoduo bit her lip, watching the silhouette of the man until he descended the steps. The glaring sunlight illuminated Zhou Yufeng's somewhat tanned face, causing him to squint slightly as he glanced up at the harsh rays. After just a few paces, a thin sheen of sweat began to form on his forehead. As he walked along the spacious street, some vendors squatted at the roadside, hawking their wares, while bicycles traversed the thoroughfare with a sense of entitlement. Occasionally, one could spot a few stylish women's bicycles. The buildings on either side were predominantly low and dilapidated, interspersed with ancient structures, yet they did not appear out of place. All painted in shades of cement gray. Clearly, these old edifices had been reinforced with concrete. The wooden telephone poles stood compactly along the roadside, with one appearing every few steps, and the overhead wires hung low, creating a dense network above. The scene of 1983 was a stark contrast to what Zhou Yufeng had gleaned from television. The disparity was significant. As he surveyed the surroundings, it became apparent that the attire of the people was predominantly in muted tones of blue, black, and gray, with vibrant colors being a rarity. As for Jiang Xiaoduo's pink garment, it was something she dared to wear only at home. Zhou Yufeng was dressed in a relatively fashionable white shirt, neatly tucked into his black trousers, complemented by sandals and high socks. The much-discussed frog-eyed glasses and bell-bottomed pants were conspicuously absent in this small city, though they had begun to gain traction in larger urban centers. Having taken in his surroundings, Zhou Yufeng quickened his pace toward Hu Han's residence, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. In the city of Linshui, steel manufacturing was renowned. The small city was home to the Linshui steel plant, which had provided employment for nearly 1,000 individuals. A household with dual incomes from the steel plant would be considered relatively affluent. Since the establishment of the Linshui steel plant, there had been no fatalities reported. Even in the case of workplace injuries, they were typically minor and treatable. How could it be, then, that someone might suddenly perish due to operational negligence? Zhou Yufeng's parents had devoted nearly 2 decades of their lives to working in the steel mill, operating machinery to the point of muscle memory. How could they possibly commit such a fatal error? This incident was utterly perplexing. The deeper Zhou Yufeng pondered, the quicker his pace became, his face darkening with an ominous intensity. Why did that Hu Han prevent his parents from reporting the workplace injury? The financial burden would not fall upon him. The steel mill would cover the costs. He merely needed to facilitate the process, garnering goodwill in the process. So why did he refrain from doing so? This conundrum brewed in Zhou Yufeng's mind, and soon he began to grasp some underlying reasons. It was fear that gripped Hu Han. Reporting the injury would necessitate an investigation of the machinery, and as the workshop director, he wielded considerable authority, overseeing the procurement of equipment for their department. Hu Han feared a scrutiny of the machinery because it was likely flawed. Thus, he resorted to various means to obstruct the matter, allowing Zhou Yufeng's parents to shoulder the blame for improper operation and, in doing so, avoid an examination of the equipment. Zhou Yufeng halted, gazing at the throngs traversing the street, his eyes growing distant. Clenching his fists tightly, an expression of simmering rage adorned his features. His chest heaved dramatically as he contained the fury within, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. This matter required careful deliberation. Mere vocal outbursts would not compel others to heed his plight. They would regard him as a fool, or perhaps some compassionate souls might feel moved momentarily, yet ultimately, they would take no action on his behalf. Though not his biological parents, the images of those two kind-hearted, humble individuals remained vividly etched in Zhou Yufeng's memory. The moments spent with them were crystal clear, evoking a sense of empathy that caused a dull ache in his heart. He stood there for a considerable time until a cool breeze swept by, offering a refreshing reprieve to his heated demeanor. After a long exhale, he resumed his journey toward Hu Han's residence. After walking for half an hour, Zhou Yufeng finally arrived at the modest complex where Hu Han resided, an unassuming row of 4 units, each 3 stories high. The courtyard was narrow, paved with red bricks, and a solitary willow tree stood out prominently. Opposite the building, a row of small houses, complete with cellars, cast shadows that obscured the sunlight, leaving the small yard cloaked in shade. Zhou Yufeng approached the last unit. Hu Han lived in the upper portion, but the specific floor remained unknown to him. Since the incident involving his parents, Zhou Yufeng had been evading confrontation, unlike Zhou Yuna, who had stormed into Hu Han's home in a fit of rage. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but curse himself. Zhou Yufeng, you truly are a fool. On one side of the building, a red brick wall enclosed a small garbage area, though it contained little refuse. Zhou Yufeng squatted by the edge of the wall, awaiting Hu Han's return from work, his face a mask of hostility as he swayed slightly. Reminiscent of the rogues from a bygone era, the sound of cicadas emanated from the nearby willow tree. As dusk descended, the courtyard gradually came alive with activity. Children scampered about, rolling iron hoops in gleeful abandon. With the close of the workday, a steady stream of individuals entered the courtyard. Zhou Yufeng subtly shrank back. His attention focused on the entrance. Time trickled by, the sky deepening into darkness, and the number of children playing in the courtyard dwindled significantly. Yet, there was still no sign of Hu Han. However, Zhou Yufeng remained unperturbed. Some matters are perhaps best discussed in the company of two. He had already crafted a plan in his mind, a hallmark of an exceptional habit possessed by a president of a publicly listed company. Gradually, the night enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 5. His heart ached after waiting for approximately 2 hours. It was around 9 p.m. when a metallic sound echoed from the iron gate, followed by the entrance of two swaying figures. The taller man bent down slightly, listening intently as the shorter man spoke, gradually making their way into the courtyard. Their voices were so low that even when they reached the last unit, Zhou Yufeng could only hear a rustling sound and could not discern their words. These two individuals were none other than Hu Han and his son, Hu Xiaoshan. As for Hu Xiaoshan, Zhou Yufeng could not possibly be unfamiliar with him. They were once classmates. Although neither of them had succeeded in gaining admission to university, Hu Xiaoshan had recently signed a contract with the Linshui steel plant, and it was only a matter of time before he commenced his employment there. Dad, be careful. I don't know which scoundrel stole the light bulb in this corridor. It's pitch dark and hard to see, Hu Xiaoshan grumbled, supporting his father's arm as they cautiously felt their way up the stairs, oblivious to Zhou Yufeng squatting nearby. Hey, Zhou Yufeng suddenly called out, leaping down from the concrete wall and stepping swiftly behind Hu Han and Hu Xiaoshan. Who's there? Hu Han turned around in a panic, his voice slightly distorted. Who are you? Hu Xiaoshan echoed, gripping his father's arm tighter and taking a step back. Oh, it's me, Zhou Yufeng. Don't be alarmed, Zhou Yufeng proclaimed with a hint of mockery, his voice resonating sharply in the quiet corridor. Zhou Yufeng? Hu Han retorted through gritted teeth. The fear that had surged moments before dissipated as he stepped forward, aggressively confronting Zhou Yufeng, clearly dismissive of him. With a disdainful smile creeping across his face, Hu Han tilted his head up to catch the moonlight and scrutinized Zhou Yufeng's countenance. Are you out of your mind? Shouting like that? Upon recognizing Zhou Yufeng, Hu Xiaoshan also became incensed, cursing as he forcefully pushed Zhou Yufeng. The sudden shift caused Zhou Yufeng to stumble back several steps, nearly losing his balance on the staircase. Zhou Yufeng, what are you doing here? Hu Han emerged from the dark corridor, furrowing his brow as he interrogated Zhou Yufeng. As Zhou Yufeng beheld the round face of Hu Han, his cheeks lined with flesh and a foul odor mixed with alcohol wafting into Zhou Yufeng's nostrils. He tightened his fists, gritting his teeth. In that moment, his expression twisted with the urge to strike that bloated face, yet he struggled to suppress the impulse. A shiver coursed through him, and goosebumps rose on his arms. Gradually, he relaxed his fists and managed to wear a smile. Uncle Hu, I actually came here to ask you for a favor today. Zhou Yufeng endeavored to soften his tone, striving to appear less rigid and unnatural. Heh. Hu Han let out a derisive laugh. You say you have come to plead with me for something? Indeed, Zhou Yufeng nodded, continuing, Uncle Hu, regarding my parents' situation. It was indeed their mishandling that led to such severe consequences. My sister, Yuna, is simply heartbroken. As a child, she has been throwing tantrums and has constantly troubled you. I have come primarily to offer my apologies. Oh, Hu Han's face brightened slightly, and he patted Zhou Yufeng on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Zhou Yufeng, you are quite thoughtful. After all, your parents and I have been colleagues for many years. How could I not feel sorrow over their predicament? Your sister Yuna has come here, making a fuss, claiming I harmed your parents. Though she is young, such words should not be spoken so carelessly. Can you imagine? I would harm them for what benefit? And regarding your parents' work-related injury assessment, I am the workshop director. I cannot act recklessly just because we are old friends. What is due must be recognized. I must prioritize the factory's interests and cannot engage in nepotism. Hu Han spoke with fervor, his words laced with heartfelt anguish, adopting a visibly troubled expression. As he finished, he raised his eyes to Zhou Yufeng, awaiting his response. Yes, Uncle Hu, you are absolutely correct. Over this period, I have come to understand, indeed. You have your own difficulties. Zhou Yufeng nodded earnestly, appearing deep in thought, as if genuinely contemplating Hu Han's words. All right, Hu Han exclaimed, stamping his foot excitedly and patting Zhou Yufeng's shoulder again. His greatest concern had been the potential for trouble from Zhou Yufeng and Yuna. Despite the measures he had taken, He could not ignore the possibility of an investigation at the factory. However, as long as Zhou Yufeng was compliant and did not cause a scene, the matter would be effectively resolved. Uncle Hu, there is one thing I hope you can assist with, Zhou Yufeng said, lowering his voice and adopting a pleading tone. Oh, what is it? Hu Han asked immediately. Could you possibly help my family obtain some condolence money? I have 3 younger siblings still in school, and Yujing is only 10 years old. Right now, our family has been left with nothing, and I am truly at a loss. Furthermore, Zhou Yufeng glanced at Hu Xiaoshan beside him. Xiaoshan and I are classmates, and you have been a long-time colleague of my parents. Please, lend us a hand in securing some condolence funds from the factory. My parents have dedicated decades of labor, if not for their contributions, at least for their hardships. Wouldn't you agree? Though he spoke with conviction, Hu Han hesitated. Uncle Hu, Zhou Yufeng interrupted him, his voice rising. All you need to do is mention my parents at the factory. If they refuse, I will raise a ruckus. After all, I have nothing left to lose. I will make a scene. As he reached the end of his statement, Zhou Yufeng's emotions surged, his expression turning fierce and terrifying. And Hu Han observed this transformation with clarity. This was also the purpose of Zhou Yufeng's visit. Regardless of the circumstances, the lives of his sister-in-law and Zhang Xiaoduo must continue. Zhou Yujing had gone an entire day without food, and this thought pierced his heart deeply. With so many mouths to feed, how long could 5 yuan stretch, even with the most stringent saving? What would happen to their lives thereafter? Thus, Zhou Yufeng felt compelled to request a sum of money from Hu Han, even if it meant enduring such humiliation. What would it achieve to confront Hu Han with violence? The core issue would remain unresolved. What Zhou Yufeng sought was retribution for the blood debt. Hu Han stared at Zhou Yufeng for a moment, his angry countenance suggesting he was not jesting. His greatest fear was that Zhou Yufeng would cause a ruckus at the steel mill. Any sign of unrest could not be tolerated. This matter had to pass quietly and without incident. Chapter 0006. Hu Han secures funds Yufeng. Hu Han called out in a low voice, his expression laden with concern as he gazed at him, the familiarity in his address reflecting his worry for Zhou Yufeng. You are still too young to storm the factory like this, especially when the authorities are cracking down. Don't you fear being apprehended? Have you considered the consequences? What will happen to your siblings if you are caught in this crackdown? I can't care about that any longer. Zhou Yufeng screamed in a fit of desperation, his voice echoing through the empty courtyard. Hu Han shuddered and instinctively took a few steps back, startled by Zhou Yufeng's fierce demeanor. In Hu Han's memory, Zhou Yufeng had always been docile. Seeing him so agitated made him wonder if the boy was truly cornered. Suddenly, the sound of a window creaking open interrupted the tension, and a few children's heads popped out, curiously observing the commotion in the yard. Yufeng, please don't be so agitated, Hu Han urged, pulling Zhou Yufeng by the arm and guiding him away from the windows, towards the wall of rubbish. Uncle Hu, how can I not be agitated? Zhou Yufeng forcefully shook off Hu Han's grip, his voice quieter but still resonant with anger. My family of 4 can no longer survive. The factory refuses to compensate my parents, and if they want to even provide a condolence payment, I will raise a ruckus. I want this matter to escalate so that the investigating authorities can properly examine whether my parents truly made an operational error. Hearing these words, Hu Han's heart grew heavy, and he began to contemplate the dire possibilities. Zhou Yufeng, what are you shouting about? It's the middle of the night. Have you lost your senses? What will the neighbors think of my family? Hu Xiaoshan interjected, glaring at Zhou Yufeng, his breath quickening, ready to resort to violence. Enough, Xiaoshan. Don't complicate matters. You and Yufeng are classmates, aren't you? You should understand and empathize with him, Hu Han admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Hu Xiaoshan. Me and him. Huh, do you think he is worthy? Hu Xiaoshan scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully as he scrutinized Zhou Yufeng. Child, refrain from speaking, Hu Han reprimanded, then turned to Zhou Yufeng with a gentle smile. Yufeng, the factory has its own regulations. Employees who commit operational errors are not entitled to condolence payments. Please, let me finish my thoughts. As Hu Han noticed Zhou Yufeng straighten up, ready to interject, he quickly sought to calm him. However, in the darkness, Hu Han's eyes darted, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. However, I have known your parents for many years. By age and seniority, you should address me as uncle. I do not wish to see you and your siblings suffer. So, here is what we can do. I will personally provide the condolence payment on behalf of the factory. Really? Zhou Yufeng immediately grasped Hu Han's hand, his face alight with excitement. Uncle Hu, is what you say truly the case? From the factory. You will provide for them? Hu Hu Han sighed, covering Zhou Yufeng's hand with his own, a look of melancholy crossing his features. Yufeng, as you know, my family has only one income. Since your aunt lost her job at the factory in '79, she has not found suitable work. While this is intended for you, I fear it may not amount to much. And how much can you offer? Zhou Yufeng asked gravely, then added in a hushed tone, if it is too little, it may serve no purpose. Perhaps I should make a scene at the factory. Upon saying this, Zhou Yufeng distinctly felt Hu Han's grip tighten, causing him to panic. He feared the factory's equipment might indeed be flawed. That old scoundrel. Zhou Yufeng cursed inwardly. Typically, the factory would provide of 600. But Uncle Hu could only manage this amount. It was all his family could afford. In Lingshui's steel factory, wages were considered high for the region, with an ordinary worker earning around 100 yuan monthly. Therefore, the offer to workers injured on the job was not insignificant. When Hu Han proposed 500 yuan, Zhou Yufeng perceived it as a highly favorable compensation, yet it also indicated Hu Han's desire to resolve the matter swiftly. In his previous life, Zhou Yufeng often analyzed situations this way, realizing that Hu Han concealed many truths. Thank you, Uncle Hu, Zhou Yufeng nodded gratefully. All right, Yufeng, come with me. I have something else to discuss with you, Hu Han smiled, leading Zhou Yufeng into the hallway and ascending to the top floor. Upon reaching the highest level, Hu Han knocked on the iron gate of the eastern door, calling out for his beloved. Shilian? Open the door, Wang Shilian. Coming. What time is it? I was already asleep. Came the muffled complaint from within, the wooden door's soundproofing inadequate. Soon, with a creak, the wooden door opened. Wang Shilian peered through the iron gate at the trio. Who else is there? Zhou Yufeng. What is he doing here? Upon recognizing Zhou Yufeng's face, her brows furrowed immediately. Quiet, let's keep this brief, Hu Han muttered, kicking the iron gate lightly. Open the door quickly. Wang Shilian shot Hu Han a glare but, maintaining a stern expression, unlocked the gate. Hu Xiaoshan stepped in first, leaving Hu Han and Zhou Yufeng standing at the entrance. Yufeng, wait here a moment. I'll fetch something for you, Hu Han said with a smile before entering. Uncle Hu, could you also grab 5 gene of meat tickets for me? Zhou Yufeng called out. Let me check. I'm not sure if we have any left. Hu Han too did not respond and merely uttered a phrase, obscuring his expression as he pulled Wang Shilian into the house. Zhou Yufeng stood quietly at the doorway, initially hearing Wang Shilian's sudden exclamation from within. But soon silence enveloped the space. Approximately 10 minutes later, the wooden door creaked open, revealing a head peeking out. After unlocking the iron gate, Hu Han emerged. Yufeng, here is 500 yuan and 2 gene of meat coupons. Our family truly cannot spare 5 gene of meat coupons, Hu Han stated, holding out a substantial stack of cash to Zhou Yufeng. In 1983, the 100 yuan note from the 1980 series had yet to be issued, with the largest denomination remaining the 10 yuan note of unity. Grasping the thick bundle of money tightly, Zhou Yufeng began to count. Chapter 0007. Aren't you coming in to sleep? After counting twice with furrowed brows, Zhou Yufeng turned to Hu Han and said, For 109, we're still 10 short. Ah, is that so? Perhaps your aunt miscounted. Yufeng, there's something else your uncle wants to discuss. Hu Bo, just hand me that 10 yuan, Zhou Yufeng replied coolly. Child, is 10 yuan really that important? It is. I don't even have a formal job. If uncle can arrange for me to work at the Linshui steel plant, I wouldn't mind letting go of this 500 yuan. As he spoke, Zhou Yufeng extended his hand towards the money, gripping it tightly. Even if Hu Han attempted to snatch it, it would remain firmly in his grasp. All right, wait here while I go inside to get it, Hu Han mumbled, turning back into the house. Moments later, he emerged once more, holding 2 5 yuan notes. Here you go. All the money from home has been given to you, kid. Zhou Yufeng accepted the money, placing it atop the previous stack, clutching it tightly. Yufeng, there are some lessons your uncle needs to impart to you, Hu Han said, wrapping an arm around Zhou Yufeng's shoulder. You must always look ahead. Let the matters concerning your parents fade into the past. It's time for you to grow up, to bear more responsibilities, and to think of your younger siblings. Don't you agree with your uncle? Yes, Zhou Yufeng nodded, gazing seriously at Hu Han. Hu Bo, I understand. Regarding my parents, I don't plan to stir trouble at the factory anymore. I'm truly exhausted. From now on, I'll find a part-time job to support my siblings' education. Ah, that's the right attitude. It should be this way. Hu Han beamed with a smile, giving a thumbs up. Then, Hu Bo, it's getting late. I should head back now. After saying this, Zhou Yufeng descended the stairs. Yufeng, let me walk you out. No need. It's dark in the hallway. I'm afraid you might fall. Zhou Yufeng's voice echoed through the dim corridor, his figure already lost in the shadows. Hu Han pursed his lips and retreated inside, a weight lifted from his heart. Zhou Yufeng jogged lightly, guided by the moonlight along the darkened path. Gradually, his vision grew hazy. Wiping his hand across his face, he discovered it was damp. Were those tears? He halted, standing before the renowned Qiu Shui River, listening to the gentle murmur of the flowing water from the embankment. At this moment, a pang of anguish gripped his heart, recalling how he had called out Uncle just moments before, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. For a fleeting instant, he was tempted to unleash his rage upon that plump face. Yet, he managed to restrain himself, however. The humiliation weighed heavily upon him, making it difficult to breathe. The tears he shed were for the pain of his parents. "I demand blood for blood." Zhou Yufeng shouted to the river, his voice quickly swallowed by the darkness, daring not to linger too long. For the safety of this era pales in comparison to that of 2020, especially with 500 yuan clutched tightly in his pocket. He raced forward, and as he passed a market, he spotted an old man selling candied hawthorns, still not having closed up for the day. The last candied hawthorn was affixed to a pole bound with licorice. Today, it seemed, was Jiang Xiaoduo's birthday. Zhou Yufeng halted his steps and approached the old man. "How much for the candied hawthorn?" 5 mao. The response made Zhou Yufeng gasp. In this era of scarce snacks, such a delicacy commanded an unexpectedly high price. 5 mao could buy a stack of writing paper for Zhou Yuna and the others. The last one, make it 4 mao. You young folks. The old man chuckled, finding it amusing to see a young person haggle. Although material goods were no longer in short supply, the variety was limited, and many food items were sold at fixed prices. "All right, for mao it is." Zhou Yufeng grimaced as if constipated, refraining from retrieving the thick stack of cash from his pocket. Instead, he pulled out 2 coins of 2 mao each and handed them to the old man. "Hu Han, that old rascal, must be playing a charade of poverty, trying to feign a lack of funds." Having received the candied hawthorn, Zhou Yufeng resumed his brisk pace toward home. He arrived at a mixed-use courtyard and ascended the stairs to the second floor via the west entrance. The apartments here were uniform, each comprising a living room and a bedroom, with the kitchen situated in a communal corridor. Passing through the hallway, he reached his doorstep and rapped sharply on the wooden door. The interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sound, prompting Zhou Yufeng to ruminate further. Thus, he knocked again with greater force. Bang, bang, bang. Wait a moment. Soon, he heard the sound of movement within, accompanied by Jiang Xiaoduo's voice. Sensing her footsteps halt at the door, she softly inquired, "Zhou Yufeng? It's me. I'm back." "Open the door, please," he replied with a smile. "Where have you been? Why the long delay?" Jiang Xiaoduo frowned, questioning whether he had truly gone to find Hu Han or was merely heading in a less favorable direction. Given Zhou Yufeng's peculiar behavior throughout the afternoon, it was difficult for her to alter her perception of him. Zhou Yufeng did not rush to answer. He stepped inside, gazing at Jiang Xiaoduo before him. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a luminous glow upon her fair complexion. She was clad only in a pink undergarment, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted from her, causing Zhou Yufeng to inhale deeply. That. He smiled apologetically, lowering his gaze to avoid her eyes, and produced the candied hawthorn, presenting it before Jiang Xiaoduo. "Happy birthday." "Huh." Jiang Xiaoduo was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze to Zhou Yufeng, rendered speechless. "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" The time spent with Hu Han was excessively prolonged, allowing only for the purchase of candied hawthorn. "Shall I make it up to you tomorrow?" Zhou Yufeng inquired with a smile, extending the candied hawthorn towards Jiang Xiaoduo. "Why you? How?" Jiang Xiaoduo stammered, her tears flowing anew, overwhelmed by Zhou Yufeng's sudden tenderness, unsure of how to respond. "Go ahead, have some," Zhou Yufeng said gently, understanding that her reaction was entirely reasonable given their past interactions. "All right," Jiang Xiaoduo replied, taking the candied hawthorn, wiping her tears with a silly smile before taking a bite. "It's really sweet," she exclaimed, chewing joyfully like an innocent child. "Zhou Yufeng, I hope you cherish him after I leave," she thought to herself, a bittersweet smile playing on her lips as she moved to sit on the sofa. "Would you like some?" After consuming 2 pieces of candied hawthorn, Jiang Xiaoduo offered the rest to him. "Please, go ahead. I've already eaten," Zhou Yufeng replied with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. "All right then," Jiang Xiaoduo nodded, feeling a bit hungry since she had not cooked that afternoon, and quickly finished the candied hawthorn. After wiping her mouth, she returned to her bedroom. Moments later, a soft voice floated through the air. Aren't you coming in to sleep? Chapter 0008 Lin Nan. Lin Chong, are you going into sleep? Zhou Yufeng's heart skipped a beat. The small sofa in the living room, measuring less than 1 meters in length, was evidently inadequate for a night's rest. However, if he were to enter the room, he would inevitably share a space with another man's wife. Despite the fact that he was currently Zhou Yufeng and was familiar with some of his memories, taking a step closer to his beloved would be utterly reprehensible. Zhou Yufeng had his own principles. He could never stoop to such a base act. Are you not coming in? The light, airy voice of Jiang Xiaoduo drifted from the room. I'm coming. Zhou Yufeng straightened his posture and strode into the room, resolute in his decision to simply endure the night. He quietly climbed onto the bed, noting that the sheets had been freshly changed. In July, the city of Linshui remained swelteringly hot even at night, likely due to the presence of heavy industry nearby. Jiang Xiaoduo lay beneath a thin blanket, her body gently rising and falling, already lost to slumber. In the darkness, Zhou Yufeng could see the luminous whiteness of her back. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he realized how endearingly foolish his wife was, no matter how he had treated her in the past. A small gesture of kindness was enough to fill her with hope for life. Yet, he knew he had to return. There were too many ties from his previous life that he could not sever. Night, utterly silent. Coo, coo, coo. The sound of a rooster crowing emerged from the courtyard below, heralding the faint light of dawn as the sun began to peek over the horizon, illuminating the rooftops. I must slaughter that rooster from Aunt Wang's household, Zhou Yufeng thought, finding his sleep surprisingly poor, a perfect inheritance from his former life. He could not tolerate even the slightest noise, lest it rouse him from his slumber. Stepping outside with a cup and toothbrush in hand, Zhou Yufeng squatted beside the drain to brush his teeth. Hurry up, or you'll be late, came a voice of complaint from the other end of the corridor, laced with a hint of sleepiness. Casually glancing over, he spotted a girl in a green school uniform standing nearby, carrying a slung cloth bag. Her lips pursed in apparent displeasure. Hesitating for a moment, memories of the girl flooded his mind. Her name was Lin Nan, a classmate of his younger sister and one of the top students in their class. She was likely waiting for her twin brother, Lin Chong. As expected, a boy with disheveled hair emerged, appearing half asleep and also carrying a cloth bag. If you keep dawdling, I won't wait for you anymore. Lin Nan shot a glare at her brother and strode ahead. Hey, with the college entrance exams just days away, you might not have another chance to be waited on. Lin Chong retorted with a smirk, leisurely trailing behind. Lin Nan, Lin Chong, are you off to school? Zhou Yufeng placed his toothbrush in the iron cup, greeting the two with a warm, brotherly smile. Humph. With a cold snort, Lin Nan took a large stride past Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng noticed the disdainful gaze of Lin Nan, his lips curling downwards in deep aversion. Lin Nan had a close relationship with Zhou Yuna and was well aware of Zhou Yufeng's attitude towards his siblings, utterly indifferent, behaving like a beast. After their parents' demise, he didn't even dare to confront them. Is this truly what a man should be? Moreover, he frequently resorted to violence against his wife. It was truly blinding to see such a man still having followers. Thus, after exchanging a brief nod, Lin Nan hurriedly distanced himself, as if fleeing from a plague. What a lunatic! Why does he even bother greeting me? Lin Nan muttered softly, quickening his pace. Brother Foam. Lin Chong patted Zhou Yufeng on the shoulder and jogged a few steps to follow Lin Nan. Suddenly turning around, Lin Chong made several gestures reminiscent of playing video games at an arcade towards Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng merely shook his head and smiled, choosing to ignore Lin Chong's antics as he lowered his head to continue his morning routine. By the way, the college entrance examination, isn't Yuna about to take it as well? Zhou Yufeng paused momentarily. Since the reinstatement of the college entrance examination in 1979, the exam dates had consistently fallen on July 7th and 9th until 2002. Except for the unique situation in 1983 when it was shifted to July 15th and 17th. Only a little over 10 days remained until the examination. Yuna's academic performance was commendable, and she undoubtedly had the opportunity to enroll in a university, but he couldn't allow familial matters to hinder her. In the context of 1983, the value of a college degree was substantial, with guaranteed job placements, incomparable to the current 985 and 211 project universities. This truly embodied the saying that knowledge can change one's destiny. He resolved to bring his siblings to live with him, allowing her to focus on her studies. With this determination, Zhou Yufeng stood up, wiped his face with a towel draped around his neck, and turned back into the room. Jiang Xiaoduo was still asleep, lying sideways on the small Kong, her slumber restless. After gently covering her with a blanket, Zhou Yufeng stepped back outside, retrieving some flour as he made his way to the communal stove. A simple bowl of noodles for breakfast seemed fitting. Jiang Shaoduo, hailing from a privileged background, had not learned to cook. It was only after being with Zhou Yufeng that she began to learn. This became a pretext for Zhou Yufeng's previous grievances against her. You, a woman, can't even cook. It's truly absurd that you were married. Such reproaches echoed in Zhou Yufeng's mind, and he shook his head helplessly. Hastening the preparation of the dough, the sun gradually bathed the street in light. It was still before 7 o'clock, and the road was predominantly filled with students clad in green uniforms. Lin Nan strode ahead, his short hair swaying rhythmically with each step. Lin Chang followed closely behind, pushing down his unruly hair. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of a bicycle bell rang behind them as a nimble bicycle whizzed past the siblings. Lin Chang, with keen eyes, recognized the brand, Yongjio. Impressive, he murmured, his gaze shifting as he quickened his pace to catch up with Lin Nan. Sister, may I share something with you? Upon hearing the term sister, Lin Nan instantly sensed trouble. She cast a dismissive glance at Lin Chang and strode forward, ignoring him entirely. Sister, if you manage to get into college this time, how about asking Dad to reward you with a Forever or Phoenix bicycle? Humph. Lin Nan let out a cold snort, bestowing him with a frosty glare. Well, at the very least, a Fige or a Jincher would suffice. Any bicycle will do. Sister, just think of the places you could go with me cycling alongside you. Lin Chang flashed a sycophantic smile and grabbed Lin Nan's arm. Lin Chang, could you refrain from indulging in such frivolous thoughts? Focus on the upcoming college entrance examination, and moreover, steer clear of mingling with scoundrels like Zhou Yufeng in the future. With a furrowed brow, Lin Nan finished her admonition and shook off Lin Chang's grasp, marching ahead with determination. TCH, Lin Chang pouted, casting a glance at the nearby arcade. After a brief pause and a pat on his empty pockets, he trailed behind Lin Nan once more. Chapter 9. The eggs are borrowed. But Aunt Wang is unaware. Jiang Shaoduo slowly opened her eyes, awakened by the gradually increasing chatter outside. Staring blankly at the ceiling for a moment, she seemed to recall something and abruptly sat up. Where is he? Why has Ti called me to prepare breakfast? After changing into a dark outfit, she prepared to step outside. As she reached the living room, the wooden door creaked open. Zhou Yufeng entered, carrying 2 bowls of noodles. And upon seeing Jiang Shaoduo standing there, he broke into a gentle smile. You're awake, Zhou Yufeng remarked cheerfully, placing the bowls on the coffee table. What are you dawdling for? Come and eat. As he spoke, he handed her a pair of chopsticks. Did you make this? Jiang Shaoduo asked incredulously. Accepting the chopsticks. Could he really cook? Yes, longevity noodles. Consider this a belated birthday celebration. Start with the egg. It's borrowed from Aunt Wang next door. But she is not aware yet. What? Confused, Jiang Shaoduo glanced into her bowl and indeed saw an egg floating atop the noodles, while Zhou Yufeng held the bowl without an egg, already slurping away. At this sight, Jiang Shaoduo's heart softened, causing her to momentarily forget the times Zhou Yufeng had been rough with her, revealing her innocent nature. Thank you, she whispered, tears brimming in her eyes. Sit down and eat before it gets cold. That would spoil the taste, Zhou Yufeng said with a smile, the sunlight casting a handsome glow on his face. Okay. Jiang Shaoduo nodded, taking a seat and sipping the warm broth. The comforting warmth enveloped her, a feeling she had never experienced in this little home before. Make sure to eat the egg first, and don't let Aunt Wang find out, Zhou Yufeng warned playfully, feigning a worried expression. Oh, Jiang Shaoduo panicked, glancing towards the door before quickly stuffing the entire egg into her mouth. She then mumbled, how can you steal Aunt Wang's egg? Pfft. Haha. Zhou Yufeng was amused by Jiang Shaoduo's innocent and timid demeanor, unconsciously reaching out to gently pat her dark hair, his gaze softening in a way he himself did not notice. I told you, it's just borrowed. We'll return it later, he explained. But, do we have any money? Jiang Shaoduo quietly remarked, remembering that the last 5 yuan had been given to Zhou Yuna. Of course we do. Look at this, Zhou Yufeng said, pulling a thick stack of money from beneath the sofa cushions, revealing dozens of 10 yuan bills. Where did you get all this money? Did you steal it? Jiang Shaoduo's once delicate features twisted in horror, her eyes widening and mouth agape. As I raised my gaze towards Zhou Yufeng, I discovered him merely smiling faintly. A sudden jolt coursed through my heart. This timid woman began to tremble, swallowing hard before hastily standing up and striding to the door to draw back the curtains. Why are you doing this? Jiang Shaoduo questioned, seated beside Zhou Yufeng, gripping his arm, her voice quivering slightly. In her heart, she had already concluded that Zhou Yufeng was the thief of that money. Enough of your wild imaginings. That money was requested by me from Hu Han. It is my parents' condolence fund, Zhou Yufeng replied with a calm demeanor. Condolence fund? Didn't the factory say that my parents' situation was due to operational errors? They even apprehended someone as an example. How could there be a condolence fund? Jiang Xiaoduo expressed her confusion, still doubting Zhou Yufeng's words. Therefore, I didn't ask the factory, but rather Hu Han, he explained. Hu Han provided it personally. But why would he give it to you? He gave me that money because he harbors a guilty conscience, fearing that I might cause a scene at the factory. In any case, he decided to hand over the money first, and we will settle the remaining accounts later, Zhou Yufeng stated, his tone deepening and his gaze sharpening. As Jiang Xiaoduo observed this man before her, an inexplicable sense of security surged within her. So, what do you intend to do? We will take it step by step. Beginning with gathering evidence. It might prove challenging, but there will undoubtedly be flaws. Hu Han lacks the capability and authority to execute everything flawlessly. For now, he has let his guard down, and we have acquired some funds, alleviating our immediate financial concerns. This is advantageous for us, Zhou Yufeng articulated clearly and methodically. Jiang Xiaoduo stared blankly at Zhou Yufeng, suddenly realizing how unfamiliar he seemed, even questioning whether he was truly Zhou Yufeng. Hence, she asked vacantly, "Are you really Zhou Yufeng?" Of course, in Jiang Xiaoduo's mind, despite such astonishment, it was merely a fleeting whimsy. After all, a living person sitting right here could hardly be a fabrication, could they? Oh, haha. Zhou Yufeng laughed, masking his current unease. He shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "What are you imagining? My wife has a mole on her backside. Is there anyone else who would know that?" In an instant, Jiang Xiaoduo's fair face flushed a noticeable crimson, and she turned away, avoiding Zhou Yufeng's gaze. Oh, the women of this era possess their unique charm. Zhou Yufeng mused inwardly as he reclined on the sofa. By the way, Xiaoduo, there is one more matter I would like to discuss with you. The word discuss sounded exceptionally pleasant to Jiang Xiaoduo's ears. What is it? She inquired softly. Isn't Yuna about to take her college entrance examination? I wish to give her 100 yuan so she can eat well each day. And I also want to bring my younger sister-in-law over so that Yuna can study without worries. All right. Jiang Xiaoduo nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. I received a total of 200 yuan, of which I allocated 100 to Yuna and exchanged the remaining 100 for some food and meat coupons. As I mentioned the 200 yuan, Zhou Yufeng placed the 300 he had into Jiang Xiaoduo's palm. You shall keep the rest of the money securely. Zhou Yufeng rose to his feet and walked towards the door. I will go see Yuna. Could you please wash the dishes? With a swift motion. Zhou Yufeng opened the wooden door and stepped outside. Ah, Aunt Wang, he exclaimed. Have you seen my eggs? Oh, I did see them. When you were away. I borrowed one. Borrowed? Who gave you permission to borrow? Isn't that a bit unscrupulous? Here, take this 20 cents for the egg. Oh dear, we're neighbors after all. Next time you need something, just come to Aunt Wang's house to fetch it. With a chuckle, Shin Xiaoduo in the room laughed, having just been worried about him, only to find that he had resolved the issue so effortlessly. Chapter 0010. Companions of ill repute in the courtyard below, children frolicked and played merrily. Some rolled iron hoops, while others lay on the ground winding a green tin frog. Nearby, older children engaged in a game of beanbags. Such a childhood experience, one might surmise, is foreign to most children in the year 2020. Yet, each era possesses its unique joys. As Zhou Yufeng ambled along, having just reached the first floor, he heard someone call his name. Yufeng. The voice belonged to Lu Naiqiang, a man who, in Zhou Yufeng's previous life, had been a companion of dubious character. Zhou Yufeng cast a sidelong glance at Lu Naiqiang, who was squatting on the steps. After a slight nod, he continued on his way, his demeanor somewhat aloof. He had no desire to engage with someone like Lu Naiqiang. That man was a paragon of vice, having led Zhou Yufeng into the treacherous world of gambling prior to his rebirth and had even swindled him out of money. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't seen you all day yesterday. Where were you? Lu Naiqiang rose from the steps and walked alongside Zhou Yufeng. Oh, just out with a few friends for a drink, Zhou Yufeng replied, quickening his pace. Drinking? You didn't invite me? That's rather inconsiderate, Lu Naiqiang retorted, a hint of displeasure in his tone. It was barely 2 liang of liquor, hardly enough to fill a tooth gap. What is the matter, Qiangzi? Do you need something? Zhou Yufeng chuckled, slightly slowing his pace to glance at Lu Naiqiang. Indeed, I have a rather promising venture, one that could yield some profit. Lu Naiqiang said earnestly, glancing around before placing his arm around Zhou Yufeng's shoulders and leaning in closer. There is a card game tonight with Qingguoda. You know him. He is not the sharpest tool in the shed. Why don't we team up and make some money off him? Qingguoda? Zhou Yufeng hesitated for a moment, before nodding after a few seconds. He was only vaguely familiar with Qingguoda, who was somewhat older, around 35, and the son of a retired leader from the Linshui steel plant, where he also worked. This information was significant to Zhou Yufeng. While Zhou Yufeng did not know much else about Qingguoda, the impression that stirred within him was sufficient motivation to seek an opportunity to become acquainted. All right, Jiangzi. I'll come to your house tonight, and we can go together. Great, it's settled then. Or perhaps I should come to your place. Lu Naiqiang grinned, conjuring the image of Jiang Xiaoduo in his mind, the embodiment of his every fantasy. A pang of discontent arose within him. Why should Zhou Yufeng, that coward, be married to such a beautiful woman? Let us skip that. I'll visit your place. I'm worried Xiaoduo might get upset if we go out tonight. Upset? Why should you care? Are you really that timid? Lu Naiqiang chuckled derisively, casting a mocking glance at Zhou Yufeng, anticipating an eruption of emotions. In the past, whenever he provoked Zhou Yufeng in such a manner, the latter would invariably unleash a torrent of invectives at Jiang Xiaoduo, subsequently succumbing to unreasonable demands from others, even leading a group of men to his home for a game of cards. Alas, it is indeed not as formidable as you, Brother Chang. Your wife dares not utter a word in your presence. Well then, it is settled. I shall visit you tonight, and perhaps your wife could prepare a bowl of congee for me. Zhou Yufeng replied languidly, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, adorned with a hint of self-mockery, as if Lu Naiqiang's words bore no weight. Huh? Lu Naiqiang sighed, sensing a subtle shift in Zhou Yufeng's demeanor. Brother Chang, I must take my leave. I need to check on Yu Zheng and Yu Na. I'll see you tonight. With that, Zhou Yufeng and Lu Naiqiang made their way to the street. Upon spotting a mule cart laden with licorice passing by, Zhou Yufeng hurriedly uttered a phrase before darting forward a few steps to discreetly take a seat at the back. Lu Naiqiang stood rooted to the spot, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the cart, momentarily lost in thought, before turning to walk in the opposite direction down the street. He intended to see if there were any card games near the theater. Lu Naiqiang had never engaged in anything legitimate, relying instead on cunning schemes to earn a meager living. After alighting from the cart midway, Zhou Yufeng first visited several households to exchange for food tickets, meat tickets, and the increasingly scarce tobacco and alcohol tickets. A trivial matter would lead Zhou Yufeng to ponder extensively, a trait that had propelled him to the position of CEO in his previous life. Contemplating how to cultivate a closer rapport with Qingguoda for their meeting that evening, Zhou Yufeng was already deep in thought. The dynamics of male relationships, to put it plainly, are rather straightforward. They often begin with camaraderie through shared indulgences in food and drink, which is the most effective means of fostering intimacy. After securing the necessary tickets, Zhou Yufeng hastened back to his former residence. Since marrying Jiang Xiaoduo 2 years prior, he had relocated to a rented room in a mixed courtyard, where he lived with her. It had been several months since his parents' unfortunate incident, and since then, Zhou Yufeng had avoided returning home, grappling with the unsettling thought of why such calamity could not have waited until he had secured a stable job. Reflecting on these matters, Zhou Yufeng shook his head in disbelief, a bitter smile creeping across his face, wishing he could slap himself awake. Soon, he arrived at an old courtyard, comprised of 2-story buildings constructed from red bricks. Zhou Yufeng resided in one of the second-floor rooms. Zhou Yuzhen was in elementary school, and Zhou Yuyue was a high school sophomore. They were both on vacation, leaving only the impending seniors preparing for their college entrance examinations at school. As noon approached, Zhou Yuna was also about to finish her classes. Zhou Yuzhen and Zhou Yuyue were undoubtedly at home now. Zhou Yufeng quickly ascended the stairs to the second floor and rapped on the wooden door, clad in tin. Before long, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Who is it? Zhou Yuzhen called out symbolically as he opened the door, peeking out with his round little head. Upon seeing Zhou Yufeng, Zhou Yuzhen was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a sheepish grin, he dashed back into the house. The door remained ajar, as Zhou Yuzhen did not bother to close it. Second sister, is eldest brother here? He inquired. Huh? Zhou Yuyue, who was kneading dough at the counter, frowned as she glanced at Zhou Yuzhen, having not quite caught what he had just exclaimed. Second sister. Eldest brother is here, Zhou Yuzhen reiterated eagerly, rushing to her side. What? Who has arrived, Zhou Yufeng? Zhou Yuyue's brows furrowed deeply, addressing Zhou Yufeng by name, which clearly indicated her lack of respect for him. What is he here for? Zhou Yuyue called out again, just as Zhou Yufeng had entered the living room. Chapter 11. 4 bowls of noodles, The last straw that broke her. Zhou Yu. This afternoon, my brother ate here. Zhou Yufeng said with a smile as he entered the small kitchen, affectionately ruffling Zhou Yuzheng's little head a few times. Zhou Yuzheng looked up at Zhou Yufeng for a moment before quickly lowering his head again. Zhou Yu kneaded the dough with increasing intensity, her breaths visibly growing heavier. And she did not turn to acknowledge Zhou Yufeng, as if he were a mere figment of her imagination. Zhou Yu, come, take a break, let me handle it. Zhou Yufeng said, patting her shoulder as he rolled up his sleeves and slammed the pork he had bought onto the table with a thud. Meat, Zhou Yuzheng exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he pointed at the pork. Zhou Yu shot an annoyed glance at Zhou Yuzheng, but continued kneading the dough, refusing to yield her space for Zhou Yufeng to cook. Zhou Yufeng asked gently once more. No need. Zhou Yu reacted as if shocked, instantly recoiling the moment Zhou Yufeng touched her again, shouting at him, what are you doing here? Are you planning to move things from the house again? Open your eyes and look closely. Is there anything left for you to move? Her emotions surged, spitting words that splattered onto Zhou Yufeng's face. And tears shimmered in her eyes as she finished her outburst. Zhou Yufeng stood there, not angry, but at a loss for how to comfort his sister. Once a quiet girl, her transformation must have stemmed from deep wounds inflicted by Zhou Yufeng himself. Reaching out, Zhou Yufeng gently stroked her dark hair, speaking softly. Let me cook. You and Yuzheng should go sit outside for a while. He pulled the cutting board towards himself and began to knead the dough with practiced ease. Entirely unlike a novice, Zhou Yu stood there, somewhat taken aback. Could he really cook? After a brief moment of astonishment, she took Zhou Yuzheng's hand and led him out of the small kitchen, deciding to wait for their elder sister to return to discuss matters. The siblings sat in the living room. Occasionally, Zhou Yuzheng would peek his little head into the kitchen. Before long, the sound of frying meat filled the air, and Zhou Yuzheng's head craned forward even more, smacking his lips in anticipation. Sit properly. Zhou Yu tugged at his arm and whispered a reprimand. Oh. Zhou Yuzheng obediently nodded and lowered his head. After about 10 minutes, a knock echoed from outside, signaling the return of Zhou Yuna. Zhou Yuzheng darted to the iron gate, getting there before Zhou Yu and hurriedly opened it. Sister, they chorused in unison. What happened to you two? Zhou Yuna asked curiously as she stepped inside. Setting down her slung cloth bag and stretching her neck, her eyes slightly darkened, revealing signs of fatigue. Is he here? Zhou Yu inquired with a frown, speaking softly. Who's here? Zhou Yufeng. What does he want? Where is he? Upon hearing the name Zhou Yufeng, Zhou Yuna immediately furrowed her brow, while Zhou Yue pointed towards the kitchen. With a sullen expression, Zhou Yuna made her way over. Just as Zhou Yufeng emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of stir-fried pork. Yuna, you're back, Zhou Yufeng said with a smile, placing the dish on the small wooden table. What brings you here? Zhou Yuna coldly questioned, her tone frosty, as Zhou Yufeng's transformation that afternoon seemed futile. I came to discuss something with you. Let us eat first. What is it? Zhou Yuna interrupted sharply, her displeasure evident as she fixed her gaze on him. We can talk about it later. For now, let us have dinner. Today, I'm treating you to something special, Zhou Yufeng replied with a dismissive smile, turning back towards the kitchen. Yuzheng, come in and help your brother with the dishes. Zhou Yuzheng glanced at Zhou Yuna, and seeing her silence, he dashed into the kitchen. Brother, he whispered, edging closer to Zhou Yufeng and tugging at his sleeve. Hee, Zhou Yufeng chuckled softly, ruffling his little brother's hair. I bought you candied hawthorn today. MHM. Zhou Yuzheng nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a pestle. As he prepared the dough, Zhou Yufeng added more flour. And soon he emerged carrying 4 large bowls of white noodles. Zhou Yufeng understood that the small amount of dough Zhou Yue had prepared earlier was hardly sufficient for 4 people, even for just Zhou Yuna and her companions. It would fall short. He knew well that Zhou Yuna was frugal, almost to the point of splitting a penny in half. With such an unreliable brother, could they expect him to continue providing for the family if they depleted their funds? Zhou Yuna had originally intended to economize with Yue and Yuzheng, making the 5 yuan stretch until her college entrance exams were over, at which point she could take on odd jobs to earn some money. However, now there were 4 overflowing bowls of noodles. Zhou Yuna exclaimed, hastily entering the kitchen, where half of the flour had already been used. After a moment of silence, the sound of sobbing filled the air. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Zhou Yuna staggered out, tears streaming down her cheeks. The prolonged struggle had left the girl not only physically exhausted, but also on the brink of a mental breakdown. Those 4 bowls of noodles had become the final straw that broke her spirit. The sobs grew louder as she looked at Zhou Yufeng, collapsing onto the floor like a helpless child, crying out in despair. Zhou Yuzheng, who had been standing close to Zhou Yufeng, quietly distanced himself, gravitating towards his sister and pouting as he fought back tears. Zhou Yuyue also reddened around the eyes, crouching beside Zhou Yuna and embracing her sister with heartfelt sympathy. In an instant, the room was filled with cries. Soon, the sound of shuffling footsteps could be heard outside, and shadows fell through the window. Zhou Yufeng hurried to the door, sweeping the curtain closed with a swift motion. Upon catching sight of Zhou Yufeng, the figure stationed at his doorstep swiftly retreated to the side of the corridor. Turning around, Zhou Yufeng approached Zhou Yuna. Feeling a twinge of pain in his heart for his understanding sister, who had truly endured much during this time. I must aid you in escaping this predicament before my departure. All right, do not weep any longer. Allow me to speak to you, dear sister. Zhou Yufeng murmured softly, wishing to console her. Yet, the moment his hand grazed her shoulder, Zhou Yuna erupted like a tempest. Do not touch me. Zhou Yufeng, why did you ruin so much of my flower? Why? As she screamed, her body trembled violently. Chapter 12. A thaw in relations. Yuna, listen to me. You need not worry about these matters any longer. I am here for you, Zhou Yufeng said, squatting beside Zhou Yuna, his voice steady and comforting. Here for you? Zhou Yuna's eyes widened in disbelief, her brother's words filling her with revulsion. She then erupted. What else can you do besides moving things around the house, playing cards, and bullying my sister-in-law? Zhou Yufeng recoiled slightly, startled by his elder sister's fury. He had never witnessed Zhou Yuna so enraged. At that moment, Zhou Yuna saw no glimmer of hope for her future, pondering how she would sustain herself in the days to come. Come now, Yuna, it's merely some flour. I have money, please stop crying. With that, Zhou Yufeng hastily fished out a bundle of 10 bills from his pocket and placed them in Zhou Yuna's hands. $10? Zhou Yufeng exclaimed, his little mouth agape, staring at Zhou Yuna in astonishment. Zhou Yuyue was momentarily taken aback, glancing nervously at Zhou Yufeng, unable to believe where he had procured that stack of cash and why he had come specifically to deliver it. Zhou Yuna paused briefly, then clutched the money tightly in her hand, her sobs gradually subsiding as she looked up at Zhou Yufeng with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. Let us eat first. The noodles will go cold. We can talk while we dine. Zhou Yufeng gently tugged on Zhou Yuna's arm, lifting her up. This time, she did not react with hostility. Settling on a small stool, Zhou Yufeng picked up his chopsticks and began to stir the noodles before slurping them up. Zhou Yufeng gazed intently at the plate of pork, saliva pooling in his mouth, ready to spill at any moment. After a brief while, Zhou Yuna remained standing, immobile, though she had ceased crying, occasionally swallowing softly. Zhou Yufeng swallowed hard, casting a pitiful glance at Zhou Yuna. Come on, sit down and eat. I have more to discuss with you both. Zhou Yufeng said with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuna finally took a seat on the stool and picked up her chopsticks. Observing this, Zhou Yufeng quickly moved his small stool closer, grasped his chopsticks, and picked up a piece of stir-fried pork. He paused momentarily before placing the meat into Zhou Yuna's bowl, then swiftly grabbed another piece and brought it to his mouth. Hiki. Zhou Yufeng chuckled softly, lifting the meat platter to serve Zhou Yuna and her siblings more pork. Make sure to eat plenty of meat, especially you, Yuna. With the pressure of the college entrance examination, you must replenish your energy. Zhou Yufeng ensured that his siblings had their fill of meat, leaving only a little oil in his own bowl. Brother, you should have a piece of meat too. When he called out to his brother, Zhou Yufeng cautiously glanced at Zhou Yuna, lifting the largest piece of meat from his bowl and offering it to Zhou Yufeng. It's fine, little Zhen. You enjoy it. I had enough meat with your sister-in-law yesterday, and this is what remains. Zhou Yufeng lifted the bowl, uttering a brief remark before slurping the noodles voraciously. Well, all right. Zhou Yufeng nodded, bringing a piece of meat to his mouth, devouring it heartily. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuna joined in, relishing the meal. They had not enjoyed a satisfying meal in quite some time, let alone such delectable pork and white noodles. Observing his younger siblings indulging in their food, Zhou Yufeng felt a profound sense of reassurance, akin to that of a parent watching their child finish a bowl of noodles, content in the knowledge that they were no longer hungry. Before long, Zhou Yuna and the others had polished off their bowls, looking up at Zhou Yufeng with anticipation. Oh, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. Zhou Yufeng smiled, glancing at the three siblings as he spoke. Yuna, since your college entrance examinations are approaching, I intend to have Xiaoye and Xiaozheng come stay with me, so you can focus on your studies. The 100 yuan I just gave you, don't be frugal with it. Eat whatever you like. You must ensure you're well-nourished to face the exams. Where did you get the money? Zhou Yuna furrowed her brow, concerned that her elder brother might have engaged in some illicit activity. I got it from Hu Han. Hu Han. Both Zhou Yuna and Zhou Yuyue echoed in disbelief, their expressions revealing skepticism. Come here. Zhou Yufeng lowered himself and waved his hand, speaking in hushed tones. Zhou Yuyue and Zhou Yuna leaned in closer, while Zhou Yuzheng sat up straight, his big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Xiaozheng, go to the back room, Zhou Yufeng instructed loudly. Oh. Zhou Yuzheng promptly stood and headed towards the inner room. Being a child, Zhou Yufeng was concerned he might inadvertently reveal something sensitive. Once Xiaozheng was inside, Zhou Yufeng leaned in again, speaking in a barely audible whisper. Our parents' deaths were not merely due to operational mishaps. They are significantly tied to Hu Han. I suspect he has major safety issues regarding the equipment he acquired for the steel plant. That old dog insisted it was negligence on our parents' part to avoid scrutiny of the equipment. Hearing this, Zhou Yuna and Zhou Yuyue's eyes filled with tears. So that's why he never reported the work-related injuries for mom and dad. When I mentioned it during my last visit, he went crazy. It seems he has a guilty conscience, Zhou Yuna murmured, her tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked up at Zhou Yufeng. Xiaona, this is precisely what I wanted to discuss. For the time being, you must refrain from seeking out Hu Han. As for what I just mentioned, both of you must keep it to yourselves. Be patient while I gather evidence. Evidence? Zhou Yuna sighed, her attitude toward Zhou Yufeng shifting slightly. Yes, he must have receipts for the equipment purchases. If we can find those and contact the suppliers, we can certainly bring that old dog to justice. In summary, Xiaona and Xiaoya, do not dwell on these matters any further. I shall take it upon myself to resolve them and restore justice for our parents. It is imperative that you refrain from seeking out Hu Han during this period, allowing him to lower his guard, which will facilitate my investigation. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yuna slowly nodded her head, feeling inexplicably that Zhou Yufeng seemed transformed, instilling within her a sense of security. Then let Xiaozheng and Xiaoyu accompany me home this afternoon. Zhou Yufeng straightened his posture, his voice returning to its usual tone. No need. Zhou Yuyue promptly waved her hand in refusal. Xiaozheng and I are already on break. We can still help our sister with cooking. If we go over, it will only mean that our sister has to cook alone, which is a waste of time. Well, all right, since that's the case, I shall take my leave. Zhou Yufeng conceded. Recognizing the validity of Zhou Yuyue's reasoning, he refrained from insisting further and stood up to head toward the door. Zhou Yuna slightly parted her lips, but the words she intended to speak were swallowed back down. Chapter 0013. Encounter and insult. At that moment, Zhou Yufeng paused as he pulled open the iron gate, retrieving 50 cents from his pocket and placing it on the windowsill. This sum was intended for the mischievous Xiaozheng to buy candied hawthorn. Yuna, focus on your college entrance examination. As long as you succeed, your tuition fees will be the least of your worries. With that, Zhou Yufeng stepped through the door, determined to rectify his parents' past grievances. The compensation he sought would suffice to ensure Yuna's smooth journey through university. Ultimately, he knew that leaving this place was imperative. Wandering aimlessly, Zhou Yufeng contemplated the matters concerning Hu Han, reflecting on the memories from his previous life and recalling each individual he had encountered at the steel factory to assess their potential assistance regarding Hu Han's situation. Gradually, he arrived at the heart of the small market, where broad streets teemed with vendors peddling their wares. In this era, the policies from above were still in flux, and the level of openness was worlds apart from the present day. Thus, many street vendors were selling fruits such as melons, watermelons, and apples. On a scorching summer day, indulging in such delights was indeed refreshing. On one side of the road, a long flight of steps led to the only cinema in Linzhou City, surrounded by a circle of iron railings to prevent ticketless individuals from sneaking in during showtimes. Beneath the steps, Zhou Yufeng noticed a vendor pushing a bicycle with a foam box strapped to the back, the words ice cream written in red on the white box. Boss, may I have an ice pop? Zhou Yufeng approached the vendor, speaking loudly. Certainly. The vendor wiped the sweat from his forehead, grinning broadly before asking. Would you like it with cream? No, just the ice pop will suffice. All right then. The vendor nodded, opening a small gap in the foam box, swiftly retrieving an ice pop before sealing it shut again, eager to preserve the chill. Here you go, 20 cents. After paying, Zhou Yufeng squatted on the steps, savoring the ice pop. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings filled him with a sense of novelty, leading him to appreciate the peculiarities of life in this era. Before long, a commotion erupted at the cinema entrance as the film concluded, and the audience began to exit. In a small city like Linzhou, nighttime entertainment was virtually non-existent, and all leisure activities were concentrated during the day. Therefore, Despite the heat of the afternoon, it was the perfect time for the youth to stroll about, particularly to the cinema, which was quite the fashionable pastime. However, a 1 yuan ticket was only affordable for those from relatively well-off families. Casting a glance at the departing crowd, Zhou Yufeng turned back, continuing to enjoy his ice pop while observing two elderly gentlemen engaged in a game of chess beside him. Unfortunately, their skills were rather lacking, as they repeatedly opted to capture each other's pieces instead of checkmating their opponent. With each misstep, Zhou Yufeng would furrow his brow, shake his head, and chew on a wooden stick, embodying the quintessential image of an unemployed youth. Suddenly, a group of people halted beside him, and a familiar voice called out, "Yufeng." Zhou Yufeng turned to see a group standing at the foot of the steps, clutching remnants of movie tickets, clearly just emerging from a film screening. The one calling his name was a stout fellow, and among the group were his classmates from high school, including Hu Xiaoshan. Naturally, they were all aware of the matters between Hu Xiaoshan's family and Zhou Yufeng's. "Fu Dahai, long time no see," Zhou Yufeng greeted with a smile, brushing off the dust from his trousers. During high school, he and Fu Dahai had shared a close bond, sitting together for 2 years. "Hello, everyone." Zhou Yufeng waved to the classmates behind Fu Dahai. Apart from Hu Xiaoshan, the group consisted of 3 girls and 1 boy, seemingly paired off, though their relationship status remained unclear. Initially, the classmates paid little attention to Zhou Yufeng, glancing at him before diverting their gaze. However, a girl who had never spoken to him during school waved and greeted him. "Zhou Yufeng, hello." The girl, wearing glasses and a white blouse, sported a brand new pair of jeans, remarkable given the price of such jeans at the time, around 100 yuan, surpassing a laborer's monthly wage. Her name was Shinziren. Zhou Yufeng recalled, nodding and smiling at her. Upon closer inspection, he found Shinziren to be exceptionally delicate, with a straight nose and a charming little mouth resembling that of a doll. In this era, Shinziren was a rather unique name. She was among the few female classmates who had been accepted into university, and it was rumored that her father had traveled abroad and owned several properties in the big city, indicating a rather privileged background. Zhou Yufeng's unabashed gaze made Shinziren somewhat uncomfortable, but she managed a polite smile before turning away. "Yufeng, are you out of your mind? What are you staring at?" Hu Xiaoshan scolded with a frown, striding up to Zhou Yufeng, grabbing his collar, and forcefully pulling him down from the steps. "Xiaoshan, what are you doing? This is unnecessary." Fu Dahai quickly intervened, positioning himself between Hu Xiaoshan and Zhou Yufeng. "Fatty, get up. This is none of your business. I won't let this coward off for acting lewdly in front of Ziren." Hu Xiaoshan exclaimed, agitated. After shoving Fu Dahai aside, he delivered a kick to Zhou Yufeng's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. "You scoundrel. Ziren is my good friend. Try pulling such a stunt again, and see what happens." Hu Xiaoshan continued to berate Zhou Yufeng, still unsatisfied. At that moment, Fu Dahai firmly embraced Hu Xiaoshan, creating a distance between him and Zhou Yufeng. Tian Liang, Hu Xiaoshan's loyal sidekick, stepped forward to stand beside him, wearing a mocking expression as he gazed at Zhou Yufeng, sarcastically remarking, "What a worthless piece of trash. Even after getting married, he still harbors ill intentions. I wonder how our classmate Jiang Xiaoduo could possibly be enamored with this scoundrel. Who knows? Perhaps Jiang Xiaoduo has a penchant for such ruffians," interjected a woman clad in a floral blouse, a smirk playing at her lips. Her name was Lu Man, also a high school classmate of Zhou Yufeng. Zhang Zirwei clasped her hands anxiously, her expression laced with concern as she observed Zhou Yufeng. Back in school, she had sat in front of him and maintained a good rapport with both him and Fu Dahai. Upon hearing the derision aimed at Jiang Xiaoduo, Zhou Yufeng's gaze turned icy, and he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 0014. The cowardly man's self-restraint is imperative. One must not succumb to impulse. Zhou Yufeng sat on the ground, his head bowed low, continuously admonishing himself. He was determined to reveal his most timid side to Hu Xiaoshan. Only in doing so could they genuinely lower their guard around him. Hu Xiaoshan was slight of build, and Zhou Yufeng was confident that with just 2 punches, he could bring him to the ground. Yet, what would follow? Would it provoke Hu Han to regard him with renewed caution? Uncertainty dissuaded Zhou Yufeng from taking action. Although the humiliation was unbearable, it had not caused any tangible harm to his family. Thus, he resolved to remember and repay the indignity in due time. That woman, Lu Man, who had just spoken so insolently, would hopefully recall the reason for her comeuppance when the time came. Zhou Yufeng exhaled deeply, still seated with his head lowered, concealing his expression from others. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, revealing a smile that seemed forced. His tightly clenched fists had relaxed. Are you all right, Yufeng? Fu Dehai inquired with concern. He knew Zhou Yufeng well and sensed that his demeanor was peculiar, particularly that unsettling smile. Zhou Yufeng gently shook his head to indicate he was fine, then turned his gaze to Hu Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. I meant no offense. Given the close friendship between Xiaoduo and Shenziren, how could I act inappropriately before my wife's friend? As he spoke, Zhou Yufeng's body trembled slightly. Enough, Hu Xiaoshan. We are classmates. There is no need for animosity. Let us depart. Shenziren interjected, her brow furrowed. Zhou Yufeng's earlier remarks had left her unsettled. Did this man only know how to hide behind women, even mentioning Jiang Xiaoduo at such a moment? Indeed, Hu Xiaoshan nodded, then turned to Zhou Yufeng. His brow furrowing further, his gaze menacing. He pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Yufeng, exclaiming, Listen here, Zhou Yufeng, stop dragging classmates into your conversations. Yesterday, when you came to my home begging for money, you were like a dog, and you had the audacity to mention friendship with my father. You truly are despicable. Hey? Xiaoshan, what money did he ask for at your house? Lu Mianmian interjected, intrigued, stepping forward with an affected tone. Humph, Hu Xiaoshan scoffed. A derisive grin spreading across his face. When the Linshui steel factory refused to provide him with consolation funds, he came to my home begging for scraps, claiming we were classmates and pleading for pity. In the end, my father, moved by his plight, gave him 500 as consolation from the factory. 500. Such a sum. To think he had the gall to ask for consolation after his own blunder, utterly shameless. Lu Mianmian glared at Zhou Yufeng, her expression one of disdain. Hu Bo is indeed generous, but upon reflection, it is to be expected. Hu Bo is far too kind-hearted. Tian Liang flattered as he sidled up to Hu Xiaoshan. Chose not to elaborate further, turning away and dismissing Zhou Yufeng with indifference. Her thoughts shifted to Jiang Xiaoduo. Filled with concern for her foolish choice in a man like Zhou Yufeng, the words of Hu Xiaoshan seemed to wash over Zhou Yufeng, who maintained an air of calm amusement. It was only after a few more unkind remarks that Zhou Yufeng turned to Fu Dehai and nonchalantly remarked, Dehai, I'm leaving. See you. With a light wave of his hand, he strode away, embodying a remarkable cowardice. As she observed Zhou Yufeng's retreating figure, Shenziren shook her head gently, her disdain for the man already taking root in her heart. Moving swiftly, Zhou Yufeng entered a narrow alley. Pausing to catch his breath as he stood there for a considerable time, only regaining his composure before emerging and heading towards the marketplace. After purchasing some meat and flour, he returned to the entrance of the mixed courtyard at 4 in the afternoon, coincidentally encountering Jiang Xiaoduo. Noticing the 2 bags in her hands, one containing half a watermelon and the other several steamed buns, he could see remnants of ice cream at the corner of her mouth. Likely from a recent treat. Did you go to the marketplace? I just returned from there myself, Zhou Yufeng said softly as he approached her, glancing at her purchases. Yes, I did, Jiang Xiaoduo replied, nodding, but her gaze fell shyly to the ground after a brief glance at Zhou Yufeng. The items she bought were hardly substantial. More akin to snacks. Those 2 meat buns could have purchased a considerable amount of flour, and she had just indulged in ice cream. As this thought crossed her mind, she anxiously licked her lips, discovering a trace of cream remaining. A wave of worry washed over her. Would he scold her? In Zhou Yufeng's eyes, Jiang Xiaoduo's innocent act of licking her lips made her appear charmingly childlike. Without thinking, he reached out to tousle her long hair. Let me carry that for you. Are you tired? He offered with a smile, taking the bags from her hands. No, I'm not tired, she replied softly. Gazing up at him with a dazed expression, her lips pouting adorably, exuding an innate sense of innocence. Why are you staring blankly? Let us head home, Zhou Yufeng chuckled, leading the way. Okay, Jiang Xiaoduo responded with a nod, clasping her hands behind her back and skipping to follow him. Reminiscent of their school days when he would fetch water and carry the 2 thermoses ahead of her. As the warm glow of the setting sun enveloped them, it cast long shadows, creating a comforting atmosphere. By 7 o'clock, twilight began to settle outside, and the children in the courtyard had already started their raucous play. After assigning the dishwashing duty to Jiang Xiaoduo, Zhou Yufeng descended to find Lu Naiqiang, as they were to meet Chen Guoda later that evening. Upon reaching the first floor, he could hear the commotion from Chen Naiqiang's home, accompanied by the cries of a boy, an utter chaos indeed. With a hint of hesitation, Zhou Yufeng ultimately rapped gently on the door. Before long, the wooden door swung open, revealing Lu Naiqiang, whose chest bore a conspicuous scratch. Brother Chong, Zhou Yufeng greeted with a smile. Let us hurry. Furrowing his brow, Chen Naiqiang replied tersely and stepped through the door, leading the way outside. Better to perish out there. A disheveled woman burst forth from the house, hurling invectives at Zhou Yufeng's direction. Sister-in-law, I'll go fetch Naichang back. What's wrong with my elder brother? Zhou Yufeng quickly uttered before slipping away. You're no saint either. Wang Shirong unleashed her ire upon Zhou Yufeng, offering him no quarter. As the echoes of their scorn reverberated throughout the courtyard. Chapter 15. What a coincidence. You didn't bring any money either. Brother Chang, wait for me a moment. Zhou Yufeng called out and quickly caught up with Lu Naiqiang. What's wrong? Did you argue with your wife? That woman has gone mad again. Damn. She's so nagging every day. It's incredibly annoying. Lu Naiqiang frowned and cursed, casting an impatient glance towards the courtyard. He had lost some money at the theater earlier that morning, and now he was acting like a lunatic. Truly a fool. In poker, there are wins and losses. What's her problem? Zhou Yufeng followed closely behind Lu Naiqiang, listening to his incessant complaints without interjecting. In a previous life, a man like Lu Naiqiang would have been someone Zhou Yufeng would not even have wanted to glance at, let alone be with. He was 30 years old, unemployed, and relied solely on his wife's meager income. What a waste of space. However, it seemed his current persona was rather similar. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yufeng couldn't help but break into a grin. Yufeng, what are you laughing about? Lu Naiqiang shot him a sideways glance, still frowning, harboring resentment towards Wang Shirong. Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking about how happy I'll be to make some money with you soon, Brother Chang. Zhou Yufeng draped his arm over Lu Naiqiang's shoulder, speaking in a somewhat ingratiating tone. Hey. Upon hearing this, Lu Naiqiang's eyes brightened. Yufeng, this time I'll treat you to a feast. As he spoke, Lu Naiqiang reciprocated the gesture, putting his arm around Zhou Yufeng's shoulder, boasting animatedly. The two of them looked rather like the children playing in the yard. Chen Guoda. You know little of him. He is easily swayed. We'll employ a strategy, let him win some money first. And when he gets overly excited after walking for a full hour, they arrived at a rustic farmhouse, and Lu Naiqiang continued to boast, clearly quite enthralled by his own words. By the way, Brother Chang, how much money are you bringing? Zhou Yufeng inquired. Knowing that since they intended to deliberately lose to Chen Guoda, they couldn't afford to bring too little. As for me, my wife hasn't received her salary this month. It won't be paid until the 10th. You see, I'll borrow a bit from you. And once we win some money, I'll pay you back. Lu Naiqiang rubbed his hands together, chuckling. Zhou Yufeng furrowed his brow slightly. This scene felt eerily familiar. By the way, Brother Chang, I remember you still owe me $3 from last time. I haven't paid you back. Yufeng, why worry about such small change? This time, if we win, I'll settle it all in one go. Lu Naiqiang said earnestly, his brows raised, giving him an inherently humorous air. No, Brother Chang. Wait a moment. Haha. Zhou Yufeng was amused by Lu Naiqiang's demeanor, suppressing laughter and shaking slightly. The point isn't about whether I can lend you money. I don't have any. I only have a single dollar to my name. Saying this, Zhou Yufeng pulled out a crumpled dollar bill from his pocket. No way. You came out to play cards with just this amount? Lu Naiqiang asked, somewhat displeased, bending down to reach into Zhou Yufeng's pocket. In this era, some underwear still possess a pocket, and Zhou Yufeng had long anticipated Chen Naiqiang's little trick, thus he concealed the money there. However, it felt somewhat awkward. But you haven't brought any money, have you? Zhou Yufeng scoffed. Recalling Lu Naiqiang's previous remarks, Zhou Yufeng began to harbor some doubts, suspecting that Lu was deliberately losing. Waiting for Chen Guoda to become overzealous and win back his money. Was he attempting to swindle him? After patting his pockets several times without finding any money, Lu Naiqiang stood there with a furrowed brow, silent as if pondering some dilemma. Zhou Yufeng felt quite at ease if he couldn't become acquainted with Chen Guoda this time. He had other plans regarding his parents' matters, though the Chen Guoda connection had taken him by surprise. Besides, he was yet to ascertain the specific circumstances. That won't he do? Brother Chang, let us postpone this and head back for now, Zhou Yufeng said, testing the waters as he feigned a departure. Hey, why leave when you've come all this way? Lu Naiqiang abruptly grasped Zhou Yufeng's arm, speaking hurriedly. So, Brother Chang, do you have a solution? I have 20. I can lend you 10 first. As he spoke, Lu Naiqiang displayed a countenance akin to constipation, bending down to produce 2 damp 10 yuan notes from his sock. You sly old rascal. Zhou Yufeng furrowed his brow, inwardly cursing Lu Naiqiang. Wait a moment, is this fellow really going to hand me 10 yuan? Here, take this. Lu Naiqiang promptly extracted 10 yuan and offered it to Zhou Yufeng, adding, this money is Wang Shirong's salary, which I filched, and I need to return it to my wife, so we'll settle your 3 yuan debt later. Fine. Suit yourself. Zhou Yufeng pinched the money between his fingers, and an overwhelming odor immediately wafted up. After fanning the air a few times, he let his hand drop. Zhou Yufeng had no expectations of reclaiming the debts owed by Lu Naiqiang and his companions. He deemed it a waste of breath, preferring instead to relax and watch some television. Well then, let us go, Lu Naiqiang chuckled. Upon reaching the entrance of the farmhouse courtyard, he knocked vigorously on the iron gate. Just as the sound echoed, a cacophony of barking erupted from within the courtyard, indicating a rather sizable dog. Soon, a rustling sound emanated from the iron gate, and with a creak, a man with a square face peered out. Xiangzi, you're here. This man was Chen Guoda, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, nodding and smiling at Zhou Yufeng and Lu Naiqiang. Is this Yufeng? Yes, it's me, Brother Chen. Long time no see. Zhou Yufeng nodded with a smile. Come on in then. Chen Guoda swung open the iron gate, and as Zhou Yufeng and Lu Naiqiang stepped inside, a scruffy dog lunged forward like a mad creature, its chain clanging loudly. Enough barking. Chen Guoda bent down, picked up a stone, and threw it with force, striking the dog squarely on the head. With a low growl of discontent, it swiftly tucked its tail and burrowed into the doghouse. Following Chen Guoda into the abode, they discovered that the place was devoid of electric lighting. In the dimly lit room, a small table rested upon the Kong, topped with a kerosene lamp that flickered with a feeble glow. Brother Chen, why venture so far just to play cards? Lu Naiqiang inquired, his brow furrowed. I came here to assist my grandfather in gathering some fruits, so I thought I'd inform you of my whereabouts. It's quite the ordeal, and tomorrow promises to be yet another exhausting day. Chen Guodao replied with a hint of exasperation as he removed his shoes and took a seat on the Kong. Fair enough. I was wondering why the trek was necessary, Lu Naiqiang remarked, also slipping off his shoes to join him on the Kong. Zhou Yufeng did not hesitate either. Once Lu Naiqiang settled in, he too removed his shoes and took a seat, albeit positioned directly opposite Lu Naiqiang, whose feet exuded an unmistakable odor. Chapter 16. Playing cards. By the way, Brother Chen, I've heard there's a new way to play. Teach us how to play, so we can learn from the styles of the big cities. Lu Naiqiang skillfully shuffled a deck of cards a few times before placing them in front of Chen Guoda, a smile illuminating his face. Haha, sounds good. Chen Guoda chuckled, picked up the cards, shuffled them again, and then turned them face up, beginning to explain the rules of the new game. Lu Naiqiang listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions, demonstrating a notable seriousness, which, to Zhou Yufeng, appeared somewhat contrived. These two must be working together to swindle my money, he thought, slightly furrowing his brow, yet still paying close attention to Chen Guoda's explanation of the rules. Gradually, Zhou Yufeng started to find the new rules exceptionally familiar. When Chen Guoda mentioned 3 with 2, 3 with 1, and 4 with 2, a look of realization crossed Zhou Yufeng's face. Isn't this just Odiju? After Chen Guoda meticulously finished explaining, he noticed Zhou Yufeng had been silent and asked, Yufeng, do you understand this new way of playing? Yes, I understand, Zhou Yufeng replied with a nod, shrugging his shoulders. Shall we begin? If these two aren't employing any cheating tactics, Zhou Yufeng felt confident he could easily win against them. He had played Dou extensively in his past life and had an excellent memory, allowing him to recall the cards played with clarity. All right, let us get started. I didn't expect you to be such a straightforward person, Chen Guoda said, distributing the cards with a cheerful demeanor. Of course, you should see who brought me here. My character is beyond reproach, and I would never renege on a debt, Lu Naiqiang remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Zhou Yufeng. With a card face up, Chen Guoda received the landlord card, and without a moment's hesitation, he flipped it over. Brother Chen is quite decisive. Lu Naiqiang praised him with a thumbs up, beaming with admiration. Oh, my hand isn't that great. Normally, I wouldn't take it, but since we're all brothers, losing to you is of no concern. It's all for fun, Lu Naiqiang said, playing a 3. Zhou Yufeng also had a strong hand, with a small king and 2 2s. After seeing Lu Naiqiang play a 3, he drew a 10, making it easier to play the remaining cards. Lu Naiqiang played a notably large card. Zhou Yufeng frowned slightly, contemplating before quickly responding, pass. Following this, Lu Naiqiang played a small pair, and while Zhou Yufeng refrained from playing, Chen Guoda responded with a minor double. To Zhou Yufeng's surprise, Lu Naiqiang then passed again. It was evident that the two were colluding to deceive him. Their tactics were glaringly apparent, as they clearly underestimated Zhou Yufeng's intelligence. The most repugnant moment arrived when, at the very end, Zhou Yufeng was left with a solitary card, and Lu Naiqiang, wielding a powerful hand, decisively suppressed Zhou Yufeng, subsequently orchestrating a double play that successfully eliminated Qin Guoda. Alas, I misspoke. With a sigh, Lu Naiqiang observed Zhou Yufeng with exaggerated expressions as Qin Guoda arranged his cards. Zhou Yufeng contemplated delivering a slap to Lu Naiqiang. Realizing that the latter's previous remarks were mere nonsense, how could one possibly provoke the opponent in a game of landlord? It was simply an attempt to ensnare oneself. In the subsequent 3 rounds, by sheer coincidence, Qin Guoda emerged as the landlord each time, winning all but without triggering any bombs, resulting in Zhou Yufeng losing a mere 150. However, Zhou Yufeng discerned the duo's cheating tactics quite astutely. For instance, when Qin Guoda was left with a pair, he would audibly declare double, whereas if he held 2 single cards, he would proclaim 2 cards, emphasizing the latter phrase with such vigor that one might fear Lu Naiqiang would fail to comprehend. Zhou Yufeng also grasped various other subtle nuances, allowing for a more enjoyable gaming experience as he began to play his cards in accordance with Qin Guoda's gestures and movements. In the 4th round, Zhou Yufeng became the landlord. Under such circumstances, he would claim the title regardless of the cards in hand. Fortunately, he was dealt an exceptional hand, commencing with a bomb and receiving a small joker as an additional card, effectively granting him 2 bombs. Darn, this hand is wasted, Zhou Yufeng remarked, his disappointment evident. Haha. If your hand is poor, then refrain from claiming the landlord. A loss here would mean a double penalty, Lu Naiqiang grinned. Having also drawn a bomb and possessing a commendable hand, Zhou Yufeng's comment only heightened Lu Naiqiang's amusement as he felt assured of triumphing over Zhou Yufeng for $1. Maintaining a facade of indifference, Lu Naiqiang played on until he deployed his bomb, at which point Zhou Yufeng boldly revealed his double bombs, completing his play with finesse. Instantly, Lu Naiqiang's expression turned pale. With 3 bombs in hand, Zhou Yufeng could potentially win $4 from each player. Wow, Qin Guoda exclaimed, surveying the completed hand. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly produced a $5 bill for Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng promptly returned $1 to Qin Guoda, having long since torn apart Lu Naiqiang's earlier soggy offering. Come, let's shuffle the cards. Lu Naiqiang, unperturbed, began to shuffle without handing over any cash. Wait a moment. Zhou Yufeng seized Lu Naiqiang's hand, stating coldly, Brother Chang, where's your money? Huh? Money? Lu Naiqiang's voice trailed off as he exchanged furtive glances. Yet, Zhou Yufeng feigned ignorance, playfully insisting, No, Brother Chang, your money, you still have a $5 bill, don't you? Upon hearing this, Lu Naiqiang's countenance darkened, glaring at Zhou Yufeng. His teeth clenched as he growled, Fine, I'll give you the money. He produced a $5 bill and handed it over. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yufeng seized it. Grinning broadly, Brother Chang, this is the dollar I owe you. Devising a scheme to win my money, yet still aspiring to pose as a noble figure. How audacious. Zhou Yufeng lifted his gaze, his eyes turning icy as he glared at Lu Naiqiang, who was busy arranging the cards. He resembled a lion lurking in the shadows, fixated on its prey, poised to strike at any moment. When the time came for Lu Naiqiang to assume the role of the landlord, regardless of how favorable his hand was, he would always yield, allowing Zhou Yufeng to take the lead, for only in this manner could he maximize his gains, thereby winning more of Zhou Yufeng's money. This arrangement was fortuitous for Zhou Yufeng, as the situation was inherently 1 against 2. Acquiring an additional 3 cards was indeed a most advantageous position. Moreover, the player Qin Guoda was not particularly skilled, displaying a lack of decisiveness with his high cards, which provided Zhou Yufeng with ample opportunities. After several rounds, Lu Naiqiang had lost all 10 of his dollars and even owed Zhou Yufeng an additional $1. Chapter 0017, The Stranger Beside You Owes You One. Lu Naiqiang spoke softly, lowering his head to shuffle the cards. This debt has lost its significance, Zhou Yufeng remarked casually, counting out 9 coins and placing them beside Lu Naiqiang's table. Brother Chang, I borrowed 10 from you earlier, and I'm returning 9 now. I've taken 1 for myself. Lu Naiqiang stared at the 9 coins on the table, his breathing noticeably heavier. After a moment, he reached out to collect the money. His tone icy as he said, Continue. As the game progressed, Lu Naiqiang's luck was decidedly poor, and his skills were lacking. After obtaining the role of the landlord, Qin Guoda wasted no time and played a bomb. Lu Naiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gaped at Qin Guoda. A bomb? Are you serious? Qin Guoda frowned and exclaimed, After so many rounds without a match against Lu Naiqiang, dropping a bomb now is quite clear. I'm not inclined to cooperate any longer. Fine, fine, fine. Lu Naiqiang nodded heavily, then paused before muttering, I don't want it. Don't want it? Qin Guoda chuckled. Then just finish your hand. After discarding a sequence, Chen Guobiao had also finished his cards, and Lu Naiqiang owed each of them a coin. However, he was left with only 50 cents in his pocket. Yufeng, lend me some money, I will pay you back later. As he spoke, Lu Naiqiang reached for the coins Zhou Yufeng had placed on the table. Zhou Yufeng swiftly snatched the money away, neatly folding it and placing it in his pocket. Brother Chang, you still owe me 3 coins from before. Let us settle that before discussing a loan. You. Lu Naiqiang's face flushed crimson as he straightened in his seat. Zhou Yufeng's words were a blow to his pride. What's wrong? Are my words uncomfortable for you? If so, then just pay me back. With a thud, Zhou Yufeng slammed the table and stood up. Towering over Lu Naiqiang, the dim kerosene lamp cast a shadow, making Zhou Yufeng appear even more imposing. Lu Naiqiang recoiled slightly, looking up at Zhou Yufeng, startled by his sudden anger. When did this coward become so assertive? Coming back to his senses, Lu Naiqiang growled, Zhou Yufeng, who do you think you are to speak to me like that? With a sharp crack, a resounding slap landed on Lu Naiqiang's face, nearly sending him tumbling off the bed. I'll speak to you however I wish. If you can play, then play. If not, then leave. And let me remind you, don't keep bothering my wife, or it won't just be a slap next time. I'll ruin you. Zhou Yufeng's final words erupted in a roar. Having suppressed his anger for far too long, and Lu Naiqiang's provocation was the spark that ignited his fury. Remembering the way he had looked at Jiang Xiaoduo, and the humiliating moments he had endured, his pent-up rage was unleashed. Faced with Zhou Yufeng's ferocity, Lu Naiqiang was taken aback, covering his face, rendered speechless. All right, Yufeng, this is at my grandfather's house, and he is still sleeping in the next room. It would not be appropriate to make a racket, Chen Guoda frowned and remarked. Ah, my apologies, Brother Chen, it was my indiscretion, Zhou Yufeng replied with a smile. Taking a seat and politely nodding at Chen Guoda, offering a semblance of a smile that was gracious. With remarkable composure, Zhou Yufeng deftly managed his emotions. Cough. You are still young. It is quite natural to have a bit of temperament, Chen Guoda chuckled. As he looked at Zhou Yufeng again, his gaze had shifted. It was no longer laced with the insincerity and disdain that had characterized his initial impression. This man seemed to diverge from the portrait Lu Naiqiang had painted. No. Brother Chen, it is you who possess great magnanimity, not holding my folly against me. How about this, if you do not mind? I shall treat you to dinner tomorrow as an apology. Zhou Yufeng shuffled the playing cards on the table, his words flowing with an ease that resonated well with Chen Guoda. Hiki. Chen Guoda smiled lightly and shook his head. I still do not know what time I will return tomorrow. As a jobless young man, I have nothing but time. If tomorrow does not work, the day after will suffice. Zhou Yufeng neatly arranged the cards and placed them on the table, glancing at the sullen Lu Naiqiang. Brother Chang, shall we continue playing? He skillfully diverted the conversation away from the dinner invitation, knowing that pressing further would seem overly contrived. For him, these matters were mere trifles, trivial compared to the challenges faced by a chief executive officer of a publicly listed company. Lu Naiqiang lifted his head and scrutinized Zhou Yufeng intently. In that moment, the man before him appeared almost foreign. The contrast between Zhou Yufeng's previous demeanor and his current self was stark. Lu Naiqiang, are you up to this? If not, I can lend you some money to keep playing, Chen Guoda queried with a frown, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Lu Naiqiang hesitated momentarily before nodding emphatically. He was inherently prone to gambling and, having already lost so much, was consumed with thoughts of how to recover his losses. As the game progressed, an unexpected reversal occurred. Zhou Yufeng deliberately played to aid Chen Guoda, conspiring to win Lu Naiqiang's money. Lu Naiqiang, having lost continuously, borrowed more funds. And under the dim glow of the kerosene lamp, the three played until dawn broke. After one round concluded, sounds emanated from outside, likely indicating that Chen Guoda's grandfather was tidying up in the courtyard. Zhou Yufeng stretched and expressed no intention of continuing. Shall we call it a day? He said, gazing wearily out the window. Very well, let us conclude here. I have a plethora of matters to attend to today. Chen Guoda concurred, equally disinterested in continuing. Lu Naiqiang had accrued nearly 100 yuan in debts to him, and without seeing any money, the game had lost its appeal. At that moment, Lu Naiqiang, his face ashen, shuffled the cards on the table once more. Let us play a couple more rounds, and let us wager a bit more, he declared loudly. Zhou Yufeng cast a fleeting glance at him before leaping down from the bed. Until now, he had not won a single coin, even purposefully relinquishing the initial winnings, allowing Chen Guoda to claim them all. As for the paltry sum, Zhou Yufeng truly regarded it with indifference. He had no desire to partake in such sordid affairs. After all, he had not gained a single cent and could effortlessly extricate himself from the situation. Moreover, he had already achieved his purpose for being there. As for Lu Naiqiang, he had merely reaped what he had sown, intending to ensnare others only to find himself ensnared. Zhou Yufeng was no paragon of virtue and felt no sympathy for Lu Naiqiang, believing him to be deserving of his fate. Those who had occupied his position in a past life had inevitably navigated through numerous storms of blood and betrayal, without acknowledging Lu Naiqiang. Zhou Yufeng bid farewell to Chen Guoda and exited the small courtyard. The glaring sunlight momentarily blinded him, and after squinting, he made his way homeward. This marked the third day of his arrival in 1983. Chapter 0018, Daily Scolding perhaps due to a sense of fatigue. Zhou Yufeng took a full hour to return to the city. Passing through the marketplace, he paused at a modest stall selling breakfast, where the tables and benches were arranged along the street. Seated on a long bench, Zhou Yufeng ordered a bowl of old tofu and fried dough sticks, a rather indulgent breakfast for a small town like Linshui City. Having previously informed Jiang Xiaoduo that he might not return home for the night, Zhou Yufeng took his time, leisurely enjoying his meal while observing the bustling streets of the small city. Before long, bicycles began to fill the streets, quickly turning the area crowded with the clanging of bicycle bells resonating throughout. Vendors selling fruits and vegetables called out energetically, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony, mingled with the cries of children who accompanied their mothers to buy groceries, some of whom were scolded into tears. The street had transformed into a lively uproar. This vibrant scene felt remarkably vivid, far more profound and distinct than any cinematic portrayal. A slight smile graced Zhou Yufeng's lips as he watched the throngs of people come and go. "Hey, sis, look at that bike. The back seat seems to be elevated." "It must be a new model from Forever," Lin Chong exclaimed, trailing behind Lin Nan. "Let us hurry, we'll be late." "Stop daydreaming," Lin Nan replied with a frown, glancing back at her brother before striding forward. A few beads of sweat trickled down Lin Nan's forehead, causing her hair to stick to her skin. As she reached up to pull her hair away, she inadvertently made it stick even more. Pouting in frustration, she chose to ignore it and continued walking. Her adorable demeanor caught the attention of several nearby schoolboys, who couldn't help but steal glances at her. "Lin Nan, do you see who that is?" Suddenly, Lin Chong quickened his pace to walk alongside Lin Nan, pointing towards the breakfast stall. "Who?" Lin Nan casually looked over, only to realize it was Zhou Yufeng, seated there, enjoying his fried dough sticks heartily. "I didn't expect him to be doing so well. I thought he was broke after he hit Zhou Yuna when she came to ask him for money," Lin Chong murmured, stepping forward, eager to greet Zhou Yufeng. But Lin Nan quickly grasped his arm. "Let us go. Don't engage with that scoundrel," Lin Nan said, her brow furrowed as she tugged Lin Chong along. "Can you stay away from Zhou Yufeng in the future? Don't get involved with such people." After saying this, Lin Nan turned back, casting Zhou Yufeng a disdainful glare. "Zhou Yuna can hardly afford a meal, and he sits here ostentatiously enjoying breakfast. What a beast. How can such a person exist in this world?" Having a close relationship with Zhou Yuna, Lin Nan understood her struggles well. Due to malnutrition and insufficient food, Zhou Yuna had even fainted in class before. In addition to Xiaozhang and the others, there are even those who may not have a single meal to eat in a day. The more Lin Nan pondered this, the more enraged she became, her breath growing increasingly ragged. As for the money Zhou Yufeng had given her, Zhou Yuna would not mention it to anyone. For Zhou Yufeng had specifically instructed her to keep it a secret. He had his own plans, and this time, Zhou Yuna chose to place her faith in him. Outside the mixed courtyard, Jiang Xiaoduo stood at the entrance, tilting her head to gaze into the distance. After a moment, she spotted a familiar figure at the intersection, clad in a vibrant and fashionable outfit, approaching the mixed courtyard. A smile broke across Jiang Xiaoduo's lips as she dashed toward the road. Z ran. Running to Shun Ziren's side, Jiang Xiaoduo grasped her hand, excitement bubbling forth. It had been over 2 years since they last met. Initially, before her arrival, Jiang Xiaoduo felt a bit shy, but the moment she saw Shun Ziren, all those feelings vanished, leaving only the warmth of their friendship. "Xiaoduo." Shun Ziren softly called back, equally holding Jiang Xiaoduo's hand. "You finally returned. It must have been a year since we last saw each other." Jiang Xiaoduo smiled, linking her arm with Shun Ziren's as they strolled homeward. "It's been nearly 2 years. I came back when you married him, but then I didn't return," Shun Ziren replied, her tone subdued, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Xiaoduo. She had been reluctant to mention Zhou Yufeng's name. That man had truly disgusted her the previous day. As they walked along the narrow path, Jiang Xiaoduo and Shun Ziren engaged in light-hearted conversation, both adorned with smiles. Their figures were similarly slender, although Jiang Xiaoduo's face retained a cherubic roundness, while Shenziren was far more refined, her high nose and charming cherry lips captivating. During their high school days, both were considered the belles of the school, hailing from relatively affluent families. However, as they walked together now, Shenziren's aura seemed to overshadow Jiang Xiaoduo significantly. Jiang Xiaoduo made an effort to appear tidy, yet her somewhat worn leather shoes left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, Shenziren's jeans appeared to be straight out of a television drama. Entering the courtyard, they encountered a group of people gathered around a communal stove. Shenziren frowned slightly, puzzled as to why Jiang Xiaoduo would choose such a lifestyle, especially with that kind of man. Ascending the old stairs to the second floor, they traversed a narrow corridor until they reached the apartment rented by Jiang Xiaoduo and Zhou Yufeng. Here we are, Jiang Xiaoduo smiled, producing a key to unlock the creaky wooden door. Upon entering, Shenziren took a quick tour of the small dwelling, discovering that it was a two-bedroom unit. With only a living room and a back room, lacking even a kitchen, any cooking would have to be done at the communal stove. Ziran, please sit down and have some watermelon, Jiang Xiaoduo urged, guiding Shenziren to the small sofa and offering her some pre-sliced watermelon. Thank you, but I'll pass. Shenziren furrowed her brows slightly but quickly relaxed them, gently waving her hand. Well, okay, do you want some water? I can get you a glass. With that, Jiang Xiaoduo had already risen to her feet. Oh, Xiaoduo, there's no need for that. Let's just sit together and chat. Shenziren pulled her arm, urging Jiang Xiaoduo to sit back down. What about him? After glancing around, Shenziren inquired. He went out for something. Is there really something to attend to so early in the morning? Shenziren asked casually, a smile gracing her lips. Not exactly. Didn't he come back last night? The entire night? Shenziren's eyes widened in surprise. Xiaoduo, you. Shenziren's brows knitted tightly as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Xiaoduo, and after a moment, she shook her head in resignation. Chapter 0019. Are you leaving him? Jiang Xiaoduo lowered her head slightly, aware of what Shenziren was about to say. She had heard those words countless times before, yet he had changed. In truth, Yufeng had transformed significantly. Jiang Xiaoduo murmured softly. Pardon? What did you just say? Could you speak a bit louder? Shenziren frowned, his mood sour as he observed Jiang Xiaoduo's dismal living conditions. His impatience evident in his tone. I mean, Yufeng has changed a lot. He has been quite nice to me these past few days. Jiang Xiaoduo lifted her chin and repeated, her voice still delicate and soft. He's been nice to you these past few days? Are you implying that he was unkind before? Shenziren retorted sharply, his stern demeanor contrasting sharply with her delicate features. Jiang Xiaoduo pressed her lips tightly together, averting her gaze and refraining from answering Shenziren's question. With your personality, it's no wonder you get bullied. Shenziren shot a glare at Jiang Xiaoduo before turning away, his brows knitted in frustration, ignoring her entirely. They sat in silence for quite some time, neither speaking. Did he really hit you? Suddenly, Shenziren turned back to Jiang Xiaoduo, shattering the temporary quietude with a loud inquiry. Jiang Xiaoduo was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing her features as her hands clenched into fists on her knees. Observing her reaction, Shenziren had already deduced the answer. How could there be such a foolish woman in this world? What is it about Yufeng that compels you to cling to him so desperately? Even at the cost of severing ties with your family and sacrificing a promising future? Just look at yourself. What have you become? Shenziren scolded loudly, his emotions spiraling out of control, and his enchanting eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Yet, Jiang Xiaoduo continued to keep her head down, not uttering a single word. She had indeed grown increasingly impatient with Yufeng, yet his recent changes had softened her heart once more. Shenziren's criticism was not unfounded. She was indeed that foolish woman, easily swayed by a few sweet gestures, forgetting her wounds. Do you know your family is in trouble? Shenziren gently rubbed his eyes and spoke coldly. What? What happened? Jiang Xiaoduo's head shot up, her eyes wide with urgency. Aunt Jiang is hospitalized. A few days ago. When I visited her, she was still unconscious, and she kept mumbling your name. What happened to my mother? How is she now? Jiang Xiaoduo stood up, her complexion paling, her palms clammy with sweat. For now, she is stable. Yesterday, I spoke with my father. He had just come from the hospital. And Auntie is no longer in danger. That is good, that is good. Jiang Xiaoduo sighed with relief, still standing there, her fists clenched, her expression rife with concern. Xiaoduo, you are truly selfish. Do you have any idea how many tears Aunt Jiang has shed for you during these 2 years of marriage to Yufeng? This severe illness was brought on by her prolonged sorrow. Jiang Xiaoduo slightly parted her lips, yet found herself at a loss for words. Having severed ties with her family, she felt compelled to keep such significant matters to herself. In that moment, a yearning to return home surged within her, overwhelming her heart. However, what about Zhou Yufeng? Moreover, could she even face them again? Suddenly, the wooden door creaked open, and the figure in the doorway appeared particularly imposing under the sunlight. Zhou Yufeng, with his height of 1.50 meters, already belonged to the taller echelon of his era. The sound of the door startled her, sending chills down her spine. Borrowing a bit of oil from Uncle Lu, the cobbler, she thought it would suffice to lubricate the hinges. Zhou Yufeng casually remarked, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he bent down to inspect the door jamb, unaware that Shinziren had arrived at the house. Holding a small flat bottle, he applied some oil to the upper hinge, then squatted down to diligently tend to the lower hinge. Engaging in these minor tasks, he exhibited remarkable patience. Once all the hinges were adequately oiled, Zhou Yufeng stood up and tested the door, finding it utterly silent. At last, it's quiet, he chuckled, glancing into the living room, only then noticing Shinziren's presence. Shinziren, you've come, Zhou Yufeng greeted with a smile. Shinziren pressed her lips together, refraining from acknowledging him. She sought to distance herself from such a man, feeling that even a fleeting glance would tarnish her vision. Xiaoduo, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, Shinziren said to Jiang Xiaoduo with a faint smile before heading toward the door. Ziren, let me walk you out, Jiang Xiaoduo said, following her outside. As they passed Zhou Yufeng, Jiang Xiaoduo lowered her head, avoiding his gentle gaze. Simple-minded, Zhou Yufeng chuckled softly, not attempting to decipher Jiang Xiaoduo's thoughts. He stepped back inside, placing the old tofu and fried dough sticks he had brought back into a bowl. At the gate of the courtyard, Shinziren halted and turned to look at Jiang Xiaoduo. All right, Xiaoduo, this is far enough, she said. Jiang Xiaoduo nodded gently. Do not continue down this misguided path. Is Zhou Yufeng truly more significant than your family? Depart from him swiftly, lest he ensnare you in a quagmire from which you cannot escape. What do you expect from a man who resorts to violence against women? With these words, Shinziren strode away, leaving Jiang Xiaoduo to contemplate the disparity between her current self and Shinziren. It was only after Shinziren's figure vanished around the corner that Jiang Xiaoduo turned and re-entered the courtyard. Yet Shinziren's admonitions echoed in her mind, indelibly etched within her thoughts. Upon reaching her home, Jiang Xiaoduo pushed open the wooden door, and indeed, it emitted not a single sound. Zhou Yufeng sat on the sofa, gazing at the television with a cheerful smile. Xiaoduo, come over and have some breakfast. I bought you something. I don't have much of an appetite today, Jiang Xiaoduo replied softly, retreating into the inner room without even glancing at the breakfast laid out on the coffee table. You're not going to eat the fried dough sticks and tofu. They're still warm. No, I really don't feel like it. Jiang Xiaoduo lay down on the small kong, tears silently streaming down her cheeks and falling onto the bedspread. She was deeply concerned about her mother and uncertain about her current health, her heart feeling as if it were being tightly squeezed, a constant ache coursing through her. All right, I'll put it away and heat it up for you at noon, Zhou Yufeng called out again. Jiang Xiaoduo offered no reply, closing her eyes. In that moment, she truly wished not to part from Zhou Yufeng. Chapter 20, An unexpected encounter with Qinguoda as dusk settled. Zhou Yufeng placed the porridge he had prepared on the tea table. Casting a glance at Jiang Xiaoduo, who lay on the small kong, he turned and stepped outside. He could not fathom how this young lady had grown, her skin as fair as that of an infant. In his own time, such porcelain-like complexion would have afforded her a distinct advantage in the realm of microbusiness. Since the arrival of Shinziren, Zhou Yufeng had sensed a shift in Jiang Xiaoduo's demeanor, yet he had no intention of probing further. After all, he was destined to depart. Why should he invest excessive emotion? Thus, he refrained from inquiring whether Shinziren had spoken ill of him. His only aim was to treat her with a modicum of kindness during this fleeting period, seeking a slight solace for his conscience. As he strolled through the courtyard, passing by Lu Naiqiang's residence, Zhou Yufeng was startled by the ear-splitting screams of Wang Shirong and the wails of a young boy. We've lost everything. How are we to survive? You wretched scoundrel, I shall kill you. Put down the cleaver, Wang Shirong. Let me tell you, do not push me to my limits. It was that scoundrel Zhou Yufeng who deceived me. In the midst of Lu Naiqiang's shrieks, hurried footsteps echoed. Alarmed, Zhou Yufeng exclaimed and prepared to flee just as Lu Naiqiang burst through the door, colliding squarely with him. You scoundrel! Lu Naiqiang seized Zhou Yufeng's arm and turned to Wang Shirong, accusing, this Wang scoundrel has robbed me. Wang Shirong, clad only in her undergarments, bore the brunt of July's oppressive heat in Linshui City. It was customary for women at home to dress so, as did Jiang Xiaoduo. Moreover, Wang Shirong's figure was undeniably pronounced. What nonsense! Wang Shirong cursed vehemently before hastily retreating into the inner room. Release me. Zhou Yufeng's expression darkened as he grasped Lu Naiqiang's wrist, applying pressure until Lu Naiqiang winced in pain. Ah, let go of me. Lu Naiqiang half-crouched on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Lu Naiqiang, do not make a ruckus in my presence. Am I the one who has wronged you? With that, Zhou Yufeng tightened his grip, causing Lu Naiqiang to kneel before him. How dare you still mention this? Did I win any money last night? Listening to Zhou Yufeng's reprimand, Lu Naiqiang fell silent, gritting his teeth. I'm asking you a question. Zhou Yufeng raised his hand and struck Lu Naiqiang on the back of the head, producing a dull thud. For individuals like Lu Naiqiang, a little kindness would only embolden them. Thus, the most effective means of dealing with such people was to instill fear directly. Daddy. At that moment, a small boy emerged from the doorway, barely reaching Zhou Yufeng's shoulder, calling out pitifully. Zhou Yufeng turned to look, and upon meeting the boy's tear-filled eyes, he immediately released Lu Naiqiang. Wang Shirong, draped in a coat, stood nearby, her eyes brimming with tears. Witnessing her man's humiliation weighed heavily on her heart. Zhou Yufeng slowly lowered his raised fist. Casting a glance at Wang Shirong, Zhou Yufeng coldly remarked, Yesterday, Lu Naiqiang took me to play cards. And I did not win a single cent. Only Qin Guoda emerged victorious. Rather than listen to his ramblings now, it would be wiser to contemplate how to repay Qin Guoda, as I owe him nearly 100 yuan. With that, Zhou Yufeng turned and exited the room. Lu Naiqiang, seated on the ground, shot him a glare but did not dare to pursue. Zhou Yufeng felt a twinge of sympathy for Wang Shirong, despite her beauty. Her sun-kissed complexion suggested she had endured considerable hardship. It was indeed tragic that she was entangled with a man like Lu Naiqiang. His deliberate comments were intended to enlighten Wang Shirong about Lu Naiqiang, perhaps persuading her that departure would be her best option. Inside the small room, tears as large as soybeans streamed down Wang Shirong's cheeks. This time, she lacked even the strength to curse, turning to retreat to the inner chamber, where she slammed the door with a resounding thud. Upon reaching the opera stage, Zhou Yufeng sought a nearby tea stall, where a pot of tea cost merely 5 cents, a most reasonable price. After ordering a pot, he reclined leisurely in a rocking chair, listening to two elderly men next door discuss matters of state. Their conversation ranged from the domestic economy to global affairs, and they were thoroughly engrossed. Of course, Zhou Yufeng was merely a casual listener. His purpose for being there was solely to await Qin Guoda. Traveling from the small village of Linsheng to the city necessitated passing by the opera stage, and from their previous discussions, he had gathered that Qin Guoda would return today. As night gradually descended, the crowd at the opera stage swelled. Those who had finished dinner began to meander through the streets, gathering in small groups to chat. The houses near the opera stage commanded higher prices than those in other areas. In this modest city, property transactions were conducted in the form of land leases. The tea house had long closed, and Zhou Yufeng casually settled on a set of steps, listening to the conversations around him. With the advancement of the reform and opening up policy, discussions among both men and women predominantly revolved around the topic of venturing into private ventures. Anyone who resigned from a formal position to pursue such a path inevitably became the focus of their discourse, often met with mockery, as they deemed that individual somewhat foolish. Most people still believed that holding a formal job was the safest choice. In Zhou Yufeng's previous life, such sentiments would have been considered normal, as the market was saturated in any endeavor, and those who succeeded were indeed rare. Yet Zhou Yufeng was among that rare breed. Nevertheless, in this era, standing at the forefront of change, many fortunes were amassed during this time. Seeking a stable job now would mean missing out on the opportunities this period offered. Zhou Yufeng shook his head, feeling a sense of clarity amidst the intoxication of the masses. However, he did not intend to take any action. He merely wished to settle the matter with Hu Han and, when the time came, allow himself to be intoxicated and return home. After another half-hour passed without sight of Qin Guoda, Zhou Yufeng rose to depart. Just as he stood and took a few steps, he noticed a flicker of light in the distance along the road. Soon, the lights grew closer, dazzling to the eyes. Zhou Yufeng squinted to see a portly man approaching on a red motorcycle. It was Qin Guobiao. Indeed, he was affluent. Zhou Yufeng chuckled and ran towards the motorcycle, calling out, Brother Qin, Brother Qin. With a screech, Qin Guoda abruptly halted and turned towards the source of the voice. Is that you, Zhou Yufeng? Qin Guoda remarked with a neutral expression. Brother Qin, just finishing up? Zhou Yufeng smiled casually. I didn't expect to run into you so late. Not exactly. I wrapped up harvesting the fruit in the afternoon and took a long nap. I was utterly exhausted, Chen Guodao replied, stifling a yawn. I see. By the way, Brother Chen, let me treat you to a meal. I owe you an apology for some missteps from yesterday. Ah ha ha. It's all trivial. No need to worry. Chen Guodao laughed heartily, appreciating Zhou Yufeng's demeanor and not declining the offer. To me, it's not trivial at all. So, Brother Chen, shall we head to the state-run restaurant? Well, all right then, Chen Guodao nodded in agreement. Everything seemed incredibly fortuitous, and Zhou Yufeng exhibited a natural demeanor, devoid of any hint of pretense. Chapter 21. State-run restaurants in some large cities. Individual eateries have begun to flourish, yet in smaller towns like Linshui, they only started to emerge towards the end of the decade. During that time, state-run restaurants began to decline, gradually fading from existence. However, at present, these establishments are managed by the Commercial Bureau, and even the most junior server is regarded with envy. Furthermore, the chefs employed there are required to possess a culinary certificate. Dining at a state-run restaurant is considered quite prestigious. Zhou Yufeng immediately suggested going to a state-run restaurant, and Chen Guodao readily agreed. Partly because he had a fondness for Zhou Yufeng, whose conversation resonated with him. The menus in Linshui's state-run restaurants are largely similar. Meat, grains, oils, and eggs are supplied in limited quantities, making the offerings virtually indistinguishable across different venues. After searching for a nearby state-run restaurant, Zhou Yufeng assisted Chen Guodao in pushing his motorcycle to the entrance, ensuring he could keep an eye on it while dining. Brother Chen, I heard a strange noise when you applied the brakes. I'll fix it for you tomorrow, Zhou Yufeng remarked as he patted the motorcycle seat cheerfully. What oddity? The noise when braking? Zhou Yufeng clarified, giving Chen Guodao a friendly pat on the back as they approached the restaurant. You young lad, you seem to know everything. Chen Guodao chuckled. Well, the more you see, the more you learn. Careful on the steps, Brother Chen, Zhou Yufeng cautioned as they entered the establishment. Inside, the main hall featured 4 tables, with the kitchen situated to one side, and there were no private rooms, as the clientele was generally sparse. The 4 tables were more than sufficient. In a corner, a group was seated at one of the tables, and Zhou Yufeng couldn't help but furrow his brow upon recognizing Hu Xiaoshan and his companions, those he had encountered at the cinema yesterday, all present. However, he mused that Hu Xiaoshan had yet to start working at the steel mill and assumed Chen Guodao would not know him. Just as they settled in, a waitress clad in a white coat approached them, an emblematic attire for service staff of this era. What would you like to order? She inquired, holding a small notebook and preparing to jot down their selections. Spicy tofu at 39 cents a plate, and braised fish priced at 2 yuan, Zhou Yufeng noted. After confirming that Chen Guodao had no dietary restrictions, he ordered 2 cold dishes, 2 hot dishes, and 1 meat dish, totaling over 10 yuan. A sum that could rival the contemporary dining experience costing 300 or 400 yuan for a table. It was indeed a bit extravagant for 2. To be honest, Zhou Yufeng felt a slight pang of regret regarding the expense. By the way, do you serve Maotai? He inquired, tilting his head. We do not, the waitress replied curtly, closing her notebook and preparing to leave. Her demeanor suggested that the staff here maintained a rather haughty attitude. Wait a moment, how can we receive the Maotai? Zhou Yufeng called out urgently, recalling that an order exceeding a certain amount entitled them to a complimentary drink. After all, how could one discuss matters without wine? The woman cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Yufeng and remarked, you need to order a set meal for cold dishes, for hot dishes, for fried dishes, and 4 main courses. All for 25 yuan. Is that sufficient for your table? It was evident that 2 individuals could not possibly consume such an abundance. Zhou Yufeng merely smiled softly, then retrieved a wine voucher from his pocket. Let us have a bottle of Maotai, please. The price of a bottle was 7 yuan. Causing Zhou Yufeng's heart to ache slightly. After all, this drink was not inexpensive. Isn't this too extravagant, Yufeng? Chen Guodao chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. Evidently in high spirits. No worries, my friend. I'm quite simple. It's a rare occasion to dine with you, so let us indulge and prioritize enjoyment. Zhou Yufeng said, patting Chen Guodao on the shoulder, as though they were longtime friends. Shinziren had been observing Zhou Yufeng since early morning. The dining hall was modest, with only 3 or 4 meters separating the tables, allowing her to hear his words distinctly. He is truly insufferable, she muttered, her fair complexion flushed with indignation. Huh. He is just squandering money borrowed from my father. He'll surely end up starving on the streets, Hu Xiaoshan sneered, casting a sideways glare at Zhou Yufeng. Although Zhou Yufeng clearly heard the remark, he pretended not to, continuing to engage in conversation with Chen Guoda. Fu Dehai smiled awkwardly. He was well aware of Zhou Yufeng's family circumstances and could not comprehend his choice to dine at a state-run restaurant. Was this truly a lack of common sense? Zhang Zhiwei turned to glance at Zhou Yufeng, then lowered her head with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Well, that is simply called enjoying life. But poor Jiang Xiaoduo, she might very well be scavenging for rotten vegetables at the market, Lu Manman remarked sharply, her voice piercing. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoduo's name, Zhou Yufeng's brow furrowed, barely suppressing a flicker of anger crossing his face. Enough, let us leave. I've seen enough of these disgusting people and have lost my appetite, Shenziren declared, rising from her seat and making her way towards the exit. Part of her motivation for leaving was to avoid Lu Manman's mocking remarks about Jiang Xiaoduo. Let us go as well, Hu Xiaoshan said, standing up, prompting Tian Liangyang and the others to follow suit towards the door. As they passed by Zhou Yufeng, Hu Xiaoshan provocatively remarked, useless. Lu Manman immediately stifled a laugh, her giggles ringing out like a bell. Fu Dehai and Zhang Zhiwei kept their heads down, avoiding any eye contact with Zhou Yufeng as they walked past. Once they had departed, Chen Guoda furrowed his brow and inquired, do you have a grudge against that Hu Han fellow? A jolt ran through Zhou Yufeng as his hand trembled subtly beneath the table, but he maintained a calm demeanor, smiling naturally as he replied, we were classmates once. We had a minor disagreement. This response is rather bland. Brother Chen, do you know Hu Xiaoshan? Is that rascal named Hu Xiaoshan? I am not acquainted with him. Chen Guobia remarked, his brows slightly furrowed, clearly displaying a semblance of displeasure. He had only caught a distant glimpse of Hu Xiaoshan during the recent contract signing and notably. When Hu Xiaoshan departed, he did not extend a greeting to Chen Guobiao. It was evident that Hu Xiaoshan was unfamiliar with Chen Guodai. With this thought, Zhou Yufeng exhaled in relief. Moreover, judging by Chen Guodai's tone, it seemed that his relationship with Hu Han was rather strained. At that moment, a waiter approached with the dishes. Zhou Yufeng, picking up the moutai from the table, filled Chen Guodai's glass to the brim, and a more audacious smile gradually spread across his face. Chapter 22. Conversations that spark opportunities. Zhou Yufeng exercised considerable restraint in his drinking, apprehensive about the prospect of inebriation. He pondered the consequences of returning home in a state of utter disarray. Thoughts of his siblings, Zhou Yuna and Zhou Yuyue, softened his resolve. He was their sole beacon of hope. Should they fail to recover their parents' funds, it was unlikely that even Zhou Yuna, with her remarkable sense of responsibility, would pursue higher education. And then there was Jiang Xiaoduo. Her memory invariably brought a smile to his face, for her endearing clumsiness was irresistibly charming. Thus, with these unresolved matters weighing on him, Zhou Yufeng had no intention of departing. Lost in contemplation, he was roused when Chen Guoda approached with a raised glass. Come on, Yufeng, let us share another drink. Sure, Chen, let us do it. With a hearty clink of their glasses, Chen Guoda had a peculiar habit of tilting his head back while drinking. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yufeng, ever the cunning strategist, discreetly poured the contents of his glass into his palm. With practiced ease, he lowered his hand beneath the table, allowing the liquid to spill onto the floor, a display of utter disregard. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, Chen Guoda became increasingly loquacious. I haven't known Lu Naixiong for long, no more than 6 months. We met while playing cards at a mutual friend's place. Oh, I see. Last night. You let me win several times on purpose. How could I not notice? Zhou Yufeng chuckled. But I must say, your mind is sharp. I explained the rules only once. And you remembered them all. Their loud banter drew the attention of the waitress at the counter, who furrowed her brow and cast disapproving glances their way, wishing she could leave work early if not for their raucous presence. Zhou Yufeng skillfully steered the conversation with Chen Guoda. After savoring a bite of fish, he casually inquired, by the way, Chen, is your relationship with Hu Han rather strained? You seemed quite discontented when mentioning Hu Xiaoshan. With a derisive chuckle, Chen Guoda picked up a piece of fish and, after setting his chopsticks down, remarked, that scoundrel Hu Han is truly despicable. When the factory was voting for a new director last year, he cast his vote for Su Changjiang. And it was that very vote that cost me the position of director for the 4th workshop. Back when my father was still employed, Hu Han owed his promotion to my father as patronage. Now that my father has retired, he feels entitled to withhold his support. What an ungrateful wretch. Zhou Yufeng interjected with a curse, pouring another drink for Chen Guoda. What about Su Changyang? He would happen to be the son of the steel plant director. Would he? Zhou Yufeng grinned, jesting, if Su Changjiang were truly the director's son, I wouldn't dare contend with him. I could neither win nor afford to offend anyone. Su Changjiang is nothing more than a connection to a supplier from another region, just a trivial matter. Chen Guoda scoffed, expressing his disdain. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhou Yufeng's eyes. All right, Brother Chen, do not be angry. The future is long, and no one can predict what lies ahead. I believe that for someone as truly capable as you, being a factory director is somewhat of an injustice. As he spoke, Zhou Yufeng raised his glass once more. Haha, you clever lad, how do you possess such eloquence? Yet, I do not possess such grand capabilities. Come, let us drink. With a firm clink of their glasses, Chen Guoda tilted his head back and downed the entire contents in one go. Zhou Yufeng, ever the sly one, took a sip of his drink and discreetly spat the remainder into his palm. However, he felt a twinge of regret. After all, it was Mao Tai, and he had just wasted a fine vintage from 1983. As their conversation meandered through trivial matters, Zhou Yufeng consistently steered the dialogue toward the Linshui steel plant. His inquiries were deftly woven into the fabric of their discussion, unfolding gradually. I have considered venturing into business myself, but primarily, my father disapproves. A friend of mine made over 100,000 last year in the bustling metropolis. 100,000. Quite impressive for a household, wouldn't you say? He earned that much directly. As he expressed this, Chen Guoda's enthusiasm surged, gesticulating animatedly, his face flushed with excitement. Damn, that's a fortune he could never exhaust in this lifetime. Zhou Yufeng clapped his hands, exclaiming dramatically, haha, I suspect he will never spend it all. Ah, wait. Brother Chen, something just came to mind. Suddenly, Zhou Yufeng slapped his thigh, leaping to his feet, his eyes wide, as if he had just remembered something of utmost importance. What is it? You must be about to disburse summer allowances at your factory, right? Didn't your grandfather just harvest a bounty of fruit? Why not distribute the fruit to the workers? You could take the factory's funds directly. How wonderful would that be? That's some isn't trivial, is it? Indeed. At once, Chen Guoda's eyes sparkled with realization. Zhou Yufeng's suggestion mirrored a practice from his previous life, when his own company had employed a similar method. However, it was all about social niceties. Some money was meant for particular individuals, and Zhou Yufeng had turned a blind eye. Yet now, in the small Linshui city of 1983, such an idea had yet to dawn on anyone, with most merely contemplating business ventures. This is an excellent idea, Chen Guoda exclaimed, slapping his thigh again, revealing a look of exhilaration as if a veil had been lifted from his mind. Observing this, Zhou Yufeng filled their glasses to the brim once more. Brother, come. Let us toast. Who would have thought that amidst our conversation, a business opportunity would arise? Zhou Yufeng mimicked Shinteng's tone while delivering this line. Haha, indeed, you rascal. With a beaming smile, Chen Guoda raised his glass, but suddenly, his expression stiffened, his brows knitting tightly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low tone, Yufeng, this one deal. Directly distributing my grandfather's fruit will surely invite gossip. There will be those who envy it and might even write a report against me, which would be troublesome. Oh, Brother Chen, what do you mean by your grandfather? That is my grandfather. Zhou Yufeng uttered these words as if he had anticipated Chen Guoda's inquiry. After gently clinking his glass against Chen's, he tilted his head back and drank deeply. What does it mean? Chen Guoda furrowed his brow and inquired, still perplexed by Zhou Yufeng's intentions. Why not simply have another intermediary, in my stead, to provide the fruit to the workers? Brother Chen, all you need to do is communicate these arrangements to the factory director. The rest can be entrusted to me. After all, this fruit belongs to my grandfather. What do they have to be envious of? Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Your mind is truly sharp. Chen Guoda smiled broadly once more, and after speaking loudly, he tilted his head back and consumed the entire glass of wine. Chapter 0023. I am leaving you as long as there is an abundance of fruit. The workers would have fewer grievances. However, there would still be profits to be made, even if the prices are slightly lower than the market rate. The savings on transportation costs render the profit margins quite substantial. Zhou Yufeng continued, his gaze growing serious, his entire demeanor shifting. Indeed, Chen Guoda nodded. Though he did not fully grasp Zhou Yufeng's earlier remarks, he sensed that there was definitely a profit to be had. By this time, they had consumed a fair amount of wine, and after finishing the meat on their plates, Zhou Yufeng supported Chen Guoda as they exited the restaurant. Under the wistful gaze of the waitress, Brother Chen, shall I escort you home? Zhou Yufeng inquired with concern after helping Chen Guoda onto the motorcycle. Can you ride a motorcycle? Chen Guoda asked, shaking his head, his face flushed, clearly feeling the effects of the drink. Of course, I can repair it as well. How could I not ride this? Zhou Yufeng responded, mounting the motorcycle. Chun Guoda clung to his back, and after engaging the clutch and revving the throttle, they set off down the dimly lit path. After safely returning Chun Guoda and parking the motorcycle, Zhou Yufeng made his way towards the mixed courtyard. It was too far from the mixed courtyard. He would arrive in about 20 minutes. As he walked, he absently grabbed half a pack of cigarettes and a box of matches from Chin Guoda, lighting one as he walked along. The situation with Chin Guoda had been unexpected. He had not anticipated such smooth progress. Given this, the individuals he had previously considered seeking out were no longer necessary. And whether others would assist remained an entirely different matter. Zhou Yufeng began to analyze how to proceed and what obstacles he might encounter. Dissecting the entire affair with clarity, this was his forte. This meticulous contemplation caused Zhou Yufeng to walk slowly, taking nearly 40 minutes to reach the mixed courtyard. The lights in Lu Naiqiang's home were still on. Today, upon hearing from Chen Guoda about the debts Lu Naiqiang owed, he was certain that he would demand payment by any means necessary. Yet, how did this concern him? It was entirely Lu Naiqiang's own doing. As Zhou Yufeng passed by Lu Naifeng's door, he heard faint cries from within. However, he felt no stirrings of sympathy. Some individuals are beyond redemption. If one were to consider their plight through their own lens and continually offer them chances, they would only drag you down with them. Excessive kindness can be a cruelty to one's own family, and it was evident that Zhou Yufeng was not that type of person. He briskly approached his own door, gently turning the key, careful not to wake Jiang Xiaoduo, who usually retired early. Upon opening the door and stealthily stepping inside, he was surprised to find Jiang Xiaoduo seated quietly on the sofa, watching him as he entered. "Why are you still awake?" Zhou Yufeng asked with a smile, changing into his slippers before sitting beside her. "I'm sorry for coming back late. Some matters took longer than expected," he added. Jiang Xiaoduo merely shook her head slightly. Offering no response, her eyes cast down, not even glancing at Zhou Yufeng. In the stillness of night, Zhou Yufeng hesitated for a moment before gently inquiring, "What troubles you? Is there something weighing on your mind?" Yet, Jiang Xiaoduo merely shook her head softly. Zhou Yufeng refrained from uttering any comforting words. What solace could he provide her at this moment? After all, he was destined to return, and any ephemeral promises would only serve to wound her further. Nevertheless, he felt unqualified to suggest that Jiang Xiaoduo depart. Such matters were to be resolved by the true Zhou Yufeng. They sat in silence for a while, until suddenly, Jiang Xiaoduo lunged forward, enveloping Zhou Yufeng in a tight embrace, burying her head in his chest. In that instant, Zhou Yufeng's body tensed. A desire to push her away surged within him, yet he found himself softening, his breath becoming increasingly rapid, clad only in her undergarments. Jiang Xiaoduo's skin felt like silk against his own, igniting a fervor he could hardly contain. In truth, Jiang Xiaoduo had resolved to leave, and she wished to grant Zhou Yufeng one last moment, a final intimacy as a couple. Then, she leaned in to kiss him, her unique, delicate fragrance filling his senses. At the moment their lips met, Zhou Yufeng fought against his instincts and gently pushed her away. Rising to his feet, he gasped for air. The last vestige of rationality reminded him that he could not act upon such impulses. This was another man's wife. And if the true Zhou Yufeng returned with these memories intact, how could their relationship possibly endure? The thought of the real Zhou Yufeng causing Jiang Xiaoduo pain twisted his heart, and he murmured, "Xiaoduo, I've had a bit to drink today and am not myself. I'll take a walk. You should get some rest." With that, he hastened out of the room, anxious to suppress the turmoil of his desires. Striding into the communal kitchen, he turned on the tap, splashing cold water on his face, seeking to regain his composure. Meanwhile, in the room, Jiang Xiaoduo sat quietly for a moment before softly whispering to herself, "Zhou Yufeng, farewell. I must leave you now. If only you had changed sooner, alas. I can wait no longer." With these words, she rose and made her way to the inner room, her heart resolute. Burdened by worry for her mother and haunted by Shun Xiren's words. Half an hour later, Zhou Yufeng returned, his hair damp and dripping. Noticing Jiang Xiaoduo was not on the sofa, he peered into the inner room and found her fast asleep. A smile of tender affection graced his lips. "I suppose I'll make do on the sofa tonight. This girl truly drives me to distraction," he mused, settling onto the couch. The night sky was breathtakingly clear, devoid of clouds. How romantic it would have been to share such a celestial view together. Regrettably, both were lost in deep slumber. Morning came, heralded by the familiar crowing of Aunt Wang's roosters, their calls echoing in succession as dawn broke. Laozi resolutely declared that he must deal with it. After uttering a curse, Zhou Yufeng exited the room. Jiang Xiaoduo had already risen, and upon hearing Zhou Yufeng's complaints, she couldn't help but smile, suddenly realizing how amusing his words were. Lazily reclining in bed, Jiang Xiaoduo reflected on her interactions with Zhou Yufeng over the past few days, beginning with their somewhat awkward greeting. A gentle smile lingered on her lips as she reminisced about their recent experiences, feeling an overwhelming sense of sweetness. Before long, the wooden door swung open, and Zhou Yufeng's loud voice resonated. "Xiaoduo, it's time to eat." Chapter 0024. I want to go home throughout the morning. Zhou Yufeng and Jiang Xiaoduo engaged in simple household chores, thoroughly cleaning the entire house and laundering the bed linens. After lunch, they ventured out together to purchase groceries. And upon returning home, they crowded into the communal kitchen to prepare their meal. These seemingly trivial activities marked the first time the two of them had shared such moments. And Jiang Xiaoduo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This uncomplicated beauty was precisely what she had always longed for. Following their midday meal, Zhou Yufeng cunningly assigned the task of washing the dishes to Jiang Xiaoduo before hastily departing. He intended to meet Chen Guodao to discuss certain matters, agreeing to convene at the theater. As he left, Zhou Yufeng casually took the small bottle of hinge oil with him. At home, Jiang Xiaoduo patiently scrubbed the pots and pans until they sparkled, neatly stacking them once finished. After tidying up, she changed into a dark-colored outfit and set off toward the street. In 1983, coin-operated public telephones were introduced in Kyoto, and affluent families began to install home telephones, making communication more convenient and gradually replacing the practice of letter writing. However, Linshui City lagged behind. If one did not have a telephone installed at home, they had to walk 2 miles to the post office to make a call, while coin-operated phone booths only began to appear in Linshui City in 1985. Upon arriving at the post office, Jiang Xiaoduo gently rolled up her sleeves and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Approaching the phone booth, she was surprised to find an unusually long queue for calls today. All 4 phones were occupied. Standing on tiptoe, she surveyed the line and chose the one with relatively fewer people. Whenever the person in front took too long, others would urge them to hurry. Though this was a rarity, most individuals spoke briefly before hastily hanging up. At 50 cents per minute, the cost of the call was quite disheartening. 20 minutes later, it was finally Jiang Xiaoduo's turn. Grasping the receiver, she suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, beads of sweat forming in her palm. As she extended her slender fingers to dial, they trembled, and for half a minute, she stood there in a daze, unable to make the call. "Are you going to call or not? Don't you see the long line behind you?" A staff member in the booth remarked with irritation. "Apologies. I will call right away," Jiang Xiaoduo replied with a smile, taking a deep breath before pressing the very familiar number. The ringing tone echoed in her ear. And after 3 rings, a deep male voice answered, "Hello? Who is this?" Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Jiang Xiaoduo could no longer contain her emotions, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Since secretly registering her marriage with Zhou Yufeng, she had severed ties with her family, and it had been nearly 2 years since she last saw them. Her sobs grew louder, causing her body to tremble. "Is that you, Xiaoduo?" Jiang Yongguang instantly recognized his daughter's voice, his tone shifting to one of heightened emotion. "Yes," Jiang Xiaoduo responded with a single phrase, her sobs growing louder, as the grievances of the past 2 years poured forth at that moment. Although the transformation of Zhou Yufeng brought her considerable warmth, the wounds inflicted upon her heart could not possibly be healed in just a few days. Zhou Yufeng, in a fit of madness, struck himself violently, etching those painful memories indelibly into Jiang Xiaoduo's heart, inflicting lasting harm. "Xiaoduo, please stop crying. What has happened? Did that scoundrel Zhou Yufeng do something to you?" "Dad. No. Yufeng didn't do anything." Jiang Xiaoduo choked, unable to articulate a complete sentence, her words coming out in fragmented bursts. "What on earth is going on? Xiaoduo, please tell me." "It's all right. Don't cry. I'm here for you. I'll take care of it." At that moment, Jiang Yongguang felt a sharp pain in his heart. His daughter, whom he had cherished since childhood, had never been this heartbroken. He felt a fierce urge to take revenge on Zhou Yufeng. I'm fine. I just want to go home." Ever since Shinziren's visit, Jiang Xiaoduo's longing for home had intensified, especially since her mother was ill in the hospital because of her. How could she not worry? "All right. You wait there. I'll come to get you. I'm getting ready to pick you up from Linshui City," Jiang Yongguang said indulgently, and after giving a few instructions, he hung up the phone. Without a moment's hesitation, he wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and swiftly moved toward his room to gather his belongings. Jiang Yongguang's home was located in Zhihai City, the capital of a southwestern province, while Linshui City also belonged to Zhihai City. With a distance of over 200 kilometers separating the two, there were no direct trains from Linshui City to Zhihai City. One had to transfer trains in Lujin City and then take a bus along the national highway for approximately a 50-kilometer journey. These routes flashed through Jiang Yongguang's mind. Hastening his packing as he yearned to see Jiang Xiaoduo as soon as possible. On Jiang Xiaoduo's side, after hanging up the phone, she stood in a corner for a while, her sobs gradually subsiding as she used her sleeve to wipe away her tears. She had feared that her stern father would scold her mercilessly, but to her surprise, he had not uttered a harsh word. After their conversation, Jiang Xiaoduo felt an even greater urgency to see her father. The warm memories of home slowly enveloped her heart. At the theater, Brother Chen, just get me a popsicle. No cream, please. Zhou Yufeng squatted in front of his motorcycle, dripping oil onto the brake area, and called out in a low voice. All done, Chen Guoda replied, extending 2 fingers toward the old man selling ice cream, requesting 2 popsicles. All right, here you go. After paying, Chen Guoda took a big bite of one popsicle and handed the other to Zhou Yufeng. Upon finishing the last drop of oil, Zhou Yufeng tossed the small bottle aside, clapped his hands, and stood up, accepting the popsicle handed to him by Chen Guoda. Should be fine now. Zhou Yufeng took a bite and added, you've done well, kid. Chen Guoda chuckled as he mounted his motorcycle. Let us go, Yufeng. I shall take you to visit my grandfather and see the fruits. I will ride for a while. Zhou Yufeng patted the steering wheel, and Chen Guoda, without much thought, shifted his body backward to make room. Do you remember the way to my grandfather's? The motorcycle roared to life, gliding along the countryside path. As Chen Guoda wrapped his arms around Zhou Yufeng's waist and inquired, yes, I remember. Didn't we go with Lunai Chang once? My sense of direction is quite good, Zhou Yufeng replied with a smile, relishing the cool breeze. Huh, what do you mean by sense of direction? It means I am adept at navigating routes. You speak quite peculiarly, but it is rather amusing, Chen Guoda remarked, patting Zhou Yufeng's shoulder. Feeling a sense of admiration for this clever young man. Chapter 25, Fruit Picking in the Morning. I spoke to my father about this matter, and to my surprise, he did not oppose me this time. After a moment of contemplation, he readily agreed. Chen Guoda, seated behind Zhou Yufeng, smiled as he spoke, evidently pleased with the idea he had proposed. After all, with his father's approval, the endeavor was undoubtedly viable. Brother Chen's network is indeed extensive, Zhou Yufeng quickly complimented, echoing the sentiments he had learned from a friend in a previous life, who had ascended to great heights through such connections. The two had spent considerable time together, thus absorbing each other's influences. What's the big deal? The current director of the steel mill has been a long-time acquaintance of my father, before his retirement. When selecting the director, he even assisted him with a recommendation letter. Discussing such trivial matters should pose no issue, Chen Guoda spoke with confidence. In the morning, I roughly calculated that with several hundred workers at the steel mill, even a modest earning of 5 yuan per person would amount to nearly 1,000 yuan. Yufeng. When my father discusses this with them, he will mention that you are his distant nephew, helping with the surplus fruit. If you manage this well, I promise to reward you with 100 yuan, Chen Guoda added, giving Zhou Yufeng a hearty pat on the shoulder. Thank you, Brother Chen. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. As long as my uncle can negotiate successfully, I will not falter, Zhou Yufeng declared with assurance. Before exchanging a few more words with Chen Guoda, including some playful jabs at Lunai Chiang, 20 minutes later, they arrived at the elder Chen's residence. Grandpa. Zhou Yufeng greeted with a deep voice, more affectionate than even Chen Guoda's. After a brief introduction to the elder, Chen Guoda led Zhou Yufeng to the back courtyard, where they examined the fruits collected in crates. The harvest mainly consisted of plums, apricots, and some early ripening green apples, which filled half a room. Brother Chen, are these the only 3 types of fruit? Zhou Yufeng inquired after a careful inspection. Yes, it is still too early for the main harvest. Apples and pears won't ripen until at least the 15th of the month. For now, only these varieties are ready, Chen Guoda responded solemnly from behind Zhou Yufeng. Well, this is sufficient. Having green apples is good. 3 types of fruit per person will do. If my uncle manages to seal the deal tonight, we should buy some bags to package these fruits in advance, Zhou Yufeng suggested. Agreed, Chen Guoda nodded, briefly counting the quantities with Zhou Yufeng. According to Zhou Yufeng's proposed distribution, it was clear that they did not have enough. Are there more fruits on the mountain? Zhou Yufeng asked. Yes, there are. But they are on the back mountain, and I did not go there because I thought it was too far, Chen Guodao replied. Then, Brother Chen, let us go and pick some more. This will surely not suffice, Zhou Yufeng urged. All right, Chen Guodao consented, his mind preoccupied with the prospect of that 1,000 yuan, nearly equivalent to his annual salary, filling him with vigor and eagerness. With resolute determination, they promptly set forth, taking a pair of iron carts and heading towards the back mountain while the hour was still early. The midday sun blazed down upon them, but they were fortunate to don woven straw hats, which alleviated some of the discomfort. The path leading to the rear mountain was steep and narrow, allowing only a single cart to pass, with sheer cliffs looming on one side. The arduous task of gathering fruits from the back mountain yielded meager profits at the market, a significant reason why many refrained from such endeavors. To attain wealth, one must first pave the way. Indeed, Zhou Yufeng chuckled and strode forward with purpose. As they ascended the first peak and approached the second, Chen Guodao could no longer bear the strain and plopped down onto the ground. Yufeng, I can't go on. I truly cannot, he gasped, removing his straw hat to fan himself. Are we far from the top? Zhou Yufeng glanced into the distance, beads of sweat trickling into his eyes, causing him to squint. Not far. Once we reach the summit, we can freely pick not only from our trees, but also from others. Chen Guodao smiled, gesturing towards the peak. All right, Brother Chen, you wait here. I'll ascend and pick at will. If I mistakenly take from others, I shall consider it borrowing. With that, Zhou Yufeng pushed the cart onward, bending low as he made his way along the dirt path, leaving distinct footprints behind. Chen Guodao gazed at this man in surprise, realizing he was entirely different from the person he had perceived through Lu Naiqiang's accounts. This man possesses remarkable fortitude, he thought, and as an underachiever, such descriptors were all he could muster. Zhou Yufeng's mind was solely occupied with resolving matters concerning Huhan and returning home swiftly. He harbored another motive as well. Having returned late the previous evening, he felt somewhat guilty towards Jiang Xiaoduo and wished to engage in conversation with her for a while today. Moreover, that woman typically retired early, with last night being an exception. Upon reaching the summit, Zhou Yufeng was drenched in sweat, his clothing thoroughly soaked. He retrieved a felt bag and climbed onto a tree to gather fruits, not bothering to choose which tree bore the most, for each was abundant with fruit, rendering selection unnecessary. The felt bag, akin to the long sacks used for carrying cement or sand today, could hold a considerable amount. After some time, Chen Guodao finally arrived. Pushing his cart and taking out his own felt bag, he casually chose a tree and began to pick. During their gathering, the two exchanged little conversation, focused intently on their task. As dusk settled, the sun painted the sky in hues of crimson, reminiscent of a drunken glow. Eventually, they had gathered enough, 10 bags of fruit in total, 5 each, secured to the carts as they began their descent. It was indeed true that while ascending was manageable, descending posed its own challenges. Zhou Yufeng had initially anticipated that the descent would be a simple endeavor. However, reality proved the fallacy of his assumption. Straining to pull the cart, he bent his legs and treaded cautiously. A single misstep could send the cart tumbling down the mountain path, rendering all his efforts futile. Yufeng, lower your body a bit more, Chen Guodao, walking behind him, called out. He was well versed in these tasks, having done them annually, and quickly offered his guidance upon noticing Zhou Yufeng's improper posture. All right. Zhou Yufeng nodded, lowering his body as instructed, yet tears welled up in his eyes, causing a dry discomfort that he could not wipe away for fear of losing control of the cart. As they descended, the two figures moved slowly down the rugged path. Chapter 26. A beating as night fell, Zhou Yufeng and Chen Guodao finally arrived at the small courtyard, filling an iron ladle with fresh water from the pump. They drank heartily. All right, we've both had our fill. Let me have a sip, Zhou Yufeng said, nudging Chen Guodao. Taking the ladle from Zhou, Chen pumped the handle a few times, and sweet spring water flowed forth. After filling the ladle to the brim, he took a deep drink. Brother Chen, let us head back. I'm too exhausted to walk, Zhou Yufeng said, sitting on the ground and looking up at him. What? My grandfather has porridge ready. Let us eat before we leave, Chen suggested. Better go back. There are matters at home. If I return late, my wife will surely be angry. Zhou Yufeng replied with a smile, gradually rising to his feet. I didn't expect you to be so afraid of your wife, Chen teased. All right then, let's go. Hanging the ladle back on the pump, they mounted the motorcycle, casually calling out, Grandfather, I want to be having dinner. I'm heading back first. Before speeding off into the night, little rascal, the old man, leaning on his cane, emerged from the house, cursing in the direction Chung Guada had departed. They passed through the theater and drove along Watergate Street, and upon reaching the mixed courtyard, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings, the stars twinkling brightly. Brother Chen. See you on the stage tomorrow. Zhou Yufeng waved goodbye and strode into the courtyard. People were settling on chairs outside, fanning themselves and engaging in lively conversation with neighbors. Hastening to the second floor, Zhou Yufeng could still feel the ache in his calves. Aunt Wang, who raised chickens, sat by her door, chatting amiably with passers-by of a similar age. With animated gestures, Aunt Wang spoke, and Zhou Yufeng caught snippets of his name. He paid little heed to such trivial matters, always disinterested in the mundane. As he walked past her, Aunt Wang noticed Zhou Yufeng and exclaimed, "Oh, little Zhou." She sprang to her feet, grasping his arm joyfully. "Your relatives have come to visit." Relatives? Zhou Yufeng furrowed his brow in response. He recalled that the Zhou family had no notable relatives. Both his parents had sorrowful pasts, with no siblings and their parents long deceased. Indeed, they are dressed quite fashionably. They must be wealthy folks from the big city. Aunt Wang continued, "Who would have thought your family had such relatives?" "Oh, little Zhou, why the glum face?" Having heard enough, Zhou Yufeng turned to leave, suspecting it might be people from Jiang Shaoduo's side. With a slight hesitation at his doorstep, he gently pushed the door open. Inside, apart from Jiang Shaoduo, there were 5 others whom Zhou Yufeng recognized. Sitting on the sofa were the elder figures, Jiang Shaoduo's father, Jiang Yongguang, and her mother, Jiang Xin. Leaning against the wall with a furrowed brow was Jiang Shaoduo's older brother, Jiang Mingming. Standing beside Jiang Shaoduo were her younger siblings, Jiang Liangyang and Jiang Shaohua. Zhou Yufeng scanned the room and forced a smile. "Mom, Dad, what brings you here?" He turned his gaze towards Jiang Yongguang, smiling as he nodded in greeting to Jiang Mingming and others. However, his attempts at conversation were met with silence. Jiang Yongguang's icy glare pierced through him, while Jiang Shaoduo kept her head down, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. "When did you arrive, Shaoduo? You could have told me, so I could prepare earlier." Zhou Yufeng continued cheerfully, yet still received no response. Jiang Yongguang glared at him, his eyes cold enough to rend flesh. "Have you eaten, Mom and Dad? Let me cook something for you," he said, moving towards the cabinet where the flour was stored. "Shut up," Jiang Yongguang barked, rising with his hands pressed against his knees. Zhou Yufeng froze in place, watching as Jiang Yongguang approached him. A sharp slap echoed through the room as Jiang Shaoduo lifted her head in shock. Witnessing Jiang Yongguang's trembling hand retract after delivering a resounding blow to Zhou Yufeng's cheek. That slap was for Shaoduo, but it's far from sufficient. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yongguang struck Zhou Yufeng again. If the first slap had caught him off guard, he had ample time to evade the second, yet he stood resolutely still, accepting the blow without flinching. "You worthless scoundrel. Look at what you've done to my daughter. And you still have the audacity to strike her." Jiang Yongguang's fury escalated, and he unleashed a flurry of slaps. "Papa!" Jiang Shaoduo gasped, attempting to intervene, but her brother swiftly restrained her. "Don't embarrass yourself. Stay put," Jiang Mingming admonished, his brow furrowed. "But, brother." Yufeng. Jiang Shaoduo's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Zhou Yufeng, who continued to endure the onslaught. "Enough, father. That's enough," Jiang Shaoduo cried out. Yet, Jiang Yongguang, far from relenting, intensified his assault, continuing for nearly half a minute before pausing to catch his breath. Zhou Yufeng remained standing, his cheeks swollen and crimson, blood trickling from his nose and staining his white shirt, his visage rendered grotesque. Are you all right?" Jiang Shaoduo broke free from Jiang Mingming and moved closer to Zhou Yufeng, her hand hovering in the air, hesitant to make contact. "Shaoduo," Zhou Yufeng murmured softly, his gaze meeting hers, devoid of expression yet filled with tenderness. "Shaoduo, this is what I owe you. I was terrible in the past, wasting your best years. I am truly sorry." Zhou Yufeng's utterances indicated his foreknowledge of Jiang Shaoduo's impending departure. Tears, as large as beans, cascaded down her cheeks. She had not anticipated Zhou Yufeng's response, and her vision became somewhat blurred as she gazed at him, at a loss for words. "Zhou Yufeng, spare me your theatrics. You are well aware of your own worth," she thought bitterly. Suddenly, Jiang Mingming erupted in a loud tirade, stepping forward and delivering a forceful kick to Zhou Yufeng's abdomen, the sound resonating dully as he was propelled to the ground. "Ah!" Zhou Yufeng exclaimed, his face contorting in pain. "Brother, please stop." Jiang Shaoduo grasped Jiang Mingming's arm, while the moonlight poured through the window, casting a pallid glow upon Zhou Yufeng. It resembled the close-up lighting of a theatrical performance, yet it bore an air of desolation. Chapter 27. Let us get divorced, Zhou Yufeng, I tell you. If you don't divorce my sister tomorrow, I swear I will make you regret it. No matter what tricks you try, I will beat you to a pulp. Jiang Mingming shouted angrily, pointing at Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng clutched his stomach, momentarily speechless. Damn it. Jiang Mingming kicked him in the face, sending Zhou Yufeng crashing to the ground. Jiang Xiaoduo gasped, kneeling beside Zhou Yufeng. Brother, please stop. In just a breath's time. Zhou Yufeng suddenly sat up, looking coldly at Jiang Mingming, and said, taking a few hits is my due for owing Xiaoduo. But if you, Jiang Mingming, think I'm afraid of you, and that's why I should divorce Jiang Xiaoduo, let me tell you, that marriage will not dissolve. With that, Zhou Yufeng gritted his teeth and painfully stood up. A few blows mean nothing to me. As a brother, it's only natural to feel pain for my sister. But if you dare to spew insults at me, you'll see whether I will tear your mouth apart. Zhou Yufeng continued, his gaze fixed intensely on Jiang Mingming. He had never endured such humiliation in his past life. The blows he received now were solely due to the immense debt he owed Jiang Xiaoduo. Jiang Mingming was momentarily taken aback, wanting to say something but ultimately fell silent. This Zhou Yufeng does not appear to be the coward everyone claims him to be. And his eyes just now held a hint of danger. The room fell silent for a moment. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Yufeng, I must insist that you divorce Jiang Xiaoduo. Jiang Yongguang broke the silence, frowning as he looked at Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng remained silent, still not responding. And after Jiang Yongguang finished speaking, the house was enveloped in quiet once more. Zhou Yufeng, I beg you, please spare my daughter. Look at what you've done to her. Suddenly, Jiang Xin stood up, trembling slightly, pleading. Her face was pale, appearing weak, as though she might collapse at any moment. Mom! Jiang Xiaoduo exclaimed, rushing over to support Jiang Xin, their hands tightly clasped together. Seeing her frail mother, Jiang Xiaoduo sighed deeply, a resolution forming in her heart. Zhou Yufeng, let us get a divorce. Jiang Xiaoduo spoke coldly, her words devoid of any emotion, akin to discussing an inconsequential matter with a stranger. Zhou Yufeng visibly flinched. Gazing at Jiang Xiaoduo's cherubic face, memories of their time together flooding his mind. From the moment they first met in their youth, everyone awaited Zhou Yufeng's response. After a long pause, he finally asked quietly, Xiaoduo, do you truly wish to leave me now? If Jiang Xiaoduo wants to leave, Zhou Yufeng could only wish her well. For he felt he could offer her nothing, knowing he would eventually depart. In fact, he hoped for her to leave. Fearing what might happen when the true Zhou Yufeng returned and began to torment her again. However, at this moment, Zhou Yufeng could not help but utter a question, albeit somewhat pretentious. In the brief span of a few days, a semblance of emotion seemed to have developed, though even he himself was unaware of it. Upon hearing Zhou Yufeng's words, Jiangxin tightly grasped Jiang Xiaoduo's hand, offering her a silent cue. Yes, Zhou Yufeng, I wish to part ways with you. I yearn to escape this place, to no longer be confined to the company of a mere handful of individuals, exchanging trivial gossip. I am weary of the constant anxiety, fearing that any misstep might lead to your inexplicable wrath. Do you believe that a few days of kindness can erase the past? Let me assure you, Zhou Yufeng, the wounds you have inflicted upon me can never be mended. As Jiang Xiaoduo spoke with increasing fervor, her final words were nearly a shout, a stark contrast to her usual soft-spoken demeanor. This was the first time Zhou Yufeng had witnessed such a transformation in her. Outside the door, footsteps approached as neighbors. Drawn by curiosity, eavesdropped, but Jiang Xiaoduo was unfazed. Aunt Wang crouched down, pressing her ear against the door to listen intently. Lin Chang approached with a grin. Squatting beside Aunt Wang, Lin Nan, unusually, stood in the corridor, eavesdropping on the unfolding drama, an activity she had never engaged in before. Upon catching the faint mention of divorce, a beautiful smile appeared on her face, her dimples surfacing momentarily. Let us finalize the divorce tomorrow, Zhou Yufeng remarked flatly. Devoid of any emotional expression, his tone reminiscent of his earlier conversation with Xin Xiaoduo about their divorce, as if discussing an inconsequential matter with a stranger. Walking over to the cabinet, Zhou Yufeng opened the rectangular container, using his head to prop the lid, lifting the clothing at the bottom to extract a leather envelope. Inside lay the marriage certificate he shared with Jiang Xiaoduo. Let us handle the paperwork in the morning, he said, tossing the envelope onto the coffee table. After casting a glance at Jiang Xiaoduo, he added, You all stay here and make do. I will spend the night outside and return for you in the morning. With that, Zhou Yufeng strode towards the door. Jiang Xiaoduo pressed her lips together, saying nothing further. Her heart a tumult of emotions, there was indeed a hint of reluctance. Yet the importance of family loomed larger. If a separation was to occur, it should be decisive, leaving no room for future entanglements. Hearing the footsteps, Aunt Wang hastily rose and dashed away, followed suit by Lin Chong, who immediately turned to leave. Lin Nan, with a satisfied smile, walked back inside to resume her studies. As Zhou Yufeng stepped out, he found many neighbors lingering in the corridor. Aunt Wang sat on a chair, feigning nonchalance by fanning herself, her head lowered, betraying a sense of guilt as she avoided Zhou Yufeng's gaze. The others mirrored her demeanor, steering clear of his line of sight. Zhou Yufeng, with his head bowed, bore the marks of his struggles. His face was pale, and the swelling on his cheeks rendered him a pitiful sight. He hastened down to the first floor, where he encountered Lu Naiqiang leaning against the wall, a mocking smile plastered across his face. "Serves you right," Lu Naiqiang spat, glaring at Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng paid no heed to Lu Naiqiang. The door to his home stood ajar, and upon peering inside, he found it shrouded in darkness, seemingly devoid of any presence. Are you the only one at home? Where is Wang Shirong?" Zhou Yufeng halted his steps and inquired. "What business is it of yours? Why do you ask?" Lu Naiqiang furrowed his brow, his tone laced with hostility. "Has she gone back to her family?" Zhou Yufeng casually speculated, as it was the logical assumption to make. How do you know that?" Lu Naiqiang questioned, perplexed. "I'll just stay here for the night," Zhou Yufeng declared, stepping confidently through the doorway. "Who the hell told you to come in?" Lu Naiqiang exclaimed, cursing loudly as he hurried inside after him. "Enough of this nonsense. I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow. Old tofu and fried dough sticks." "Damn, I'm not interested," Zhou Yufeng retorted, collapsing into bed. He was utterly exhausted after a long day on the mountain. Chapter 0028. Farewell. With a swift turn, Zhou Yufeng's face collided with the pillow, sending a sharp pang through his nerves, prompting him to grimace as he sat up. The glaring sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his upper body, causing him to squint. The familiar crowing of Aunt Wang's rooster was conspicuously absent from the first floor. He had finally awakened naturally. Glancing over at Wang Naiqiang, he noticed that the latter was rubbing his eyes, appearing to have just woken as well. Zhou Yufeng chose not to engage him, instead rising from the bed, slipping on his shoes, and making his way towards the door. "Where was breakfast?" Lu Naiqiang called out to Zhou Yufeng's retreating figure, stating, "I shall first attend to my divorce, and then I will seek you out." Zhou Yufeng replied with a nonchalant remark before stepping through the door. You rascal, haha." Lu Naiqiang found amusement in Zhou Yufeng's words. The notion of getting a divorce, uttered from his lips, seemed as casual as having breakfast. As he ascended the staircase around the corner, he encountered Lin Nan, along with the Lin siblings. Lin Chong stood at the entrance of the corridor, a broad smile adorning his face as he gazed at Zhou Yufeng. "Where are you off to, brother phone?" Lin Chong inquired with a teasing tone. "Off to your school," Zhou Yufeng replied, playfully swatting Lin Chong on the head before striding forward. "Why did you hit me?" Lin Chong let out a low growl, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Zhou Yufeng, who, indifferent, did not even glance back. "All right, let us go. We're going to be late," Lin Nan remarked with a frown, pulling Lin Chong down the stairs. Once downstairs, Lin Nan continued to tug Lin Chong forward with determined strides. Lin Chong, agitated, flailed his arms and exclaimed, "What is Zhou Yufeng to me? How dare he strike me? This matter cannot simply be overlooked." "Well, you need not seek him any further. Did I not inform you of this earlier? Keep your distance from such scoundrels. If you insist on drawing near, you deserve whatever comes your way." Lin Nan furrowed her brow and uttered this remark, quickening her pace. Upon reaching the door, Zhou Yufeng gently knocked before stepping inside. The entire Jiang family sat upright, awaiting his arrival. "Xiaoduo, shall we depart?" Zhou Yufeng said with an air of nonchalance, akin to their usual casual conversations, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaoduo. Jiang Xiaoduo nodded, rising from her small stool. After Zhou Yufeng turned and exited, the entire Jiang family followed suit, moving in a grand procession towards the corridor. Neighbors glanced over, whispering among themselves. Life was often monotonous, and any minor incident in a household could fuel gossip for months on end, retaining its fervor all the while. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them. Zhou Yufeng led the way towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. After half an hour, they arrived, and the proceedings unfolded remarkably smoothly, as if the staff had been anticipating their arrival. Presumably, Jiang Yongwang had made prior arrangements. In less than 10 minutes, the divorce was finalized. And standing outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Xiaoduo grasped Jiang Xian's arm, preparing to leave. With just a few steps taken, Jiang Xiaoduo turned her head to cast a lingering glance at Zhou Yufeng, her expression a blend of hesitation and longing, before departing, perhaps feeling a sense of regret within. Father, mother, please wait for me a moment. I need to discuss a few matters with Zhou Yufeng. Jiang Shaoduo tugged at Jiang Ying's arm, halting her progress. There is no need to go. What more is there to say? Just hand over those things from home, Jiang Xian interjected, frowning as she firmly held on to Jiang Shaoduo's hand. Father, it's just a few words, and besides, we are already divorced. It's nothing significant, Jiang Shaoduo pleaded, casting a hopeful glance at Jiang Yongguang. After surveying the distance to Zhou Yufeng, he slowly nodded. Just speak with him briefly. We must hurry to the station. All right, Jiang Shaoduo replied, her face lighting up with joy as she nodded and walked toward Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng had been standing there, and upon noticing Jiang Shaoduo's bashful demeanor, he realized she had something more to convey. Shaoduo, is there something else? Zhou Yufeng inquired gently, a smile gracing his lips. Well, this money. You should take it. I've spent a little. Jiang Shaoduo retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, within which lay the consolation money Zhou Yufeng had reclaimed from Hu Han, previously given to her as 300 yuan. There is still 285 yuan left. You should have it. As she spoke, Jiang Shaoduo extended the handkerchief toward Zhou Yufeng. Shaoduo, I cannot accept it. What? Jiang Shaoduo exclaimed in surprise, raising her gaze to scrutinize Zhou Yufeng, who wore a charming smile. She did not anticipate his refusal of such a substantial sum, nearly 300 yuan. In the past, he would often exhaust his own funds, leading to conflicts over money. Now that they were divorced, why would he decline this money? In this era, the highest salary at the Linshui steel factory was merely 100 yuan a month. This was indeed a significant amount. Zhou Yufeng gently stroked Jiang Shaoduo's dark locks before quickly withdrawing his hand. I owe you so much. I have no face to accept this. Upon hearing his light-hearted words, tears welled in Jiang Shaoduo's eyes. This money cannot be accepted under any circumstances. You must allow me to feel at ease in my conscience. If I were to return to my former self and seek financial assistance from you again, you must refuse me firmly and sever all ties with me. Remember, once the act of borrowing begins, it will not end with just one occasion. You must deny me. What does this mean? Jiang Shaoduo asked, her voice trembling, unable to comprehend Zhou Yufeng's cryptic statements. You are too simple-minded to understand, so just remember my words. Now, I must take my leave. Take care on your journey. With that, Zhou Yufeng smiled and waved goodbye to Jiang Shaoduo, turning toward the direction of the stage. Yufeng, Jiang Shaoduo called softly, gripping the handkerchief tightly. But he did not look back until he faded from her tear-blurred vision. It is astonishing how swiftly one can part ways with someone who has been a companion for an extended period, once the heart has made a decision. Departure occurs with remarkable ease, perhaps rendering future encounters impossible. In this era of communication difficulties, it is arduous to reconnect once one has been swallowed by the vast sea of humanity. Jiang Shaoduo exhaled deeply, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and walked away in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Zhou Yufeng strode ahead, feeling a subtle ache in his heart. He forced a bitter smile and shook his head vigorously, attempting to suppress these thoughts. Let the matter with Hu Han conclude swiftly. The only concerns remaining here are those of Zhou Yuna and her companions. It would be prudent to return early to avoid further emotional upheaval. Upon reaching the stage, it was already time for a meal. Zhou Yufeng purchased a roasted sweet potato as a makeshift snack and ordered a large pot of tea, awaiting the arrival of Chen Guoda. Chapter 0029. You don't recognize him? An hour later, a red motorcycle, gleaming under the blazing sun, approached the stage and came to a halt at the tea stall. Yufeng, it's done. Before he had even steadied himself, Chen Guoda exclaimed excitedly, leaping from the motorcycle and hastening to sit beside Zhou Yufeng on a nearby bench. Brother Chen, have some tea first. Zhou Yufeng smiled faintly, picking up a cup and pouring tea for Chen Guoda, placing it beside him. How did you end up with such a swollen face? Who did this to you? My brother wouldn't dare. Noticing Zhou Yufeng's puffy cheeks, Chen Guoda slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice in outrage. It's nothing, Brother Chen, just a little tumble. A tumble? And both cheeks are swollen? Chen Guoda's eyes widened as he clenched his fists, his tone fierce, as if he were determined to avenge Zhou Yufeng. I fell twice, Zhou Yufeng said, holding up 2 fingers seriously before taking a large sip from his tea bowl. Damn it, Chen Guoda swore, then broke into a grin. All right, Brother Chen, let us talk about the matters at the factory, Zhou Yufeng suggested with a smile, shifting the topic. Well, my father said it's a go? Chen Guoda's eyes sparkled with excitement. He glanced around before leaning closer to Zhou Yufeng, whispering, this morning, the factory issued a notice that the summer bonuses will be distributed in the form of fruit. with over 100 workers at the factory. Based on the gross profit you calculated for me yesterday, if each person earns $1, we could make over $1,500 this time, almost equivalent to my salary for a year and a half. That's quite good. Zhou Yufeng nodded lightly, his expression neutral. Noticing this, Chen Guodao assumed Zhou Yufeng was dissatisfied with the previously mentioned 100 yuan labor fee. He quickly added, Yufeng, let us work on this together. Once it's done, I'll directly give you 200 yuan for your efforts. Sure, that sounds fine. Thank you, brother. Zhou Yufeng replied nonchalantly. Chen Guodao furrowed his brow. Paused for a moment, then continued, Yufeng, you might not realize this, but you can't just speak to the factory manager without offering some benefits. If we factor those in, I want to earn much. Oh, brother Chen, when will the fruit be delivered to the factory? Zhou Yufeng inquired. Shifting the focus back to the fruit, seemingly indifferent to the financial matters, leaving Chen Guodao puzzled about his true thoughts. Zhou Yufeng had briefly drifted into thoughts about Huhan. The day after tomorrow in the morning, we'll distribute the benefits at the factory. Time is tight. So we should buy some plastic bags and sort the 3 different kinds of fruit. Without hesitation, Zhou Yufeng stood up, seated himself on the motorcycle, and glanced sideways at Chen Guodao. Brother Chen, where's the key? Zhou Yufeng's ease of familiarity is not at all jarring. Rather, it fosters a comfortable rapport, showcasing his adeptness in interpersonal relations and his remarkable ability to strike the right balance. Oh, let us go then. Chen Guodao paused for a moment, then broke into a grin, handing the keys to Zhou Yufeng before settling into the back seat. Brother Chen, remember, 200. Ha ha ha. You rascal, rest assured. I will guarantee you 200 once the task is accomplished. To procure the plastic packaging, one must reach Lujin City, a journey of over 50 kilometers. Riding a motorcycle there is not overly burdensome. It should take approximately an hour. As they hit the national highway, Zhou Yufeng sped towards Lujin City, while Chen Guodao, seated behind him, rambled on incessantly, to which Zhou Yufeng responded absently. Brother Chen, do you know anyone in Lujin City? It seems that the plastic packaging factory does not cater to individual buyers. Given the unique circumstances of the era, Zhou Yufeng quickly inquired, realizing that wealth alone might not secure the plastic bags, a detail he had overlooked. Ah, you don't know anyone? I thought you had connections there for the plastic bags. Chen Guodao knitted his brows, his urgency palpable. When discussing this matter with the director of the Linshui steel plant, Chen Guodao's father, Chen Mingyuan, had made promising commitments, not only ensuring an ample supply of fruit, but also that the packaging would be aesthetically pleasing. This would elevate the perceived quality of the fruit among the factory workers, making them feel the summer expenses were justified. Consequently, the director would gain a commendable reputation, and any profits garnered by Chen Mingyuan would merely be a matter of mutual benefit. However, at this moment, the prospect of failing to procure the plastic bags left Chen Guodao anxious. What if we can't get the bags? It would be absurd to hand out fruit to the factory workers without proper packaging. I don't know anyone either, but let us head to the plastic packaging factory. There should be a way, Zhou Yufeng replied with a light-hearted smile, appearing unfazed. It seemed he did not allow the concern to weigh heavily on him. If not knowing someone presented a challenge, he would navigate it as best he could, albeit with a bit more difficulty than before. Zhou Yufeng believed that, regardless of the era, economic development remained the core competitive advantage. Thus, if money were placed in one's hand, how could one refuse to deliver goods? Moreover, skirting the edges of legality was merely a straightforward transaction. Should we go and see? Chen Guodao squeezed Zhou Yufeng's shoulder, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yufeng, do you really not know anyone? This is no joking matter. My father has already made assurances to the director. If this doesn't pan out, how am I supposed to navigate my future at the factory? Chen Guodao's mindset was rather rigid. At 35, he had never even visited the provincial capital, Zhihai City, which restricted his perspective significantly. Brother Chen, I truly do not know anyone. Let us just head there and find a solution. Fortunately, we still have time to consider our options. You reckless lad, how can you be so unreliable? Chen Guodao, jostled in the back, was thoroughly agitated upon hearing Zhou Yufeng's insistence of ignorance. All right, Brother Chen, your anxiety is of no use now. Let us go and assess the situation. Zhou Yufeng uttered another remark, hastening his cycling pace. At this moment, although the national road was not particularly well constructed, with numerous potholes scattered throughout, it was almost devoid of vehicles, save for a few horse-drawn carts and tractors traversing the path. Occasionally, a bus would make an appearance, allowing Zhou Yufeng to accelerate freely. Throughout the journey, Chun Guada had been incessantly complaining, and eventually, Zhou Yufeng chose to remain silent, letting him voice his grievances. After a little over an hour, they finally arrived at the plastic bag factory in Lujin City. The blue iron gate bore the words plastic bag factory, and the entrance was a mere 2 meters wide. With the red brick pavement uneven and pockmarked, a stark contrast to the nearby steel plant, which was of a far superior caliber. Brother Chen, we have arrived. Zhou Yufeng smiled, glancing back at Chen Guada. I see, but how do we get in now? Chen Guada inquired, frowning. Right in, Zhou Yufeng replied with a smile, slowly maneuvering his motorcycle toward the entrance. Chapter 0030, The Unannounced Visit. Hey, stop. Who are you looking for? A sharp voice rang out as a narrow gap was pushed open in the iron gate, just as a motorcycle was ridden inside. Moments later, an elderly man with a hunched back hurriedly emerged from the gatehouse. We are here to discuss some matters with your factory director. Time is of the essence. Where is he now? Zhou Yufeng replied, a slight furrow creasing his brow, his tone cold and authoritative. Clad in a white shirt and wearing black knee-high socks with his sandals, his slightly swollen cheeks only added to the severity of his expression, reminiscent of a diligent staff member from a certain establishment. Oh, you must be looking for Director Li, right? The elderly man's tone softened considerably, laced with caution. At his age, securing a job was no small feat, and he was understandably anxious about offending any superior and risking dismissal. Moreover, the individual on the motorcycle alongside him, a rather rotund man, appeared to exude an air of authority. Is Director Li in the factory at the moment? Zhou Yufeng inquired again, his expression still stern. Why, yes. He is indeed here, in the factory, the old man replied, managing a strained smile and nodding. Why is it that your landline is unreachable? I've been trying to get in touch, Zhou Yufeng suddenly scolded, his frown deepening, his breathing noticeably heavier, revealing his irritation. I don't know. I'm just a mere gatekeeper. I have no knowledge of the intercom system, the old man stammered, his body trembling slightly. In which room can I find Director Li? Zhou Yufeng pressed on. On the 3rd floor, the first room on the left, the elderly man quickly responded, gesturing towards the adjacent 4-story office building. Without another word, Zhou Yufeng revved the throttle of his motorcycle and rode towards the office building, parking hastily before rushing inside. Chen Guada followed closely, and as they entered the building, he seized Zhou Yufeng's arm, his tone laced with urgency. You're taking quite a risk, intimidating the doorman like that. Even if you meet the director, what do you think will happen? He'll likely just throw you out. Zhou Yufeng chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. He shrugged off Chen Guada's grip and continued his ascent. Internally, he looked down upon Chen Guada. Despite his imposing physique, he seemed to possess an unexpectedly timid nature. Hey, why aren't you speaking? Can't you think this through? This isn't a trivial matter. If you irritate them, they could detain us for disrupting their work. Chen Guada continued, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his own words alarming him. Zhou Yufeng strode forward confidently, with Chen Guada trailing behind, the creases on his face deepening, rivaling those of the old man they had just encountered. Upon reaching the 3rd floor and standing before the first room on the left, Zhou Yufeng paused, his brow furrowing as he turned to Chen Guada, his expression serious. Please, do not speak out of turn. Before Chen Guada could reply, Zhou Yufeng knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Be gentle. That's quite impolite, Chen Guada hastily whispered. Come in. Soon. A voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated through the office. Zhou Yufeng promptly pushed open the door and stepped inside, followed closely by Chen Guada. Who are you? Initially assuming they were employees from the factory, Li Delong straightened in his seat upon seeing the unfamiliar faces. Greetings, Director Li. We are the chairman of Guada Fruit Farmers. And it is a privilege to meet you, Zhou Yufeng replied with a smile, his tone elevated and brimming with confidence. As for the name of the fruit farmers, it was a mere whim, inspired by Chen Guada's labored breathing. Guada Fruit Farmers? Director Li inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, how did you manage to come in? We hadn't originally planned to visit. We took the train directly to Zhahai City. Hearing that there was a decent plastic packaging factory in Lujin City, we decided to take a look, and it appears quite promising, Zhou Yufeng chuckled, gesturing towards the sofa on the side. Director Li, shall we sit and discuss? Li Delong hesitated momentarily but eventually nodded, choosing to maintain an air of respect until he fully understood who they were. Most notably, the young man before him spoke with an assuredness that suggested competence. Zhou Yufeng seated himself casually, exuding an air of ease. After a brief pause, Chen Guada followed suit, though he appeared somewhat restrained. We explained our situation to the security guard on our way in, and that is how we gained entry. In our circles, this is referred to as an unannounced visit. Zhou Yufeng exhaled, continuing his explanation. Unannounced visit? Li Delong inquired, furrowing his brow. It refers to a visit by strangers. An effective method for market expansion where unconnected parties meet directly to seek solutions, bypassing complex channels of communication. This approach is quite common in coastal cities. Perhaps it has yet been adopted here, and I apologize if this has caused any discomfort, Zhou Yufeng elaborated. Oh, it's nothing, Li Delong nodded. Though he didn't fully grasp the concept, he felt less resistance towards the two men. Zhou Yufeng's professional dialogue piqued Li Delong's interest in him. We are from Shanghai and have come to conduct market research in your southwestern province, primarily focusing on the export trade of fruits. Aiming to sell the renowned green fruits from your area overseas, Zhou Yufeng continued, continually embellishing their profile, confident that he could impress the factory director. Oh, I see. However, we specialize in plastic packaging, which doesn't directly relate to your fruits, Li Delong replied with a gentle smile. How does it not relate? Zhou Yufeng grinned, rising from his seat to retrieve a half-open pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Li Delong. Qinguadai's eyes widened. He recognized the brand. It was the very pack he had misplaced a few days prior. After assisting Li Delong in lighting his cigarette, Zhou Yufeng offered one to Qinguada as well, lighting it for him as well. Regarding the green fruit, we have commenced a unified procurement here. Apparently it is quite abundant in that Linshui city, isn't it, Mr. Qin? I hope I haven't misremembered the name. As he spoke, Zhou Yufeng glanced at Qinguada. Yes, indeed, Qinguada nodded, still feeling somewhat perplexed. Linshui City boasts the highest yield of green fruit, with ample moisture in the fruits, so it must be Linshui City. Li Delong took a puff of his cigarette and continued the conversation. Zhou Yufeng's lips curled into a slight smile. This was the interaction he desired. Ah, my memory. Zhou Yufeng shook his head and continued. The procurement of the green fruit has already begun. All that remains is packaging. However, after a day in Linshui City, we found no plastic packaging factories. Initially, we planned to head to Zhahai City, but upon hearing that Elgin City has a plastic packaging factory, we decided to come here instead. As he concluded his remarks, Zhou Yufeng noticed the spark in Director Li's eyes. Chapter 0031. In hand noticing the subtle shift in Li Delong's expression, Zhou Yufeng's lips curled into a slight smile. After a brief pause, he continued, considering the transportation costs. If Lujin City has a capable plastic packaging factory for fruit, we will certainly prioritize the local facility before considering the one in Zhahai City. Indeed, that is the case. A smile graced Li Delong's face, and he slightly parted his lips, ready to speak, but Zhou Yufeng's voice interrupted, now imbued with a more stringent tone. However, this is contingent upon ensuring quality. Only then will our company prioritize the factory in Lujin City. Ah, understood. Li Delong nodded, and after a moment's hesitation, he began to introduce his factory, seemingly eager to finalize what appeared to be a significant deal. Our Lushan plastic factory has been established for 10 years. Since its inception, we have adhered to the principle of quality first, and we currently collaborate with several large state-owned enterprises with no history of quality issues. Yes, during my visit, I inquired with some acquaintances, and they indeed hold your factory manager in high regard, Zhou Yufeng remarked with a smile. Oh, not at all, you flatter me. Li Delong replied, waving his hand with a chuckle. Observing that Zhou Yufeng had finished his cigarette, he opened his drawer, retrieved a pack of cigarettes, and offered one to Zhou Yufeng. Have one of mine. Zhou Yufeng nodded, unpretentious, accepting the cigarette and asking Li Delong to light it for him. By the way, is your enterprise state-owned or private? Once seated, Li Delong posed the question. Zhou Yufeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood the implications of Li Delong's inquiry. Currently, their factory's production of packaging required quotas. If it were a state-owned enterprise, they would need to apply for a quota from above before proceeding. If it were a private enterprise, they would be back to square one, as payment did not guarantee production. Is there tea available? I've traveled quite a distance and could use a drink. Zhou Yufeng cleared his throat, his demeanor relaxing. Yes, of course. Li Delong rose and retrieved 2 porcelain cups from the bookshelf, taking 2 tea bags from a nearby tin and placing them inside. He then poured water from a thermos on his desk into the cups. It's not the finest tea, nor does it have any particular renown. It's locally produced. Please, do try. Li Delong smiled as he set the 2 cups on the coffee table in front of Zhou Yufeng and Qinguada. Local tea is the best. Ever since I arrived in the southwest province, I've been enjoying it. It has a sweet flavor and is beneficial for the lungs. Zhou Yufeng lifted his cup, gently blew on it, and took a sip. Ah, I must say, you have quite an impressive understanding, young brother. Li Go, I merely have a rudimentary knowledge, hardly worthy of being called research. By the way, young brother, my name is Li Delong. I do not yet know yours. Oh, I am Zhou Yufeng. And this is our general manager, Chen. Ah, General Manager Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you. Li Delong stood to shake hands with Chen Guoda. The relationships amongst several individuals gradually grew more familiar under the negotiations of Zhou Yufeng. By the way, directorly, we require a substantial quantity in a short span. Can you produce 1 ton of packaging bags? Zhou Yufeng inquired, bypassing the question previously posed by Li Delong. 1 ton? Li Delong's eyes widened in surprise, astonished by the considerable demand from this fruit company. What do you mean by a short time? Is it feasible to produce 1 ton within 15 days? Upon uttering this, a brief silence enveloped the office as Li Delong slightly bowed his head, contemplating the matter. Having reached this juncture, Li Delong had already surmised that the counterpart was a state-owned enterprise. If they were to secure the quota from above, the factory's profitability this year could at least double, enabling an increase in the workers' wages. Presently, Li Delong's sole concern was the possibility of failing to meet Zhou Yufeng's stipulation. A ton within half a month seemed daunting, though achieving it within a month, even with overtime, would not pose a challenge. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately nodded in agreement, prioritizing the acquisition of the quota. Overtime should be manageable. Zhou Yufeng chuckled softly, observing Li Delong's demeanor. As he spoke, he instinctively lowered his gaze, even hesitant to meet his own eyes. Individuals of this era tended to be rather sincere. Deceit lacked the nonchalance of 2020, where one could lie without a hint of embarrassment. Zhou Yufeng could distinctly ascertain that the factory lacked the production capacity to manufacture 1 ton of plastic bags within a fortnight. The procurement of raw materials also presented a challenge. That's good. Finally, I won't have to run around anymore. It seems a trip to Zhihai City is unnecessary. Zhou Yufeng sighed, reclining back on the couch, and gently patted Chen Guoda's shoulder. Chen Guoda, still in a state of bewilderment, managed a smile that could only be described as more pitiable than tears. Yes, Li Delong nodded, though his demeanor appeared quite forced. In that case, brotherly, could we first take some samples to assess their quality? If the quality is satisfactory, I will call your factory tomorrow to discuss the collaboration, Zhou Yufeng declared. Preparing to depart, aware that prolonging the conversation might not yield better results. It is not always beneficial to speak extensively. Maintaining the other party in a heightened state of enthusiasm is preferable. Very well, I will take you to the factory to view the products, Li Delong replied, rising to his feet and escorting Zhou Yufeng and Chen Guoda out of the office. As they walked, he provided an overview of the factory, swiftly leading them to the warehouse where goods were stored. Li Delong instructed someone to open the large doors of the warehouse, revealing neatly arranged cardboard boxes, stacked higher than an adult man's height and extending at least 10 meters in length. How many packaging bags are contained within such a box? Zhou Yufeng inquired, pointing to a long cardboard box. This type holds 100, while those square boxes contain 500, Li Delong responded. Such a significant difference? Indeed. These elongated boxes are custom-made from the mining region, intended for presenting gifts to leaders from other provinces, and are of superior quality. Zhou Yufeng felt a surge of joy. This was precisely what he desired. Well, our clientele also includes international customers, and if we require packaging bags, it would undoubtedly necessitate something of this caliber. Zhou Yufeng remarked earnestly while pointing at the elongated boxes. Absolutely, Li Delong replied. Such packaging bags offer higher profit margins, which is certainly advantageous. I must take 2 boxes back for quality inspection, as our demand is substantial. I hope you can understand, directorly, Zhou Yufeng explained. Of course. Li Delong responded without hesitation. It is entirely reasonable for a major client with a monthly demand of 1 ton to request 200 packaging bags for sampling quality inspection. As a last resort, I can work overtime tonight to ensure these 2 boxes of packaging bags are ready. This quantity is quite manageable for me, Li Delong added. All right then, President Chen, please take this box, and I will retrieve another from inside. It is best not to take adjacent boxes, Zhou Yufeng instructed, handing a box to Chen Guoda, only to notice the excess flesh on his face quivering. Was he unable to suppress a smile? Chapter 32. Calling Lu Naiqiang, Li Delong instructed the workers to bring out a long cardboard box from inside, which he handed to Zhou Yufeng. oblivious to Chen Guoda's unsightly demeanor. Accepting the box, Zhou Yufeng remarked, directorly, "As soon as the sample testing report is available, I shall contact you without delay." "Very well," Li Delong nodded, patting Zhou Yufeng's shoulder before leading him towards the office building. "In a hurry? How about we grab a bite at the staff cafeteria?" Li Delong inquired. Zhou Yufeng gently shook his head, revealing a hint of difficulty on his face. "I apologize, Director Li. I have a multitude of matters to attend to. Let us defer for another day." With that, he gestured towards the long cardboard box. "We have ample time ahead of us." "Indeed, we have ample time ahead of us." Li Delong escorted Zhou Yufeng and his companions to the gate. The hunchback doorman, witnessing the respect shown by the factory director towards the young men, couldn't help but feel anxious, wondering if they had spoken ill of him. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yufeng and the others, Li Delong turned and walked back into the factory, refraining from engaging in further conversation with the doorman, which allowed the latter to breathe a sigh of relief. As they rode on the motorcycle along the narrow path, Chen Guoda became exuberantly animated, gripping Zhou Yufeng's shoulder and shaking it vigorously. "Yufeng, you truly possess remarkable skills. With just a few words, you secured those packaging bags without spending a dime. That is utterly astounding." Zhou Yufeng smiled faintly, maintaining an impassive expression. Turning to Chen Guoda, he said earnestly, "Brother Chen, it would be prudent to call Director Li first thing tomorrow morning and inform him that the product quality is substandard. We must not give him false hopes." "Understood," Chen Guoda replied with a firm nod. The quantity of packaging bags Zhou Yufeng procured was inconsequential to Li Delong. A twinge of guilt flashed through Zhou Yufeng's mind, but he dismissed it, reminding himself not to be overly serious. In matters that lack rigor, it is irrelevant. And such is the nature of human relationships. After reflecting on Li Delong's affairs, Zhou Yufeng set his thoughts aside and accelerated towards Linshui City. The duo headed straight to Chen Guoda's grandfather's place, as they were scheduled to distribute fruit at the Linshui steel plant the day after tomorrow. To minimize labor costs, they would have to package the fruit themselves. Until they achieved a certain scale, Chen Guoda could only earn these meager wages. Zhou Yufeng considered this simple business model, which was certainly preferable to enduring Chen Guoda's incessant boasting, with saliva spraying onto his neck. "Brother Chen, perhaps you could tone it down a bit," Zhou Yufeng suggested, retracting his neck slightly. "Haha, all right. By the way, Yufeng, let me treat you to a meal when we return at the state-run restaurant. It must not be of low caliber." As dusk approached, Zhou Yufeng traversed the opera stage and made his way along the rural path, reaching Chun Laoi's residence in under 20 minutes. The two entered the cold room, carrying the long cardboard box. Upon entering, Chen Guoda eagerly opened the box, eager to see what the packaging bags for the leadership gifts looked like. "Wow." Upon touching the texture of the packaging bag, Chen Guoda couldn't help but exclaim with delight. Gently pulling it open, the bag revealed the words VIP gift in striking red, exuding an air of sophistication. "This bag is impressive. I wouldn't even want to use it for fruits," Chen Guoda chuckled, turning to glance at Zhou Yufeng, who was already filling the bag with fruits. "Let us get this done quickly so we can rest sooner," Zhou Yufeng replied calmly, seated on a wooden stool, diligently attending to the task at hand with an air of composure. Chen Guoda momentarily lost his train of thought as he observed Zhou Yufeng's serious demeanor. Finding him somewhat handsome, "I'll introduce my sister to you," he casually remarked. Zhou Yufeng nearly choked, recalling the night he drove Chen Guoda home and caught a glimpse of his sister, 30 years old and still unmarried, a veritable old maid in this era, with a rather peculiar personality. How audacious of him! Zhou Yufeng shot Chen Guoda a glare, choosing to ignore him and continue packing the fruits. Shaking his head, Chen Guoda felt a twinge of boredom and resumed his task with earnestness. Zhou Yufeng meticulously explained how many fruits to pack in each bag, how to allocate the varieties, and emphasized the importance of packing more rather than less. In the factory, every trivial detail mattered. Discovering a lesser quantity than others could lead to troublesome debates. When Old Master Chen called for dinner, Zhou Yufeng declined, remaining focused on his work. Chen Guoda followed suit, waving off Old Master Chen and continuing with his duties. At that moment, Chen Guoda couldn't help but regard Zhou Yufeng with newfound respect, realizing the seriousness with which he approached his work. Having consumed only a baked sweet potato throughout the day, Zhou Yufeng was already ravenous, yet he abstained from dinner, all due to Chen Guoda's mention of the state-run restaurant. Earlier, Old Master Chen had organized the fruits neatly, making the packing considerably easier. As night fell, Chen Guoda stood up and opened the door, utilizing the faint light outside to continue packing the fruits. Finally, when darkness enveloped the surroundings, they managed to fill all the bags with fruits. Zhou Yufeng stretched and stood up, patting Chen Guoda on the shoulder. Let us go, brother Chen. To the state-run restaurant. The state-run restaurant? Chen Guoda looked up, bewildered. Enough of the packing. Didn't you say you'd treat me to the state-run restaurant when you returned? Ha, Chen Guoda grinned. You remember that so clearly. I was wondering why we weren't having the congee my grandfather made. Let us go. It'll be troublesome if we don't close the door. With that, Zhou Yufeng stepped into the courtyard, and Chen Guoda brushed off the dust from his clothes, following suit. After mounting the motorcycle, Zhou Yufeng drove Chen Guoda towards the theater. Let us head to the combined courtyard first. We should bring Lu Naiqiang along. Zhou Yufeng glanced back at Chen Guoda and said, Call him? Chen Guoda wore a look of disdain, questioning why he was being summoned. Once we concluded this matter, he intended to confront that scoundrel for payment. However, perhaps it would be best to include him, as we resided in the same courtyard and were bound to encounter one another frequently. As for you, Yufeng, there are certain truths you may be unaware of. Lu Naiqiang is not a person of integrity. During our last card game, that fellow was actually scheming to conspire against you with my assistance. Such matters are trivial, yet it would be prudent to extend the invitation. Yufeng remained steadfast in his pursuit of this issue, primarily because Lu Naiqiang's involvement was crucial to his plans. Otherwise, he would not have bothered with someone of such dubious character. Chen Guoda mistakenly believed Yufeng to be benevolent. Yet he failed to grasp the complexities of Yufeng's true nature. Chapter 33. Unlocking. In the end, Lu Naiqiang was summoned. Upon seeing Chen Guoda, his face turned as pale as a ghost. However, after Chen Guoda warned Lu Naiqiang about repaying the debt, the matter was not broached again for the rest of the evening. Upon arriving at the state-run restaurant, Zhou Yufeng refrained from ordering any alcohol. He was unable to drink and was also concerned that Lu Naiqiang might indulge too much, as there were still matters to discuss with him later. Instead, he requested Chen Guoda to order more dishes, and after devouring the meal voraciously, Zhou Yufeng and Lu Naiqiang made their way to the mixed courtyard. Once Chen Guoda rode off on his motorcycle, Lu Naiqiang leaned in closer to Zhou Yufeng, unable to contain his curiosity. Yufeng, are you and Chen Guoda involved in some sort of business? Haha. No. Zhou Yufeng feigned a casual denial, having intentionally mentioned a few times during their meal, seemingly in a nonchalant manner. Come on, don't try to deceive me. Lu Naiqiang chuckled, draping his arm over Zhou Yufeng's shoulder as they strolled. If there's any business, do share with me. Let me be a part of it. Zhou Yufeng displayed a troubled expression, bowing his head in contemplation, appearing rather conflicted. Oh, Yufeng, how long have we known each other? Surely longer than you have with Chen Guoda. If you can engage in business with him, why not share a word with me? After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yufeng vaguely recounted the matter of transporting fruit. What? You were just helping him deliver fruit the day after tomorrow, and he is paying you 200 yuan? Lu Naiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning Zhou Yufeng's words. What kind of person is Chen Guoda? Would he really part with such money? Yufeng, it's not that I envy you. I must caution you. Remember the last time we played cards? That Chen Guoda pressured me into setting you up. You need to be wary. Damn it. Zhou Yufeng shot a cold glance at Lu Naiqiang, almost ready to curse. Brother Chang, thank you for your reminder, but I am utterly broke. Chen Guobu cannot deceive me. How about this? When we go to the steel factory the day after tomorrow, you can join me for the fruit delivery, and I'll split 50 with you. Great. Lu Naiqiang agreed without a moment's hesitation. Delightful. They soon arrived at the mixed courtyard, where Lu Naiqiang's demeanor shifted to one of flattery, nodding and bowing as he spoke, anxious that Zhou Yufeng might regret their agreement over the 50 yuan. Regardless of the truth, once this fellow had spoken, Lu Naiqiang would undoubtedly seek an explanation if he assisted him. Currently, Lu Naiqiang was quite desperate, and this unexpected windfall could resolve many of his difficulties, at the very least allowing him to fetch his wife from her family home. Yufeng, why not come in for a bit? Lu Naiqiang opened the door to his home, beaming at Zhou Yufeng. Sighing, Zhou Yufeng paused for a moment before nodding and stepping inside. The news of Jiang Xiaodua's divorce from Zhou Yufeng had already spread throughout the compound, and seeing Zhou Yufeng's troubled expression brought Lu Naiqiang a sense of balance. At least he was better off than him. Enough, Yufeng, do not be disheartened. Women are often sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted. Perhaps she will return in a couple of days. Lu Naiqiang opened the door, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Zhou Yufeng. Let us hope so, Zhou Yufeng replied absently, casting a glance around the room before shifting the subject. By the way, Changge, is this little place of yours owned or rented? Leaning back on the sofa, he casually inquired. It's rented. I can hardly afford to buy anything. In our courtyard, nearly half of the residents are tenants, Lu Naiqiang responded. Oh, I see. By the way, which village do you hail from? The two men began to converse. Such topics, despite their acquaintance over time, had never been broached. They were merely drinking buddies, and their discussions typically revolved around gambling. Gradually, their conversation grew more animated, eventually leading to Lu Naiqiang's past. Zhou Yufeng was aware that Lu Naiqiang had served time for theft, having heard whispers of his adeptness at lock-picking. Seizing a suitable moment, Zhou Yufeng asked, Changge, would you demonstrate your lock-picking skills for a brother? Sure. Lu Naiqiang nodded without hesitation. Zhou Yufeng's boasting had lifted his spirits. Lu Naiqiang rose and ventured into the back room, rummaging through drawers before emerging with a small iron box. This used to be my prized possession. He carefully opened the box, revealing two exquisitely crafted fine needles. Is this what you use to pick locks? Zhou Yufeng inquired, a skeptical expression adorning his face. Do not underestimate this tool. It is quite powerful, Lu Naiqiang retorted as he strode toward the door. Zhou Yufeng followed closely, his bright eyes glinting with excitement in the darkness. Lu Naiqiang forcefully pulled the door shut, deftly manipulating the iron needles within the lock, and with a satisfying click, the door swung open. Wow, that is incredible. Changge, teach me. Zhou Yufeng squatted beside Lu Naiqiang, eyes wide with enthusiasm. Hige, this skill cannot be shared indiscriminately. I fear you may stray into a life of crime, Lu Naiqiang replied, playfully tugging at the door to close it again. You said it, Zhou Yufeng exclaimed. Lu Naiqiang inserted the fine needles into the lock, simultaneously explaining his technique while demonstrating it. Zhou Yufeng exhibited remarkable patience, allowing Lu Naiqiang to elaborate for over an hour before he took his iron box and headed towards his own abode. Much like his casual inquiries about the cooling expenses when with Chun Guoda, he now effortlessly probed Lu Naiqiang regarding his past and the art of lockpicking. Everything seemed devoid of any pretense on Zhou Yufeng's part, making it impossible to detect any suspicion, until he uncovered irrefutable evidence against Hu Han. Zhou Yufeng remained vigilant of everyone, ensuring that Hu Han harbored no inkling of wariness. Otherwise, the entire affair would slip from his grasp. From humbly soliciting money from Hu Han, Zhou Yufeng had already begun to lay the groundwork for the entire affair. However, Chen Guoda's unexpected arrival accelerated the progression of events. Remember to call me tomorrow. You must remember to call me. With a loud shout, Lu Naiqiang turned and entered the house. It was around 10 p.m., and the corridor was deserted. As Zhou Yufeng approached his front door and took out his keys to unlock it, his hand froze midair. You should have been home by now, he murmured to himself with a bittersweet smile. Shaking his head gently before putting the keys away and retrieving a small metal box containing a fine needle. Taking out the needle, Zhou Yufeng mimicked Lu Naiqiang's technique, inserting the needle into the lock's core and beginning to twist it. With each turn, the lock emitted a series of squeaks, yet it remained stubbornly shut. However, Zhou Yufeng exhibited remarkable patience. After withdrawing the needle, he attempted once more, repeating the process. Gradually, a thin sheen of sweat formed on his forehead, but finally, with a satisfying click, the lock yielded after what felt like an eternity of struggle. Perhaps tomorrow, Zhou Yufeng mused aloud as he stood up. That night, an absence of moonlight enveloped the house in darkness. He entered the interior without bothering to switch on the lights, instead lying down on the bed. It felt as though the shadows had wrapped around him, leaving his heart feeling desolate. Everything remained untouched, just as it had always been, save for her absence. Zhou Yufeng draped the thin quilt that Jiang Xiaoduo often used over himself. The fabric still held the faint traces of her fragrance, and as he inhaled deeply, the subtle scent filled his nostrils. He closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 34. Preparations before distributing fruit the next day. The rooster crowed punctually as always. Zhou Yufeng squatted by the faucet, washing up, when Lin Nan and Lin Chang, the sibling duo, emerged from their room. As they passed by him, Lin Chang wore a sullen expression, deliberately avoiding Zhou Yufeng's gaze. Meanwhile, Lin Nan sported a slight smirk, genuinely pleased for her kind sister, Jiang Xiaoduo, who had managed to escape the tribulations brought by Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng, however, dismissed their presence, considering them mere insignificant children. After finishing his morning routine, Zhou Yufeng retrieved some noodles from his room, intending to cook them in the communal kitchen. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by Lu Naiqiang, who wore a cheeky grin. Yufeng, make sure to add extra noodles. I'd like a bowl too. Zhou Yufeng merely curled his lip in response and proceeded to the communal kitchen. where he indeed added a bit more to the pot. With only a little over 40 yuan left to his name, he needed to tighten his belt until he could reclaim the compensation he was owed. After sharing a meal with Lu Naiqiang, they headed to the opera stage. Not long after, Chen Guodao arrived on his motorcycle, and upon spotting Lu Naiqiang, his expression darkened instantly. "What is he doing here?" "Chun is here to lend me a hand," Zhou Yufeng said with a smile, though it also indicated that he is assisting me, not us. "Did you ask him for help?" Chen Guodao pointed at Lu Naiqiang and exclaimed, "Do you have any idea how this scoundrel treated you before?" "Brother Chen, it is all in the past now. Let us leave it at that. The remuneration remains as agreed upon. Just 200 will suffice." Zhou Yufeng explained leisurely as he approached the motorcycle and took a seat. "Yufeng, it is not merely about the money. It is that this fellow is utterly worthless." As he spoke, Chen Guodao delivered a swift kick to Lu Naiqiang's backside, causing Lu to shrink back, too intimidated to utter a word in protest. "All right. Let us settle this matter. Hurry up and get on the vehicle. We have much to attend to in the next couple of days, so we must act swiftly," Zhou Yufeng urged, patting the backseat. After giving Lu Naiqiang a sharp glare, Chen Guodao nodded and took a seat on the back. Lu Naiqiang, hunched over, nodded with a nervous smile and leapt onto the motorcycle, perching himself on the metal platform meant for transporting goods. Revving the throttle, Zhou Yufeng steered towards the village. "By the way, Brother Chun, have we located the tractor for transporting the fruits?" "They have already been located, costing 10 yuan for a day's service." "Very well." Zhou Yufeng nodded and slightly quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the village, the tractor was parked in front of old Master Chen's house. After laying some hay in the tractor's container, they began loading the fruits. The transportation of the 200 bags of fruit required 2 trips, and they were stored in the cellar of Chen Guodao's home, which was conveniently situated about 500 meters from the Linshui steel factory, making it easier for the transport scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Once all the fruits were properly placed, it was just afternoon, and during a break, Chen Guodao pulled Zhou Yufeng aside. The factory manager had already paid in advance. "Here is your share of 200 yuan. Chen Guodao took out a bundle of 10 yuan notes from his pocket. "All right." Zhou Yufeng nodded, accepting the money with an expression devoid of any discernible joy. Reflecting upon himself, Chen Guodao, upon receiving a similar sum from the factory director, had been nearly beside himself with excitement, bouncing on the ground for over an hour. What could be the reason for such a stark contrast? Was the amount insufficient? Chen Guodao pondered, rubbing his fingers against the bills in his pocket before reluctantly stowing them away. He found it difficult to part with so much money. Indeed, it was a struggle for him. "Brother Chun, see you the day after tomorrow." Zhou Yufeng waved his hand, bidding farewell to Chen Guodao. He intended to return and practice his lock-picking skills, as well as contemplate the potential events of the following day. Regarding the man named Su Changjiang, Zhou Yufeng had connections with suppliers from out of town. The crux of the matter lay in Hu Han's recommendation of him for the position of director of the 4th workshop. Why would Hu Han cast his vote for Su Changjiang? Given Hu Han's character, it was undoubtedly for reasons of self-interest, and the outcome was becoming increasingly evident. Moreover, he had found a lead in the investigation regarding his parents' situation. Perhaps the suppliers backing Su Changjiang were engaged in a significant transaction with Hu Han. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhou Yufeng crouched by the lock cylinder, persistently experimenting. Occasionally, his thoughts drifted to the chubby-cheeked visage that lingered in his mind, a rather silly expression. Zhou Yufeng's lips curled into a slight smile, a soft chuckle escaping him. The next day marked the occasion for distributing fruit to the workers at the Linshui steel plant. When Zhou Yufeng stepped outside, he donned a straw hat and chose to wear a set of remarkably dirty clothes instead of his usual attire. The mud on his garments had dried, giving the impression that he had just emerged from the fields. He rolled up his pant legs, resembling a farmer harvesting fruit. "What is this?" Zhou Yufeng and Lu Naiqiang arrived at Chen Guodao's location, where the latter's eyes widened in confusion at Zhou Yufeng's appearance. "Doesn't it look like a farmer?" Zhou Yufeng replied with a dismissive smile, before his expression turned serious. "These fruits were freshly picked from my grandfather's land. What does that have to do with you?" "Chen Guodao?" "Haha." Chen Guodao slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. "You're quite the professional, I must say. I like it." They began hauling the fruits from the cellar, securing them onto several large flatbed carts, eventually filling 4 carts to the brim. As they were nearly finished loading the fruits, Chen Mingyuan descended from upstairs. "You must be Yufeng," he said, standing beside Zhou Yufeng and smiling as he spoke. "Yes, hello, Uncle Chen," Zhou Yufeng responded. "A clever young lad, quite capable too," Chen Mingyuan remarked, smiling as he gave Zhou Yufeng a longer look, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Is he the child of one of the factory workers? Dad, you keep an eye on the fruits here. I'll take them to the factory with the others, Chen Guodao interjected hurriedly, effectively curtailing Qin Yuan's curiosity. Leading the way, Chen Guodao moved ahead while Zhou Yufeng and Lu Naiqiang each pushed a flatbed cart, needing to make 2 trips back and forth. Yufeng, in a moment, I shall guide you to the entrance of the canteen, where the fruits will be distributed. Once you have placed the 2 carts of fruit there, proceed to collect the other 2 carts. I will oversee the situation. Understood. Zhou Yufeng nodded, and, upon reaching the main gate of the steel mill, lowered his straw hat, which was indeed the true reason for his change of attire, in attempt to disguise himself. There were quite a few familiar faces within the steel mill, and he could not allow them to recognize him. Attracting Hu Han's attention would lead to complications. The route to the canteen was nearly devoid of factory workers, as this particular time coincided with working hours, and those on leave had yet to arrive. After arranging the fruits, Zhou Yufeng and Lu Naiqiang returned to retrieve the remaining 2 carts of fruit. Passing by the gatehouse, he cast a glance at the clock on the wall. It read exactly 11 o'clock. Upon stepping out of the steel mill's gates, Zhou Yufeng's pace gradually slowed. Very slowly. Chapter 0035. The Prediction of Rationality. Yufeng, could you please hasten your pace? Chen Guodao's father is still waiting there, Lu Naiqiang urged, noticing that Zhou Yufeng was lagging far behind. There's no rush, Zhou Yufeng replied nonchalantly, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. What are you dawdling for? It would be simpler to deliver the fruit sooner, Lu Naiqiang said, frowning as he approached Zhou Yufeng, reaching for the cigarette pack. Let me have one. Here. Take the whole pack. Zhou Yufeng handed it over, and Lu Naiqiang, pleased, opened it only to find a solitary cigarette. Damn, there's only one, he muttered, placing the cigarette in his mouth and leaning over to light it from Zhou Yufeng's. As they walked and smoked, Zhou Yufeng maintained a leisurely pace, with Lu Naiqiang trailing behind him, equally unhurried. Yufeng, isn't this a rather urgent matter? Why are you suddenly moving so slowly? Lu Naiqiang inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke and casting a curious glance at Zhou Yufeng. It'll suffice to arrive before the steel mill's lunch break. Distributing the fruit collectively is more convenient, Zhou Yufeng casually explained. Lu Naiqiang nodded, somewhat understanding but still puzzled, questioning the necessity of their slow pace and the time wasted. Why not just deliver the fruit and wait at the cafeteria? Is there truly a need for this sluggishness? Stealing a glance at Zhou Yufeng's stern profile, Lu Naiqiang felt an odd sense of unfamiliarity, as if this man beside him were a stranger, not Zhou Yufeng at all. During their walk, they stopped to buy 2 ice pops, and by the time they reached Qin Yuan, over half an hour had passed. Unaware of the circumstances, Qin Yuan said nothing as he observed Zhou Yufeng and Lu Naiqiang pushing 2 carts away, then proceeded upstairs. Arriving at the cafeteria of the Linshui steel mill, they found Chen Guodao waiting, his brow furrowed. Workers passing by exchanged a few words with him before entering the dining hall. Hey, Lao Chen, are you distributing the fruit? No, I'm just here to assist those 2 fruit farmers, he replied. Lao Chen, what are you doing here? Can the benefits be claimed now? I'm overseeing the farmers. It's not time to claim them yet. All right then, I'll head in for a meal and come out to collect afterward. Brother Chen, Zhou Yufeng called from a distance, quickening his pace as he pushed the cart past Chen Guodao. Where have you been? It took you so long to bring the cart over, Chen Guodao barked, his jowls shaking and the veins in his neck bulging. I had a stomach issue. I probably drank too much cold water yesterday, Zhou Yufeng admitted, patting his stomach. Enough of that. Come on and distribute the fruit. I need to hurry inside. I can't linger here too long to avoid any suspicion. Chen Guodao waved his hand dismissively. Damn it. Suddenly, Zhou Yufeng exclaimed, a hand pressing down on Lu Naiqiang's shoulder, calling out, which of you 2 has brought the tissue? I can no longer hold it in. Huh? Both Lu Naiqiang and Chen Guodao turned to Zhou Yufeng, their expressions bewildered. Here we go again. I've been holding it in. And now I truly cannot endure any longer, Zhou Yufeng cried out in agony. Why did you have to get an upset stomach now, of all times? Chen Guodao reproached, filled with frustration. I didn't plan for this. It just hit me unexpectedly. Thankfully, we called Brother Chang. Distributing the fruit isn't difficult. Hurry, Brother Chen. I can't hold it any longer. Zhou Yufeng, clutching his stomach, spoke urgently, his face contorted as if he might burst at any moment. Fine, for heaven's sake. Lu Naiqiang, when you distribute the fruit, be sure to take your time, register one at a time, and don't mess it up, Chen Guodao said irritably, gesturing towards an office building to the east. On the 2nd floor, the 3rd room on the right is my office. You can find some newspapers there. And the restroom is on the first floor. Got it? Zhou Yufeng uttered, then dashed away towards the eastern office area. A place familiar to him from his childhood visits with his parents. Everything seemed straightforward, yet the sudden stomach pain had delayed the fruit distribution until after the lunch break. What appeared simple was, in reality, a tight-knit strategy, a complexity beyond ordinary comprehension. By involving Lu Naiqiang, he had already envisioned having him distribute the fruit alone, which would prolong the distribution time. Timing it for noon was strategic, capitalizing on the fact that everyone would be at the cafeteria for lunch. Though the method seemed uncomplicated, the most daunting aspect was how naturally everything unfolded, without any hint of awkwardness. To rationalize such predictive scenarios is an unimaginably challenging feat, revealing Zhou Yufeng's formidable nature. Some individuals achieve success not by chance, but by possessing the essential conditions for it. Hastening towards the office building and ascending the steps, Zhou Yufeng paused just as he was about to enter. Hu Han has come out for lunch. He lowered his straw hat, the weight on his chest finally lifted. Hu Han's thinning hair glimmered under the sunlight, and beside him was a woman with whom he was conversing, revealing a set of large, yellow teeth. In the distance, Zhou Yufeng thought he heard his mother's name. In an instant, he contemplated various scenarios, realizing that this old man might want to place this woman in his mother's former position. Lowering his hat further, as he passed by, he forcefully bumped into Hu Han. This collision was inconsequential. He was confident in his ability to diffuse such unexpected encounters, yet he aimed to knock the old scoundrel down. Ouch! Hu Hanjin retreated several steps, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, clutching his chest, his round face flushed crimson. Zhou Yufeng, exerting all his strength, delivered a powerful blow. Observing this, a woman immediately crouched beside Hu Han, supporting him from behind. Are you blind? What kind of peasant are you wandering in here? She shouted with a sharp voice. What is this nonsense? Who are you? How did you get into the factory? Hu Han, fueled by anger, yelled back, slowly rising with the woman's assistance. Zhou Yufeng hunched over, his demeanor appearing exceedingly humble, and pointed towards Lu Naiqiang. Given his attire, Zhou Yufeng's identity was easily discernible as someone who had entered the factory to distribute summer welfare benefits. Chapter 0036, Evidence in Hand. What a stroke of misfortune. Why do you come in here like a headless fly, hurrying about? Hu Han glared fiercely, hands on his hips, as if he were ready to devour Zhou Yufeng. Going to the restroom, Zhou Yufeng croaked, bending low, presenting a picture of utter humility. To the onlookers from the steel factory, it appeared that Hu Han was somewhat overstepping his bounds. They were unaware of the pain Zhou Yufeng had just endured. All they could see was Hu Han arrogantly berating the weary fruit farmer. Director Hu, he is merely a fruit farmer. Is such treatment really necessary? Remarked a man passing by, who was the head of a workshop that Zhou Yufeng recognized. Indeed. Director Hu's authority is rather overwhelming when he chastises a humble farmer like that. Who can blame him? He's the director after all. Yes. And the second workshop is quite significant. How could one not feel important? As various individuals chimed in, Hu Han's demeanor faltered slightly. He exhaled deeply and muttered a reminder to be more cautious in the future before heading toward the staff cafeteria. Zhou Yufeng, with a strange smile, quickly made his way toward the office building. Traversing the corridor, Zhou Yufeng ascended the stairs. Even if someone questioned his purpose for going upstairs, he had a plausible excuse, merely retrieving newspapers from Chen Guoda's office. At this moment, he felt no trepidation. Hu Han's office was unoccupied. He clearly remembered which office belonged to Hu Han. He had visited it once after his parents' accident to collect their belongings. Moving swiftly up 4 or 5 steps, he appeared eager, as if he could not hold it any longer, a perfectly normal pretense. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Zhou Yufeng paused, peering down the corridor to ensure no one was present. After confirming the coast was clear, he dashed to Hu Han's office door and pushed it forcefully. Just as expected. That old schemer. Zhou Yufeng muttered under his breath. Within a mere moment, Hu Han had locked the office, displaying an excessive degree of caution. Fortunately, Zhou Yufeng had prepared in advance. He retrieved a metal box and extracted 2 fine needles. Recalling the method Lu Naiqiang had taught him, he inserted the needles into the keyhole, twisting them deftly. During his practice yesterday, he had managed to unlock the mechanism several times with ease, but perhaps due to nervousness, he had to insert the needles repeatedly without success. Suddenly, he faintly heard footsteps approaching the staircase, causing a surge of perspiration to break out across his brow, compelling him to twist with greater force. Fortunately, the lock on the wooden door was of the simplest design, and with a satisfying click, it opened a narrow gap. Zhou Yufeng hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside the office, he pushed the wooden door ajar once more, glancing toward the corridor to ensure no one was approaching. Calming himself, he gently closed the door and locked it behind him. Zhou Yufeng surveyed the office, noting the presence of 2 bookshelves adorned with an assortment of books and documents. After a brief pause, he stepped forward, opened one of the cabinets, and swiftly began perusing the materials. His objective was to locate the procurement contract for the steel mill equipment, a document required for official reporting to the factory. It was something that Hu Han had no reason to conceal, as he frequently needed it to facilitate financial transactions. It was likely stored in an easily accessible location, given Hu Han's regular use of it. Having scoured the first bookshelf without success, Zhou Yufeng promptly opened the second one. He discovered a sales contract dated 1982 and, after briefly setting it aside, picked up another document clearly marked as a sales contract from April 1983. He then retrieved 2 more contracts positioned closely together, dated May 1983 and June 1983, respectively. This was the one he sought. Zhou Yufeng opened the contract and glanced over its contents. The details were meticulously outlined, where the items were procured, the specific goods, and their unit prices. Notably, the last page bore Hu Han's signature, which would serve as irrefutable evidence should the contract prove fraudulent. Zhou Yufeng, pressed for time, did not linger over additional details. He concealed the contract within his jacket and tightened his belt. Next, he needed to find another sales contract, the one related to the substandard goods procured from elsewhere. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he closed the cabinet, deciding not to search further, for that contract was unlikely to be stored there. Might it be at Hu Han's home? Zhou Yufeng pondered, recognizing that locating it there would be akin to scaling a mountain. Merely possessing this counterfeit sales contract would not suffice to bring Hu Han to justice. It did not reveal the volume of subpar equipment procured or the total monetary implications involved, although it could lead to Hu Han's imprisonment. Zhou Yufeng's ambitions were far greater. He sought retribution for the wrongs of his past life. Some transgressions are beyond forgiveness. The abyss of hell lies vacant. While demons roam the earth, only those directly affected have the right to speak of forgiveness. Zhou Yufeng's mission was to send Hu Han down to confront his parents and seek their pardon. Thus, contracts signed with other distributors became crucial. Without them, even if Hu Han were apprehended, the financial figures could easily be fabricated. Zhou Yufeng's gaze swept across the office, ultimately landing on Hu Han's desk. It was a gamble now. He had searched all the likely places, and fortune favored the bold. Striding over, he pulled open the desk drawers. The bottom drawer resisted his efforts to open it. Reaching for 2 slender picks, he inserted them into the lock and, after a few gentle twists, successfully unlocked the drawer. However, unlike a door that can be locked once opened, a drawer remains exposed, and for Zhou Yufeng, such details had long ceased to matter. After rummaging through a few items, he found himself frozen in place. Despite his deep-seated composure, he could not suppress the surge of excitement coursing through him. To his astonishment, fortune favored him, as Hu Han had placed several purchase and sales contracts within the drawer. Perhaps the formidable matriarch, Wang Shilian, had deprived him of any personal space at home. The contracts lay quietly within, awaiting Zhou Yufeng's retrieval. Clearly inscribed on the documents were the words of Shika Company, indicating they were not the designated purchasers of Linshui steel plant. This time, I shall ensure your demise, Zhou Yufeng muttered through clenched teeth, his expression twisting with palpable malice. There were 3 contracts with Shika Company, dated April and May of 1983, accompanied by Hu Han's handwritten signature, identical to the script on the contracts he had just secured. This represented irrefutable evidence. Zhou Yufeng could confront the director of Linshui steel plant, Kong Jinzong, armed with these documents. However, he pondered the possibility of collusion between Kong Jinzong and Hu Han. Although the likelihood seemed slim, Zhou Yufeng preferred to avoid any risk. He tucked the contracts into his coat, opened the office door, twisted the lock a few times, and stepped into the hallway. With a forceful shove, he locked the door behind him. Adjusting his straw hat, Zhou Yufeng hastily descended the stairs. In the courtyard, Lu Naiqiang stood alone. Xin Guodao was absent, having collected his share of fruit and exited the factory to avoid idle gossip. A smile crept onto Zhou Yufeng's lips as he approached Lu Naiqiang. How did it go? He inquired, patting Lu Naiqiang's shoulder. Half of it remains unclaimed. They're still inside dining, Lu Naiqiang replied, squinting as he wiped the sweat from his brow. The midday sun unrelenting. Zhou Yufeng smiled lightly and produced 10 previously prepared large denomination bills, placing them on Lu Naiqiang's chest. Well, Lu Naiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly grasped the money, looking up at Zhou Yufeng with incredulity. Brother Chang, this is your remuneration. Remember to return the card. I have matters to attend to, Zhou Yufeng said lightly before turning to leave, his demeanor unnaturally carefree, causing Lu Naiqiang to question the authenticity of the bills. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Naiqiang swiftly counted the money. It was indeed 100 yuan, precisely as agreed, and all genuine. He had not anticipated Zhou Yufeng would be so prompt with the payment. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. I'll certainly return the card. Lu Naiqiang called out to Zhou Yufeng's departing figure, feeling a sudden sense of estrangement as he watched him walk away. Chapter 0037. A sum of enormous proportions. An hour later, Zhou Yufeng arrived at a secluded mountain peak. After finding a shaded spot within the woods to escape the heat, he began to scrutinize the procurement contracts before him. Within this fraudulent document concocted by Hu Han, he had even forged the official seal of the Southwest Equipment General Factory. By aggregating the procurement amounts for the months of April, May, and June, Zhou Yufeng arrived at a staggering figure, over 3 million. Hu Han had claimed reimbursements amounting to an astonishing 3 million from the Linshui steel plant. In an era where a mere 10,000 yuan household was considered affluent, such a sum was utterly shocking. When adjusted for inflation, it was equivalent to over 100 million in 2020. Moreover, during that time, wealth was still a distant dream for many, with most families possessing only 1,000 or 2,000 in savings, which was already considered prosperous. This amount would have been even more astounding to the people of that era than 100 million in 2020. For someone as unassuming as a workshop director, this was truly a reckless gamble. Zhou Yufeng could not help but curse vehemently. After calculating the total amount, he meticulously reviewed the 3 contracts from the Southwest Equipment General Factory, noting a crucial landline number. Ma Qinbao, procurement officer of the Southwest Equipment General Factory. Contact information. Once he finished, Zhou Yufeng tucked the 3 contracts back into his clothing and pulled out the procurement contract with the Sheikah Company. In this document, the recorded procurement amount was a mere 50,000. The difference between the 2 contracts amounted to a staggering 250,000. Hu Han had embezzled over 250,000. Furthermore, the types and quantities of equipment listed in both contracts were identical, meaning Hu Han had acquired over 300,000 worth of equipment for just 50,000. With such substandard goods lacking any guarantee, it would be a miracle if there were no issues. After concluding his review, Zhou Yufeng stored the contract away. Sitting down to steady his breath, his expression dark and foreboding. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure and stood up, making his way down the mountain. Returning to an hour earlier, just half an hour after Zhou Yufeng's departure, Hu Han sauntered out of the cafeteria, rubbing his chest where he had been bumped earlier, still feeling some lingering discomfort. I'm here for the fruit. Hu Han paused in front of Lu Naiqiang, furrowing his brow, oblivious to the man in the straw hat who had collided with him. Oh, what is your name? I need to register it, Lu Naiqiang inquired with a smile, slightly bowing in a display of respect. His demeanor was markedly different from when he had distributed the fruit earlier. He had seemed rather cold then. Now, with 100 yuan note from Zhou Yufeng in his pocket, how could he not be enthusiastic? Hu Han, he murmured, and Lu Naiqiang found his name, marking it with a check. In that moment, Hu Han casually asked, Are you the only one distributing the fruit? Wasn't there a tall man in a straw hat? Oh, he had to leave early. He had an upset stomach, Lu Naiqiang replied dismissively, not dwelling on it, as he handed over a bag of fruit. Hu Han nodded slightly, accepting the bag, and all his swirling suspicions dissipated. He was a man prone to doubt and anxiety. Although the unfamiliar fruit farmer had no direct connection to him, the presence of something critical in the office naturally induced concern. However, at that moment, the farmer was merely using the restroom. Once the woman, Ping Ping, had registered and collected her fruit, the two proceeded forward together. Ping Ping, please take my fruit. I have far too much at home, and I can't possibly consume it all, Hu Han said, squeezing the back of Ping Ping's hand with a lecherous grin. All right, she replied, her alluring smile brightening her face as she consented. As she took the fruit from Hu Han, her fingers grazed the back of his hand, causing him to tremble slightly, a smirk of vulgarity crossing his face. See you tonight at our usual spot, Hu Han murmured, leaning closer to Ping Ping's chest. Stop it, there are so many people around. Are you courting danger? Ping Ping retorted, casting a reproachful glance at him before turning to leave. Wait a moment, Ping Ping, Hu Han said, grasping her arm. After glancing around, he whispered, Remember to come tonight. I can hardly contain myself. Fine, Ping Ping replied, giving him a disdainful look. You're such a wicked man, only concerned with those matters, Have you forgotten about my position? When will you arrange a transfer for me? I haven't forgotten. It's always on my mind. Rest assured, I will ensure your transfer this week. With that, Hu Han waved goodbye to Ping Ping and made his way toward the office building while she headed towards the steel factory gate. Having no shifts that afternoon and returning home directly, humming a little tune, Hu Han strolled leisurely to the office door, took out his keys, and gently turned them in the lock a few times before opening the wooden door. He found nothing amiss. The office was tidy and orderly. He didn't bother inspecting the bookshelf on one side, which housed numerous books and materials, only noticing that 3 purchase contracts were missing, something that would be challenging to detect without a meticulous search. After brewing himself a cup of fine Longjing tea and placing it on his desk, he settled into his chair slowly. Over the past 3 months, a habitual action had developed. He always needed to check the contents of the locked drawer to feel at ease. Just as he was about to take out his keys and lean down slightly, the wooden door creaked open. Entering was Su Changjiang, who could afford such casualness. Entering without knocking. It was this very man whose chance introduction had led to Hu Han's gradual descent into depravity. Let us go play cards, Su Changjiang said, plopping down onto the desk and tossing a cigarette to Hu Han. Winning a few bucks here, and there is hardly worth the effort, Hu Han replied, stowing his keys back into his pocket and stretching lazily. It is merely a frivolous amusement. Director Hu, being affluent and ostentatious, naturally looks down upon mingling with us impoverished folks. Su Changjiang took a deep drag from his cigarette, mockingly responding with a sardonic tone. Enough of the pretense. You are no less than I am. As he spoke, Hu Han rose to his feet, lifting his cup of Longjing tea. Come on, let us go have some fun. Hu Han and Su Changjiang stood up together, preparing to depart. Upon reaching the door, Hu Han twisted the lock and with a forceful tug, secured the wooden door. Meanwhile, Zhou Yufeng was hurrying down the mountain, breathless. He needed to make several phone calls, but he couldn't go to the post office as it was too crowded. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yufeng realized there was only one person he could turn to. Chapter 0038. How did Zhou Yufeng arrive? After lunch, Zhang Zirwei leisurely reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the television, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall as if awaiting someone. Zirwei, your father and I are heading out. When you go to the movies with your friends later, remember to lock the door, called Tian Qingrong from the doorway before gently closing the door behind her and her husband. A few moments later, Zhang Zirwei slowly set down the green fruit in her hand and called out, Got it. On the table, the vibrant packaging of the green fruit stood out, particularly the 3 bold red characters proclaiming VIP gift. Both of Zhang Zirwei's parents were employees at the Linshui steel plant, and due to Tian Qingrong's health issues, they had only one child. In this small city, having an only child was quite rare, which led to the couple's particular indulgence towards Zhang Zirwei. However, the girl herself was cheerful and carefree, showing no signs of being spoiled. The Linshui steel plant offered some of the highest salaries in Linshui City, and with both of Zhang Zirwei's parents employed there, the family was considered relatively well off. Thus, when landline telephones became popular, they promptly installed one. With only one daughter and no significant financial pressures, they embraced a lifestyle of enjoyment. This was the shared sentiment of Tian Qingrong and her husband. Where's that fatso? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Zhang Zirwei mumbled, referring to her close friend, Fu Dahai. She had made plans with Fu Dahai, Hu Xiaoshan, Tian Liang, and Lu Man to watch a movie together. Moreover, it was rumored that Fu Dahai was bringing along a girl he had an affection for, and Zhang Zirwei was eager to meet her. Regrettably, Shinziren had returned to Zhehai City the previous morning and could not join them. However, before Shinziren's departure, the group had gathered briefly, during which she revealed some shocking news. Jiang Shaoduo and Zhou Yufeng had divorced. Hu Xiaoshan, Zhang Man, and Tian Liang could not help but mock the situation. Jiang Shaoduo should have left that useless Zhou Yufeng long ago. I can't fathom what she saw in him, Hu Xiaoshan exclaimed, expressing his long-held disdain. In fact, back in their school days, he had harbored feelings for Jiang Shaoduo and had secretly written her love letters, all of which she had firmly rejected. Naturally, neither Jiang Shaoduo nor Hu Xiaoshan had ever disclosed this to anyone else. However, subsequent events kindled Hu Xiaoshan's resentment. The fact that Jiang Shaoduo ended up with the cowardly Zhou Yufeng and even married him felt like a cherished possession being sullied by a beggar. This fueled Hu Xiaoshan's hatred towards Zhou Yufeng. At least Jiang Shaoduo has escaped her torment, Tian Liang remarked with a smile, shaking his head. Ha. Lu Man giggled mischievously, casting a glance at Hu Xiaoshan before teasingly adding, She is already a divorced woman. She won't be able to marry well again, will she? Upon hearing these words, Shinziren's expression darkened significantly. After suppressing her feelings for a moment, she could no longer contain herself and retorted, that may not be the case. Xiao Duo is so beautiful. I can only imagine how many employed men are pursuing her. Lu Manman chuckled lightly, but refrained from saying more, not wishing to offend Shinziren. Throughout the conversation, Zhang Zirwei and Fu Dehai remained silent. Others were aware that the two shared a close relationship with Zhou Yufeng. Yet Zhou Yufeng's recent actions had brought them considerable embarrassment. This left Zhang Zirwei and Fu Dehai contemplating a possible severance from Zhou Yufeng. As they watched television, precisely at 2 o'clock, the screen emitted a sound and transitioned to a colorful rainbow pattern. There were no programs left to broadcast, reflecting the limited cinematic resources available in 1983. Oh dear, Zhang Zirwei murmured softly, lounging languidly on the sofa. Just as she settled in, a knock echoed from the door. They've arrived, she exclaimed, springing to her feet and racing towards the entrance. Zhang Zirwei's family resided in the second batch of the steel plant staff dormitories, occupying the last available unit. During the construction of the building, only Zhang Zirwei's family remained, leading to the establishment of a separate house on an empty plot within the community. Although the living space was smaller than that of the other staff apartments, the inclusion of a small courtyard rendered them content. Thus, they lived comfortably. Zhang Zirwei hurried to the door, flinging it open to reveal Fu Dehai and Hu Xiaoshan. She squinted playfully and smiled. Her gaze then fell upon a stranger, a girl clad in a blue work uniform, resembling that of Fu Dehai. The girl sported 2 long braids that rested on her shoulders, slightly yellowed, and her face appeared somewhat gaunt, lips pressed tightly together, exuding an aura of kindness. Come in and take a seat, Zhang Zirwei beckoned, waving her hand. Let's head straight to the movies, Hu Xiaoshan interjected. Oh, we have a new guest. She must come inside first, Zhang Zirwei replied sweetly, pulling the girl into the house. Hu Xiaoshan and the others followed suit, while Fu Dehai brought up the rear, sporting a goofy grin. Hey, you chubby fellow, what are you smiling about? Hurry and introduce her. Zhang Zirwei playfully threatened Fu Dehai with a mock punch. Fu Dehai chuckled and dodged, quickly saying, her name is Li Xiaomei. She works in the same unit as I do. Hello, Xiaomei. I'm Zhang Zirwei, a classmate of this chubby one. You can just call him Fatty from now on, Zhang Zirwei said with a smile, extending her hand. Okay. Li Xiaomei responded bashfully, nodding and shaking Zhang Zirwei's hand, casting a shy glance at Fu Dehai. Zhang Zirwei then served them some green fruit. And after a few casual exchanges while seated on the sofa, they prepared to leave for the cinema. All right, let us go, Zirwei. I heard they're screening a popular film from Hong Kong and Taiwan soon. If we arrive late, we might miss out on tickets, Hu Xiaoyan urged, taking the lead as he stepped out of the house. All right, let's be on our way, Lu Manman said softly, her words laced with an unintentional brush against Hu Han's arm. As Zhang Zirwei locked the door, the group, on the verge of exiting, caught sight of a familiar figure near the entrance. The man, donning a straw hat and clad in tattered clothing, strode purposefully towards Zhang Zirwei. It was none other than Zhou Yufeng. He could only think of Zhang Zirwei's family as the one with a telephone among those he knew well. Upon entering the gate, Zhou Yufeng spotted Hu Xiaoyan and Lu Manman, and his expression darkened instantly, an aura of hostility radiating from him. Concurrently, a hint of mockery surfaced on Hu Xiaoyan's face, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. What brings him here? Chapter 39, A Brutal Beating. Hu Xiaoshan scoffed disdainfully, remarking, What is that idiot doing at your house? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhang Ziri. Zhang Ziri gently shook her head and murmured, Perhaps he is not here for me. She pondered internally, questioning whether Zhou Yufeng truly sought her, considering they had little to do with one another. Zhang Ziri harbored a growing aversion towards Zhou Yufeng, yearning to establish some distance from him. Look at how he is dressed. Ha 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 ha, it's just hilarious. Lu Manman's laughter echoed, and though there was some distance, Zhou Yufeng could hear it distinctly. As Zhou Yufeng approached, Hu Xiaoshan stepped forward, sizing him up from head to toe. With a mocking smile, he taunted. What brings you here, fool? Dressed like that? Are you here to pilfer fruit from someone else's field? Upon hearing this, Tian Liangyang and Zhang Manman burst into laughter. Zhang Ziri glanced at Zhou Yufeng before averting her gaze, her voice cold and distant as she inquired, Is there something you need? Zhou Yufeng lowered his head, remaining silent. Slightly bending his body, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, Zhou Yufeng took a step forward, swinging his fist directly at Hu Xiaoshan's face, producing a dull thud. Hu Xiaoshan fell to the ground instantly, blood gushing from his nose like a fountain. Without allowing Hu Xiaoshan a moment to react, Zhou Yufeng leapt high, delivering a kick that struck Hu Xiaoshan's head, slamming the back of it onto the ground, blood pooling beneath him. The events unfolded with blinding speed. It was not until Hu Xiaoshan's agonized screams pierced the air that Zhang Ziri and the others realized what had transpired. Lu Man let out a piercing scream. Zhou Yufeng showed no signs of restraint, repeatedly kicking Hu Xiaoshan with force. Stop hitting him. He could die. Zhou Yufeng, stop. Hu Xiaoshan crawled backward in a frantic retreat, his head drenched in blood, presenting a horrifically grotesque sight, as if Zhou Yufeng intended to beat him to death. All the humiliation he had endured, the loss of his parents, and the disrespect he had received were unleashed in this moment. Act tough now, will you? Zhou Yufeng's veins bulged, his face flushed with rage. At this moment, none dared to intervene and pull Zhou Yufeng away. Hu Xiaoshan was paralyzed by fear. Believing Zhou Yufeng had lost his sanity, trembling as he curled into himself. Spotting Tian Liangyang, who was pale with fright, Hu Xiaoshan shouted, "Liangyang, help me." Tian Liangyang furrowed his brow, contemplating before stepping forward. Zhou Yufeng, we're classmates. There is no need for this. Zhou Yufeng halted abruptly, spinning around to glare coldly at Tian Liangyang, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Now you bring up being classmates. When my parents were murdered, all you did was gloat. What else could you possibly do? Zhou Yufeng advanced, seizing Tian Liangyang by the hair and yanking him down to his knees. Have you grown accustomed to being a dog? And now you dare to call out? Zhou Yufeng spoke coldly, pushing forward with a knee. In an instant, Tian Liangyang's nose erupted with blood, curling up on the ground and crying out in despair. It hurts so much. Zhou Yufeng released his grip on Tian Liangyang's hair and forcefully kicked him to the ground, then strode towards Lu Man, recalling clearly the words she had hurled at Jiang Xiaoduo. What are you going to do? Zhou Yufeng. I haven't offended you, have I? Are you going to strike a woman? Lu Man trembled violently, retreating in fear, her teeth chattering, her words stumbling. I am targeting you. You wretched creature. Zhou Yufeng leaped and delivered a kick to Lu Man's abdomen, sending her crashing to the ground. He bent down, violently yanking her hair and lifting her up. Zhou Yufeng, I was wrong. Please spare me. I am a woman. Lu Man cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. The sight of Zhou Yufeng's furious face leaving her with profound psychological scars. Watch your tongue. Zhou Yufeng exclaimed as he raised his hand and struck her cheek with a resounding slap. Wretched. Another slap followed. Wretched. Again, another slap. Wretched. With each utterance of the word, Zhou Yufeng's hand connected with Lu Man's face, delivering a powerful visual shock to Zhang Zirwei and the others. He continued this for over 20 strikes before finally ceasing, releasing his grip on Lu Man's hair, allowing her to weakly collapse onto the ground. Her cheeks were swollen and red as she bowed her head, trembling incessantly. When Zhou Yufeng turned to look at Hu Xiaoshan, he clearly noticed him shaking. As Zhou Yufeng approached him step by step, Hu Xiaoshan gasped, Zhou Yufeng, no, I was wrong. We were classmates once. Please spare me. He shuffled backward, panting heavily. Classmates? You say? I remember when I went to confront that old beast Hu Han, you told me never to mention the term classmate. Zhou Yufeng replied with a mocking smile, squatting beside Hu Xiaoshan and looking at him with derision. I truly was wrong. Hu Xiaoshan suddenly shivered, feeling a warmth below as the scent of urine filled the air. He had been so frightened that he wet himself. Zhou Yufeng laughed heartily, standing up and looking down at him. So, you wet yourself? He placed his size 44 foot against Hu Xiaoshan's face and said, Tell me, if Hu Xiaoshan is scared enough to wet himself, I will let you go. Hearing this, Hu Xiaoshan paused, glancing at Lu Man and Zhang Zirwei. If he uttered those words, he would lose all dignity in front of them. Speak. Zhou Yufeng roared, applying pressure and causing fresh blood to flow from Hu Xiaoshan's nose. I will speak. I will speak. Hu Xiaoshan was genuinely terrified, fearing that Zhou Yufeng might truly take his life. Zhou Yufeng, in his current state, appeared to have lost all semblance of reason. Swallowing hard, Hu Xiaoshan murmured, Hu Xiaoshan, am so frightened that I might wet my pants. Louder. He screamed, Hu Xiaoshan, am so scared that I might wet my pants. In a fit of hysteria, he burst into tears, emitting a pitiful whimper. After a deep sigh, Zhou Yufeng regained his composure. It was time to ease up, to refrain from excessive force. Although the blows had been quite painful, he had tempered his strength. In truth, Zhou Yufeng had remained remarkably rational throughout. What a thrill! He quietly remarked as he strode towards Zhang Zirwei. Chapter 40, A Perilous Call, Part 1. What? What are you planning to do? Zhang Zirwei, trembling with trepidation, inquired, her petite face having turned a ghostly white. Zirwei, could you assist me with a matter? Suddenly, Zhou Yufeng offered a gentle smile. His voice soft as he spoke, the sunlight casting a warm glow upon his dark complexion, rendering him seemingly radiant, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. What is it? Zhang Zirwei swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, casting a pitiful glance at Fu Dehai. The rotund figure behind Zhou Yufeng had turned ashen. He was even more timid than Zhang Zirwei, while Li Xiaomei had taken refuge behind Fu Dehai. I would like to borrow your landline, of course. I shall cover the expenses, Zhou Yufeng said with a slight nod. All right, Zhang Zirwei acquiesced, though she yearned to refuse. Yet, Zhou Yufeng's earlier demeanor left her no room for defiance. After a moment's hesitation, she ascended the steps and made her way home, with Zhou Yufeng closely trailing behind her. As Zhang Zirwei walked slowly, her mind began to spiral with anxious thoughts. What if he intended to do something to me once inside? Their relationship had once been so amicable. Surely, Zhou Yufeng would not. No, he had transformed into a different person. He would undoubtedly. Zirwei. Could you please hasten a bit? I am in a hurry. Upon seeing her dazed at the doorway, Zhou Yufeng offered a gentle reminder. Oh. Zhang Zirwei's body trembled slightly as she turned the key and slowly pushed the door open. Zirwei, where's the phone? Zhou Yufeng furrowed his brow slightly and inquired anxiously. For the girl moved sluggishly, exhibiting an excessive hesitance. She was right there in the living room. Zhang Zirwei gestured towards the room, clearly reluctant to enter. As Zhou Yufeng eagerly advanced into the living area, he noticed Zhang Zirwei shrinking back, preparing to leave. Zirwei. Zhou Yufeng exclaimed loudly and stepped forward to grasp Zhang Zirwei's slender arm. The instant their skin made contact, Zhang Zirwei let out a piercing scream. Zhou Yufeng. What are you doing? At this moment, Fu Dehai mustered his courage and dashed towards this direction. No, Ziru, you must assist me. I am unfamiliar with the current landline. Zhou Yufeng candidly expressed his bewilderment regarding the necessary prefix for dialing a phone number in the present day. Oh, I see. Then please let me go, Zhang Zirwei said, shaking off Zhou Yufeng's grip. After casting a glance at Fu Dehai, she turned and made her way into the living room. Fu Dehai followed suit. Striding towards the living area, resolute in his determination to protect Zhang Zirwei should Zhou Yufeng contemplate any nefarious actions. Li Xiaomei also exhibited no hesitation, purposefully advancing into the living room. As Zhou Yufeng closed the door, he noticed Hu Xiaoshan and the others hastily making their escape, but he dismissed them as inconsequential. This man had already devised a strategy to navigate the impending events. A significant case was about to send shockwaves through this small city. Where to call? What is the number? Zhang Zirwei picked up the telephone receiver and inquired. Zhou Yufeng moved a small chair closer and said, Contact the Southwest Equipment General Factory and ask for Ma Qibao. The number is. He added, Zirwei, you stay here. I may need your assistance in making a few calls shortly. Zhang Zirwei nodded silently, stepping back to sit on the sofa. She cast a puzzled glance at Fu Dehai. Unsure why he would reach out to the Southwest Equipment General Factory and how he obtained their contact information. Zhou Yufeng grasped the telephone receiver, frowning, yet fortunately. The call was answered promptly. Hello? Southwest Equipment General Factory, whom do you wish to speak with? Came a man's voice from the other end. I need to speak with Ma Qibao. This is he. May I ask who is calling? This is the Linshui Steel Plant. The Linshui Steel Plant? Ma Qingbao's tone carried a hint of skepticism. It seemed this number was not associated with the Linshui Steel Plant. This is an urgent matter regarding a recent order. Zhou Yufeng's voice was low, possessing a maturity beyond his years. All right, please proceed. In April and May, there were quality issues with the mechanical parts purchased by Hu Han from your facility, resulting in significant casualties. Our plant intends to pursue criminal liability against you. What nonsense are you spouting? Ma Qingbao shouted, becoming agitated. Hu Han hasn't procured any machinery from our factory during those months. He contacted me directly, clearly stating that no replacements were necessary. Zhou Yufeng smiled faintly. This was sufficient evidence to demonstrate that Hu Han had forged the contract. The purchase contract clearly states that you, Ma Qingbao, signed an agreement with Hu Han. You're talking rubbish. Ma Baokuan, known for his short temper, erupted in anger. Zhou Yufeng felt a surge of satisfaction. He aimed to corner his opponent. Have your factory director, Kong Jinzong, come to the phone. Ma Qingbao, panting, replied coldly. Director Kong is not in the dispatch room. You can reach his office directly. Just as Zhou Yufeng finished speaking, Ma Qingbao abruptly hung up, revealing his urgency. Zhou Yufeng's earlier remarks had indeed caught Ma Qingbao off guard. Zhang Zirwei and Fu Dehai sat up straighter, listening intently to Zhou Yufeng's conversation. Zhang Zirwei's parents both worked at the Linshui steel plant, making her particularly sensitive to the topic. She felt a mixture of curiosity and astonishment at Zhou Yufeng's actions. Stealing a glance at the man, she noticed his silence, his expression serious, slightly furrowed as if deep in thought. This version of Zhou Yufeng felt unfamiliar to Zhang Zirwei. At that moment, Kong Jinzong had just finished a call. After placing the receiver down and taking a sip from his teacup, the desk phone rang once more. Who could this be? Kong Jinzong frowned slightly, setting down the teacup before answering the call. Director Kong, I have never signed any procurement contract with Hu Han. As soon as he answered the phone, Ma Qinbao's voice erupted with fervor, nearly deafening Kong Jinjun. Ma Qinbao. Kong Jinjun chuckled. Recognizing the voice and understanding that the caller was inherently impulsive, reacting fervently even to minor issues, he then gently inquired, could you lower your voice? What is the matter? I say, our Southwest Equipment General Factory. In April and May, we did not sign a purchase and sale contract with Hu Han. What? Kong Jinjun abruptly rose. His brow furrowed in concern, realizing the gravity of the situation. You mean Hu Han did not sign a contract with you during April and May? Indeed. For those 3 months, Hu Han did not procure any equipment. Ma Qinbao enunciated each word with intensity. In an instant, Ma Qinbao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. This matter was of monumental significance. Chapter 41, Dangerous Call, Part 2. Director Kong, I demand an explanation. Why did someone from the Linshui steel plant just call me stating that Hu Han had signed a purchase and sales contract with me? They even threatened to hold me criminally liable, speaking with such conviction. What on earth is going on? Hello? Director Kong, are you even listening? As Ma Qinbao spoke, Kong Jinzong absorbed none of it. His mind was a void, and he stood there, frozen, as a terrifying thought invaded his consciousness. In the months of April and May, the procurement amount for the second workshop had been the largest in the factory, exceeding 3 million. Had Hu Han fabricated a purchase and sales contract of over 3 million? Where did the equipment that Hu Han procured come from? Since the establishment of the Linshui steel plant, there had never been a report of personnel casualties. Could it be that the unfortunate incident involving that couple was not due to operational errors, but rather a malfunctioning piece of machinery that led to their demise? No wonder Hu Han insisted it was due to improper operation. He must have feared an investigation into the equipment. The more Kong Jinzong contemplated, the more his fear escalated, causing his body to tremble with an unprecedented cowardice that enveloped him entirely. After swallowing hard and striking himself with a clenched fist, he regained a modicum of composure. Who just called you? Kong Jinzong inquired. It was from your factory, wasn't he? What was the number? The number is... Kong Jinzong's heart sank. This was not the factory's number, but rather a report from an outsider, and it was highly likely that they already possessed evidence. I will call you back, he hastily declared before hanging up, swiftly dialing another number. Hello, Director Kong. A deep voice responded from the other end. You sure, Fu, hurry. Halt the equipment in Workshop 2. Kong Jinzong urged anxiously. We must stop the operation, since there has already been one fatal incident not attributed to operational errors. It indicates that the equipment still poses safety risks. Kong Jinzong's decision was astutely wise. Huh, you sure, Fu? Taken aback, furrowed his brow and asked again. I said, stop all the equipment in Workshop 2 immediately, and do not inform Hu Han. Kong Jinzong exclaimed, panting heavily and raising his voice. Understood. You sure, Fu hung up, realizing the gravity of the situation, and dashed out of the office. Without a moment's pause, Kong Jinzong dialed the unfamiliar number once more. Zhou Yufeng had been awaiting this call. Upon hearing the ring, he promptly answered. Without allowing Zhou Yufeng to speak, Kong Jinzong urgently interjected. I am Kong Jinzong, the director of Linshui steel plant. I possess all the evidence against Hu Han. He initially forged a purchase and sales contract with the Southwest Equipment General Factory, swindling over 3 million, and subsequently signed a 500,000 contract with Shika Company to procure an equivalent quantity of parts. Zhou Yufeng was not one to linger. Upon the confirmation of the other party's identity, he promptly addressed the transgressions of Hu Han. Is there evidence? Kong Jinzong inquired, refraining from asking for the individual's name. Indeed. I shall come to you, Zhou replied. However, you must first report this as the director of the Linshui steel plant. Only then can you extricate yourself from any repercussions. Zhou's words resonated deeply with Kong. If the matter concerning Hu Han were reported by an outsider, Kong, as the plant director, would be held equally accountable. The implications were significant, and he risked losing his position. Yet, should he take the initiative to expose Hu Han with evidence, it would frame him in a different light. At the very least, he would be seen as a responsible director who had promptly identified and addressed an issue. Very well. Kong nodded emphatically. Zhou Yufeng's suggestion for Kong to file a report was not without ulterior motives. His status in Linshui City was substantial. His report would garner greater attention from the authorities than that of a junior like Kong. Additionally, it would grant Kong a favor, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement, an astute strategy on Zhou's part. After discussing a few more details, as Zhou was about to end the call, he added, "Director Kong, I advise you to halt operations in the second workshop for the time being. Avoid any further incidents amidst this storm, as it could adversely affect your reputation. Thank you. I have already suspended operations." Upon hanging up, Kong Jinchong immediately reported the matter, assuming his role as the director of the Linshui steel plant. He then hurriedly exited his office, racing downstairs. Who was this individual? He sounded youthful, yet displayed an uncanny ability to connect all the dots. Most importantly, how had he obtained such evidence? Was Hu Han still oblivious? Kong called for the driver and swiftly entered a Jetta, speeding towards Zhang Zhiwei's residence. It was one of the few vehicles in Linshui City, and as they raced along, Kong urged, "Faster, faster, faster." Meanwhile, Zhou Yufeng, after ending the call, exhaled deeply, revealing a momentary weariness. Zhang Zhiwei and Fu Dahai exchanged glances, still grappling with disbelief over what they had just heard. Had Zhou Yufeng truly been conversing with the director of the Linshui steel plant? And about such a grave matter? The living room fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the clock on the wall, ticking away the seconds. 15 minutes later, a rapid series of knocks echoed through Zhang Zhiwei's home. Bang, bang, bang. The urgency was palpable. "Zhiwei, go answer the door. It must be Kong Jinchong," Zhou Yufeng remarked casually, as if mentioning the name of the plant director were as commonplace as that of an ordinary individual. "Oh, I shall get it," Zhang Zhiwei nodded, dashing to the door. Upon opening it, she indeed found Kong Jinchong, whom she recognized, although he did not know her. "Were you the one who just called?" Kong Jinchong inquired. "He is inside." Zhang Zhiwei extended her delicate fingers, pointing towards the interior of the room. Kong Jinchong swiftly entered, followed closely by the driver. "Is it you?" Upon seeing Zhou Yufeng, Kong Jinchong recalled that he was the son of the employee who had tragically passed away recently. "It is I. Here lies the evidence." With that, Zhou Yufeng produced the purchase and sales contracts from within his garments. As Kong Jinchong received the contracts, his hands trembled with anticipation. He casually leafed through a few pages, where the signature of Hu Han was distinctly inscribed. A mere glance was sufficient to substantiate Hu Han's guilt. Turning his gaze back to Zhou Yufeng, Kong Jinchong's eyes gleamed with fervor as he patted the young man's shoulder, exclaiming with fervent enthusiasm, "You are truly remarkable. What is your name?" "Zhou Yufeng," Zhou replied. "However, Director Kong, what connection do I have to this matter? These pieces of evidence were all gathered by you. Your relentless pursuit to collect evidence for my parents' case ultimately led to the apprehension of the perpetrator. I owe you my gratitude." As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of police officers entered the room. Chapter 42. Standing at the pinnacle of morality, Director Kong. What on earth is happening? Officer Zhao inquired. Urgency, lacing his tone over the phone. Is there a serious issue at the factory? Kong Jinchong cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Yufeng, who, with his head slightly bowed, seemed to distance himself from the situation. Kong understood that the merit for this revelation was being graciously offered to him by the young man beside him. After a brief pause, Kong Jinchong began to elaborate on the matter to Officer Zhao. "I discovered these sales contracts in Hu Han's office. They serve as irrefutable evidence of his embezzlement of state assets involving a substantial sum. Moreover," he glanced at Zhou Yufeng again, "it also pertains to 2 lost lives. Zhao will provide you with the specifics of the criminal details. I have been collaborating with Hu Han on this investigation." Kong Jinchong patted Zhou Yufeng's shoulder, feeling an inexplicable trust in the young man before him. He was certain that Zhou had unraveled the entire sequence of events. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to seek him out. "Officer," the police officer's gaze shifted to Zhou Yufeng, who merely nodded slightly before articulating the details with measured clarity. He meticulously outlined the logical framework of the situation, including the amounts involved and the potential perpetrators. Officer Zhao, seasoned and experienced, was taken aback by the young man's astuteness. He had never encountered someone like Zhou Yufeng in this era. Kong Jinchong shared in this astonishment. This young man was indeed remarkable. Once Zhou concluded his account, Officer Zhao turned to Kong Jinchong for confirmation. Director Kong, is the basic situation as this young brother has described? Indeed, Kong Jinchong affirmed with a nod. Do Hu Han and Su Changjiang know that their activities have been uncovered? Officer Zhao questioned further, recognizing that if they were aware, the difficulty of apprehending them would undoubtedly increase, as they might already be fleeing. Kong Jinchong remained silent, instead looking to Zhou Yufeng for clarity on whether their exposure was evident. Zhou calmly assessed, it is highly likely that they are unaware. By setting up surveillance at both the Linshui steel plant and the homes of Hu Han and Su Changjiang, we should be able to apprehend them effectively. This statement startled Officer Zhao. How did he know that I was concerned about the apprehension? All right, we will mobilize immediately. However, Director Kong, you must accompany us. As he mentioned the mobilization, Officer Zhao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Of course, that is not a problem, Kong Jinchong nodded, ready to depart with Officer Zhao and his team. By the way, Officer Zhao, there is one more thing I forgot to mention, Zhou Yufeng suddenly called out, prompting Kong Jinchong and Officer Zhao to halt and turn towards him. Just now, Hu Han's son, Hu Xiaoshan, attempted to seize the evidence I was holding, but I managed to drive him off. Is that so? What a lawless situation this is. Such a father, such a son. After frowning and scolding angrily, Kong Jinzong left the house alongside Officer Zhao. A single, nonchalant remark from Zhou Yufeng brought catastrophic misfortune upon Hu Xiaoshan. Once Zhao and the others departed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Zhang Zirwei, Fu Dehai, and Li Xiaomei fixated their gazes upon Zhou Yufeng, stunned by the shocking revelations he had just disclosed. They could hardly fathom that Hu Han was the true perpetrator responsible for the demise of Zhou Yufeng as parents, embezzling an enormous sum of money. This was monumental news for Lingshui City. What rendered Zhang Zirwei and the others even more incredulous was the notion that Zhou Yufeng had unraveled all these intricate matters single-handedly. How had he acquired such compelling evidence? Zhang Zirwei and the others had witnessed the entire process when Zhou Yufeng made the call. It was entirely his own investigation. With no involvement from Director Kong, the entire situation stimulated their minds, leaving them in a daze, engulfed in an unsettling sense of unreality. Zirwei, thank you for your call. This is for the phone bill, Zhou Yufeng said with a smile, drawing their thoughts back to the present. He placed a 1 yuan bill on the coffee table, nodded at them, and prepared to exit. Wait a moment, Zhou Yufeng, Zhang Zirwei softly called out, retrieving the money from the table. You should keep this. Zhou Yufeng smiled faintly, said nothing further, and turned to leave. He thought to himself that it would be prudent to maintain some distance from them. Don't go just yet. There is something else, Zhang Zirwei exclaimed, stopping him once more. Zhou Yufeng paused, turning to look at her. Regarding Hu Xiaoshan, was he trying to steal that evidence? Your words could bring him great misfortune. Indeed, Zhou Yufeng, while Hu Xiaoshan may not have had the best rapport with you, that was Hu Han's fault, not his, Fu Dehai chimed in. Then what do you suggest I do? Zhou Yufeng replied, slightly furrowing his brow. Huh, Zhang Zirwei gasped, not expecting such a question from him. She glanced at Fu Dehai, who appeared just as taken aback, unsure how to respond. Perhaps you should explain to Director Kang that Hu Xiaoshan is innocent, Zhang Zirwei suggested softly. It felt peculiar. Zhou Yufeng exuded a formidable presence, a sense of authority without anger. Oh, is that so? Zhou Yufeng smiled and approached them again. Zhang Zirwei, startled, quickly pushed Fu Dehai forward. Zhang Zirwei, how will you prove that Hu Xiaoshan is innocent? How will you demonstrate that he did not benefit from the wrongful gains obtained by Hu Han's actions that led to my parents' demise? How can you prove his involvement in this entire affair? Huh? How will you prove it? In the end, Zhou Yufeng nearly shouted, causing Zhang Zirwei to tremble. Tears welling in her eyes. Her naturally timid disposition was on the verge of breaking. I'm asking you, can you prove it? Zhou Yufeng glared at Zhang Zirwei, pressing on. Regarding matters concerning his parents, he was unwilling to entertain even the slightest compromise. Zhang Zirwei hurriedly shook her head. Do you know how Hu Xiaoshan harmed my family, Yuna? Why is it that for my family, it is a catastrophe, yet in your words, it seems so trivial. If you haven't experienced this yourself, it would be wise to remain silent. Do not stand on your moral high ground and speak so freely, do you understand? After delivering his words, Zhou Yufeng cast a deep glance at her before striding out the door. The three individuals remaining in the room stood in stunned silence for a moment, until Li Xiaomei, who had not spoken until now, softly remarked, I believe that person had a point. After all, our parents were harmed by that Hu Xiaoshan family. Chapter 43. An unprecedented sense of fear sweeps over Zhou Yufeng made his way home, returning to his former abode. The matter concerning Hu Han had been resolved, and he was eager to share the news with his siblings, Zhou Yuna and the others. During this period, the trio had endured considerable hardships. Gradually, Zhou Yufeng quickened his pace. The scene rewinds to just before Zhou Yufeng made the phone call. As Hu Han carried a cup to join a card game, a new player arrived, transforming the game from 2 players short to 1 player short. Lacking interest in playing himself, Hu Han invited Su Changjiang to join instead. He settled himself on the sidelines, observing the game. Once he had drained his cup of tea, Hu Han rose and headed towards his office. Upon entering his office, he leisurely poured hot water into his teacup. After filling it, he placed the cup on his desk and suddenly broke into a grin, recalling his evening rendezvous with Ping Ping. Hu Han loosened his belt, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Sitting in his chair, he instinctively reached for his keys, preparing to unlock the concealed staircase. To his surprise, with a mere tug, he managed to open the locked door before even inserting the key into the lock. A creaking sound echoed through the air. Hu Han emitted a peculiar sound, sitting there seemingly idle, yet beads of sweat the size of beans began to emerge from his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Have I forgotten to lock it? Hu Han consoled himself in this manner, extending his trembling hand to slowly pull open the drawer. It was empty. Hu Han emitted a piercing sound. With a scream, he leapt up as if jolted by electricity, his heart pounding fiercely. He approached the bookshelf, pulled open the cabinet door, and began to rummage through the sales contracts from 1983. They were gone, all of them. Hu Han stumbled about in a frenzied manner, the sensation of anxiety rendering him increasingly devoid of control. After collapsing onto the ground, he discovered that his thighs were damp, the unfortunate result of having soiled himself. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by a tumultuous churn in his stomach, leading him to expel his stomach's contents violently. The vomit emitted a foul odor, adhering to Hu Han's pristine white shirt, yet he paid little mind to it. After lying on the ground for a considerable time, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to rise abruptly. That man, the one with the straw hat from earlier, bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Yufeng. However, it is indeed implausible. How could that coward possibly dare to engage in such actions? Contemplating these thoughts, Hu Han forcefully pushed open the office door and dashed downstairs. During lunch, it seemed he had overheard people discussing that the individual delivering fruit was acquainted with Chen Guoda, and that Chen Guoda had previously assisted them with matters concerning the fruit. Upon reaching Chen Guoda's office, Hu Han kicked the door open. Startled, Chen Guoda flinched and, frowning, rose from his chair. Hu Han, have you lost your mind? Was the person delivering the fruit today Zhou Yufeng? Hu Han glared with wide eyes and inquired. Ah? Chen Guoda looked at Hu Han with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why Hu Han would pose such a question. Could it be that Hu Han harbored a grievance against Zhou Yufeng? Is it really Zhou Yufeng? Hu Han stepped forward, his fist clenched tightly, shouting in a state of hysteria. The intensity of his voice left Chen Guoda momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he nodded in acknowledgement. It is Zhou Yufeng, but what has happened to him? Hu Han's body trembled noticeably. After a moment of shock, he swiftly exited Chen Guoda's office. Crazy fool, Chen Guoda muttered under his breath, pondering the situation before sitting back down. He could not grasp why Hu Han was searching for Zhou Yufeng. Had he not received his share of fruit? That seemed unlikely, as there were evidently extra portions available. Hu Han dashed out of the Linshui steel plant, racing towards the mixed residential complex where Zhou Yufeng resided. However, it wasn't long before he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Reluctant to pause, he pressed his hand against his stomach and continued running, reaching the complex in under 15 minutes. Where did Zhou Yufeng live? Hu Han only had a vague idea of his whereabouts and did not know the exact apartment number. Grabbing a middle-aged woman passing by, he inquired loudly, "Which floor is Zhou Yufeng on?" "Second floor, 4th unit on the east side," the woman replied curtly, shaking her hand in annoyance. Without wasting a moment, Hu Han dashed upstairs. Upon arriving at the 4th unit, he found the door firmly shut and began to pound on it forcefully, causing it to rattle and creak. "Zhou Yufeng, are you in there? Open the door," he bellowed, drawing the attention of neighbors. "Stop knocking. Zhou Yufeng isn't home today." Mrs. Wang from next door shouted back before retreating into her house and closing the door tightly. "Not home?" Hu Han shook his head, staring at the closed door. And in a sudden burst of frustration, he raised his fist and pounded on the wood again. "Why the hell aren't you here?" After a brief pause, he hurried downstairs, sprinting towards Zhou Yuna's place, hoping that by pressuring her and her friends, he might uncover Zhou Yufeng's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Zhou Yufeng had returned to his former home. Earlier that morning, Zhou Yuna's school had announced a suspension of classes in preparation for the impending college entrance examinations, instructing students to study at home while the school was being transformed into an examination venue. Zhou Yufeng gently knocked on the wooden door, which was opened by Zhou Yuzheng, who peeked out with a round face and smiled at his brother. "Brother," Zhou Yuzheng called softly, glancing back inside. Zhou Yufeng smiled, ruffling Zhou Yuzheng's head before stepping inside. The room was filled with Zhou Yuna's peers, all approximately her age, including Lin Nan and Lin Chong, who were huddled together, studying fervently for their final push before the exams. Zhou Yufeng's sudden appearance caused the students, all preparing for their imminent college entrance examinations, to halt their activities and turn to face him. They were all aware of Zhou Yufeng's past actions regarding Zhou Yuna, and thus, they regarded him with palpable hostility. Particularly Lin Nan, whose eyes were filled with deep contempt. "Yuna, your exams are approaching, aren't they?" Zhou Yufeng smiled and glanced at the crowd, his gaze landing on Zhou Yuna, whom Zhou Yuna gently nodded her head. Ever since the incident last time, the tension between her and Zhou Yufeng had eased considerably. Zhou Yufeng had promised to seek evidence against Hu Han's wrongdoing, and she had agreed to this, regardless of whether he would ultimately succeed. After the college entrance examination, she was determined to confront Hu Han with fervor. This was the only course of action she, a young woman recently entered into adulthood, could conceive. "I have something to discuss with you, look," Zhou Yufeng softly said, glancing around at her classmates. However, the perceptive group of students promptly stood up upon hearing his words. "Yuna, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. I have things to do as well. Let's go." "All right, Yuna, I'm off now. We'll review together tomorrow." One by one, the classmates exited the room, while Lin Chong took his time gathering his belongings. After the others had left, he still had not finished packing. Lin Nan stood beside him, her brow furrowed, urging him. "Hurry up. This is quite troublesome," Lin Chong grumbled, standing up with a scowl. He slung his satchel over his shoulder and passed by Zhou Yufeng, muttering, "What could he possibly have to discuss? Probably out of money and needs to sell something from home. Try to keep quiet and hurry up," Lin Nan urged again, pulling Lin Chong briskly out of the room, casting a worried glance at Zhou Yufeng. At that moment, Zhou Yufeng was hardly in the mood to bicker with Lin Chong. He regarded him as merely a child. Chapter 0044. Clarifying the situation and discussing matters. Was there something amiss? Once Lin Nan and Lin Chong departed, Zhou Yuna rose from her chair, softly inquiring, refraining from directly addressing him by name. "Everyone, come sit down. Let me speak with you." Zhou Yufeng beckoned as he settled onto a small stool, gesturing towards Zhou Yue and Zhou Yuzheng, who stood in the corner. The siblings turned their gaze to their elder sister, Zhou Yuna, and upon seeing her beside Zhou Yufeng, they cautiously pulled their stools closer. "Yuna, Yue, Yuzheng." Zhou Yufeng softly called their names, taking in their youthful faces. After a brief pause, he stated with a serious demeanor, "The issue concerning Hu Han has been resolved." His words, though seemingly light, lacked persuasive weight, leaving the trio momentarily stunned, questioning the veracity of his claim. "The matter with Hu Han has been resolved?" Zhou Yuna furrowed her brow, casting a skeptical glance at Zhou Yufeng as she retorted, "Yes, it has been resolved," Zhou Yufeng replied with a faint smile. However, he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to convey this reality to Zhou Yuna and her siblings. "How was it resolved?" Zhou Yuna pressed, her hands gripping her knees as she fidgeted with her pants. At that moment, upon seeing Zhou Yufeng nod affirmatively, a spark of hope ignited within her. Zhou Yufeng parted his lips, preparing to elucidate the situation, when suddenly, Zhou Yue let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" Zhou Yue abruptly sprang to her feet, instinctively retreating behind Zhou Yuna, her eyes fixated on the window. Zhou Yufeng followed her gaze and was met with the unsettling sight of a bald man grinning ominously outside. "It's Hu Han," Zhou Yuzheng exclaimed, his voice tinged with a quiver of fear. Zhou Yuna trembled as well. Despite her deep-seated hatred for the man and her desire for vengeance, the reality of his presence before her instilled a profound sense of dread. The shadow Hu Han cast over the three siblings was too overwhelming to dismiss. Zhou Yufeng locked eyes with Hu Han, his mind racing with thoughts. "Zhou Yufeng, open the door," Hu Han bellowed from outside, pounding on the wooden door, causing it to creak ominously. Zhou Yufeng remained seated, impassive, while Zhou Yuna cast a disappointed glance his way, her heart sinking. Clearly, the issue with Hu Han remained unresolved, and Zhou Yufeng's timidity frustrated her. As Zhou Yufeng contemplated how to maximize their advantage, Hu Han's vile curses echoed from outside, further inflating his arrogance, especially given Zhou Yufeng's current passive demeanor. He still perceived Zhou Yufeng as the timid, submissive person he once was. Suddenly, Zhou Yufeng rose, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, unnoticed by anyone. He took 2 strides to the door and swung it open. Indeed, it's you, you little wretch. Hu Han spat, his teeth clenched in rage. Recognizing Zhou Yufeng's tattered attire, Hu Han instantly identified him as the fruit farmer who had collided with him earlier that morning. Speak plainly, did you take my belongings? Hu Han bellowed, his eyes wide with rage, raising his hand as if to strike Zhou Yufeng. At that moment, Hu Han still perceived Zhou Yufeng as a coward, too timid to retaliate against his aggression. However, Zhou Yufeng swiftly seized Hu Han's arm, yanking him forcefully into the room before slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. He drew the curtains, plunging the space into shadow, with only the faint sunlight illuminating Zhou Yufeng's formidable figure. With a sharp crack, Zhou Yufeng delivered a resounding slap across Hu Han's fleshy face, summoning all his strength, contorting his expression as he sent Hu Han crashing to the ground. Zhou Yuna and her siblings were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief as they watched Zhou Yufeng. On the floor, Hu Han felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he gazed up at the towering man. Zhou Yufeng leaned down and tapped Hu Han's face, inquiring, "Did I take your belongings? You must clarify what you are referring to. Is it the purchase and sales contract from the Southwest Equipment General Factory, or that of the CK Company?" Upon hearing the name CK, Hu Han's heart sank, for he was the sole possessor of that knowledge. And it was enough to prove that Zhou Yufeng indeed had what he sought. Where are those contracts? Hurry up and tell me, Hu Han exclaimed, sitting up with wide eyes. Not quite, ha ha ha. Zhou Yufeng chuckled, finding Hu Han's naivety amusing. How could you ask such a childish question? Hu Han, it seems you're not entirely aware of the situation. Allow me to remind you. After speaking calmly, he turned to Zhou Yuzheng. Yuzheng, go inside. Zhou Yuzheng, shrinking back, obediently retreated into the inner room, not wanting to witness the impending violence, especially as a mere 10-year-old child. Without hesitation, Zhou Yufeng then kicked Hu Han squarely in the face. Ah! Hu Han howled, clutching his head as several of his teeth were dislodged, blood mingling with his cries. Do you comprehend the situation now? Zhou Yufeng squatted beside Hu Han, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After a prolonged moment, Hu Han ceased his agonized cries, lifting his head in terror to meet the gaze of the smiling man before him, realizing that this was not the coward he once knew. Do you understand? Zhou Yufeng reiterated. Hu Han nodded vigorously in response. Very well, let's discuss the matter at hand. Setting aside my parents for now, how dare you assault my sister Yuna? It is time I held you accountable for that. With that, Zhou Yufeng rose, lifting his size 44 foot and delivering a series of brutal kicks to Hu Han's body, striking his head and legs relentlessly. The room echoed with Hu Han's screams, as Zhou Yufeng's strength showed no sign of waning. Ah, stop. You're going to kill me. Zhou Yufeng, cease this. After a relentless half-minute, Zhou Yufeng finally halted, towering over Hu Han as he looked down upon him. Then it was my parents' affairs we discussed. Zhou Yufeng, the matter concerning your parents truly has nothing to do with me. I have known them for so many years. Do you think I wouldn't feel sorrowful about their predicament? Shouting loudly, Hu Han unexpectedly burst into tears. So that was the case. Zhou Yufeng smiled, his expression one of realization. Indeed, Zhou Yufeng, you must swiftly return those contracts to me. Those documents hold no value for you, yet if I lose them, it jeopardizes my job. Moreover, those are public assets, and if you were to misplace them, you could face severe consequences, even imprisonment for reformation. Is it truly that grave? Then let us search for those contracts. Zhou Yufeng remarked, and upon hearing this, Hu Han's eyes sparkled with hope. Chapter 0045. At this juncture, Hu Han's ordeal reached its conclusion. Where are those contracts now? Hu Han inquired urgently as he rose from the ground. Uncle Hu, I have hidden them away. There is no way I would carry them with me, Zhou Yufeng replied with a smile, placing an arm around Hu Han's shoulder as they made their way towards the door. Upon opening the door, Zhou Yufeng turned back, casting a profound glance at Zhou Yuna and Zhou Yu, accompanied by a confident smile, before gently closing the door behind him. Descending the stairs, Hu Han impatiently pressed. Where exactly are those things? No need to rush, Uncle Hu. Let us first discuss the financial matters. With such a substantial sum, it is unlikely that it is all kept at home. Otherwise, how would you provide your old acquaintance with pocket money? Zhou Yufeng responded, his tone calm and measured, considering that even the critical purchase and sales contracts with Shika Company were kept in his office. It was reasonable to assume that there were many secrets he withheld from Wang Shuoyan. What money? Ever since I gave you those few hundred last time, I have truly been left with nothing, Hu Han exclaimed, his eyes widening as his face quivered in an expression of naive sincerity. With a swift motion, Zhou Yufeng delivered a sharp slap across Hu Han's face. Do not waste my time, or I shall hand those contracts over to Kong Jinzhou. The choice is yours. Zhou Yufeng said, his voice icily resolute. Time was of the essence for Zhou Yufeng. He remained unaware of the situation with Kong Jinzhou, and the unpredictability of events loomed over him like the stock market's capricious nature. The scheme he had devised lacked certainty, thus he resolved to secure his gains promptly. Where is that hidden money? 2,500,000. Zhou Yufeng stated, revealing the exact figure, which left Hu Han visibly shaken. You know everything? Hu Han stammered, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Hence, be astute. All I require is a share of the money, Zhou Yufeng asserted. The atmosphere seemed to freeze as they stood motionless for several seconds, until Hu Han finally nodded in a pained acknowledgement. Let us proceed, Zhou Yufeng murmured softly, continuing to guide Hu Han forward. That sum is considerable, and naturally, it entices me. Once we divide the money, your dealings with Shika Company will be resolved. You need not worry about me pursuing the matter further, Zhou Yufeng elaborated as they walked, Hu Han listening intently and nodding in agreement. By the end of July, the procurement phase would arrive once more. For the following 3 months, you would engage in purchasing equipment from the Southwest Equipment General Factory, discreetly replacing the substandard equipment supplied by Shika Company, thus allowing the affair to pass unnoticed by any investigations. Hu Han nodded in affirmation, recognizing that Zhou Yufeng's words echoed his own meticulously crafted plans. Indeed, as I said, let us all prosper together. You share a portion with me, and I shall consider myself a stakeholder. What more is there to say? I cannot very well expose myself, can I? Yes, indeed. Hu Han nodded vigorously, the fear that had previously surged within him dissipating in that moment. At least he felt safe now. Hu Bo, I don't ask for much, just a mere 100,000. In such a significant matter, there are too many people to manage, and others need to earn as well. I fully understand this. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Hu Han chuckled, the last vestiges of worry vanishing. Yufeng. Calling out his name, Hu Han placed his hand affectionately on Zhou Yufeng's shoulder. You are entirely correct. There are indeed too many individuals involved in this affair. Although the sum appears substantial, by the time it reaches me, it will dwindle to merely 150,000. Hence you shall take 100,000, and Hu Bo will take 50,000. As they walked, he remarked that the money was concealed near Hu Han's ancestral grave, not far away, just half an hour's walk. Upon hearing the term ancestral grave, Zhou Yufeng made a special trip to a nearby shop to purchase a clean outfit, tailored to Hu Han's size, and waited at the spot, unaware of which shop it was. Zhou Yufeng deliberately avoided the main road, opting for lesser-known paths, concerned that Hu Han might be captured outright. In this era, 100,000 represented an astronomical sum, yet for the wealth Hu Han had acquired, it held little significance and would not affect his sentencing. From the outset, Zhou Yufeng had never anticipated that Hu Han would seek him out at home. Thus, upon his first glimpse of Hu Han, he contemplated how to maximize the benefits, a mindset characteristic of a successful businessman. However, his intentions were not self-serving. Rather, he wished to secure additional provisions for Zhou Yuna and the others. With his imminent departure, Zhou Yufeng found himself unable to predict what would become of him. Hence he endeavored to leave as much financial security as possible for Zhou Yuna. For the 3 siblings, the loss of their parents weighed heavily. Thus, the 100,000 was hardly excessive. Little Zhong, only 10 years old, had lost his parents and would eventually need to buy a house and marry. Zhou Yufeng's thoughts drifted far into the future. Approximately 40 minutes later, they arrived at the location where Hu Han had concealed the money. As he dug into the earth, Zhou Yufeng stood quietly by, remaining untouched by a speck of dirt. After a while, Hu Han approached, drenched in sweat, clutching a velvet bag. This bag contains the 100,000. I had it pre-sorted, Hu Han gasped. Zhou Yufeng opened the bag to find it filled with pristine Tinyuan notes, neatly wrapped in plastic. Gripping the bag's opening firmly, he discovered its considerable weight. Baffled by how Hu Han had hidden such a substantial amount, regarding these questions, he chose not to speculate further. Hu Bo, you should change your clothes first, otherwise you'll appear filthy, raising suspicions. Zhou Yufeng tossed the outfit over. So this was meant for me. You truly have an eye for detail, Hu Han replied. After quickly changing, he eagerly inquired, where are those contracts? Hu Han grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, accompanied by a foul odor emanating from his mouth. Zhou Yufeng took a subtle step back, draping the woolen bag over his shoulder. Do you remember the spot beside your apartment building where the trash is collected? I placed the contract beneath a red brick, such a crucial document, and you left it there. Hu Han furrowed his brow and growled in alarm, fearing that those items might be lost. Hu Bo, fret not, they will not be lost. The more perilous the place, the safer it becomes. Let us hasten to retrieve it, Zhou Yufeng remarked calmly, before departing with Hu Han towards his residence. Everything appeared exceedingly mundane, just as it always was. As the workday concluded, bicycles sped past, vendors shouted their wares, and children scampered through the streets, creating a lively atmosphere. Hu Han hurried ahead, while Zhou Yufeng followed closely. The woolen bag slung over his shoulder, reminiscent of a farmer returning home with freshly picked fruit, maintaining a slight distance between them. Upon reaching the entrance of Hu Han's community, Zhou Yufeng feigned heavy breaths, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Hu Han glanced back, but felt no inclination to wait. Eager to check the garbage pit for his contract, he dashed into the courtyard, only to encounter Master Yu from the workshop. Master Yu, what brings you here? Hu Han inquired, oblivious to any unusual circumstances. Suddenly, Master Yu called out, and figures rushed from the corridor, pinning Hu Han down. In that moment, upon seeing the uniforms, Hu Han's heart raced with realization. What is happening? Why are you arresting me? His face turned ashen, his legs trembled, and he shamefully wet himself. The officers offered no explanation, securing Hu Han before escorting him out of the community. Witnessing the commotion, passers-by gathered at the entrance of Hu Han's neighborhood, observing the unfolding scene. What is going on? Hu Han questioned again, his voice now distorted, reminiscent of a woman's cry. No one responded, and many who recognized him began to whisper and point. Zhou Yufeng, dressed plainly, was quickly forgotten after a fleeting glance. He stood there inconspicuously among the crowd, a smile creeping onto his face. Hu Han, spotting Zhou Yufeng amidst the throng, found that smile disturbingly peculiar. Looking down at his clean attire, Hu Han suddenly comprehended everything. How could someone so impeccably dressed have been to a graveyard? Even if he wished to confront Zhou Yufeng, he had no evidence whatsoever. He had been completely outmaneuvered by this man. From the very moment he had feigned weakness before Zhou Yufeng, pleading for the 500 yuan consolation. It had all been a ruse. Ah! Hu Han screamed, his face flushed crimson, before abruptly losing consciousness. Thus, Hu Han's fate was sealed. Awaiting him would be the stern hand of the law. In this era of stringent crackdowns, having succumbed to such greed, he was likely facing the death penalty. Not only he, but also Hu Xiaoyan and Wang Shuoyan have been apprehended. And what is truly absurd is that Hu Xiaoyan even went to the police station to report himself. On his way home, Zhou Yufeng walked slowly, feeling an inexplicable fatigue, as though his very essence had been drained away. During this period, he found himself contemplating far more than in any other phase of his previous life, even in slumber. His mind incessantly revisited these matters. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on his side. Observing the throngs of people haggling in the marketplace, watching children frolic in innocent joy, and witnessing young couples shyly strolling together, Zhou Yufeng's thoughts drifted to that dim-witted woman. It was not merely a fleeting thought, a profound sense of emptiness surged within him, one that defied description. In the throes of this feeling, Zhou Yufeng found himself yearning for a chance encounter with her. Why not? Before departing, perhaps he could pay a visit to that simple-minded girl, pinch her cheek as one would a child, and utter a few words, knowing she would take them to heart. Devoid of any discernment regarding the situation. Yet, how could I possibly wish to see such a woman? Could it be that I even harbor some affection for her? These impulses flooded his mind, but he swiftly suppressed them. He was a rational man. What could come of a mere meeting? Would it merely burden that naive girl with unnecessary pressure, only to leave him free to return and torment her once more? Perhaps it would be best to refrain from provoking her. The sunlight of the setting sun remained oppressively warm. Zhou Yufeng halted, took a deep breath, and resolved to banish thoughts of that woman from his mind. After all, she was someone else's wife. Chapter 0046. I am leaving today. I shall depart. I cannot linger here for too long, lest I become entangled in an ever-growing web of attachments, much like that woman, merely another man's wife, who evokes such discomfort within me. Thus, Zhou Yufeng thought to himself, endeavoring to cast Jiang Xiaoduo in a less favorable light to ease his own heartache. As he meandered back, he spotted two familiar figures at the marketplace. Upon noticing Zhou Yufeng, they stood there momentarily taken aback. It was Tian Liangyang and Lu Miaman. During their time at the police station, Hu Xiaoshan was apprehended without so much as a question regarding the cause. It was only upon witnessing Wang Shuoyan's arrest that Tian Liangyang and Lu Miaman truly panicked. realizing the gravity of the situation. They swiftly distanced themselves from Hu Shaoshan and exited the police station in haste. Yet, the full extent of the matter remained unknown to them until tomorrow, when the entirety of Linshui City would be made aware. Tian Liangyang and Lu Miaman could not help but lower their heads, unwilling to meet Zhou Yufeng's gaze. Just prior, while they had all been at the police station, Lu Miaman had boisterously declared that she would not let Zhou Yufeng escape unscathed. Zhou Yufeng halted his steps, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and in that fleeting moment, he entertained the idea of toying with the two of them. Tomorrow, I shall report to the authorities regarding the theft of my evidence, including your involvement, he remarked cryptically before striding forward. Lu Miaman and Tian Liangyang exchanged bewildered glances, both wearing expressions of utter confusion. Crazy. Just wait. Lu Miaman shouted at Zhou Yufeng's retreating figure, unable to fathom that Hu Xiaoshan's arrest was merely a consequence of his words. However, she would soon learn the truth. Upon returning home, the sky had begun to darken. Zhou Yufeng ascended the stairs with his woolen bag, rapping gently on the door. It was Zhou Yuzheng who answered, after affectionately ruffling his younger brother's round head. Zhou Yufeng entered, and Zhou Yuna and Zhou Yuyue soon gathered around him. Hu Han has been apprehended. You shall all learn of it by tomorrow, Zhou Yufeng stated nonchalantly, gently closing the door behind him as he settled onto a small stool. Yuna, lock the door and draw the curtains. I have something to discuss with you, he instructed. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuna recalled the vivid memory of the altercation with Hu Han, the remnants of his teeth still scattered on the floor. She swiftly locked the door and drew the curtains closed. After completing these tasks, Zhou Yuna and the others huddled closer to Zhou Yufeng. Let us move to the inner room, he suggested, lifting the woolen bag as he made his way inside. Zhou Yuna and Zhou Yuyue followed suit, saying nothing. Casting a glance at Zhou Yuzheng, Zhou Yufeng added, Xiaozhang, go wait in the living room. I want tea, Zhou Yuzheng suddenly exclaimed, his fists clenched and his face flushed with indignation. I want to say anything if I go out. He stood there, his expression remarkably earnest. All right, fine. Zhou Yufeng relented. Zhou Yufeng smiled and nodded in agreement, intending to involve his brother Zhou Yuzheng. However, his younger sibling possessed an unusual level of maturity for his age. First and foremost, Yuna, Yuyue, and Yuzheng do not become overly excited and refrain from any shrill cries. With that, Zhou Yufeng turned his serious gaze towards the trio of siblings. After a moment of bewilderment, they all nodded vigorously, puzzled by his intentions. Zhou Yufeng then stood up. Appending a woolen bag and a cascade of money tumbled onto the bed, an impressive pile, nearly half the size of the bed itself. The three siblings were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gaped at the small mountain of cash. Zhou Yuzheng pinched his arm hard, trying to ascertain if this was merely a dream. The sharp pain confirmed the reality. This was no illusion. Where did all this, so much money, come from? Yuna stammered after what felt like an eternity. Zhou Yufeng sighed as he sat down on the bed, gesturing towards the living room. I'm parched. Please fetch me a glass of water. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhou Yuzheng dashed into the kitchen, hastily pouring a glass of cool water for his brother and returning to the room. Zhou Yufeng gulped down the entire glass in one go. After a day of minimal sustenance, having only eaten a little in the morning, he now felt the pangs of hunger and the unbearable thirst. Witnessing their brother's condition, both Yuna and Yuyue felt a pang of sympathy. After placing the empty glass down, Zhou Yufeng began to explain the situation. It all started with that 500 yuan condolence payment. He recounted in detail, though he glossed over certain particulars, attributing them to sheer luck. For instance, how he happened to be needed at that moment to deliver fruit, or how he fortuitously encountered Hu Han, or how all the evidence conveniently lay in the drawer. Upon hearing this, Yuna and her siblings gazed up at their brother with admiration, believing that such coincidences highlighted Zhou Yufeng's prowess. This money was earned through our parents' sacrifices. So Yuna, you must learn to plan and manage it wisely. Every significant expenditure should be discussed with Yuyue. As he spoke, Zhou Yufeng rose to his feet. Yuna found it curious that he emphasized discussing matters with Yuyue instead of with himself. Did he not want any of this money? Furthermore, he instructed, keep this money well hidden. If I ever become a scoundrel and come demanding it, remember not to give me a single cent. Once a precedent is set, there will be more demands to follow. And if we ever argue, do not be afraid. If it comes to it, take up a kitchen knife. I am a rather timid person, so do not fear me. Do not compromise at all. As she listened to these words, Yuna sensed something was amiss with Zhou Yufeng, as if he were preparing to bid farewell. Yet, true farewells do not typically involve such peculiar statements. It was all rather perplexing. All right, I'm leaving now. You all should hide this money. Once again, Zhou Yufeng turned towards the door and began to walk out. Wait, Zhou Yuna called out, hastily following him. While Zhou Yuzheng and Zhou Yue also rushed out. What is the matter? Zhou Yufeng smiled warmly. Why don't you stay here for dinner? Zhou Yuna inquired. Her gaze cast downwards. Forget it. I'm going out for a nice meal. You all should indulge a little as well. After all, there is plenty of money. So don't hold back. Zhou Yufeng opened the door and stepped 1 foot outside, then paused. Turning back, he asked, Yuna, Yue, why don't you call me brother? Let me hear it. The room fell silent. Both Zhou Yuna and Zhou Yue lowered their heads. Deep down, they yearned to call him that. Yet the word brother seemed to lodge in their throats, unable to escape. Perhaps next time, Zhou Yufeng chuckled softly as he closed the door. As he descended the stairs, he added in a faint tone, maybe there won't be in next time. I am leaving this place. Chapter 0047. Intoxication. Zhou Yufeng wandered alone through the bustling streets, his figure appearing somewhat desolate. He initially returned to the mixed courtyard to retrieve some meat coupons, grain tickets, and the precious alcohol vouchers, intending to enjoy a sumptuous meal at the state-run restaurant. With over 140 yuan in his possession, he had the means to indulge in any culinary delight he desired. Upon unlocking the door and entering his home, Zhou Yufeng sat on the small bed in the inner room for quite some time before gradually rising to his feet. Even the quilt frequently used by Jiang Xiaoduo bore no trace of her sin anymore. After tidying up the room, he locked the door and stepped outside, ready to head to the restaurant. It was unclear why, but in just 10 days, he had developed such a profound sense of attachment. Perhaps due to the deeply ingrained memories of the Zhou Yufeng within his mind. With a decisive click, he shut the door and locked it, his demeanor reflecting newfound resolve. Starting tomorrow, he would once again assume the role of executive president of a publicly traded company, with its market value on the verge of surpassing 10 billion. As he passed by Aunt Wang's house, the garrulous and warm-hearted woman, who had little to occupy her time, hurried out and grasped Zhou Yufeng's arm. Yufeng, this afternoon, someone came to your home, quite fierce. Were they demanding payment from you? Ah, Aunt Wang, it's nothing to worry about, Zhou Yufeng replied with a gentle smile. Patting her shoulder. How about we prepare that rooster of yours for dinner? Get lost. Aunt Wang's expression darkened, and she released his arm. Let me tell you, if one day that rooster of mine goes missing, I'll be sure to hold you accountable. Ha, Aunt Wang, what a ridiculous accusation. Zhou Yufeng laughed heartily, choosing not to dwell on the matter as he continued on his way, while Aunt Wang's voice echoed behind him. From her upstairs window, Aunt Wang's loud voice caught Lu Naiqiang's attention, who promptly stood at his door, awaiting Zhou Yufeng's return. Yufeng, where have you been all day? As Zhou Yufeng approached, Lu Naiqiang called out with a playful tone. Nowhere special, just wandering the streets, Zhou Yufeng replied casually as he moved toward the gate. Hey, Lu Naiqiang chuckled, following closely. Yufeng, if you come across any lucrative ventures, remember to include me. Didn't you just make 100 yuan from me? Zhou Yufeng frowned, but kept walking briskly. That scoundrel Cheng Guada has been paid back, truly a vile creature, Lu Naiqiang cursed, persistently trailing Zhou Yufeng. By the way, Yufeng, where are you headed now? Going to eat? Take me with you. I haven't eaten all day. Lu Naiqiang jested. Zhou Yufeng neither rejected nor accepted the invitation, merely casting a disdainful glance in his direction. It mattered little. After all, he was about to depart, and no matter how much he looked down upon Lu Naiqiang, it hardly made a difference. As the two emerged from the alley, they happened upon Chen Guada riding his motorcycle. The first statement, Hu Han has been taken away. The second statement, Hu Han visited my office today. The third statement, what on earth is going on? What could possibly have happened? It was merely that I accidentally bumped into him while I was in the restroom, and he claimed I shattered a piece of jade, demanding compensation from me. Zhou Yufeng casually blurted out. Nonsense. Where would Hu Han procure jade? However, I heard that Hu Han has indeed been apprehended. It seems there was some significant incident at the steel mill, and the equipment in the second workshop has all been halted. Chen Guada continued to shout, while Zhou Yufeng had already moved forward, with Lu Naiqiang trailing behind him. Yufeng, where are you going? Wait for me. 20 minutes later. At the state-run restaurant. You rascal, you didn't utter a word, and it turns out you intended to come to the state-run restaurant. Look at you being so stingy. Chen Guada smirked. You followed me here anyway. It wouldn't matter whether I said anything or not. Zhou Yufeng remarked before he began to place the order. He ordered a lavish feast of 4 cold dishes, 4 hot dishes, and 4 fried specialties, totaling 30 yuan for just 3 people, a rather extravagant affair. The Mount I alone costs 15 yuan, and one must order a minimum of 3 bottles. Lu Naiqiang felt a twinge of unease. Could these two be plotting against him? Ordering so many dishes seemed peculiar. However, upon seeing Zhou Yufeng hand over cash, grain tickets, meat tickets, and liquor tickets to the waiter, Lu Naiqiang finally relaxed, revealing a satisfied smile. Naturally, Chen Guoda felt the same. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated, Zhou Yufeng declared with a smile. And Chen Guoda and Lu Naiqiang eagerly nodded in agreement, perfectly illustrating the adage that money talks. The state-run restaurant was relatively empty today. As soon as the three of them sat down, another table departed, leaving them as the sole patrons. This allowed their meals to be prepared swiftly. Zhou Yufeng, feeling ravenous, began to devour the food with great enthusiasm, truly feeling as if his stomach was touching his back. As he bit into a large piece of chicken, he couldn't help but remark that the quality of meat in this era is unparalleled, tender and succulent, with juices trickling down the corners of his mouth. The three of them feasted heartily. Come. Don't just focus on eating. Let us drink. Zhou Yufeng raised his cup, clinking it with the other two before downing a generous gulp. Come, let us keep drinking. Chen, how is your fish farming going? Zhou Yufeng called out in jest, pouring himself another glass and downing it in one go. Lu Naiqiang had even more leftovers. Come, let us toast. Chen Guoda raised his cup, clinking it with Lu Naiqiang's, and both took a hearty swig, easing the tension between them. As the drinks flowed, after consuming those 3 bottles, Zhou Yufeng felt a pleasant buzz, slightly tipsy but not so intoxicated as to lose his senses. On the way back, he grabbed another bottle of Maotai, still using Chen Guoda's liquor tickets. The table, laden with dishes, was completely cleared, leaving no trace of waste. Upon returning to the mixed courtyard with Lu Naiqiang, Zhou Yufeng staggered back home. Leaning against the wall, he ambled slowly, neglecting to remove his shoes before flopping onto the bed. Whether it was due to intoxication or some other reason, he could distinctly sense the fragrance of Jiang Xiaoduo, the naive girl. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged through him, leaving him feeling exceptionally uncomfortable, as if something was lodged in his throat, rendering him incredibly parched. A strong desire for water overcame him. In his drunken state, he mistakenly perceived the bottle of Maotai in his hand as a cup of water. After opening it, he gulped down mouthfuls, consuming more than half of it before collapsing onto the bed, utterly inebriated and unaware of his surroundings. Chapter 0048. At the pinnacle of an era under the scorching sun, Zhou Yufeng was drenched in a thin layer of sweat, his throat feeling as if it had been scorched by embers. As he swallowed, a sharp pang coursed through his body. He blinked his eyes open, only to be immediately blinded by the glaring sunlight, prompting him to shut them once more. His dirt-laden clothes clung to him, and the oppressive heat enveloped him like a stifling furnace. His mind remained heavy, reeking of alcohol, leaving Zhou Yufeng in a dazed state. Gradually, clarity began to dawn upon him, and suddenly, his pupils dilated as if realizing something of great significance, causing him to sit up straight. He was still clad in those soiled garments, still lying on the low bed, still within this small room. The crushing realization struck him. He could never return. This outcome left Zhou Yufeng in a state of despair, and he let out a loud cry. The splendor of his past life, his achievements, and his aspirations were now severed from him. Moreover, an additional memory intruded upon his mind. His former self from 2020 had become nothing more than a jar of ashes. Who on earth sent me to the crematorium? Otherwise, I could stage a resurrection. Zhou Yufeng lamented inwardly. Yet he understood that regardless of whether his previous self had been cremated, he was irreversibly detached from that life. The concept of reincarnation was absurd, and the fact that it had transpired in his case signified a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Surely, this was preferable to the fate of the deceased Zhou Yufeng. Seated at the edge of the bed, Zhou Yufeng wore a solemn expression as he reevaluated this unique era. The year was 1983, a time when the nation of Huaxia began its transformative journey towards a diverse economic society, reforming economic policies and embracing openness. Just the previous year, the household contract responsibility system had been established. It was not until 1984 that the notion of a planned commodity economy was introduced. The comprehensive reforms for state-owned enterprises were still to be initiated in 1986. The foundational principles would only be articulated in the distant year of 1987. Everything was brand new, merely in its infancy. A multitude of exceptional entrepreneurs destined to reshape Huaxia's economy would emerge from this era. Zhou Yufeng found himself at the forefront of this pivotal moment in history. As he contemplated these monumental events, his expression hardened with resolve. His aspirations now soared higher than in his previous existence. He even entertained the audacious thought of altering the course of this world. Given that such an extraordinary phenomenon as reincarnation had unfolded for him, would it not be a waste not to influence the trajectory of this era? What would the future hold? Zhou Yufeng felt a surge of anticipation. At this moment, Wang Jinlin had yet to establish Wanda. Nor did he possess that ambitious goal of 100 million. It was only after the first land auction in the real estate sector in 1987 that he founded Wanda in 1988. Miss Tao, known as the Chili Queen, was still laboring away in distant lands and selling goods on the streets, with her life only taking a pivotal turn in the 1989 era. In this year, Chao Duong had just undertaken the management of a chronically loss-making township enterprise, and the saga of his legend was only beginning to unfold. Meanwhile, the founder of Waha, Zhong Chiho, was now working as a salesman at the Zhujiang Agricultural and Industrial School. The young Mahuatin was merely a couple of years senior to Zhou Yufeng and had yet to relocate to Deep Sea Prefecture. Zhou Yufeng could even deliver a bottle of Waha to him in Haizhou. Dressed in fresh attire, Zhou Yufeng embodied the vibrant spirit of the youth of his era. At the tender age of 22, as afternoon descended, he realized he had never consumed such a copious amount of alcohol before, having missed even the morning's rooster crow, leaving him utterly inebriated. In his home, a colorful photograph of Jiang Xiaoduo rested on the cabinet. When Zhou Yufeng went to retrieve some noodles, he chanced upon that cherubic face. Had he known he could never return, he would have surely held on tighter back then. Smiling at the photograph, he couldn't help but reach out to caress the face captured within the frame. However, Zhang Zirwei must have Shun Ziren's contact information, and Shun Ziren certainly had Jiang Xiaoduo's details. That girl had not vanished without a trace. Clutching the noodles, as he stepped out, he noticed Zhou Yuna raising her hand, poised to knock on the wooden door. This scene struck a familiar chord, reminiscent of the day he felt as if he had been reborn. Yuna, Yuyue, Yuzhen, what brings you all here? Zhou Yufeng chuckled, shaking the noodles in his hand. Would you like some? I can cook for you. Well, brother, why not come home to eat? I bought some pork, Zhou Yuna suggested, lowering her head slightly as she called him brother, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks. In truth, the sisters had come out of deep concern for Zhou Yufeng, as his strange remarks from the previous day had left them in a state of unease throughout the morning. Yet, Zhou Yufeng had been enjoying himself. After acquiring a substantial sum, he had successfully persuaded Zhou Yuna to buy him a wind-up green frog, which he played with in the yard all morning. All right, Zhou Yufeng replied nonchalantly, tossing the noodles onto the cabinet. After locking the door, the four siblings descended together. Brother, why don't you just stay at home from now on? Zhou Yufeng inquired, tilting his head with a smile. We'll discuss that later. At least we should wait until the rent is due, Zhou Yufeng responded, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Yuna observed her brother discreetly, sensing a subtle shift in his demeanor compared to previous days. Previously, Zhou Yufeng had been burdened with immense pressure, needing to resolve matters with Hu Han and return swiftly, all while suppressing his emotions and maintaining a distance from those he cared for. At that moment, however, the weight had lifted, allowing him to return to the witty and humorous self he once was. The only thought he dared not dwell upon was that of the naive girl. Every time he did, impatience welled within him, accompanied by a dull ache in his heart. In any case, he was determined to find her, with the resolve of his present self, even if, in a certain sense, she is another's wife. Brother, Zhou Yuna called out again, and at that moment, addressing him as brother felt as natural as it once did, without any internal struggle. What is it? It's about Hu Han. The matter has already caused quite a stir in Linchue City. Not only he, but his entire family and several of his relatives have been apprehended. Well, that was to be expected, and Hu Han is likely facing the death penalty, Zhou Yufeng said calmly. Indeed, having embezzled such a substantial amount, he is surely condemned to death. I heard he fainted several times while in custody, Zhou Yuyue chuckled, tilting her head to gaze at her brother. Haha. He truly deserves it. The four siblings chatted amiably as they walked, exuding a warm camaraderie. Chapter 0049. Spreading through the streets and alleys as soon as the four siblings of Zhou Yufeng departed from the mixed courtyard, two hurried figures rushed over, both bearing expressions of trepidation. Is Zhou Yufeng residing here? Lu Mian's voice carried a hint of sobbing as she looked up at Tian Liang and inquired, Is it so? They stepped inside to take a look. Tian Liang gently nodded, exhaling deeply before walking into the courtyard alongside Lu Man. The incident involving Hu Han rapidly gained traction in this small town, which typically lacked significant news. Usually, the gossip revolved around petty disputes or family separations. Suddenly, a scandal of such magnitude erupted, involving embezzlement amounting to millions, leaving the townspeople in disbelief. Furthermore, the number of individuals implicated was considerable. With the scandal originating from the Linshui steel plant, it was rumored that some might even face the death penalty. This sensational news spread throughout the streets and alleys of Linshui City as if it had sprouted wings. Yesterday, while at the police station, Lu Manman and Tian Liangyang witnessed the arrest of Wang Xiuyin and Hu Xiaoshan, sensing that something was amiss, yet they could not have fathomed the magnitude of the situation. Since this morning, and even from yesterday afternoon when Hu Han was apprehended, neighbors began to gossip about the incident, and even the street vendors, while selling vegetables in the morning, exchanged a few words regarding Hu Han. Listening to her parents and neighbors discuss the matter, Lu Manman came to understand the gravity of Hu Xiaoshan's arrest. It was far more serious than she had imagined. It was also her first encounter with the term death penalty, and the shock that surged within her was unprecedented. Gradually, she overheard that Hu Han's son had been arrested for stealing evidence from someone on the street, which sent a chill down her spine, leaving her pale and frozen in place. At that moment, Zhou Yufeng's cryptic words resurfaced in her mind. "Tomorrow, I will report this. They stole my evidence. And you too. I had forgotten about this." The deeper one contemplates, the more fear envelopes the mind. Trembling, she stood there, her complexion ashen, engulfed by a despair that felt akin to a death sentence, awaiting the inevitable execution, anticipating the moment of being imprisoned. Lu Manman herself was unaware of how she descended the staircase. Upon exiting the building, she collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, her breath becoming labored. Similarly, Tian Liangyang had just arrived at the base of Lu Manman's building, seeking her out to discuss the matter at hand, or perhaps to find solace for his troubled soul. What to do? Lu Manman inquired, tears like beans cascading down her cheeks. She was genuinely terrified. She had never encountered such a situation before and had heard of the death penalty, which sent waves of trepidation surging through her heart. I must seek out Zhou Yufeng, hoping he has not yet gone to the police station. Tian Liangyang, still possessing a trace of rationality, pulled Lu Manman up from the ground and made his way towards the mixed courtyard. After knocking on the door for quite some time and peering through the window, he discovered that Zhou Yufeng was not at home. What to do now? As she spoke, Lu Manman was on the verge of tears. Tian Liangyang lacked the mood to console her, standing at the doorway in a daze, a wave of nausea washing over him. His family had invested considerable resources to secure a job for him, and now, before he had even set foot in the workplace, was he to be apprehended? What would become of his parents if he were taken away? Perhaps we should seek out Zhang Zirwei. She has a good rapport with Zhou Yufeng and could intercede on our behalf, Lu Manman suddenly suggested. Tian Liangyang turned abruptly, nodding emphatically, his mind a blank slate, devoid of any solutions. Without a moment's hesitation, the two hastened towards Zhang Zirwei's residence. Due to the incident involving Hu Han, several prominent factories in Linshui City had initiated a shutdown for inspections, embarking on a stringent investigation. Fu Dehai's workplace had also ceased operations, and accompanied by Li Xiaomei, he made his way to Zhang Zirwei's home. The three of them were witnesses to the unfolding drama surrounding Hu Han. From the moment Zhou Yufeng placed the call to the meticulous orchestration of the entire affair, including the summons of Kong Jichong to their home, all of which was utterly unfathomable. Zhou Yufeng? Him? How could that be possible? If not for their own eyes and ears, they would never have believed that Hu Han's significant predicament was orchestrated by him. A myriad of doubts lingered in their minds, particularly regarding how Zhou Yufeng had acquired such incriminating evidence. At that moment, Fu Dehai, Li Xiaomei, and Zhang Zirwei were crammed into a small bedroom, deliberating over these matters. Especially when Zhou Yufeng recounted the details of the incident to the police, he did so with utmost clarity, articulating the entire situation without a hint of ambiguity. Even more chilling was the fact that the individuals he had mentioned the previous day, such as Su Changjiang, the equipment inspector Zhang Yunyo, and the accountant Lu Mei, had all been apprehended. I heard from my parents today. It's terrifying. It seems everyone Zhou Yufeng named yesterday has been taken into custody. And his predictions were spot on, Zhang Zirwei remarked solemnly. Did he really name those people in those positions? Li Xiaomei inquired eagerly, her eyes wide with curiosity, particularly about Zhou Yufeng himself. Indeed, Zhang Zirwei confirmed with a nod. In fact, yesterday, I felt an odd sense of unfamiliarity with Zhou Yufeng. He seemed like a different person compared to the one I used to know, Fu Dehai remarked slowly. Zhang Zirwei nodded rapidly. akin to a chick pecking at grains. I felt that way too, and not just once. What was he like before? As soon as Zhang Zhiwei's words fell, Li Xiaomei followed up with a question. Before? Zhang Zhiwei's large eyes flickered thoughtfully, and after a brief pause, she began to elaborate. He used to be rather taciturn and timid, quite cowardly, and somewhat foolish. Apart from his decent looks, he was rather lacking in all other aspects. In essence, he was the antithesis of who he is now. Following her statement, a hush fell over the room for a brief moment. However, that Zhou Yufeng scolded me yesterday, which is truly excessive. Zhang Zhiwei pondered over the matter once more, pursing her lips and furrowing her brow. In truth, Li Xiaomei slightly parted her lips, contemplating for a moment before she spoke. I found myself quite empathizing with Zhou Yufeng yesterday. Let us consider the situation from a different perspective. If it were Hu Xiaoshan's father who had caused the demise of our parents and tormented us, how would we respond? The room once again succumbed to silence. After a brief moment, Li Xiaomei softly uttered, "What may be a catastrophe for others becomes merely a light remark when it reaches us. Some words are best left unspoken." The words of Zhou Yufeng were etched deeply in Li Xiaomei's mind, profoundly influencing her. Zhang Zhiwei pressed her lips tightly together yet nodded in agreement with Li Xiaomei's sentiments. Acknowledging that her previous actions were misguided, she was not a party to the matter and thus lacked the right to voice such opinions. At that moment, a rapid knocking resonated from outside the door. Chapter 50. Is he so nonchalant? I went to open the door, anticipating that my mother had once again forgotten her keys. Sigh, my heart is utterly burdened by this household, which offers no respite. After uttering a brief remark, Zhang Zhiwei opened the bedroom door and stepped outside. In truth, since her graduation, she had not sought employment and had remained at home, a true burden in her own right. The others, Fu Dehai and his companions, were well aware of her circumstances but felt powerless to speak out, for Zhang Zhiwei wielded considerable influence. "Ah, why are you here?" came Zhang Zhiwei's incredulous voice as she recognized Fu Dehai and Li Xiaomei emerging from the bedroom, both in search of something to eat. Approaching the entrance, they were surprised to find Lu Manman and Tian Liangyang standing there, their brows furrowed and expressions fraught with anxiety as they hurriedly relayed urgent news. "Zhou Yufeng he." Lu Manman spoke rapidly, gripping Zhang Zhiwei's arm tightly, a level of distress in her demeanor that was previously unseen. Tian Liangyang, drenched in perspiration, gasped for breath. His serious countenance fixed on Zhang Zhiwei, his eyes betraying a hint of panic, with the corners twitching slightly. Upon hearing Lu Manman's words, Zhang Zhiwei turned to Fu Dehai, who shared a closer bond with Zhou Yufeng. "Dehai, you're here too. You heard what was just said. Your relationship with Zhou Yufeng has always been good. You must assist me in this matter, no matter what." Tian Liangyang stepped forward, grasping Fu Dehai's arm. "We must hurry to find him. I don't know if he has contacted the authorities yet. He is not at the mixed compound, but should be at his parents' house. You know the way there, right?" "Indeed," Fu Dehai nodded. "Let us proceed swiftly." Tian Liangyang pulled Fu Dehai towards the exit, with Zhang Zhiwei and Li Xiaomei following closely behind. The five of them set out in unison towards Zhou Yufeng. Meanwhile, Zhou Yiyue and Zhou Yuna sat at the table, engrossed in their exercises, while Zhou Yuzheng played with a wind-up frog on the floor, and Zhou Yufeng was in the kitchen preparing a meal. "Just so you know, I won TB washing the dishes later," Zhou Yufeng's voice echoed from the kitchen. Zhou Yuna and Zhou Yiyue exchanged glances before stifling their laughter. After some time, Zhou Yufeng emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of pork. "Yuzheng, go inside and bring out the chicken legs. Yuna and Yuyue, wash your hands. It's time to eat." "Okay." Zhou Yuzheng sprang up from the floor and dashed into the kitchen, saliva already pooling at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Yuyue, having set down her pen, also turned to follow him into the kitchen. Zhou Yuna remained, her brow knitted in concentration as she scrutinized a problem on her test paper. With merely 3 days remaining until the Gaokao. "HM? What is the matter? Can't solve it? You should eat first." After placing the meat platter down, Zhou Yufeng approached her. "Mm." Zhou Yuna replied, drawing a line across her test paper before turning towards the kitchen. Zhou Yufeng casually glanced at her work, noting that it was a geometric problem concerning area. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "Although I did not graduate from a prestigious university, I am nonetheless a high-achieving individual from a 985 institution. Compared to the mathematics problems of 2020, those of this era are relatively simpler in terms of their format. While they encompass a broader range of knowledge, the concepts are rather elementary, which is precisely where Zhou Yufeng excels. Thus, I conclude that Zhou Yuna's problem-solving approach is erroneous. Perhaps it would be best to discuss this after our meal, Zhou Yufeng mused, turning to sit at the small table. The modest dining table was laden with an array of dishes, including 3 types of meat. For someone with a wealth of 100,000, this expenditure was trivial. Akin to a drop in the ocean. Zhou Zheng gazed hungrily at the chicken legs, salivating. To him, it felt like a festive celebration. Let us eat. Zhou Yufeng cheerfully suggested, and the group began to devour their meal. Just as Zhou Yufeng took a hearty bite of chicken, a knock echoed from outside. Ah? Zhou Yufeng stood up, chicken leg in mouth, and peered through the window to see Fu Dahai. I suppose you followed the aroma here, eh? He called out casually. Due to circumstances that tethered him, Zhou Yufeng's manner of interaction with them had shifted somewhat. Upon opening the door, he found not just Fu Dahai, but a party of 5, evidently gathered for a gaming session. What brings you here? Have you eaten? Zhou Yufeng inquired, gesturing for the group to enter. Of course. While Zhou Yufeng posed the question, the presence of Lu Miaman and Tian Liang made their intentions clear. Without hesitation, they stepped inside to find Zhou Yufeng's family engaged in their meal. Xiao Zhang, could you fetch some bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen? Zhou Yufeng said with a smile. Tian Liang, however, quickly waved his hand, leaning forward slightly, and cheerfully replied, Yufeng, there's no need. We've already eaten. We're here to discuss some matters, to resolve a few misunderstandings. Oh, what is it? Zhou Yufeng asked with a smile, continuing to nibble on his chicken leg. Tian Liang glanced at Fu Dahai, signaling him to take the lead. Oh, Fu Dahai nodded, cleared his throat, and asked, Zhou Yufeng, did you report the incident involving Tian Liang and Lu Miaman? Not yet. I plan to do so after dinner, Zhou Yufeng replied casually, almost as if jesting. Not yet? Fu Dahai turned to Lu Miaman and Tian Liang, grinning broadly. No. He intends to finish his meal first, Lu Miaman nearly cried, tugging at Fu Dahai's arm with urgency. Ah, right. Fu Dahai finally grasped the situation and turned to Zhou Yufeng, saying hastily, No, Zhou Yufeng. The incident involving Shun Man and Tian Liang has nothing to do with Hu Han. You needn't take such extreme measures. Indeed, Zhou Yufeng replied with a smile, nodding gently. Ah? Fu Dahai was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Yufeng's swift agreement felt somewhat surreal. So you won't be reporting them to the police? Fu Dahai inquired again. Indeed not. Zhou Yufeng affirmed with a serious nod. Initially, Zhou Yufeng had no intention of attending. Yesterday, he merely expressed his discontent in passing, attempting to exert a modicum of psychological pressure on them. Regardless of how much Lu Miaman and Tian Liang might despise each other or the trivial grievances they may harbor, such matters are but insignificant trifles. Zhou Yufeng would not cling to these trivialities or feel compelled to retaliate. Observing Zhou Yufeng standing there with an air of nonchalance, Zhang Zirwei could not help but raise her gaze, stealing a few furtive glances at him. The effortless charm exuding from this man was somewhat captivating. No wonder Jiang Shaduo chose him. Perhaps these qualities were ones we had overlooked. Zhang Zirwei lowered her head, murmuring to herself, Yufeng, are you truly not going? Tian Liang's expression brightened as he stepped forward to pat Zhou Yufeng on the shoulder, the terror in his heart dissipating significantly, replaced by a sense of having survived a calamity. This display of eagerness was familiar to Zhou Yufeng. He had witnessed it before with Hu Shaoshan. However, Zhou Yufeng felt no trace of aversion, accepting it with equanimity. They merely engaged in actions that others might hesitate to undertake, whether criticized for sycophancy or deemed spineless. Their sole desire was to improve their circumstances, which is not something that warrants condemnation. Yesterday's jest should not be taken to heart. And perhaps the earlier actions were a tad excessive. They should find an opportunity to share a meal together. Zhou Yufeng also amiably patted Tian Liang on the shoulder, merely acknowledging the previous heavy-handedness without expressing any disapproval of their actions. Observing Zhou Yufeng's demeanor, the fears that Lu Miaman and Tian Liang harbored began to dissipate effortlessly. Zhou Yufeng insisted on sitting down for a meal, but they declined, exchanging some casual banter before departing. On the way back downstairs, Zhang Zirwei suddenly halted in her tracks. Chapter 51. Problem-solving techniques. How about we go watch a movie? My treat, suggested Zhang Zirwei, casting a glance towards Zhou Yufeng's home. A movie? Fu Dahai looked at Li Xiaomei, then chuckled innocently. Zirwei, we haven't had lunch yet. Xiaomei and I should head out first. Oh dear, I must return. I didn't even tell my mother I was leaving. Lu Miaman waved her hand dismissively and hurried away. Only Zhang Zirwei and Tian Liang remained, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Why don't the two of us go together? I'll pay. Tian Liang said with a smile, casting a deep glance at Zhang Zirwei before quickly lowering his head. Let us save it for another day when everyone can join, Zhang Zirwei replied hastily. I suddenly feel a bit hungry. I should head back and let my mom cook for me. With that, she quickly departed. The reason she had suggested the cinema was to propose. Why don't we invite Zhou Yufeng along? Yu Yue, discuss with Yujing about who will wash the dishes, Zhou Yufeng indicated towards the small table. Then sat on the long bench to review Zhou Yuna's exercises. Zhou Yue glanced at her brother Zhou Yujing, who was grinning foolishly, then stood up to begin clearing the dishes. Yuna, come here for a moment. You've solved this problem incorrectly, Zhou Yufeng said, picking up a pin from the table and speaking in a calm tone. Huh? Zhou Yuna exclaimed, looking at Zhou Yufeng with disdain. She was well aware of her brother's academic performance. While it might not be as dire as being the very last, he consistently hovered near the bottom 10. Moreover, it was rumored that his sister-in-law, Jiang Xiaoduo, remained the perennial last in class, unable to grasp even the simplest concepts. Why are you dawdling? Come over. Let me explain it to you, Zhou Yufeng urged, still focused on the problem before him, jotting down notes. Zhou Yuna hesitated, contemplating whether to outright refuse. Hurry up. Zhou Yufeng turned to look at her. Oh, Zhou Yuna replied reluctantly, slowly approaching. For problems like this, you need to adopt a different approach. It might differ from what the teacher taught, but it's quite practical. Zhou Yufeng explained earnestly, meticulously detailing each step without oversimplifying, imparting not just formulas but a way of thinking about problem solving. By the time he finished, Zhou Yuna's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zhou Yufeng. This was a problem she had struggled with for an entire morning without success, yet he had managed to solve it. Moreover, he explained it so well that she found herself thinking it was simple. All right, practice a few similar problems while the iron is hot. Then gather any you find challenging and come back to ask me, Zhou Yufeng instructed, leaving Zhou Yuna even more astonished, feeling as if she were experiencing a fatherly lesson. Okay, just sit down, he added. Oh. Zhou Yuna nodded and sat down to tackle the exercises. The college entrance examination is approaching, and Zhou Yuna feels the need to practice more math problems. Among all subjects, mathematics fills her with the greatest apprehension. If the exam questions prove challenging, she may very well miss the opportunity to attend university. It is not only her. Her peers also struggle with mathematics. After working through some similar problem types, Zhou Yuna selected additional questions that perplexed her and sought assistance from Zhou Yufeng. Observing the problems, Zhou Yufeng first attempted them himself before guiding Zhou Yuna through the solutions. Strangely, his manner of explanation resonated well with her. Let us practice some similar types of problems, Zhou Yufeng suggested with a smile. Okay, brother, Zhou Yuna replied sweetly, lowering her head to tackle the exercises. Suddenly, she realized that she did not truly know her brother. He must possess many admirable qualities she had yet to discover. Zhou Yufeng sat quietly on a small stool, watching Zhou Yuna work diligently, making an effort not to disrupt her concentration. In truth, Zhou Yufeng had many aspirations of his own. He yearned to travel to Zhahai City to pursue his ambitions and to find that charming girl he had in mind. Yet, all of that would have to wait until after Zhou Yuna's examination. For her, this was a pivotal moment that could alter the course of her destiny, and he was determined to provide her with the utmost support. Later, as Zhou Yuna approached him with more questions, Zhou Yue had taken Yujing out for a stroll, leaving just the two of them in the room. Gradually, the sweltering heat of the day began to dissipate. Suddenly, a knock at the door shattered the tranquility of the room, accompanied by the sound of rustling outside, suggesting that more than one person awaited entry. Zhou Yuna smiled lightly and hurried to open the door. Oh dear, I still can't solve that geometry problem. It's driving me crazy. What will I do if geometry comes up in the exam? As soon as she opened the door, Lin Nan's voice filled with complaint reached her ears. As she pouted and embraced Zhou Yuna with a look of distress. Following her were 5 familiar students, one of whom was the only boy, Lin Chong. The geometry problems are too difficult. If they ask about that in the exam, I'll definitely have to repeat the year, chimed in a girl with a ponytail. Yuna, did you manage to solve it? Lin Nan tugged at Zhou Yuna's arm, her voice soft and pleading. Yes, I did, Zhou Yuna replied. Really? You solved it? Please teach me. A chorus of excited female voices erupted, while Lin Chong stood to the side, grinning foolishly, pretending to look away but keeping his gaze fixed on Zhou Yuna. That little brat. Zhou Yufeng noticed Lin Chong's lingering stare and frowned, muttering under his breath. When their eyes met, Lin Chong also noticed Zhou Yufeng and furrowed his brow, asking in a low voice, What are you doing here? His tone suggested he felt a sense of ownership over the space. You brat, I'm in my own home. Why are you asking me that? Zhou Yufeng retorted, irritation evident in his voice. He is also present, so we shall take our leave for now. I will return tomorrow to discuss geometry problems with you. Lin Nan murmured softly before turning to depart, casting only a fleeting glance at Zhou Yufeng, as if even a moment longer of looking at him would tarnish her vision. Wait a moment, Lin Nan, Zhou Yu called out, grasping her arm with urgency. In truth, the methods for solving geometry problems were taught to me by my brother. If you find yourselves at a loss, it would be prudent to consult him now. Him? Before anyone else could respond. Lin Chong pointed at Zhou Yufeng and exclaimed with disdain, if he could do it, even a sow could climb a tree. His tone was far from kind. As he thought such a remark might impress Zhou Yu, given her long-standing animosity towards Zhou Yuxiang. However, before Zhou Yufeng could utter a word, Zhou Yu furrowed her brow and coldly rebuked, Lin Chong, how dare you speak of my brother that way? Apologize. Lin Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. Her expression one of confusion as she looked at Zhou Yu. Chapter 52 accompanying until the end of the college entrance examination but he. Yuna. He is not. Lin Chong stammered, perplexed as to why Zhou Yuna suddenly took such a firm stance in favor of Zhou Yufeng. Her abrupt reprimand left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, Yuna, it was merely a joke. There's no need to take it so seriously. Zhou Yufeng chuckled nonchalantly, as he typically did not concern himself with such trivial disputes. By the way, Yuna, did your brother truly teach you this math problem? The girl with the ponytail continued to inquire, simultaneously waving her hand towards Zhou Yufeng. Indeed, my brother excels in mathematics. Perhaps he could elucidate the geometric problem we couldn't solve yesterday. Zhou Yuna glanced at Xinjing, a confident smile gracing her lips. Sure, that sounds great. Xinjing chuckled softly, removed her cross-body bag, and retrieved the books within. Zhou Yufeng rose from his small stool and asked, Yuna, is it the one I mentioned to you previously? Indeed, it is precisely that kind. Very well, you may practice other exercises first while I instruct them on geometric problems. Let us not squander time. Rather, let us maximize its utilization. Zhou Yufeng, carrying a small desk, approached Xinjing and placed the examination papers upon it. He picked up a pen, paused momentarily, and then lifted his gaze to say, if any of you are unfamiliar with this type of question, feel free to come over and listen. The other girls hesitated slightly, exchanging glances before gradually moving closer, while Lin Nan lingered at the back. For geometric problems, we may begin by following this line of thought. Zhou Yufeng meticulously calculated on a small notebook, articulating each step in detail. After explaining each progression, he would pause to allow them to absorb the information. Initially reluctant, Lin Nan found herself inching closer, captivated by his explanation. The once intricate problems began to simplify under Zhou Yufeng's guidance, and by the time he concluded, the girls had all grasped the concepts. They were already among the top students in the class, possessing a solid foundation. Thus, with Zhou Yufeng's explanation, they swiftly learned the methods to solve the problems. Only Lin Chang remained, standing idly, and after a while of finding it dull, he casually opened a book and sat beside Zhou Yuna. Is there anyone who still does not comprehend? Zhou Yufeng raised his head and glanced at several female students, inquiring. They all gently shook their heads, while Lin Nan shrank back, displaying a hint of embarrassment. All right, then I encourage you to tackle more problems of this nature to reinforce the methods I have taught you. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to come and ask me. Upon hearing Zhou Yufeng's conclusion, the girls promptly took out their test papers and began to practice, filling the living room with the soft rustle of writing. Zhou Yufeng stood up and positioned himself between Lin Chang and Zhou Yuna, leaning back against the cabinet. Utilizing the approach Zhou Yufeng had just imparted, Lin Nan diligently worked on similar problems. The questions that had previously caused her considerable distress were now effortlessly resolved through her step-by-step analysis. A faint smile involuntarily graced her lips, revealing a pair of dimples on either side of her cheeks. After casting a quick glance at Zhou Yuqiang, she promptly averted her gaze. The reconciliation between Zhou Yufeng and Zhou Yuna was likely a consequence of Hu Hanbi's intervention. Lin Nan was beset with numerous questions she longed to pose to Zhou Yuna. Yet it seemed prudent to postpone such inquiries until after the college entrance examination. Subsequently, one by one, the girls began to line up to pose questions to Zhou Yufeng. Whenever a problem was the same, they would collectively seek clarification. Zhou Yufeng exhibited remarkable patience, meticulously explaining each step, pausing briefly after elucidating a point, never displaying a hint of impatience. After completing several problems in succession, Lin Nan found herself stymied on one question for over 10 minutes, her brow furrowed in contemplation, debating whether to approach him for assistance. Her school uniform trousers were nearly tugged loose by her own fidgeting. Once Xinjing had finished her question, Lin Nan resolved to approach Zhou Yufeng, clutching her exam paper tightly. Could you take a look at this problem? Do you understand it? Lin Nan asked softly. Her head bowed, her eyes fixed intently on the paper. I just explained this question to someone else. Allow me to clarify it for you once more. Zhou Yufeng was well aware of Lin Nan's awkward demeanor, but chose not to dwell on it, recognizing it as merely youthful sentiment. Furthermore, given her close relationship with Yuna, any animosity towards him was entirely reasonable. Nonetheless, he deemed it unnecessary to clarify the misunderstandings with Lin Nan. After he finished explaining, Lin Nan returned to her seat with her exam paper and began tackling similar questions. As dusk descended, Zhou Yufeng cast a glance at Lin Chang, who was still scribbling in a small notebook, notably stuck on the same page of his math textbook. Lin Chang, could you fetch me a pack of cigarettes? Zhou Yufeng remarked casually, handing him a cigarette voucher along with 2 yuan. I won't go. Can't you see I'm engrossed in these problems? Lin Chang retorted, a look of defiance on his face. Enough of the pretense. You've been here for over an hour, yet you're still lingering on the 7th page of your math book. What is the matter? Did the glue get stuck on the pages, preventing you from turning them? Hearing this, several girls erupted in laughter. Zhou Yuna chuckled lightly, setting down her pen to stretch. After tucking the money and cigarette voucher into Lin Chang's pocket, Zhou Yufeng gently patted his head. You can still spare a couple of dimes for running errands. Now off you go. Zhou Yufeng waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Lin Chang shot him an incredulous look before turning to exit. The hours continued in a similar fashion, whenever a question proved too challenging. Zhou Yufeng was called upon for resolution, the only difference being that he now held a cigarette in his hand. As the night deepened and Zhou Yufeng began to feel a tinge of fatigue, the girls started to gather their belongings in preparation to leave. Before departing, Xinjing waved cheerfully at Zhou Yufeng, saying, Brother, thank you so much today. I learned a great deal. I'll come back tomorrow to trouble you again. Of course. Be sure to return home safely, Zhou Yufeng replied with a warm smile, embodying the essence of a caring older brother. All right then, brother, goodbye. I'll come by tomorrow. Brother, I'll come too. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yufeng with a wave, they exited the house together. Lin Nan merely gestured symbolically, refraining from using the term brother. Inside the house, Zhou Yuna looked up and inquired, Brother, are you not returning today? Indeed. I shall remain here until your college entrance examination concludes. I intend to assist you in navigating it successfully, Zhou Yufeng replied, stretching lazily before heading towards his former room. Then, brother, you haven't had dinner yet. Allow me to fetch you a bowl of soup. There's no need. I indulged too much in wine yesterday and now only desire sleep. Will you not freshen up? Please bring me a bucket of water. Certainly, brother. Please wait a moment. Such exchanges between the siblings conveyed an even greater intimacy than before. Throughout the following week, Zhou Yufeng remained at home, tending to Yuna's daily needs. During the days of her examinations, he would rise early to prepare breakfast for her. At noon, he ensured she had ample protein to bolster her nutrition. In the evenings, he would elucidate the subjects she was to be tested on the following day. It was not until the afternoon following the conclusion of the college entrance examinations that Zhou Yufeng hurriedly made his way to Zhang Zirwei's residence, eager to see if she possessed Jiang Xiao's contact information. Chapter 53. A fear never experienced upon returning home after the examination, Zhou Yuna was filled with exuberance. Bouncing with delight at her performance in the college entrance examination, Zhou Yufeng felt no need to offer words of consolation after relaying a few matters. He hurriedly departed to seek out Zhang Zirwei. Initially, Zhou Yujing intended to accompany him, but after a few playful rubs on his round head from Zhou Yufeng, he obediently returned home. As he walked along the street, he could still hear the chatter surrounding Hu Han. The fervor of this incident showed no signs of waning. Just days prior, a substantial sum of embezzled money had been unearthed from Hu Han's ancestral grave, provoking widespread astonishment among the populace. Bundles of cash, ensconced in plush burlap sacks, were piled high like a small hill, leaving onlookers speechless with shock. Have you heard? Not only was money excavated from Hu Han's grave, but also from several of his relatives' homes. I heard. Those relatives have all been apprehended. Indeed, they are a bunch of scoundrels, daring to defraud the state. They should be executed without mercy. Naturally, they won't escape punishment, but Hu Han truly brought this upon himself. He spent not a single cent before being caught. Spent? Huh. Where would he spend it? Even if he dined at state-run restaurants daily, how much could he consume? Upon overhearing the last casual remark amidst the bustling marketplace, Zhou Yufeng halted, his brow furrowed, the scorching sun beating down upon him while a chill crept down his back. His calf muscles involuntarily quivered. In that moment, a sense of dread enveloped him. When he had seized Hu Han's money, driven by a desire to escape, he had acted with audacity. Although he had meticulously handled the details, he had overlooked the most critical issue, the circulation of currency. In this era, despite a rise in material wealth, scarcity still prevailed. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as ration cards for grain and meat. It was not merely a matter of possessing wealth to procure whatever one desired. The small city of Linshui lacked the extravagant expenditures of metropolises like Kyoto or Shanghai. That missing 100,000 could not be spent. But where had it vanished? Previously, Zhou Yufeng had been overly audacious, forgetting the rigidity of this era. Should the sum Hu Han embezzled fail to align with the amount discovered, a massive investigation would undoubtedly ensue. Moreover, this was a year marked by stringent crackdowns. The more he pondered, the greater his apprehension grew, prompting him to turn and sprint homeward. In prison, Hu Han would undoubtedly betray his accomplices first and as the one who had cracked the case. Zhou Yufeng knew he would be the prime suspect. If the figures did not reconcile, he would certainly face scrutiny. Zhou Yufeng's mind raced with deductions as he ran, not daring to pause for an instant. Previously harboring a sense of luck, he now felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Within 10 minutes, he arrived home, drenched in sweat, and began to knock frantically on the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of urgent knocks on the wooden door, Zhou Yufeng quickly squeezed through the narrow opening that appeared. "Yuna, come out quickly," he exclaimed, sweat soaking his back and causing his white shirt to cling to him. "Brother, what's wrong?" Sensing Zhou Yufeng's distress, Zhou Yuna hurriedly emerged from her room. "Quickly, bring out the money. Something's gone awry." Zhou Yufeng spoke hurriedly, causing Zhou Yuna's face to turn pale. "Brother, what exactly is happening?" she asked anxiously, her hands beginning to tremble slightly. Zhou Yue and Zhou Yuzheng also approached, their expressions filled with panic as they looked up at Zhou Yufeng. "It seems I underestimated the situation. We need to return the money. But do not worry. There is still time to salvage this." With that, Zhou Yufeng led his 3 siblings into the inner room, where Zhou Yuna crouched down and retrieved a velvet pouch containing the money from beneath the warm stove. Fortunately, due to her fear, she had not spent a single cent. Receiving the pouch, Zhou Yufeng's expression turned serious as he cautioned, "Do not panic. I will handle this money outside. If anyone comes looking, just say you know nothing." After speaking, he made his way back to his room. "Brother, is everything really all right?" Zhou Yuna called out from the doorway, her voice raised. "It's fine," Zhou Yufeng replied softly before falling silent, soon emerging again clad in a filthy farmer's attire. "Everything is truly fine, trust me." After ruffling Zhou Yuna's dark hair, he grabbed the pouch and dashed outside. Inside the room, the 3 siblings stood quietly for a moment until Zhou Yuzheng suddenly covered his eyes and began to cry. "Woo-woo. All right, stop crying." Zhou Yuna approached and pulled his arm. But what if brother gets caught? Don't say such things," Zhou Yuna shouted, bending down to grasp Zhou Yuzheng's shoulders, her tone earnest. "Brother, has T done anything? And we haven't T seen anything, remember?" "I remembered." Zhou Yuzheng nodded vigorously, wiping his dirty arm across his eyes. Zhou Yufeng, carrying a grimy velvet pouch, strolled down the street, his straw hat perched atop his head, and a green fruit clenched between his teeth, resembling the fruit vendors at the market. Walking along the street left no lasting impression. After meandering from a narrow alley to the street and back again, confirming that no one was following him, Zhou Yufeng then sprinted down a side path. Although it was a fair distance from Hu Han's old grave, it was still prudent to return the money there, as Hu Han had not kept the money together when he hid it. As he identified the money, might it be the case that he did not point out the location because he had already handed the funds over to Zhou Yufeng? This seems highly probable. Approximately half an hour later, Zhou Yufeng arrived at the spot where he had met Hu Han to withdraw the money. It was the twilight hour, and as he gazed ahead, the brightness was almost blinding. A subtle smile played at the corners of Zhou Yufeng's lips, and moments later, he burst into hearty laughter while seated on the ground. The soil here bore no signs of having been disturbed. When Hu Han departed that day, he had carefully covered the ground once more, leaving no conspicuous traces. Indeed, he did not identify this place. After muttering to himself, Zhou Yufeng brandished a shovel and commenced digging into the earth. Meanwhile, in the detention center, Officer Zhao emerged from the interrogation room where Hu Han had been questioned and proceeded to his office, where a middle-aged man was seated in a chair, none other than Kang Jinzong, the director of the Linshui steel plant. Chapter 54. The arrest. There remains a deficit of 100,000. Hu Han insists that it was Zhou Yufeng who defrauded him. What is your perspective on this matter? Officer Zhao sat down, leaning his head against the back of the bench, his eyes tightly shut, massaging his temples, clearly exhibiting signs of fatigue. In recent days, the police station has been in a state of continuous operation regarding the Hu Han case, especially for Officer Zhao, who has not had a moment's respite. How could this be? In this investigation, Zhou and I have worked in concert to gather evidence against Hu Han. How could we possibly undermine ourselves at this critical juncture? We are acutely aware of the gravity of this situation. Kang Jinzong patted Officer Zhao on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, his words evidently supportive of Zhou Yufeng, while also reflecting his own predicament. In a sense, he had become entangled with Zhou Yufeng. The higher-ups have also come down to investigate, and any hint of negligence could jeopardize the hard-earned position he held. 100,000. Officer Chen sat up, his voice rising slightly, regarding Kang Jinzong with a serious expression. Brother, we have known each other for many years, and I trust your character. However, what about Zhou Yufeng? He is merely a young man in his 20s. Are you certain he can resist the allure of such money? After this statement, silence enveloped the office. Kang Jinzong sat there, brow furrowed, contemplating various issues. Hu Han's testimony is quite detrimental to Zhou Yufeng. He saw Zhou out before the incident, and I have privately confirmed this. There is no doubt. After saying this, Officer Chen fixed his gaze on Kang Jinzong, who remained silent, his brow still tightly knitted. In any case, Zhou Yufeng is highly suspect, and I will ensure he is brought in for questioning, declared Officer Zhao, rising to leave. At that moment, Kang Jinzong grasped Officer Zhao's arm. What if I meet with him first? Is that permissible, Officer Zhao? Kang Jinzong stood as well, his tone somewhat pleading. Given Officer Zhao's recent comments, Kang Jinzong began to worry about Zhou Yufeng. After all, he was still a young man, and it would not be unusual for him to extort Hu Han after obtaining evidence. Moreover, being as intelligent as he is, he would surely contemplate how to maximize his gains in such a scenario. Furthermore, intelligent individuals often harbor excessive confidence in themselves, leading them to commit audacious acts. Not to mention, they had met just 2 hours prior to the arrest of Hu Han. Under such evidence, Kang Jinzong internally conceded that Zhou Yufeng must have taken the 100,000. At this moment, he expressed such thoughts in hopes of aiding Zhou Yufeng, wishing for him to place the money in a position where it could be accidentally discovered by the police. This way, Zhou Yufeng could remain unharmed. For reasons unknown, Kang Jinzong felt a fondness for this young man, and if possible, he wished to assist him in any way he could. Officer Zhao's expression darkened increasingly, and after a moment of hesitation, he swatted Kang Jinzong's hand away. How many years have we known each other? And you still remain oblivious to the kind of person I am? Do you still wish to engage in favoritism right under my nose? Let me make it clear. Officer Zhao, even if our relationship were to end, this matter must be handled with the utmost professionalism. After Zhao finished speaking loudly, he pushed the door open and strode out, slamming it behind him, causing the glass to shatter with a sharp crack. The voice of Officer Zhao echoed in the corridor. Keep a close watch on Kang Jinzong. He is not to go anywhere until we capture Zhou Yufeng. Upon returning to the bustling city, Zhou Yufeng strolled leisurely along the crowded streets. Passing by a cinema, he bought an ice pop and sat on the steps, absent-mindedly observing 2 elderly men playing chess. Perhaps it was due to the ease with which he dealt with the Hu Han incident that he became somewhat overconfident. And now he found himself on the brink of a precipice. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yufeng couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. However, he possessed sufficient confidence to handle whatever lay ahead, even if he were to be apprehended. It is indeed wise to act within one's means, having returned the ill-gotten money. Zhou Yufeng felt an immense sense of relief. After all, he had not taken a single penny. The money could be found again. It remained buried at Hu Han's old grave, so what did it matter to him? Furthermore, he was confident that in this era, he could carve out a time of his own and would not allow such matters to jeopardize his future. Of course, his previous actions stemmed from the belief that he was leaving soon and wanted to assist Yu Na and the others. Additionally, it was fueled by his excessive arrogance. This experience had taught Zhou Yufeng a great deal. Soon, a smile crept upon Zhou Yufeng's lips as he remarked, "To meet one's end in such a straightforward manner, one must savor the chase." Instantly, the elderly man who had made a misstep in the game shot Zhou Yufeng an incredulous glare. Chuckling awkwardly, Zhou Yufeng rose from the steps just as the cinema crowd began to disperse, and the chess-playing elder prepared to pack up. After taking a few steps, he heard a voice call from behind, "Yufeng." It was Zhang Zirwei. Today, she had arranged to watch a movie with Tian Liangyang and Fu Dehai, and it was she who had invited them, an arrangement made when they departed from Zhou Yufeng's home, which had been postponed until now. However, in the end, Zhang Zirwei had not called Zhou Yufeng. It would have been fitting to casually inquire if he was going to the movies. But to call him specifically would have been too awkward. Are you all going to the movies again? Zhou Yufeng smiled and nodded at Fu Dehai, Li Xiaomei, and the others, except for Lu Man, who turned away and did not look at Zhou Yufeng. The rest responded with nods. Lu Man recalled the afternoon when Zhou Yufeng had struck her after so many days of being unoccupied. By the way, Zhou Yufeng, would you like to go with us next time? Zhang Zirwei said with a smile, taking a few steps closer to him. Perhaps another time. I'm a bit broke lately. Zhou Yufeng replied with a grin, not feeling ashamed to admit his financial situation. Currently, he is truly destitute, with barely a few coins to his name. After purchasing some chicken legs and similar items, Zhou Yuna is left with just over 50. Hehehe. Lu Man smirks coldly, her lips parting as if to voice her thoughts, yet she ultimately refrains, the shadow cast by Zhou Yufeng looming large over her. Oh, it's nothing. I'll treat you, Zhang Zirwei chuckles, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Zhou Yufeng nods and smiles in agreement, but just as he is about to speak, several figures rush forth and apprehend him. Police. Is this Zhou Yufeng? Yes. Come with us. You are currently under suspicion. And thus, Zhou Yufeng is taken away in front of his classmates, including Zhang Zirwei. Chapter 55, Digging Up One's Ancestral Grave? Zhang Zirwei stood there, jostled to the back by the crowd eager to witness the spectacle, as she watched Zhou Yufeng being escorted away like a criminal, disappearing around the corner of the street. Zhou Yufeng must have committed some nefarious deed. It serves that scoundrel right to be apprehended. Lu Man wore a smug expression, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Tian Liang gazed ahead, remaining noncommittal. How could Zhou Yufeng possibly be arrested? Fu Dehai approached Zhang Zirwei and quietly inquired. I'm not sure, but I think I heard the name Hu Han. Zhang Zirwei gently shook her head, her gaze lost in the throng. I believe he will be fine. Li Xiaomei murmured, having just noticed Zhou Yufeng's demeanor, devoid of any panic, as if he had anticipated his capture, exuding an unsettling calm. Oh, why do you believe that? Zhang Zirwei immediately asked. I'll explain later. Li Xiaomei glanced at Tian Liang before hastily whispering a few words. Soon after, the group dispersed. Just a few steps apart, Zhang Zirwei eagerly questioned. Xiaomei, why are you so certain he will be okay? Li Xiaomei pondered, twirling her braid before she slowly began to speak. Did you notice his expression when they apprehended Zhou Yufeng? No, neither did I. Zhang Zirwei and Fu Dehai synchronously shook their heads. After glancing at the two of them, Li Xiaomei continued at her leisurely pace. I did see it. She paused for a few seconds before resuming, as was her deliberate nature. Zhou Yufeng exhibited no sign of distress. His composure was rather extraordinary, as if he were fully aware of the impending arrest, radiating confidence. It does indeed seem that way. Fu Dehai nodded in realization. When we questioned him, Zhou Yufeng responded with remarkable calmness, merely affirming with yes and good. I initially thought he was too stunned to speak more than those two words. Zhang Zirwei pouted, her earlier concerns dissipating with their words. I must compel him to divulge his secrets. Zhang Zirwei mused, a smile creeping onto her lips. In her heart, Zhou Yufeng had become incredibly enigmatic. In the interrogation room, Zhou Yufeng was pinned to a chair in the dimly lit space, a single light swinging above. Shortly, a sliver of light pierced through the door as it opened, and a tall figure entered. It was Officer Zhao, striding purposefully to sit across from Zhou Yufeng. Where did the 100,000 go? Officer Zhao inquired directly, his voice deep and resonant, possessing a penetrating quality that seemed to shatter the very essence of the soul. This imposing presence instilled a profound sense of pressure. What money? Zhou Yufeng's expression was exaggerated, displaying an innocent demeanor. Suddenly, with a resounding clap on the table, a voice rang out. It was you who swindled Hu Han out of that 100,000. Although Zhou Yufeng maintained his composure, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Outside the interrogation room, Kang Jinchong stood with a furrowed brow, attentively listening to their exchange. The incident involving Zhou Yufeng had significant repercussions for him. A high-ranking official from Zhejiang High City was still present at the factory. Hu Han's situation had somewhat redeemed him, sparing him from punishment. But any further misstep could jeopardize the factory's position entirely. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Yufeng quietly inquired, Did Hu Han say that? I expect you to answer my questions, not to question me. Officer Zhao nearly shouted in response. There was no fraud. Zhou Yufeng promptly replied. Then why did he come to your house before his arrest? You summoned me to gather evidence. And what transpired thereafter? Did you deceive Hu Han, claiming you possessed evidence, thereby persuading him to hand over 100,000 only to give him nothing in return? I did not. Then why did you leave your home with him? At that time, Hu Han was unaware of our plans to apprehend him. What was your purpose in accompanying him? Zhou Yufeng's voice rose in intensity. It was because Hu Han murdered my parents. I left with him to witness his arrest. I wanted to see that beast brought to justice. As he spoke, Zhou Yufeng's emotions surged, causing him to rise from his seat, the handcuffs clinking ominously. Maintain your composure, Officer Zhao coldly commanded, fixing a piercing gaze upon Zhou Yufeng. After a moment of tense eye contact, Zhou Yufeng sat back down, his expression becoming increasingly terrifying. Hu Han claims you accompanied him to his ancestral grave, where he personally dug up the 100,000 for you, Officer Zhao continued, his tone softening slightly, having developed a modicum of sympathy for Zhou Yufeng after his earlier outburst. Are you implying that Hu Han took me to unearth his family's grave? Zhou Yufeng asked, frowning. Outside the interrogation room, Kang Jinchong chuckled, despite his anxiety. Zhou Yufeng's remark was simply too humorous. Officer Zhao's lips twitched, but he quickly suppressed it. I now have two doubts, Zhou Yufeng stated. Observing that Officer Zhao did not interrupt. Firstly, if my memory serves me correctly, Hu Han was dressed quite neatly that day. If he truly took me to excavate his family grave, his attire should have been soiled. Yet I recall that when he was apprehended, his clothes were immaculate. Upon hearing Zhou Yufeng's reasoning, Officer Zhao straightened slightly, acknowledging the validity of his point. Secondly, might he not have fabricated this story? By asserting that the money from his ancestral grave was given to me, could he be attempting to divert our attention from that location, leaving it for his son? This statement indeed enlightened Officer Zhao. Although it was merely a conjecture, he realized that he had genuinely neglected to investigate the location mentioned by Hu Han. After inquiring further with Zhou Yufeng, Officer Zhao hastily exited the interrogation room. Upon leaving, he cast a glance at Kang Jinzong, and together they made their way towards the office, accompanied by a police officer. As they walked, Officer Zhao instructed, examine Hu Han's statement and ascertain the precise location where he claimed to have given Zhou Yufeng those 100,000. Go at once. Understood. The officer nodded and promptly departed. Upon returning to the office, Officer Zhao remarked, Zhou Yufeng strikes me as quite exceptional. His thoughts are remarkably coherent at all times. Moreover, regarding that money, he left the sentence unfinished. Kang Jinzong, understanding the implication, nodded in agreement, and a silence enveloped the room. Chapter 56. He actually refused afterward. Officer Zhao reclined on a bench, closing his eyes to rejuvenate himself, seizing the opportunity for a brief respite. Kang Jinchong sat nearby, gently furrowing his brow. His heart perpetually knotted with anxiety. For 5 days, he had been assisting in the investigation concerning Hu Han, and both his body and mind were beginning to feel utterly fatigued. Yet, if they could ultimately recover the embezzled funds, the struggles endured during this time would be worthwhile. As time trickled by, Kang Jinchong grew increasingly tense. Approximately an hour and a half later, the office door swung open, and the previously dispatched Xiao Sun hurried in, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. Boss, we found it. The 100,000 is indeed where Hu Han mentioned. We were careless before and didn't check that location. It's really been located. Kang Jinchong exclaimed in high spirits, and upon seeing Xiao Sun confirm the location with a nod. The heavy burden he had been carrying finally lifted from his heart. At that moment, all of Hu Han's embezzled funds had been recovered. Officer Zhao, you have worked hard during this time, Kang Jinchong said, patting Zhao's shoulder with a smile. Yes, old friend, you too. As long as we have retrieved the money. That is what matters. The pressure was immense. I apologize for the previous issues. All right, let's not dwell on that, old Zhao. We have been friends for so many years. I know your character well. There's no need for such formalities, Kang Jinchong replied. Indeed, Zhao said with a slight smile, nodding gently, though he appeared somewhat preoccupied, as if contemplating a pressing issue. Isn't Xiaoshou free to leave now? Kang Jinchong inquired. Of course, now that the money has been recovered. Why keep him here? As they conversed, they approached the interrogation room. Just as Kang Jinchong was about to enter, Zhao grasped his arm with a serious expression. Old Kang, there are some matters I need to remind you of as a brother. Yes, go ahead, Kang Jinchong nodded, his demeanor becoming earnest. I won't mention the money anymore. Since it's been retrieved, there's nothing more to say. However, I have a strong feeling that Zhou Yufeng is not to be underestimated. He does not come across as a typical young man in his early 20s. He is quite cunning. We should remain vigilant regarding his words. Kang Jinchong paused momentarily, and after a few seconds, he nodded in agreement, replying, all right. Certain matters are quite challenging for Kang Jinchong to elucidate to Officer Zhao. as their respective positions create a significant disparity in perspective. From Kong Jincheng's viewpoint, the concerns voiced by Zhao are entirely unwarranted. Having visited the bustling metropolis of Shanghai and the vibrant city of Shenzhen, he has encountered numerous individuals emerging in the business realm, many of whom exhibit striking similarities to Zhou Yufeng. What Zhao refers to as cunning, Kong Jincheng believes would be more aptly described as astuteness. The times are indeed changing, and perhaps it is such talent that will more adeptly navigate the reforms of the new era. Moreover, as Zhao suggested, one must remain vigilant, for it is likely that others may not permit you the opportunity to engage. However, Kong Jinzong was disinclined to engage in debate with old Zhao. He did not wish to remain confined to the small confines of Lin City forever. He yearned to explore the broader world and did not wish to squander the opportunities presented by the era of reform. Subsequently, old Zhao briefed Zhou Yufeng on the situation, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with smiles, Zhou Yufeng was permitted to leave the police station. Kong Jinzong departed alongside him, feeling assured that he would finally enjoy a restful night's sleep. Outside, the sky had completely darkened, and Kong Jinzong walked side by side with Zhou Yufeng. Xiao Shou, have you not eaten? Would you care to join me for a meal at the state-run restaurant? I have yet to properly express my gratitude to you. Kong Guth, perhaps another time. I need to hurry back. My brother and sister-in-law are unaware of my current circumstances, and I must return to reassure them. Zhou Yufeng gently shook his head and continued onward. Oh, I see. Then we shall arrange it for next time. Kong Jinzong nodded, feeling a tinge of regret. He was curious about how this young man had acquired those sales contracts, and how he had come to know Chen Guoda, who had brought benefits to the factory. Did the idea of a cooling fee originate with Zhou Yufeng? Regardless, Kong Jinzong found it hard to believe that it had been Chen Guoda's conception. Unfortunately, these matters could not be inquired about this evening. After walking in silence for a while, Zhou Yufeng turned to ask, Director Kong, may I inquire about my parents' reputation? Oh, rest assured, I have already submitted a written application, and the leaders above have all signed it. I estimate that a notification will be issued within a day or two. Kong Jinzong patted Zhou Yufeng on the shoulder, his demeanor humble. Could you expedite the compensation? Zhou Yufeng asked, looking at Kong Jinzong and nodding politely. You know I have been unemployed, with no source of income. My youngest brother is only 10, and my eldest sister has just completed her college entrance examination. The expenses for her university education will also be considerable. Zhou Yufeng continued to inquire, maintaining eye contact with Kong Jinzong and nodding courteously. I will submit the application as soon as I return. It should be quick, perhaps within a week. However, Xiao Zhou, you are far too polite in our conversation. Kong Jinzong chuckled lightly and gave Zhou Yufeng's shoulder a few hearty pats. Zhou Yufeng smiled in return, refraining from saying much more. As they walked along the path, both fell into a contemplative silence. Although they walked side by side, it felt as if they were traversing their own separate paths. When it came time to part, Kong Jinzong tentatively patted Zhou Yufeng's shoulder and inquired seriously, Xiao Zhou, I must mention one more matter. The incident involving Hu Han has deeply affected your family. In addition to the compensation, I have advocated for some other reparations on your behalf. Originally, Hu Han's son, Hu Xiaoshan, had signed a contract with the Linshui steel plant, but he has since been apprehended, rendering the contract void. However, there remains an available position. If you are willing, I can arrange for you to come and work at Linshui steel plant. If promised, Zhou Yufeng is indeed a clever individual whom I hold in high regard. Having him by my side would be quite beneficial. However, if he declines, this man becomes utterly enigmatic. Nevertheless, Kong Jinzong cannot fathom a rationale for his refusal. After all, this is the Linshui steel plant, renowned for its lucrative compensation. What is the point of inviting someone to his small steel mill on the brink of bankruptcy? It would be far more prudent to offer a generous severance package. Zhou Yufeng contemplated this thought briefly, then shook his head and said, Kong Gu, I appreciate your kind words and affection, but I must decline. My temperament is rather flawed. I am not one to adhere to rules, and I can be quite careless. I fear that my presence might inadvertently cause you trouble. Your kindness is etched in my heart, and I will surely need your assistance in the future. I hope you will not refuse me then. No, I will not. Kong Jinzong replied with a smile and a nod, though the astonishment in his heart was unmistakable. He stared at Zhou Yufeng's retreating figure, rendered speechless for a considerable time. He refused. He actually refused. Chapter 57. Planning in the early morning at Zhou Yufeng's former residence. Four siblings were gathered around a small wooden table, upon which lay a crumpled assortment of bills. Xiao Zhang, Did I not give you 50 cents just a couple of days ago? Why have you not surrendered it yet? Zhou Yufeng remarked, observing Zhou Yufeng, who was intently focused on fiddling with a green-skinned frog in his hands. Oh. Zhou Yufeng nodded, reaching into his pocket to extract a handful of coins, both small and large. There are only 30 cents left, he murmured. Well then, Yuna, you should keep this money safe. It amounts to nearly 70 yuan, which should suffice for you 4 siblings to eat for a week. The compensation will arrive in a week, so do not fret. Zhou Yufeng added before rising from his seat. You 3 should discuss who will wash the dishes, he instructed, making his way towards the door. Wait, brother. Will you be back for lunch? Zhou Yuna inquired as she stood. No, I'm heading back to the mixed dormitory. I still have some noodles to cook for lunch. Zhou Yufeng replied, and as he opened the door to leave, Zhou Yuna called out once more, stepping forward to grasp his arm, with a slight pursing of her lips. A flicker of anguish crossed Zhou Yuna's face, but she quickly lifted her gaze, her expression resolute. Brother, perhaps I should forego university and care for the younger ones, the tuition. Zhou Yufeng playfully pinched her nose, lifting it slightly and interrupting her. Zhou Yuna looked at him in surprise, taken aback by this unexpected gesture, as he seemed markedly different from before. Children should only worry about their studies. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. You have me, he reassured her. Turning his attention to the room, he continued. I'm not criticizing you, but your grades are rather lacking. Do not emulate your brother, who couldn't even pass the university entrance exams. There is no need for your discontent. Let your results speak for themselves. As for Yujing, I suspect he has even less hope. After delivering his words of discouragement to his siblings, Zhou Yufeng hurriedly exited, making his way towards Zhang Zirwei's home. Zhou Yufeng had long since devised a plan regarding what ventures would be suitable in this era, given the backdrop of the times. The focus was primarily on the development of tangible products and manufacturing. His foremost consideration was the demand for appliances such as refrigerators. In major cities like Kyoto, Magic City, and Shenzhou, the demand for such electrical appliances was substantial. However, the policies in place aimed at safeguarding the domestic manufacturing sector prohibited the importation of refrigerators, resulting in a significant market gap. Only certain components were permitted for import to be assembled locally. Interestingly, the regulations also encouraged the importation of refrigeration machinery. What delineated refrigeration machinery? Anything above 360 liters was classified as refrigeration machinery, while anything below was termed a refrigerator. Upon realizing this distinction, Zhou Yufeng became increasingly eager, his plans crystallizing with clarity. He could feasibly travel to countries such as the United States or South Korea to order custom-made refrigerators, specifically those with a capacity of 361 liters, which would be classified as tailored refrigeration machinery. This pertains to the relevant matters above, encouraging projects. As for the preparations prior to this, concerning the initial capital, Zhou Yufeng contemplated the rational reutilization of resources abandoned by humanity. In essence, it is akin to scavenging. This seemingly inconspicuous task, however, harbors immense profit potential. Naturally, Zhou Yufeng's aspirations extend beyond mere refuse collection. For instance, while passing by a state-run restaurant, he casually mused about establishing a breeding farm. Last year, the household contract responsibility system had just been established, and many were taking a wait-and-see approach. Even those who dared to venture were apprehensive and cautious, unable to fully unleash their potential. At this juncture, if one were bold enough to engage in poultry farming, raising chickens, ducks, geese, and so forth, and to create a brand that could be promoted and scaled, the profits would be unfathomable. As a tractor passed by, Zhou Yufeng's imagination took flight once more. He envisioned founding a transportation company, leasing trucks and tractors as vehicles for transport, pondering whether he could become the progenitor of a logistics company akin to SF Express. In Zhou Yufeng's eyes, everything seemed remarkably straightforward, for all was just beginning. Pristine and new, akin to a newborn. The economy had merely embarked on its rapid journey, not yet fully ignited. Zhou Yufeng aspired not merely to take a seat, but to assume the role of conductor. Before long, he arrived at the small courtyard of Zhang Zirwei, a shaded spot where he observed her squatting, playing jump rope with several children. Dogsy, lift it higher. Zhang Zirwei instructed a bald boy whose nose bore 2 long streaks of mucus. The boy adjusted the elastic band from his waist to a slightly lower position on his shoulders. They then chanted, 3357, 335, 33941. Zhou Yufeng was taken aback, He had never perceived Zhang Zirwei as so juvenile before. Moreover, her tone while speaking to the children was entirely that of an elder. This character. After watching Zhang Zirwei finish her turn, Zhou Yufeng could no longer refrain from interrupting. Zirwei. Zhang Zirwei turned around, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhou Yufeng standing there. A faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. What are you doing here? She felt embarrassed, playing so childishly, especially since she had not encountered Fuda High. While some classmates from the same class had already started families, and here she was, frolicking with children, Zhang Zirwei felt shy, wishing she could find a crack in the earth to hide. I came to ask you for a favor, seeing you so joyful. I hope I haven't disturbed you. Perhaps you could continue playing while I watch? They. Zhang Zirwei's face flushed crimson as she gently pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze. I was just teaching them to jump. I rarely play with them. After softly fabricating an excuse, Zhang Zirwei slowly lifted her head and inquired, what brings you here? By the way, were you all right yesterday? I was fine yesterday. I just had to clarify a few matters. Thank you for your concern. By the way, Zirwei, your parents should not be around at this time, right? As everyone has gone to work, let us converse as we walk. Zhou Yufeng smiled broadly as he made his way towards Zhang Zirwei's residence. Oh, Zhang Zirwei nodded, still preoccupied with the recent realization of her playful interaction with the children. Unaware that they were heading to her home, Zhou Yufeng, not in haste to broach the matter at hand, instead reminisced about the camaraderie shared among classmates in days gone by. He harbored concerns that this young woman might not assist him, considering his past behavior towards Xiaoduo. Why would anyone extend a helping hand to someone like him? In a short while, they arrived at the base of Zhang Zirwei's building, where Zhou Yufeng jested, Sister Rui, if all else fails, perhaps you might find someone from your class. Chapter 58, Departing from Linshui City. My mother mentioned yesterday that she would help me secure a good position, so I am not in a hurry. Zhang Zirwei pouted slightly, speaking with a hint of guilt. By the way, you haven't told me what you wanted to discuss with me. Zhang Zirwei lifted her head to gaze at Zhou Yufeng, her demeanor reminiscent of a child. It's just a small matter. I merely wish to borrow your telephone. Zhou Yufeng replied with a cheerful smile as he ascended the steps. Oh, Zhang Zirwei nodded. Not considering it significant, it was merely a matter of borrowing a phone, and she led Zhou Yufeng back into the house. Upon reaching the living room, near the telephone, Zhou Yufeng grinned widely and pointed at the phone, asking, Zirwei, do you have Xiaoduo's phone number? Please assist me in reaching out to her. Oh? Zhang Zirwei widened her eyes, gazing at Zhou Yufeng with a look of distress, her entire being frozen in place. Previously, Shun Ziren had solemnly warned them not to disclose Jiang Xiaoduo's contact information to Zhou Yufeng. Furthermore, she had learned from Shun Ziren that Zhou Yufeng had indeed reached out to Jiang Xiaoduo. It was not mere hearsay. How could it be? Impossible. Zhou Yufeng nodded gently, his demeanor exuding a profound humility. I do not know. I am unaware of Jiang Xiaoduo's home telephone number. Zhang Zirwei slightly shook her head, lowering it once more, refusing to meet Zhou Yufeng's gaze. Zhou Yufeng surmised that this young lady might be intentionally withholding information. Yet he still inquired, then could you possibly ask Shun Ziren? She surely knows the phone number of Jiang Xiaoduo's family. She probably wouldn't disclose it either. Zhang Zirwei remarked. The assertion that she probably wouldn't speak of it has already conveyed the sentiment quite thoroughly. Well, Zirwei, I recognize that I was a complete jerk in the past and treated Xiaoduo poorly, but there are still matters I need to discuss with her. After all, we have been married for 2 years. It cannot be that we simply sever all ties overnight. Zhou Yufeng confessed his past transgressions, speaking earnestly. Regardless of how dreadful Zhou Yufeng may have been in the past, or how fervently he wishes to dissociate himself from those memories, he is still Zhou Yufeng in the present, and his former self is an indelible part of his life that must be confronted. One cannot assert, I have changed for the better. My former self bears no connection to who I am now, and thus completely dissociate from the past. Certain actions, once taken, remain irrevocable, and the consequences may require a lifetime to atone for. This is the reality of adulthood. Even a naive youth, who squanders the golden years of education and emerges into society without achievement, what then? Will he have an opportunity to start anew? It requires a lifetime to atone for this mistake. Zhang Zirwei shook her head once more, rejecting Zhou Yufeng's plea. Although she believed that Zhou Yufeng had changed significantly and was eager to uncover his secrets, the tangible harm he inflicted upon Jiang Xiaoduo loomed large in her heart. She felt compelled to distance herself from the situation and was disinclined to assist Zhou Yufeng in his endeavors. Well then, Zhou Yufeng replied, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes as he nodded, yet the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. He turned to leave, saying, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. Zhang Zirwei gently nodded, saying little as she watched Zhou Yufeng depart. Once outside, Zhou Yufeng made his way directly to the mixed courtyard. Though a sense of disappointment lingered within him, he took solace in the knowledge that Jiang Xiaoduo was currently in Zhihai City, and he too intended to embark upon his own endeavors there. A week later, the days passed monotonously and drearily. Lu Naiqiang and Wang Xiurong engaged in their usual quarrels downstairs, while the chickens from Aunt Wang's house crowed punctually each day. During this time, Chen Guoda sought out Zhou Yufeng several times, exclaiming in astonishment, I never realized you were the son of Zhou Jianshu. No wonder my father found you familiar. However, regarding the evidence against Hu Han, everyone presumed that it was Kang Jinzong who had acquired it. The true truth was known only to Fu Dehai, Zhang Zirwei, and a select few. Following Hu Han's misfortune, Chen Guoda was in high spirits. Two workshop directors at the factory had simultaneously encountered trouble, leaving two positions vacant. This time, he had a significant opportunity to vie for the role of workshop director. While he dared not dream of the second workshop, he held considerable hope for the fourth workshop. On this particular day, Zhou Yufeng was boiling noodles while Lu Naiqiang laughed heartily at the television in his home. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the corridor. Boil me some noodles too. And add an egg, Chen Guoda called out, approaching with a beaming smile as he playfully patted Zhou Yufeng's shoulder. The chickens from Aunt Wang's haven't laid any eggs yet. Are you just going to have plain noodles? Zhou Yufeng replied without turning, his tone indifferent. Eat, eat, eat. Chen Guoda nodded, draping an arm over Zhou Yufeng's shoulder. Grinning mischievously, Zhou Yufeng cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, What's up? Did your wife and child go back to her parents' house? You seem rather cheerful. Oh, it's not that. It's about your situation. Has the compensation come through? Zhou Yufeng raised an eyebrow and inquired. Yes, it's quite a sum, along with condolence money and various other things. Altogether about 4,000 yuan. Chen Guodao exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as if the money were rightfully his. That's good, Zhou Yufeng nodded. Then asked, Are you getting this from Kang Jinzong? Director Kang is personally bringing it to you after work this afternoon. I came to inform you about this. Chen Guodao replied, a hint of flattery creeping into his expression as he mentioned the director's name. The likelihood of his promotion hinged significantly on Kang Jinzong's attitude. As he continued to extol Kang Jinzong's virtues, the noodles were finally cooked. Zhou Yufeng placed a portion in a bowl and handed it to Chen Guoda. Upon entering the room, he found Lu Naiqiang present, and Chen Guoda's expression darkened instantly. Why are you always here when I come? He grumbled. What's wrong? I'm just being a good neighbor to Yufeng. Why shouldn't I be here? Lu Naiqiang retorted, accepting the noodles from Zhou Yufeng and smiling with feigned humility. You've got some nerve, mooching off others. Chen Guoda shot back, glaring at Lu Naiqiang, his teeth clenched. Haven't you eaten? Put down the noodles. At the very least, I have treated Yufeng to a meal at a state-run restaurant, while you, on the other hand, merely indulge in free food and drink. Why don't you mention that I wash the dishes for Yufeng every day? It takes audacity to say such things while you yourself partake in this daily feast. You have certainly consumed your fair share as well. What do you do? Anyway, Zhou Yufeng set down his bowl and exclaimed, having finished all the noodles, Let me share something with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Naiqiang and Chen Guoda immediately perked up, leaning forward, both believing that Zhou Yufeng, being quick-witted, must have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. I am leaving Linshui City tomorrow to pursue prospects in Zhihai City. Chapter 59. A colorful narrative going to Zhihai City? Lu Naiqiang's eyes widened in surprise, his heart sinking. What business do you have there? Did a relative arrange a job for you? Chen Guodao inquired, startled by Zhou Yufeng's sudden declaration. Yes, I should be leaving tomorrow, Zhou Yufeng replied earnestly. Having remained in Linshui City solely to await the arrival of his compensation before departing. So soon? Did you leverage connections to secure a job there? Chen Guodao pressed, his gaze growing more urgent, sensing that Zhou Yufeng had an ace up his sleeve. What connections? Chen Gu, why don't you help me find a job? Zhou Yufeng chuckled lightly, reclining on the sofa as he lit a cigarette. What are you going there for? Chen Naiqiang leaned in, furrowing his brows, not even attempting to snatch the cigarette box from Zhou Yufeng's hand. To see if there are any lucrative opportunities. Staying in Linshui City will inevitably lead to poverty. Unlike you, Chen Guoda, who has a stable job and is about to be promoted to workshop director, Zhou Yufeng remarked. Tossing a cigarette to Chen Guoda, and patting Lu Naiqiang's thigh. This statement was aimed at Lu Naiqiang, hoping he would grasp its meaning. It was futile to compare oneself to Qin Guoda's family. One must forge their own path. While others earned a mere 100 yuan a month, what about you? Can you not support your wife and children? During his time with Lu Naiqiang, a bond had formed. If Lu wished to join him, Zhou Yufeng would not mind guiding him, though he would not extend a direct invitation. He was not a pivotal figure, thus maintaining a certain distance was necessary. Given Lu Naiqiang's temperament, success was one thing, but any hint of difficulty would lead to blame and complaints, so Zhou Yufeng preferred not to invite him outright, allowing him to make his own decision. After their meal, once Lu Naiqiang had washed the dishes, Zhou Yufeng strolled around the theater. As dusk fell, he returned to the mixed courtyard, awaiting Kang Jinzong's arrival. In less than 5 minutes, Kang Jinzong, along with some leaders from the Linshui steel plant, arrived at Zhou Yufeng's home to offer their condolences. The compensation was neatly wrapped in newspapers and handed to Zhou Yufeng by Kang Jinzong, a thick bundle, substantial in an era where the highest denomination was merely 10 yuan, just under 4,000 yuan. Kang Jinzong had managed to secure a bit more for Zhou Yufeng than what was stipulated in the contract. After sharing some comforting words, Kang Jinzong and his group departed. As he cast a lingering glance at Kang Jinzong in the corridor, Zhou Yufeng turned and returned to the room. Standing there lost in contemplation, if he did not visit tonight, would he go to Kang Jinzong's home? Moments later, Zhou Yufeng began tidying up, packing items like the television in preparation for moving to Yuna's place. Approximately 20 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. The two-tone glass was somewhat hazy, yet it seemed to be Kang Jinzong. A flicker of excitement crossed Zhou Yufeng's face as he hurried to open the door. It is indeed Kang Jinzong, with a fine sheen of sweat on his forehead, breathing slightly heavily, and he stands alone. Director Kang, is there something the matter? Zhou Yufeng opened the door, allowing Kang Jinzong to step inside, carrying a large iron tank. He poured half a cup of cool boiled water for him. There are a few matters I need to discuss with you, my young friend, he said. Kang Jinzong chuckled, accepting the iron tank Zhou Yufeng offered, and took several hearty sips of water. After settling onto the sofa and placing the tank on the tea table, he slowly remarked, this afternoon, I heard from Qin Guoda that you are heading to Zhahai City tomorrow. Indeed, the decision has long been made. This is merely awaiting your compensation. Zhou Yufeng chuckled, tapping the stack of money in his hand, before pulling over a small wooden stool to sit beside Kang Jinzong. His seated position was notably lower, as Kang was a superior to his parents, a sign of respect. Huh, you rascal, if I don't inquire about that Qin Guoda fellow. Are you just going to sneak away? Kang Jinzong lightly tapped the tea table, feigning annoyance. Haha, Director Kang. I initially intended to visit your home this evening to discuss this matter. Enough, young Zhou, spare me your clever tongue. You are quite the sly one, Kang Jinzong laughed. Continuing to jest, are you truly dissatisfied with the Linshui steel factory, or do you believe there are better opportunities awaiting you in Zhahai City? Zhou Yufeng hesitated slightly, pausing for a moment before furrowing his brow and stating earnestly, as for work, the treatment at Linshui steel plant is quite favorable. However, moving to Zhahai City does not pertain to employment opportunities. Rather, it is a desire to engage in some small business ventures. Are you considering venturing into the market? Kang Jinzong immediately inquired, and whenever the term going to sea was mentioned, his heart would inevitably quicken its pace. Director Kang, you flatter me too much. If you were to venture into business, that would truly be going to sea. As for me, a mere idler. Attempting to engage in minor trade in the metropolis can only be seen as a means of eking out a livelihood, Zhou Yufeng remarked with self-deprecation. Haha, Yufeng. You are far too modest, Kang Jinzong replied, his tone turning somber. He leaned forward, straightening his posture, and deliberately locked eyes with Zhou Yufeng for several seconds. In a serious manner, he asked, Yufeng, could you enlighten me on how you obtained the evidence at that time? The matter of the summer cooling expenses was also conceived by you for Qin Guoda, was it not? How did you procure the gift bags for the fruits? Zhou Yufeng raised his hand to his mouth, adopting a contemplative posture, his gaze directed downwards as if in a moment of indecision. In truth, however, the corners of his lips were subtly upturned, betraying an unmistakable gleam of delight, though his hand conveniently obscured it. Maintaining an air of mystery, he feigned a distance, intending to pique Kang Jinzong's curiosity or perhaps to cultivate admiration for himself. This approach would ensure that in their future interactions, they would find themselves on equal footing, or rather, it would render Kang Jinzong more inclined to extend his assistance. After all, Kang Jinzong was the director of the Linshui steel plant, a position of significant authority, and barely in his 40s. To squander such an opportunity without forging this crucial connection would only serve to highlight his own incompetence. Finding excuses to claim a lack of social skills leads only to repeated missed opportunities, all while remaining blissfully unaware. If one could forge a strong connection with this man, the potential benefits would be immeasurable. Perhaps all it takes is a single moment of serendipity to achieve monumental success. After feigning contemplation for a moment, Zhou Yufeng recounted the entire affair to Kang Jinzong, embellishing the narrative with vivid details, from the initial scheming at Hu Han's residence to the meticulous crafting of opportunities to meet Chen Guoda, and so forth. He spoke passionately for a good half-hour before concluding his fervent tale. Throughout this elaborate recounting, Kang Jinzong did not take a sip of water, maintaining a single posture until Zhou Yufeng finished. He continued to gaze intently at Zhou Yufeng, and after a brief pause, he swallowed hard, lifted the water jug from the coffee table, and took a generous gulp. The situation seemed as fantastical as a tale from the Arabian Nights. Yet it was substantiated by logic and rationale. To think that in such a short span, this man had accomplished so much, with each step thoroughly deliberated. If this burden were to fall upon his shoulders, he might not even achieve a tenth of what had been done. Setting down the jug, Kang Jinzong's gaze towards Zhou Yufeng now held a fervent intensity. Chapter 60. Departure, you young rascal, quite clever indeed, Kang Jinzong remarked with a smile, patting Zhou Yufeng on the shoulder before shifting the conversation to other matters. Yufeng, do you have any plans? What do you intend to do in Zhihai City? He offered no extravagant praise to Zhou Yufeng, merely acknowledging his accomplishments with a casual compliment. This demeanor reflected the composure of a seasoned business leader, who would not lose his poise in front of a young man, despite Zhou Yufeng having achieved something remarkable. I have no specific plans yet. I will pursue whatever opportunities arise, Zhou Yufeng replied with a light-hearted shrug. That sounds quite reasonable. It's wise to explore various avenues. You will eventually discover a path that suits you. Should you encounter any difficulties, Yufeng, do not hesitate to call me. As he spoke, Kang Jinzong produced a small green notebook from his pocket, scribbled a number onto it, and handed it to Zhou Yufeng. All right. I hope you won't find me a bother when the time comes. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Kang Jinzong took his leave. Zhou Yufeng then retrieved his small crossbody bag, placing the money inside before lifting the colorful television set and making his way to Zhou Yuna. This television was a cherished dowry from Jiang Xiaoduo upon their marriage, the most valuable possession in the household. 40 minutes later, breathless, Zhou Yufeng returned home, placing the television on the cabinet before collapsing onto the bench. Yuzheng, quickly, pour me a glass of water, he called out. Zhou Yuzheng, momentarily lost in the television's allure, soon darted into the kitchen, emerging shortly with a metal jug in hand. After gulping down several mouthfuls of water, he tossed the cross-body bag onto the small table. What is this? Zhou Yue inquired, lifting the bulging bag. The compensation has arrived, a total of 980 yuan. You and Yuna can count it. I haven't had the chance yet, Zhou Yufeng replied nonchalantly. All right. Zhou Yuna, sitting on a small stool, nodded gently before she and Zhou Yue meticulously began to tally the amount. Once finished, they carefully organized the money, placing it on the small table beside Zhou Yufeng. Brother. That's correct. 980 yuan, Zhou Yuna whispered. Yes, that's right. Additionally, there's something I mentioned before. I will be departing for Zhihai City tomorrow. Zhou Yufeng sat up straight, his expression serious. The three siblings nodded softly. This decision had long been settled among them, and Zhou Yufeng's visit was merely a farewell. I only need 500 yuan. You, Yuna, should keep the rest safe. Brother, is 500 enough? Isn't Zhihai City a large city? I've heard that food and accommodation there are quite expensive. Shouldn't you take more money? It will suffice. I'm going there to earn money, not to spend. Zhou Yufeng exchanged a smile with Zhou Yuna, the first time they playfully debated over money. After dinner, Zhou Yufeng returned to the mixed courtyard. The sky had just darkened, ushering in a cool evening breeze. He settled onto a small stool on the porch, listening to Aunt Wang share various tidbits of gossip. In the past, Aunt Wang would often mention the couple Zhou Yufeng and Jiang Xiaoduo, but now that Zhou Yufeng is present, the memories of their divorce are naturally left unspoken. After a considerable amount of time had passed, only a few scattered individuals remained in the corridor, while Zhou Yufeng continued to sit there. Lu Naiqiang glanced over and, upon seeing him, hurriedly approached. Are you truly leaving tomorrow? Indeed, Zhou Yufeng replied. I inquired about the situation in Zhou City from a friend today. The crackdown is severe, and making money has become nearly impossible. What is the point of going anywhere? Lu Naiqiang squatted beside Zhou Yufeng, his brow furrowed with concern. The bean is too thin. He ought to be given more nutrition. Why don't you buy him some pork to eat? The bean Zhou Yufeng referred to as Lu Naiqiang's son, who was several years younger than Zhou Yufeng. Pork is so expensive. Who can afford it? Zhou Yufeng chuckled softly, shaking his head as he murmured, true. But Qin Guoda's son has pork every meal. How can we compare? Lu Naiqiang shot a sidelong glance at Zhou Yufeng, curling his lip. With that, Zhou Yufeng chose not to elaborate further, lifting his small stool and standing up to push the door into the room. I'm going to sleep, Zhou Yufeng stated flatly. Out of cigarettes? Lu Naiqiang queried, but Zhou Yufeng didn't respond. He locked the door and retreated into the inner room. The night was silent, and Zhou Yufeng turned in early. As dawn broke, just before Aunt Wang's rooster crowed, he rose early, bringing along a few changes of clothes. Tucking 500 yuan into the pocket of one, and taking a colored photograph of Jiang Xiaoduo before exiting the house, he cast a quick glance back at the communal kitchen and hurried downstairs. As he passed Lu Naiqiang's room, he paused momentarily, hearing the sound of his snoring from outside. With a shake of his head and a smile, he quickly departed, eager to catch the first bus. Individuals like Lu Naiqiang would remain as they are. At least Zhou Yufeng would not offer him another opportunity. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, he noticed a red motorcycle parked nearby. With Qin Guoda yawning and rubbing his eyes sleepily. You're up and leaving so early. If you were departing in the afternoon, I had planned to treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant. Qin Guoda grumbled. Leaving early means I'll arrive in Zhou City by afternoon. Making it easier to find a place to stay, Zhou Yufeng replied with a smile as he mounted the motorcycle. Revving the throttle, Qin Guoda headed towards the bus station. What a pity. I was ready to collaborate with you on the green fruit business, but I didn't expect you to head to Zhou City. Qin Guoda lamented. It's quite challenging. I advise you not to pursue it, Zhou Yufeng replied, shaking his head. The transportation industry is still lagging behind. And with the short cycles of fruit, wholesaling is currently unfeasible. Focus on your candidacy for workshop director instead. Huh, your words are always so articulate, Qin Guoda chuckled. However, becoming the director of workshop seems highly probable. Mimicking Zhou Yufeng's tone, he grinned broadly and let out a few dry laughs. Zhou Yufeng shook his head with a smile. As they approached the turning road, he grasped Qin Guoda's waist. In a moment of carelessness, his hand inadvertently slipped into Qin's pocket, retrieving both his cigarettes and matchbox, which he then casually stowed away in his own pocket. After a 20-minute journey, Zhou Yufeng arrived at the bus station well ahead of time, significantly faster than traveling by tractor. The bus would only depart once it was filled to capacity. After securing his seat, Zhou Yufeng stepped down to engage in conversation with Qin Guoda, concerned that Chun might reach for the cigarettes in his pocket. Zhou took out his half-empty pack, extracted a cigarette, and offered it to him, assisting in lighting it as well. Your cigarettes are subpar, smoke mine instead. A gift from someone to my father. No. They're all the same. This will do. After conversing for a few more minutes, the driver alighted and called out, those over there, hurry up and board the bus. It's about to depart. Zhou Yufeng patted Qin Guoda on the shoulder and swiftly climbed aboard the coach. As he passed by Qin Guoda, Zhou Yufeng waved his hand at the window. And soon the bus accelerated, drawing closer to Zhou City. On a rural path, a red motorcycle moved at a leisurely pace, with a portly individual hunched over the handlebars, scanning the ground while muttering, "Where on earth is my cigarette?" Chapter 61. Are you looking for accommodation? On the train from Lujin City, Fortune smiled upon Zhou Yufeng, as he managed to secure a ticket for a train that departed in less than half an hour. By the time he arrived in Zhou City, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. Stepping into a new metropolis, Zhou Yufeng felt a surge of excitement. With a cloth bag slung over his shoulder, he strode confidently through the station, a slight smile gracing his lips. As he exited the station, an unfamiliar scene unfolded before him. The vivid tableau of life captivated Zhou Yufeng, rendering him momentarily spellbound as he watched the bustling crowd. To the east, a red and white electric bus was stationed, where a ticket collector awaited at the boarding point, charging a fare of 10 cents per ride. For Changhe vans, reminiscent of yellow minibuses, lined the roadside, serving as the city's taxis, colloquially known as Mian. When a fair-haired foreigner emerged from the station, carrying a briefcase, the first van sped away. The driver rolled down the window and, in halting English, inquired, "Hi, you go where?" "Yeah, hotel," the foreign man replied. making no mention of the fare as he opened the door and climbed in. "You can speak." The driver chuckled, pressing the accelerator and driving off. A man intending to hail a van approached several drivers, only to be turned away each time. Though frustrated, he refrained from expressing his anger. Glancing at his watch before joining the queue at the bus stop. In such transit hubs as train stations and airports, it was evident that vans primarily served foreign patrons. Not only did they earn foreign currency, but the fares could also be significantly higher. The importance of foreign currency in this era will be clarified later. Taxi drivers in this age were considered part of a high-income class. With fewer than 100 taxis operating in Zhou City, earning a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. In a city where the average salary was merely 100 yuan. Such a disparity was unimaginable. The situation was even more exaggerated in cities like Magic City and Kyoto, where relentless work could yield earnings ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 yuan. It was not uncommon for a driver to attain the status of a millionaire within a month. This state of affairs persisted until the widespread adoption of the public's red whirlwind vehicles and the Nissan fleet, which ultimately curtailed the high-income nature of the taxi industry. Zhou Yufeng's gaze shifted to the alleys by the street, where vendors displayed an array of snacks, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. A few fashionable figures stood there, indulging in the delicacies, all clad in denim. It was not that Zhou Yufeng had never seen the world. Rather, he had never encountered Zhou City of the 1980s. And he felt like a country bumpkin stepping into the city for the first time. Moments later, a kind voice broke the reverie. "Young man, are you looking for a place to stay?" Startled, Zhou Yufeng turned towards the voice and saw an elderly woman beaming at him. The phrase struck a familiar chord. Had nothing changed in decades? While he had no intention of staying, he couldn't help but ask casually, "Is it legitimate?" The wrinkles on the elderly woman's face were tightly furrowed as she leaned closer to Zhou Yufeng, whispering in his ear, "What type do you prefer? The legitimate or the illegitimate?" Being at the exuberant age of youth, Zhou Yufeng felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him and quickly walked away towards the bus stop. "Crazy. Why ask if you're not staying?" the woman exclaimed in dissatisfaction before turning to leave. While waiting in line, he purchased a map wrapped in oiled paper for 50 cents. Such maps are waterproof, and Zhou Yufeng began to study it earnestly. Over half a month ago, Shun Ziren received notification of her assignment to the tax bureau and hurried back from her grandfather's home in Linshui City to Zhou City. This is indeed a golden age for university graduates, as the uniform distribution of jobs is exceedingly comfortable. That day happened to be a day off. After having lunch and a short nap, Shun Ziren dialed a taxi service. Due to the scarcity of taxis, one must call to make a reservation. "Hello? Are you booking a ride?" "Yes, I'm at Jetty Garden, but only the driver with the license plate ending in 411 will do," Shun Ziren replied with a smile. The person on the other end seemed to recognize her, greeted her cheerfully, and then hung up. Half an hour later, a yellow van appeared at the entrance of Jetty Garden, its license plate ending in 411. Shun Ziren had changed into a brand new pair of jeans, the flared hem blooming like flowers, which was quite fashionable at the time. She wore a white shirt and simple glasses as she walked towards the entrance of the community. Upon seeing the yellow van, Shun Ziren's face broke into a smile as she hurried over and opened the door to sit in the front passenger seat. "Shi Jiang, tell me, how will you thank me?" Shun Ziren asked, her eyes sparkling with joy. The man, Shi Jiang, remarked, "The girl is quite beautiful, but alas, she has been married once before." He shook his head slightly in disappointment. "Hey, I told you beforehand that my friend has been hurt in love. Now you start to have reservations," Shun Ziren said, frowning, and attempted to get out of the car. "Hey, Miss Shun, I'm just kidding. Can't I even make a joke?" Shi Jiang laughed and pulled her back. "To be honest, when I saw Jiang Xiaoduo yesterday, I was captivated. I like women who are quiet and gentle. Look at you, so pleased. If it weren't for your father's sake, I wouldn't have introduced Xiaoduo to you," Shun Ziren said, shooting him a glare and pouting. Yes, thank you, Miss Shun. I'll treat you to a meal at Danton Hotel later." Shi Jiang replied as he started the vehicle and began to drive slowly forward. "By the way, where does Jiang Xiaoduo work?" "At the library." "She'll be off in half an hour," Shun Ziren said, glancing at her watch, its silver surface gleaming brightly in the sunlight. "Oh, great." Shi Jiang pressed the accelerator firmly, quickening his pace. Initially, Xiaoduo was reluctant to participate in the blind date, compelled by her father's insistence. Otherwise, such a fortunate opportunity would not have come her way. A colleague from the tax bureau had even cast a glance at Jiang Xiaoduo, pleading for an introduction. After glancing at Shi Jiang once more, Shun Ziren said with a hint of pride, "Haha." Shi Jiang scoffed dismissively, retorting. How much can you earn at your tax bureau in a month? With allowances and salary combined, a maximum of 150 yuan, right? I can earn that in just 3 days. Look at you, acting so impressive. I know your earning power is substantial enough already. Shun Ziren chuckled lightly and engaged in some casual conversation with Shi Jiang before they soon arrived at the library. Inside, Jiang Xiao Duo, clad in a dark uniform, was diligently organizing the books. Chapter 62, Yujun Xiao Duo. Shin Ziren and Shi Jiang entered the bookstore, standing behind Jiang Xiao Duo and gently calling her name. Ah? Jiang Xiao Duo turned around and, upon seeing Shin Ziren, offered a faint smile. Noticing Shi Jiang beside her, she nodded hurriedly and whispered, I'm still on duty, Ziren. Please wait for me. All right. Shin Ziren nodded and began to wander about the library with Shi Jiang. Sigh. Jiang Xiaoduo let out a soft sigh. Her brow slightly furrowed. After a brief pause, she bent down to continue organizing the books. The pressure from her family had become overwhelming. They even wished for her to find a suitable match and marry this year. In the short time she had been back, they had already arranged 2 blind dates for her. As for Zhou Yufeng, he occasionally crossed her mind, but those thoughts were confined to the final moments of their parting, which felt particularly significant. When it was time to clock out, Jiang Xiaoduo returned to the staff room, changed her clothes, and donned a pair of flared pants. Though she was slightly fuller than Shin Ziren, she exuded a voluptuous beauty. She wore a floral short-sleeved top that revealed a hint of her arms, showcasing her baby's soft, snow-white skin that seemed almost unreal. Several female employees from the library also emerged, having changed into their attire. Their makeup and style far trendier than those typically seen in Linshui City. After waving her greetings, Jiang Xiaoduo walked towards Shin Ziren. Approaching Shin Ziren, she gently grasped her arm. Xiaoduo, how are you? Shi Jiang greeted her with a smile upon seeing her. Hello. Jiang Xiaoduo nodded slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Avoiding eye contact with Shi Jiang. Shall we go? Let us check out the movie area first. There's a new film that has received great reviews. Shin Ziren suggested with a smile, and the 3 of them stepped out of the library, heading towards where the car was parked. The little yellow minivan parked there attracted attention, with passers-by glancing at it. Although such vehicles were common in Zhahai City, few had actually ridden in one. Just a few steps cost 3 yuan, a rather extravagant expense in this day and age. As Shi Jiang retrieved the keys and turned the lock to open the car door, a smug smile crept onto his face. He glanced at Jiang Xiaoduo, only to find her still looking down, her expression blank, which irked him slightly. Shin Ziren guided Jiang Xiaoduo to sit in the front passenger seat while she took the back, leaning forward a bit to engage in conversation with both of them. The library was located on a narrow inner street lined with small vendors, and the car moved slowly through the bustling crowd. As Shin Ziren chatted animatedly, she suddenly pointed towards a man in dark work attire and black shoes walking leisurely ahead. Stop. That's Zhu Jun. Zhu Jun. Jiang Xiaoduo finally smiled, turning her gaze in the direction Shin Ziren indicated. Approaching him was Zhu Jun. He had once been the class monitor during their high school years, and, coincidentally, both he and Shin Ziren were admitted to the same university. Although they were not in the same class, they belonged to the same department and often interacted. As fate would have it, after graduation, they were both assigned to the tax bureau at the same time. Zhu Jun, where are you headed? The vehicle pulled up beside Zhu Jun, and Shin Ziren rolled down the window, smiling as she spoke. Ziren, oh, Jiang Xiaoduo is here too. Zhu Jun exclaimed. Hello, class monitor. Jiang Xiaoduo greeted with a cheerful wave. Zhu Jun, do you have any plans later? Shin Ziren inquired. No, not really. Zhu Jun replied with a smile, his words slightly hesitant. Then hop in. Where to? Just get in first. Shin Ziren gestured, already opening the car door. Zhu Jun, with no other choice, climbed into the vehicle. Shi Jiang, let me introduce you. This is my colleague and friend, Zhu Jun. Hey there, buddy. Shi Jiang said with a smile, greeting Zhu Jun before continuing to drive towards the cinema. Ziren, where are we going? Zhu Jun asked, furrowing his brow. To watch a movie, Shin Ziren replied lightly, unfazed. But, you know our workplace, the newcomers don't get paid this month. Salaries are rolled over to next month, Zhu Jun remarked, not feeling embarrassed, as they were all old classmates who understood each other's circumstances. Oh, come on, buddy. It's just a movie, it won't cost much. It's on me. Shi Jiang interjected loudly before Shin Ziren could respond. Zhu Jun smiled awkwardly. Shi Jiang's insistence put him in an uncomfortable position. Don't worry about it. It's nothing for me. No need to feel embarrassed. It's just the cost of the ride. Shi Jiang reassured him with a chuckle. All right then, once I get my salary, I'll treat everyone. Zhu Jun said with a smile, choosing not to dwell on the topic any further. Shinziren then shifted the conversation to other matters, leaving the issue of the treat behind. After the movie, the four of them arrived at the Danton Grand Hotel, one of the most renowned hotels in the area. This establishment did not accept ration tickets, but only foreign exchange coupons, primarily catering to foreign guests, overseas Chinese, and affluent individuals from Zhai City. Standing at the entrance of the opulent hotel, which starkly contrasted with its surroundings, Zhu Jun hesitated momentarily. All right, buddy, let us go. It won't cost much. Shi Jiang declared loudly, linking his arm with Zhu Jun's as they entered, while Jiang Xiaoduo tightly pressed her lips together, following closely behind Shinziren. As dusk descended, the nearby villages of Zhai City were filled with workers returning home. The cacophony of voices echoed around them. A medley of people from all walks of life, some dressed neatly from bureaucratic offices, others in casual attire. The environment here was worlds apart from the urban district. By the gate of a small courtyard, a perplexed voice rang out. What? The rent for a month is 25? Where can I find such a place? I haven't even gone over to that side yet. Zhou Yufeng stood at the entrance of the courtyard, his brow furrowed as he haggled with a middle-aged woman. Why don't you just stay over there? The woman replied coldly, turning to leave, clearly unwilling to engage further with the young man. Wait, sister, please, Zhou Yufeng said, grasping her arm, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. I've inquired at many places, and this little courtyard is indeed the most affordable. Could you possibly lower the price a bit more? It's tough for someone traveling alone. I hope you can empathize. Zhou Yufeng nodded, maintaining his smile. That's the lowest price. You've been negotiating for over 10 minutes. If you're looking for something cheaper, you might consider a shared room, where it costs only 50 cents a night. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yufeng's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, where? Chapter 63, Shared Accommodation. Walking along a narrow path for 500 meters to the west, one finds themselves distanced from the bustling alleys of the town. In a deserted courtyard stands a rudimentary shelter, which is what is known as shared accommodation. Merely a narrow single bed is provided. On one side of the courtyard, a small water pump allows for personal hygiene. And when Zhou Yufeng arrived, there were at least 10 individuals waiting in line. After paying 50 cents, Zhou Yufeng chose a bed situated towards the interior. He planned to leave at dawn, and there was no need for a deposit. After casually tossing his bag, which contained his clothes, onto the single bed, he joined the queue at the water pump. He carried 500 yuan with him, alongside a few tattered garments, which he left there without concern. On the other side of the water pump, a family of 3 had pushed 2 single beds together, with a child sleeping in between, thus saving 50 cents. Such is the diversity of human existence. Zhou Yufeng observed the dilapidated courtyard. Everyone appeared lethargic, even the child, who sat listlessly, devoid of energy to play. Their faces etched with fatigue. This scene, reminiscent of the laboring class in the 1980s, starkly contrasted with Zhou Yufeng's perceptions gleaned from television. The notion of gathering together for lively conversation seemed implausible. These were individuals engaged in arduous physical labor, too exhausted to indulge in idle chatter. Furthermore, in such a crowded environment, everyone remained wary of one another. Yubo, do you have any beds left? A loud male voice echoed from a distance. A well-dressed man, clearly from a formal government institution, approached, sporting gold-rimmed glasses that seemed incongruous with the surroundings. Zhou Yufeng found the man somewhat familiar. Memories surged forth, growing clearer until he exclaimed, Squad leader? Huh? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhu Jun turned around, his eyes widening in surprise as he shouted, Zhou Yufeng, what are you doing here? The two exclaimed in unison, and Zhou Yufeng abandoned the line, heading towards Zhu Jun's squad leader. It's been so long since we last met. I remember we haven't crossed paths since graduation. Indeed. Zhu Jun patted Zhou Yufeng on the shoulder, noticing the owner nodding before handing over 50 cents. After observing the direction indicated by the owner, Zhu Jun wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and said, Let me go ahead and claim a spot. Zhu Jun walked over and plopped down on the small bed, rubbing his sore calves. Zhou Yufeng followed suit, taking a seat beside him. Squad leader, I didn't expect to run into you here. I thought you got admitted to university and were assigned a job. Zhou Yufeng inquired with a smile, giving Zhu Jun a friendly pat on the thigh. I have been assigned. I work at the tax bureau. Then why are you crammed in here? The unit is allocating dormitories next month, so it's only for about half a month. Renting another month's accommodation would be too wasteful. That makes sense. By the way, Zhou Yufeng, what brings you to Zhai City? Zhu Jun inquired with a smile. Just seeking a livelihood, and by the way, to visit Xiaoduo, Zhou Yufeng replied, a hint of affection gracing his lips at the mention of Xiaoduo. He still held a fragment of memory regarding the place where Jiang Xiaoduo once lived, although he was uncertain if they had relocated since then. Oh, I see. Zhu Jun nodded, opting not to elaborate further. He was already aware of the divorce between Jiang Xiaoduo and Zhou Yufeng, as Shen Ziren had filled him in on the details, embellishing them with a touch of drama. Thus, when Zhou Yufeng uttered the name Xiaoduo, Zhu Jun felt a wave of disdain wash over him towards Zhou Yufeng. Without delving into specifics, it was disheartening to think that Jiang Xiaoduo had chosen to remain in the small town of Linshui for Zhou Yufeng, even at the cost of severing ties with her family. Not only had she neglected her well-being, but she had also endured mistreatment, an abhorrent reality that would infuriate anyone who heard of it. In Zhihai City, many of their classmates had established their careers, forming a social circle led by Shen Ziren. Naturally, news of Zhou Yufeng's circumstances had reached them. Do you recall those amusing moments from our high school days? Remember that time? Zhou Yufeng continued, nostalgia flooding his thoughts as he reminisced about their shared experiences. Despite years of silence between him and Zhu Jun, the mere mention of past antics bridged the distance between them, such as the purity of friendship among classmates. However, this sentiment was solely Zhou Yufeng's at that moment. Zhu Jun merely nodded in response, unwilling to engage further, especially after the mention of Xiaoduo's name. Did he intend to haunt her still? The conversation grew increasingly animated. Class monitor. Wait a moment. Let me change spots so we can chat more, Zhou Yufeng said with a grin, rising to his feet. After a brief exchange with a nearby fellow, he led him towards his bunk. Suddenly, a furious exclamation erupted. Damn. Where are my clothes? Just a few petty thieves, and they've stolen them. Zhou Yufeng's anger echoed through the room. In such an environment, if one lost something, the futility of searching became apparent. It was nearly impossible to recover lost items. The young man beside him chuckled, patting Zhou Yufeng's shoulder as he settled onto the small bed. Well, my friend, consider this a lesson learned from a few petty thieves. Thus, Zhou Yufeng returned empty-handed. What's this? Your clothes are missing? Zhu Jun asked. Yes, Zhou Yufeng nodded, but then broke into a carefree smile, adding, fortunately. It was just a few items. By the way, class monitor, where did you put your belongings? In the office, Zhu Jun replied. Well, it's been so long since we last met. Have you found someone special? Zhou Yufeng inquired. Not yet, Zhu Jun responded. How many of our classmates are in Zhihai City? I'm not sure, Zhu Jun replied. By the way, class monitor, you didn't come back for my wedding. That was rather inconsiderate, Zhou Yufeng teased, giving Zhu Jun a playful pat on the shoulder. Zhu Jun remained silent, turning away to sleep with his back towards Zhou Yufeng. His face turned to the side, revealing a hint of disdain. Zhou Yufeng furrowed his brow momentarily, but it soon relaxed, and he chose not to dwell on it. Softly murmuring, if you're tired, just sleep. We can talk tomorrow. He then closed his eyes and drifted off. Being classmates, Zhou Yufeng preferred not to overthink the situation. As he succumbed to slumber, he felt a cacophony of noise surrounding him. In his previous life as an entrepreneur, he had never encountered such a tumultuous experience. It had merely involved mental exertion. At this moment, however, this experience served as a form of trial for him. After shifting his position and covering his ears, Zhou Yufeng endeavored to overcome his poor sleeping habits, knowing that a multitude of tasks awaited him the following day. Chapter 64. At last. I encountered you. Zhou Yufeng rose early, for in such an environment, it was exceedingly difficult to secure a restful slumber. After a brief ablution at the water pump, he ventured into the bustling alley, where he procured 2 buns and 2 tea eggs before returning to the communal living quarters. Zhu Jun, seated by the bedside polishing his golden-rimmed spectacles, received the tea eggs and a playful pat on the head from Zhou Yufeng. I will return quite late tonight. Do remember to reserve a bed for me, he hastily remarked before departing, aware that he had a 2-kilometer walk to reach the bus stop. After approximately an hour and a half of walking, Zhou Yufeng arrived in the downtown area of Zhihai City, embarking on what resembled an on-site investigation. Zhihai City is a uniquely distinct metropolis. Unlike the bustling giants of Guanghai and Modu, which quickly absorb the influences of Western trends, it is a city that is somewhat slow to awaken to fashion. Whenever a new trend emerges in Guanghai, it takes a considerable amount of time to reach the shores of Zhihai. However, due to the presence of robust industries such as steel and coal, the wages of ordinary workers in Zhihai are not significantly lower than those in cities like Guanghai and Modu. This peculiarity renders it a city with purchasing power, albeit one that lacks a corresponding variety of consumer goods. Throughout the day, Zhou Yufeng scoured various shopping centers, meticulously observing each product, his excitement gradually intensifying. He barely allowed himself a moment's respite, traversing nearly every shop. Yet the items he anticipated would soon become fashionable had yet to make their debut in this city. The shopping centers featured only a few microflared pants, distinct from traditional denim, with hems modestly cut outward by approximately 10 centimeters. The truly fashionable variant, however, was the small flared pants, with openings slightly larger at around 26 centimeters. Although these trousers appeared somewhat exaggerated, making them difficult for the conservative locals to embrace. They paired beautifully with the trendy round-neck women's blouses, contributing to their fleeting popularity. Moreover, the market was devoid of new clothing styles and accessories like hairpins for women, revealing a significant gap in the offerings. As night fell, Zhou Yufeng remained in the city, realizing that the buses had ceased operations for the evening. He made his way to the renowned Danton Hotel, just 200 meters north, where Zhahai's famous night market awaited. In this era, many individuals returning from work found themselves without employment and facing the pressures of impending marriage and parenthood, with their family finances in disarray. To assist this demographic, the night market was established. Yet, within this sphere, individual vendors were regarded with disdain, who among respectable people would engage in the trade of such goods. In the bustling night market, the vendors typically belonged to a lower social stratum, often lacking sophistication. In this era, even if one were to offer a booth to an intellectual, they would likely decline the opportunity. Ultimately, those who set up stalls in such venues are often perceived as idlers. As Zhou Yufeng meandered through the market, he noted the monotonous array of goods and the lack of enthusiasm among the merchants, who seemed somewhat inhibited. Their fervor paled in comparison to the boisterous traders from Guanghai, who would eagerly pester passers-by to make a purchase, their saliva flying in the air. After wandering aimlessly for a couple of laps, Zhou Yufeng discerned nothing particularly remarkable. It was at a rather ordinary corner that he encountered an individual of great significance to him, Jiang Xiaoduo. Alongside her were Shen Ziren, whom he recognized, and Zhu Jun, as well as an unfamiliar man standing beside her. They both noticed each other simultaneously, momentarily frozen in place, although they had merely been apart for a short time. It felt as though eons had passed. Xiaoduo, Zhou Yufeng exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face, revealing his pearly white teeth against the night's backdrop. Jiang Xiaoduo nodded gently, lifting her gaze to meet his. Her smile mirrored the warmth he had often recalled, as he approached her step by step. Shi Jiang sensed an undercurrent of tension and furrowed his brow at Shen Ziren, who also wore a concerned expression. Xiaoduo, it has been such a long time. Zhou Yufeng said softly. Yes, it has been a while, Jiang Xiaoduo replied, her eyes momentarily meeting his before she shyly lowered her head. Have you eaten? Perhaps we could go together. I've already had something, he replied. Oh, in that case, why don't we take a stroll? I have a few things I wish to discuss with you. What is there that cannot be said here? Xiaoduo is no longer connected to you. So what is there to talk about? Shen Ziren interjected, her tone darkening. Her words revealed to Shi Jiang the identity of the man before them. He was undoubtedly Jiang Xiaoduo's ex-husband, Zhou Yufeng. Hearing Shen Ziren's remarks, Zhou Yufeng felt a slight tightening in his chest, but chose to disregard her presence, instead focusing on Jiang Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo, is that all right? This time, Jiang Xiaoduo nodded quickly, anxious that Shen Ziren might utter something more provoking. Turning to Shen Ziren, she offered a faint smile, saying, Well, Ziren, I'll walk with Yufeng for a bit. It's not far from my home, and I can return by myself later. Without waiting for further commentary, she stepped forward, extending her delicate hand to indicate the way ahead. Understanding her intent, Zhou Yufeng nodded and began to walk forward. Jiang Xiaoduo, though petite and barely reaching his shoulder, was not particularly short at 160 centimeters. It was merely Zhou Yufeng's towering stature that accentuated her smallness. As he watched the two figures gradually recede into the distance, Shi Jiang clenched his fist, a flash of resentment crossing his face. Why was Jiang Xiaoduo acting in such a manner? The harsh words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them down. After a moment's pause, he remarked, My blind date is right here, yet she chooses to follow her ex-husband without a second thought. What does she mean by that? Shen Ziren sighed heavily, feeling too troubled to utter anything further. She was exceedingly vexed, unable to comprehend why Jiang Xiaoduo insisted on maintaining ties with Zhou Yufeng. Shi Jiang was still present. How was he supposed to feel? After a brief silence, Shun Ziren finally suggested softly, "It's getting late. Perhaps we should return." Upon hearing this, Shi Guang was filled with an even greater sense of frustration, his mind involuntarily conjuring unsavory images. After casting a glare at Shun Ziren, he strode away in a huff. Chapter 65. Allow me to speak. It had been a few days since their last encounter, and she had gained quite a bit of weight. "It seems I have not taken good care of you," Zhou Yufeng remarked with a smile, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaoduo as they walked together. He chuckled lightly, while Jiang Xiaoduo pursed her lips in a smile, appearing somewhat dazed, which left Zhou Yufeng momentarily bewildered. In that instant, it felt as though she had never left at all. The two ambled quietly through the night market, resembling a young couple out for a stroll, blending seamlessly into the bustling crowd. "Recently, my family has been introducing me to potential partners," Jiang Xiaoduo suddenly stated, prompting both to halt in unison. Upon raising her gaze, tears glimmered in her eyes. "My mother frequently faints, and I am particularly concerned for her health. Thus, I must heed my family's arrangements. If all goes as planned, I shall marry this year." Zhou Yufeng stood frozen, his mind a blank slate despite his usual eloquence. "And I will be a second-time bride," she added softly. Turning toward the exit of the market, her figure hunched as she walked ahead like a lost child, taking each step aimlessly. Zhou Yufeng quickened his pace to catch up, hesitant to pull her into an embrace given the throngs of people around them. Resisting the urge to hold Jiang Xiaoduo tightly, he followed her out of the market and toward her new address, which was nearby, less than 500 meters away. At last, on a dimly lit street, Zhou Yufeng could no longer endure the torment of restraint. He stepped forward and enveloped Jiang Xiaoduo in a tight embrace, burying her head against his chest, inhaling her unique fragrance, a scent that belonged solely to her. Yet, Jiang Xiaoduo remained silent, exhibiting no reaction as he held her close, caressing her dark hair and placing gentle kisses upon her forehead. Just as Zhou Yufeng leaned in for a kiss, Jiang Xiaoduo forcefully pushed him away, tears cascading down her cheeks like raindrops. "Xiaoduo, Zhou Yufeng, do not speak." Jiang Xiaoduo lifted her head to meet his gaze. Though her expression was pitiable, it bore a hint of resolve. "I am too soft-hearted. I find myself compelled to heed your words. So please, do not speak. Listen to me." She choked back her emotions, raising the back of her pale hand to wipe away her tears. "In truth, I despise you. I resent how you have suddenly become so kind. Otherwise, I would not feel this sorrow upon leaving you. Those 2 years nearly took my life. You would strike me at a whim, lashing out when displeased. If anyone else upset you, I would bear the brunt of it. I wish to ask you, Zhou Yufeng, did your hand ache when you hit me? Then, inexplicably, you changed. Your transformation only heightened my insecurity. Was your previous kindness merely a facade? I am too naive to discern right from wrong. I cannot fathom why you have suddenly appeared here, nor can I comprehend our encounter in the night market. Nevertheless, this time, you must remain silent. Otherwise, I may once again succumb to your influence." Time seemed to stand still as Zhou Yufeng forgot even the act of breathing. Feeling as though he were non-existent, with his gaze solely fixed upon Jiang Xiaoduo, observing her wipe away her tears, her breath gradually steadying. She did not even acknowledge him as she ventured into the encroaching darkness, her form slightly hunched. After a brief pause, Zhou Yufeng hastened to follow her, maintaining a respectful distance. Once he saw her enter the community and ascend the stairwell, his worry subsided. Strolling leisurely, he passed a small park and noticed a bench before him. Perhaps it was the exhaustion of walking so much that day. But Zhou Yufeng suddenly found himself devoid of energy, collapsing onto the bench. Moments ago, he had yearned to envelop Jiang Xiaoduo in his embrace, to assure her that he would never deceive or harm her again. Yet, the weight of his current burdens loomed large, despite his ambitions and confidence in achieving greatness. He still resided in a shared room costing merely 50 cents a night. His younger siblings awaited his support. In his previous life, Zhou Yufeng had been a remarkably rational man. Thus, he had restrained himself in that moment, understanding that adulthood requires the suppression of impulses to avoid complicating others' lives. Would he truly want to drive her into a rift with her family? If this situation were to cause Jiang Xin to fall ill, how would Jiang Xiaoduo face her family? A multitude of thoughts raced through Zhou Yufeng's mind, yet he remained steadfastly concerned for Jiang Xiaoduo's well-being. In an instant, fatigue overcame him, and he dozed off on the bench. Fortunately, it was still early August, and even during the night, Zhahai City remained quite warm. The following morning, a melodious tune roused Zhou Yufeng from his slumber. An elderly man stood before the bench, listening to an old radio playing a classic song. slowly opening his eyes. Zhou Yufeng sat up, and without hesitation, the old man took a seat beside him. After stretching, Zhou Yufeng departed, intending to procure some breakfast, having eaten only once the previous day and now feeling ravenously hungry. Glutton, the old man muttered, scowling at Zhou Yufeng's departing figure. Finding a roadside stall, Zhou Yufeng purchased 2 buns to satisfy his hunger and then sought out a worker's facility with a water pump to freshen up before heading toward the city center. With a keen sense of direction, Zhou Yufeng had familiarized himself with the map, grasping the layout of Zhahai City, particularly its main thoroughfares. His immediate concern was to devise a means to earn some quick money, as he lacked even the funds to procure goods in Guanghai. Ideally, he hoped to profit from foreigners. Zhou Yufeng held confidence in his English skills and salesmanship. He was well aware of the mindset of foreigners visiting China during this era. The implementation of reform policies had opened the doors to the world, rendering this mysterious land immensely enticing to them. Curiosity about the peculiar and eccentric objects here piqued his interest immensely. Thus, with a shrewd mindset, Zhou Yufeng boarded a bus to the antique street in Zhahai City. During the decade from the 1980s to the 1990s, antiques and vintage items held little value and lacked a market. Apart from foreigners, hardly anyone from the local populace showed interest. Consequently, in major cities, the establishment of antique streets was primarily aimed at attracting foreign buyers. However, as business continued, foreigners became astute, often bringing along knowledgeable friends to assist them in uncovering treasures. Chapter 66. The heirloom ring. The antique street of Zhahai City is considerably smaller than that of Kyoto. Along the narrow passageway, small vendors sit on the ground, spreading cotton carpets and displaying an array of old artifacts. Despite the early hour, the vendors have set up their stalls quite early, resulting in a bustling scene as they vie for prime locations. At this moment, only a few elderly locals meander through, likely uninterested in making purchases, simply taking a morning stroll and casually browsing. The vendors, seemingly indifferent, do not bother to engage. Zhou Yufeng circles the passage without attracting any attention. Choosing a vendor who appears familiar and has a sizable stall, Zhou Yufeng squats down to inspect the displayed antiquities closely. He picks up a ring, its surface coated in dust, and is about to examine it more intently when he hears a disdainful remark from the vendor. Take a good look. It's from the Ming dynasty. Huh. Zhou Yufeng chuckles softly. In his previous life, he possessed a modicum of knowledge about jade and had collected several pieces through friends. However, upon merely touching this ring, he deduces its material to be dongling jade, one of the more affordable varieties. How much for this? Zhou Yufeng inquires, shaking the ring slightly. Hey, young man, be gentle with that. Don't bother asking about the price. You can't afford it, the vendor replies, shaking his head and feigning a mysterious demeanor while gesturing for Zhou Yufeng to set it down. Regardless of whether a purchase is forthcoming, the ingrained sales habits developed over the years manifest, a tactic often employed on friendly foreign patrons. All right, my good man, what is the price for this dongling jade? Zhou Yufeng shrugs, tossing the ring lightly into the air before catching it again. Upon hearing the term dongling jade, the vendor breaks into a grin, recognizing an expert and deciding to drop the pretense. Just a little for my labor, 2 yuan. Mass-produced items aren't that pricey. Just look at the machine-cut edges, so distinct. Zhou Yufeng extends the ring towards the vendor. 1 yuan 50, that's my final offer. This material isn't worth more. After all, it is merely jade. Consider the stone flaws, 1 yuan. Fine, 1 yuan it is. The vendor, showing no hesitation, nods in agreement. Such a swift transaction leaves Zhou Yufeng feeling slightly awkward, suspecting he may have overpaid. Nevertheless, he is already committed, retrieving 2 50-cent coins from his pocket and handing them over. Haha, all right, young man, come by often. The vendor chuckles as he accepts the payment. Donning the ring on his thumb, Zhou Yufeng holds it up to the sunlight, watching it transform into a translucent gem. If one lacks knowledge of jade, discerning its quality would be quite challenging. Do you have any small iron pieces? Zhou Yufeng inquires, retracting the ring. Indeed, I do. The merchant nodded slightly, producing a small iron piece and handing it over, intended for smoothing the machine's cutting edges. Taking the iron piece, Zhou Yufeng began to polish the cuts on the inner ring of the ring, squatting beside the merchant's stall. How's business these days? He inquired. Average, the merchant replied, shifting his body aside, clearly reluctant to engage in conversation with the young man. Zhou Yufeng chuckled softly and refrained from further dialogue, continuing his meticulous work on the ring. With careful precision, he applied even pressure, resulting in a slow pace. He lingered at the merchant's stall for nearly half an hour without departing. Still not finished? What's the deal? You think you can resell that? The merchant remarked with a hint of annoyance. I'm not selling it. It's a family heirloom. Something I cherish, Zhou Yufeng replied with a smile, handing the iron piece back to the merchant. The merchant scoffed derisively, accepting the blade but showing no interest in Zhou Yufeng. After slipping the ring onto his thumb, Zhou Yufeng made his way toward the mouth of the alley. Hey, Du Yu Chuan, that young man just now must be a bit off his rocker, the merchant said, pointing disdainfully at Zhou Yufeng's retreating figure. Humph. This age has certainly brought out all sorts of oddities, Du Yu Chuan muttered, leaning back in his rocking chair, fanning himself as he began to sway. By noon, Zhou Yufeng bought a bowl of noodles at the corner, quickly devouring it by the roadside before heading back toward the alley. Under the blazing sun, he leaned against a willow tree, planning to quench his thirst at the nearby water pump if needed, all the while keeping a watchful eye on the alley's entrance. As afternoon arrived, following the hottest part of the day, more visitors began to populate the antique street. However, there were no foreigners, merely some merchants from out of town. Drawn by their interests, yet few were genuinely inclined to make purchases. Zhou Yufeng sat idly, lost in thought, when a tall figure emerged, a foreigner, with golden hair and blue eyes. Zhou Yufeng sprang to his feet, brushing off the dust from his trousers, and strode toward the alley's entrance. Accompanying the foreigner was a blonde woman and a Chinese man, conversing in English, albeit with a thick Chinese accent, yet their communication was seamless. They appeared to be friends exploring the marketplace, not the type Zhou Yufeng aimed to target. Observing the foreigner's attire closely, it was evident that he wore no designer labels, and his leather shoes were of an unremarkable brand. He didn't seem particularly affluent. Those who claim indifference to brand names are often those without substantial means. If it were otherwise, luxury goods would not have first flourished in the West. After a brief glance, Zhou Yufeng chose not to follow them into the antique street, retracing his steps to continue waiting for a foreigner who was not accompanied by Chinese friends. Once the two foreigners entered, Zhou Yufeng outside could distinctly hear the lively chatter of Lily. The vendors sprang to life, rising to shout their wares. As dusk descended and the heat of the day subsided, the streets became bustling with the largest crowd. The narrow passage was filled with people, including a notable number of foreigners, at least 7 in total. However, Zhou Yufeng remained seated at the alley's entrance, idly playing with a piece of foxtail grass, weaving it into various shapes. Suddenly, he stood up with a start, his eyes wide, quickly brushing off the dust from his trousers, adjusting his clothes, and bending down to wipe his shoes. Approaching him were the two foreigners, walking closely together, seemingly detached from the throng around them, just the two of them. Chapter 67. The ostentatious performance. Hello, may I inquire if this is the antique street? The foreigner asked in broken Mandarin, gazing at Zhou Yufeng with a smile. The foreigner's height was unremarkable, not significantly taller than Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng discreetly assessed the foreigner, aside from the brand of his attire, particularly the Armani shirt. It was evident that he was affluent. No wonder he hadn't brought any locals along. After musing this thought, Zhou Yufeng nodded with a smile. Thank you. The foreigner nodded in return, smiling as he took the hand of a blonde woman and entered the antique street. As they passed by, Zhou Yufeng hastened to follow them inside. Oh, darling, this is beautiful. What era could the soil be from? The woman exclaimed in English upon entering the alley, crouching beside a stall. I am uncertain. The history of Huaxia is profound. These artifacts have endured the test of time, making them hard to believe. The foreigner replied as he carefully lifted a small stove. Be careful not to drop it. The stall owner exclaimed in alarm, pouting and wide-eyed, fixating on the stove. Such theatrics. Zhou Yufeng thought with exasperation. These stoves must be commonplace in every household in the village. Yet, the exaggerated performance remarkably proved effective. As the foreigner nodded vigorously, uttering clumsy Mandarin, Yes, I will be careful, please rest assured. Cradling it in his hands, the foreigner meticulously examined the stove, his fingers gently caressing its surface. Darling, I can feel its history, he remarked. Let me see. The woman replied eagerly. She took the stove from him, scrutinizing it with equal care, shaking her head in awe. This is incredible. I cannot believe I am holding an artifact with a history spanning a millennium. The sensation is truly marvelous. Indeed, darling, why don't we consider adding it to our collection? That is a splendid idea, but it must be quite expensive, she responded. No, even if the price is steep, it is worth it. Moreover, you know, in Huaxia, it seems these items are not excessively priced, he assured her. Are you certain? That would be wonderful. The foreigner paused, cleared his throat, and turned to the stall owner, inquiring, "How much for this?" "This." The stall owner inhaled deeply, his expression grave, clearly reluctant to part with a familial heirloom. "I will cherish it." Noticing the stall owner's demeanor, the foreigner quickly added, fearing the stall owner might refuse to sell it to him, "All right, as a foreign friend, you may have it for 1,000 yuan. Goodness, what a bold price." Zhou Yufeng interjected, bemused. He could easily comprehend the earlier exchange, even discerning the accent from which part of America they hailed. In his previous life, Zhou Yufeng's company had been directly linked to business dealings in America, making English his forte. Upon hearing the price of 1,000, the foreigner exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He extracted a bundle of currency from the woman's handbag, all in 100 yuan foreign exchange vouchers. These vouchers are directly issued by the bank and come in two editions, the 1979 version and the 1988 version. They are considered legal tender and hold equal value to the domestic currency at that time, with the sole distinction being that the highest denomination is 100 yuan. The issuance of foreign exchange vouchers was a result of the recent reforms. As the economy was still in a recovery phase and the domestic currency had yet to align with foreign currencies, these vouchers could not be exchanged freely, and there was still a scarcity of goods. To facilitate overseas individuals wishing to shop and invest in the domestic market, foreign exchange vouchers were introduced under such circumstances. Though they resemble currency, their designs differ, and their maximum denomination is 100 yuan. In comparison to the current 10 yuan denomination, the 100 yuan foreign exchange voucher appears exceedingly valuable. Ordinary residents could not obtain these vouchers. Only specific individuals were permitted to exchange them. Additionally, certain foreign invested establishments, like the Danton Hotel in Zhejiang Province, exclusively accepted foreign exchange vouchers. Attempting to use domestic currency for purchases would be futile. This exclusivity rendered foreign exchange vouchers highly desirable and sought after by the public. Upon seeing those 10 100 yuan vouchers, the vendor's eyes widened and his body trembled with anticipation. If this transaction were to succeed, he could forego work for the rest of the year. He swallowed hard, watching as the foreigner slowly counted the money, wishing he could snatch those bills away immediately. At that moment, a voice drifted over from behind the foreigner. With a distinctly American accent, the speaker mistakenly assumed to be an American. "You've been deceived. This item is counterfeit." The foreign man and woman both flinched, turning to discover a man from the domestic realm. The foreign man hurriedly asked, "What did you say?" "This item is fake. It's not an antique at all. I have one at home too. If you want, I can give it to you for free." Zhou Yufeng murmured, offering no further elaboration as he walked towards another stall, wishing to avoid any confrontation if the vendor decided to hold him accountable later. "Thank you, friend. I truly appreciate it," the foreigner called out towards Zhou Yufeng as he moved away. "What is your name?" Zhou Yufeng furrowed his brow, cursing under his breath. At this juncture, the woman had already tucked the money away. Upon witnessing this action, the vendor panicked and glanced towards the direction where the foreigner had shouted, noticing the crowd was bustling without any apparent suspicious activity. Meanwhile, Zhou Yufeng had crouched down, and beside him stood the vendor Du Yuchuan, with whom he had conducted business earlier that morning. "I no longer want this stove," the foreigner coldly declared. Why not?" The vendor's mouth fell agape, his expression involuntarily twisting in disbelief. "This item is fake. Many people possess it. I do not desire something that others also have," the foreigner stated bluntly, rising to his feet, prompting the woman to follow suit as they turned to leave. "Wait a moment, if you desire. I can sell it to you for a lower price, just 500. This statement further corroborated the counterfeit nature of the stove. The foreigner did not respond and continued to walk away. 300. "Hey, take it for 300. The desperate voice of the vendor echoed through the alley. Observing this scene, Zhou Yufeng hurriedly stood up, wishing to attract the attention of the two foreigners while also distancing himself from the stall to avoid unnecessary trouble. Glancing back, he noticed that the foreigners had indeed seen him and were striding towards him. A flicker of joy crossed Zhou Yufeng's face as he quickened his pace, walking a short distance before evading other foreigners and finally stopping in a relatively quieter spot. Chapter 68. This is the moment we have been waiting for. "Hey, my friend." "Thank you just now," the foreigner exclaimed, striding towards Zhou Yufeng. "Let us converse in English, shall we?" Zhou Yufeng turned to face him, his expression contemplative, while his fingers engaged in the idle motion of twirling a ring on his thumb. "Are you not a Huaxia native? Are you truly from Florida?" he inquired. The foreigner chuckled. "No, I am a native of Zhejiang, but my father conducts business in the United States. I have merely traveled to Florida and quite enjoyed it." Is that so? Wonderful. Why not speak then? I believe conversing can enhance my abilities, the foreigner candidly stated, reflecting the directness characteristic of most individuals from his background. I may have disrupted that gentleman's business earlier. It would be best if he remains unaware, Zhou Yufeng whispered cautiously, glancing at the stall they had just passed. Ah, truly. I am immensely grateful to you. Was that item not an antique? The foreigner inquired with a smile, placing a friendly hand on Zhou Yufeng's shoulder. Not at all. It is merely a replica, crafted with modern techniques, Zhou Yufeng replied. Is that so? You must possess a particular knowledge of such items, the foreigner observed, his gaze intensifying as he took in Zhou Yufeng's gaunt features. Indeed, it is evident. My family specializes in such collections, and my father's artifacts are displayed in the CM Museum, Zhou Yufeng affirmed with a nod, a hint of pride illuminating his face as his fingers continued their rhythmic motion. How splendid. Might you assist me in selecting a genuine antique here? The foreigner's excitement was palpable as he clenched his fist and exchanged a glance with the woman beside him, both wearing expressions of delight, as if Zhou Yufeng had already acquiesced to their request. In this era, these foreigners often carried an inherent sense of superiority, believing that the Chinese would always lend them a hand, oblivious to the pride that had emerged in Huaxia since 2020. Zhou Yufeng felt a surge of indignation at this thought and replied, I am at your service. Let us first aid the brothers in the antique alley in boosting their GDP, he added. Through mutual introductions, a basic understanding was established between them. The two foreigners were named Tom and Linda. When inquiring about Zhou Yufeng's name, they whimsically dubbed him Cannon, a moniker both striking and elegant. As Zhou Yufeng guided the foreigners through the market, he noticed patrons behind him, and as they passed various stalls, the vendors greeted him with friendly nods and smiles. After a circuit, they halted at Du Yuchuan's stall. Ah, you've arrived. Du Yuchuan exclaimed warmly, as if Zhou Yufeng were a familiar regular, their demeanor markedly different from that of the morning. Yes, I would like you to assist my friends in examining some antiques. Zhou Yufeng spoke softly, his expression stern. As he picked up a seal and examined it closely, he did not comprehend its significance. Yet he felt compelled to present it with an air of sophistication to Tom and Linda. This is from the Qing dynasty. Likely a seal from a prominent family during the Ming era, Du Yuchuan remarked with a smile. Placing it back down, Zhou Yufeng shook his head. The pretense was overly contrived, and the wood and red clay seemed far too artificial. His words were purely fabricated. Du Yuchuan nodded and chuckled, aware of the item's falsity but uncertain of its flaws. Tom picked up the seal, scrutinizing the wood and red clay, feigning knowledge as he nodded sagely. Bring something more credible, Zhou Yufeng said, frowning slightly. All right, Du Yuchuan responded, standing up and retrieving a box from a cloth bag behind him. He pulled out a wooden comb. This was left to me by my grandmother. Though it may not be a precious item, it is indeed an antique, Du Yuchuan stated candidly. However, in his possession, this was the only genuine antique. Oh? Zhou Yufeng's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted the wooden box. Regardless of the outcome today, whether genuine or not, he felt it imperative to procure a piece for the foreigner. Otherwise, he would have failed in his endeavor. And it was essential that the foreigner felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Carefully lifting the comb, he examined it from all angles. It was merely a very ordinary wooden comb, greasy and even more so than the polished wooden pillars. The sheen indicated it was indeed an aged item. However, its market value was ambiguous, lacking significant representation, making it challenging to assign a reasonable price. Handing the wooden comb to Tom, Zhou Yufeng leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "This is a fine item, but do not display any signs of surprise. Instead, feign a dislike for it, so I can negotiate the price." Tom's eyes lit up momentarily. After a subtle nod, he vigorously shook his head and, in broken Chinese, declared, "Dear Canon, I do not particularly like this item. It is merely a comb." "Ah?" Du Yuchuan sighed, revealing a hint of disappointment. "This is quite nice. It has some age to it, and I would suggest you consider collecting it," Zhou Yufeng urged. Upon hearing this, Du Yuchuan quickly interjected, "Yes, indeed, it is aged. You should collect it." "Very well, but what about the price?" The foreigner prolonged his inquiry. Zhou Yufeng's lips curled into a slight smile, surprised that the foreigner was adept at this negotiation tactic, and then turned to Du Yuchuan, frowning as he asked, "What is the lowest you can offer?" "Well," Du Yuchuan hesitated momentarily, "be reasonable with your price. Otherwise, we shall seek alternatives," Zhou Yufeng said, rising as he leaned on his knee. "Let us settle at 50. This truly is a keepsake from my grandmother, and 50 is the lowest I can go. Yuchuan hastily rose to his feet, extending his hand and gesturing animatedly as he proclaimed, "All right, then it's 50. Zhou Yufeng smiled, casting a glance at Tom, affirming that this price was acceptable. Very well. Tom's face illuminated with delight. Earlier, Linda had whispered in his ear about her fondness for that comb, claiming that using it to style her hair would elevate her spirits for the day. He retrieved a 50 yuan foreign exchange note from his pocket and handed it to Du Yuchuan, who received the note with a broad grin. Zhou Yufeng bent down to pick up the wooden box and passed it to Linda, having attentively listened to their earlier exchange. "Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Cannon." Linda beamed, eagerly opening the box and taking out the comb, running it through her hair a couple of times. "Cannon, have you had dinner yet? If possible, I would like to treat you to a meal." Tom patted Zhou Yufeng on the shoulder, speaking with a smile. Zhou Yufeng felt a surge of excitement, his calves twitching slightly, as he had been awaiting this very invitation. Chapter 69, The Value of the Wooden Comb Emerging from the Antique Street. Zhou Yufeng and Tom proceeded towards the Zhihai district. Upon reaching a coin-operated public telephone booth, the trio paused. Throughout their journey, Zhou Yufeng maintained a peculiar habit, frequently twisting the ring on his thumb. Tom skillfully inserted coins into the booth and dialed for a taxi. Within 20 minutes, a yellow van arrived swiftly, coming to a steady halt before them. "Your taxis here have quite an unusual appearance, yet they are surprisingly comfortable," Tom remarked with a smile as he settled into the back seat alongside Linda. "Indeed, the spaciousness is quite practical," Zhou Yufeng replied with a grin, sliding into the front passenger seat. "Driver, take us to the Danton Hotel," Tom instructed, pointing towards the road ahead. "Certainly, no problem at all." The driver responded with a nod and a smile before turning to start the vehicle towards the hotel. The driver's demeanor unexpectedly unsettled Zhou Yufeng, making him feel somewhat inferior. "Your vehicles have rather limited power. The engine technology is outdated," Tom commented, reclining his leg and rolling down the rear window with a flourish. Zhou Yufeng offered a faint smile but refrained from responding, rolling down his window as well to savor the cool night breeze. He then leaned towards the driver and whispered, "Please, drive faster." In his previous life, during a business trip to the United States in 2020, Zhou Yufeng had never encountered such condescension. Mutual respect was always prevalent. Yet, here he was, claiming to hail from a prosperous family engaged in trade in America, regarded as part of the upper echelons, and having assisted many foreigners. Yet still facing such arrogance. Regardless of his own merits, without a robust family backing him, he felt unable to stand tall. Thankfully, he was aware of the formidable strength his family would possess in the future. In less than 15 minutes, the yellow van arrived at the entrance of the Danton Hotel. The driver demanded a fare of $7, to which Tom promptly handed over a $10 foreign exchange note, intending the remaining $3 as a tip. This left Zhou Yufeng astonished. The taxi industry was evidently lucrative. With a stroke of luck, one could earn in a day what an ordinary person might make in a month, especially with a few foreign clients and some detours. Upon entering the lobby, a cheerful attendant approached, eager to assist Tom and his companions. Unlike state-run establishments, meals here did not require ration tickets, accepting foreign currency directly, and the service was notably superior. Tom had reserved a private room, and once the three settled in and ordered a selection of Western cuisine, the attendant graciously exited the room. "Thank you for today. Linda truly adores that comb," Tom said with a smile, glancing at Linda as he leaned forward to share a kiss with her. "Aha." Zhou Yufeng chuckled softly, twirling his ring, and slowly remarked, "It is merely a trifling task. However, Ms. Linda possesses a discerning eye. If I am not mistaken, the value of this comb is certainly above 10,000. "Oh, is that true?" Linda exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Zhou Yufeng. Her command of the Chinese language was slightly better than Tom's, and her tone was less rigid. "May I see it again?" With a smile, Zhou Yufeng inquired, and upon receiving the wooden box from Linda, he accepted it with the hand adorned with the ring. Under the illumination, it gleamed even more brilliantly. Gently caressing the wooden comb, Zhou Yufeng's expression deepened, and he shook his head slightly, stating solemnly, "Ms. Linda, you are indeed favored by fortune. This comb should date back to the Ming Dynasty." Ming Dynasty. Both Tom and Linda widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances, although they were unaware of the exact historical significance of the era. Zhou Yufeng's shocked demeanor indicated its considerable antiquity. Indeed, Zhou Yufeng affirmed, his expression becoming serious as he presented the comb before them. "Observe the carving technique of this wooden comb. It subtly curves inward, with floral engravings that slightly protrude. Undoubtedly, this is the craftsmanship of a Ming carpenter. Furthermore, notice how the base and the tip of the comb are of equal thickness, a hallmark of the Ming period. Regrettably, Zhou Yufeng elongated his voice at the last part. What a pity. Linda and Tom inquired in unison, their eagerness etched on their faces. Engagement is the most effective way to stimulate interest, a skill Zhou Yufeng employed in his discourse. As he prepared to divulge the shortcomings of the comb, he aimed to evoke a sense of disappointment or regret in the foreigners. For instance, having acquired something of great value might bring satisfaction, whereas possessing a flawed item would incite a desire for something superior. This is a universal trait of humanity. With a deep sigh, Zhou Yufeng appeared somewhat despondent as he remarked, "It is regrettable that it is the work of an ordinary craftsman, not a master artisan. Although this wooden comb is ancient, it is not particularly rare, thus its value should be around 10,000 Chinese yuan. Is that so? That is indeed unfortunate, but it matters not. We only spent 50 yuan to acquire it," Linda replied with a smile, gently stroking the comb and growing even fonder of it. Tom merely nodded lightly, seemingly indifferent to Zhou Yufeng's earlier claim of 10,000 yuan. Of course, Zhou Yufeng's previous assertions were mere fabrications, as the other party was unaware, allowing him to speak grandiosely. In his view, the comb was hardly worth 50 yuan. 3 or 4 would be more appropriate. Casting a glance at Tom, Zhou Yufeng placed the comb back into its wooden box and handed it to Linda, adding, "Were it crafted by a renowned master, its worth would be incalculable." As he concluded his words and withdrew his hand, the ring on his finger shimmered briefly before Tom's eyes. If it were crafted by a master artisan, what might the price of this wooden comb be? Tom inquired, his curiosity piqued. "It is difficult to estimate, but allow me to provide an example. Last month, my father sold a wooden comb, attributed to the Ming Dynasty artisan Lu Qian, a name fabricated by Zhou Yufeng, for a staggering sum of $100,000 in the United States." "Oh, incredible!" Tom exclaimed, clearly captivated by such tales. Just then, there came a series of knocks at the door, and the previous server entered, pushing a dining cart. "Your meal," she cheerfully announced, proceeding to serve them a sumptuous arrangement of steaks and other Western delicacies, thus bringing their earlier conversation to a close. Chapter 70. Tearfully casting aside the ancestral ring left by grandmother skillfully wielding the cutlery, Zhou Yufeng's movements were graceful as he earnestly savored his meal. Yet the lively conversation came to an abrupt halt. After indulging in several hearty bites of steak, Tom raised half a glass of red wine in a toast to Zhou Yufeng. "Cheers." Zhou Yufeng smiled, clinking his glass with Tom's before taking a delicate sip of wine. In that fleeting moment, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. The dining utensils before him seemed to transport him back to the year 2020. Reflecting on the memory of cramming into a shared room just the day before starkly contrasted with his current circumstances, an undeniable chasm between the two. Setting down his glass, Tom could hardly contain his enthusiasm and turned to Zhou Yufeng, reigniting their earlier discussion about antiques. "Can you share some intriguing stories about collecting?" "Of course," Zhou Yufeng replied with a smile. After a hearty bite of steak, he began to recount tales of buying low and selling high, revealing the joys of profit-making. Tom listened intently, bursting into laughter at times, and even made plans for the two of them to reunite upon their return to America. He fabricated a fictional address in an old neighborhood of New York, a place Zhou Yufeng was intimately familiar with. This prospect of future encounters fostered a deeper bond between them. Reflecting on his last investment, Zhou Yufeng noted that although the earnings were modest, they still amounted to a substantial sum of $10,000. He shook his head with a chuckle, finishing the last piece of steak while feeling a lingering hunger. "Impressive," Tom remarked, giving a thumbs up before his gaze fell upon the ring on Zhou Yufeng's hand. "And what about this ring? From what era does it originate? How much did you acquire it for? What is its true value?" A flurry of inquiries ensued, mirroring the sequence of questions Zhou Yufeng had just addressed concerning antiques. "Where did you acquire it? What era is it from? Do you know the final selling price?" Tom had developed a mindset that expected such details. Men like Zhou Yufeng possessed an exceptional ability to master every nuance of conversation. The topic had naturally progressed to the ring, and had Tom not brought it up, Zhou Yufeng would have willingly shared his thoughts on it. But Tom's inquiry carried more weight. A slight tension gripped Zhou Yufeng's heart as he gently shook his head, meeting Tom's gaze with a calm demeanor. "I do not know." "You do not know?" Tom's response was one of surprise, further igniting his curiosity about the ring. "Well, I acquired this piece from a small village, but I cannot discern its exact era. I suppose I shall have it examined by the relevant authorities once I return to America. Is that so? And how much did you pay for it? Tom pressed eagerly. Regarding the matter of price, Zhou Yufeng had given it considerable thought beforehand, aiming to remain within a range that the other party could easily accept, essentially an amount they could readily part with. Should he demand an exorbitant price, it would certainly complicate matters should anyone take a closer look at the ring. Reflecting on the previous small furnace, which he had casually priced at 1,000, Zhou Yufeng paused and conservatively stated, 1,000. Is that so? May I take a look? Tom inquired with a smile. Of course, but this item may very well lead to a loss, Zhou Yufeng replied with a wry smile, handing the ring over to Tom. Loss? Surely, you must have misjudged, my friend, Tom remarked, raising an eyebrow. It's not so much misjudgment as it is a gamble. If this indeed were the ring of Lord Zhang from the Tang dynasty, its worth would be incalculable. However, I have consulted several masters, none of whom could ascertain its authenticity. I suppose I could wear it myself, and if I tire of it, sell it to a fellow dealer. Tom furrowed his brow slightly at the mention of selling. The word piqued his interest. Such casual transactions, often dismissed by others, are precisely what those who value the item yearn to acquire. The gamble, if it were indeed from the Tang dynasty, its worth would be unfathomable. These thoughts swirled in Tom's mind, igniting a fervent excitement within him. Would you be willing to sell it to me? He asked directly. Ah? Zhou Yufeng elongated his tone, feigning surprise to mask his own exhilaration. After taking a sip from his glass, he replied in English, Did you truly comprehend what I just conveyed? This item is merely a gamble for me. I cannot discern its value, and it may very well be worthless. The likelihood of it being the ring of a prince is exceedingly slim. Zhou Yufeng displayed an honest smile. If possible, please sell it to me. I simply have an affinity for this piece, much like Linda's affection for that comb, Tom earnestly stated in English. The word gamble resonated with him. What if it truly were from the Tang dynasty? Zhou Yufeng exuded a sense of integrity and sincerity that was palpable. Very well. There is an ancient saying in China, to assist in the beauty of others. Since you desire it, I shall sell it to you. However, upon your return to America, you must lend me your Mustang. Zhou Yufeng switched back to Mandarin, referring to the Mustang casually mentioned by Tom during their conversation. Of course, no problem. Tom straightened his posture, excitement coursing through him as he clutched the ring tightly, before turning to Linda. Thank you, my friend. You are most gracious, Tom expressed. Linda, with a smile, then produced a substantial stack of foreign exchange notes from her handbag, amounting to 4,000 or 5,000. Zhou Yufeng inwardly cursed. Realizing he had been too hasty in his assessment, it was far too little. As Linda counted out 1,000, Zhou Yufeng raised his hand to gesture a halt. Smiling as he remarked, In our line of work, there exists a saying, we cannot sell at the original price, for it would bring bad luck, leading to a future devoid of profits. After exchanging glances with Tom, Linda inquired, What does that mean? It means we must add more. Consequently, the final transaction price for this ancestral ring, passed down from grandmother, amounted to 1,100 yuan. At that moment, before Zhou Yufeng could specify the additional amount, Linda, with remarkable candor, added 100, handing it to him. Asking for too much would also be inappropriate, with tears in his eyes. Zhou Yufeng accepted the full sum of 1,100 yuan in foreign currency, parting with the cherished ancestral ring. After chatting for over 10 minutes, Zhou Yufeng bid farewell. Linda and Tom were staying at a hotel, and after escorting Zhou Yufeng to the entrance, they returned directly upstairs. As he strolled along the street, the crowd was sparse. By circumventing the night market, he could reach Jiang Xiao's home. Zhou Yufeng decided to proceed in that direction, hoping he might chance upon her, if only for a fleeting glance. Chapter 71. Coercion. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the bustling night market was gradually quieting down, with numerous individual vendors already closing up their stalls. Venturing westward through a dimly lit alley devoid of street lamps, one arrives near the Jiang Xiaoduo residential complex. The Xindan neighborhood features the typical multi-storied buildings prevalent in Zhahai City, with a narrow courtyard of 4 meters with opposite a series of irregularly arranged houses, home to approximately a dozen families. Some of the windows in the single-story dwellings were even covered with peculiar paper. Yet the juxtaposition of such disparate architectural styles felt harmonious rather than jarring, imbued with a vibrant sense of life. Zhou Yufeng lit a cigarette and squatted by the roadside, indulging in a moment of reflection. Today, he had amassed a remarkable sum of 1,000 yuan, although he did not outwardly express his elation. An uncontainable joy swelled within him, a sentiment perhaps akin to that of the esteemed entrepreneurs of yore. Silently and effortlessly, he had earned more than others might in an entire year, a thrill that was ineffable. Although in his previous life, Zhou Yufeng had grown somewhat numb to the sensation of financial gain, viewing it merely in numerical terms. The exhilarating prospect of potentially rising to prominence in this current era was a novel experience that he had never encountered before. His spirits soared with anticipation for what the future might hold. He was eager to share this good fortune with Jiang Xiaoduo, to convey that her man could earn in a single day what others might take a year to accumulate. He longed to tell that Navi girl to wait for him, if possible. Although, in a certain sense, Zhou Yufeng had never truly possessed Jiang Xiaoduo, nor could she be described as an untouched maiden. These facts did not deter his affection for her. Squatting there, lost in these musings, Zhou Yufeng broke into a smile. His mood lifted. The Jiadi Garden community is among the earliest affluent neighborhoods in Zhihai City, where even some foreign businessmen choose to reside. The gated structure, coupled with security personnel guarding the entrance, renders such communities a rarity in Zhihai City. Shun Ziren had an elder brother who lived in Jiadi Garden, in the building directly opposite her own, having moved there after marriage. In one of the rooms of her home, 3 young women were crammed onto a single bed, engaged in conversation. Xiaoduo, that Zhou Yufeng is truly persistent. But this time, you mustn't act foolishly. It's essential to keep your distance from him, warned the woman named Jia Peipei, who reclined at the edge of the bed, her long fingers clutching a cigarette. After finishing her remark, she took a deep drag and flicked the ash into the ashtray. Jia Peipei was also a high school classmate of Jiang Xiaoduo. After graduation, having failed to gain admission to university, she ventured alone to Zhihai City in search of work. Her job-hunting journey had not been particularly smooth. She initially worked for a while in a deli. However, a chance encounter with a dance hall ignited her passion for such an environment, and with her melodious voice, she took on the role of a singer in the establishment. This choice, however, was met with some disdain from others. However, the relationship between Shun Ziren and Jia Peipei is quite cordial. Shun Ziren's family is rather lenient, with parents who have experienced life abroad. Thus they possess a relatively open-minded approach to friendships, allowing her to associate with whomever she feels comfortable. After their encounter at the dance hall, despite their limited interactions during their school days, their bond began to flourish, especially given Jia Peipei's carefree demeanor. Jiang Xiaoduo sighed softly, remaining silent as her thoughts became increasingly tangled. She had prepared herself to forget Zhou Yufeng, yet his sudden return to Zhujiang City perplexed her. Shun Ziren, furrowing her brow, felt a surge of frustration upon seeing Jiang Xiaoduo's timid demeanor. With a stern expression, she reprimanded, "Xiaoduo, your indecisiveness and lingering attachments are truly exasperating. Although your relationship with Shi Jiang has not been explicitly defined as courtship, there is an underlying implication, is there not? By suddenly following Zhou Yufeng, how do you expect others to feel? What impression does this leave of you and of me?" Jiang Xiaoduo parted her lips slightly, lifting her gaze to meet Shun Ziren's before lowering her head again, appearing utterly aggrieved, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. Whether from her family or her friends, all were pressuring her to quickly find a suitable match and sever ties with the scoundrel Zhou Yufeng. In this era, a divorced woman often faces unjust scrutiny, regardless of the circumstances surrounding her past. Each day, the relentless pressure from everyone and everything around her weighs heavily upon her, never allowing for her input, which amplifies her distress. Yet, all these people act with her best interests at heart, leaving her feeling powerless to counter their intentions. It seems that marrying a man of good standing is the only means to escape this oppressive existence. Shun Ziren's brow remained furrowed, her exquisite features devoid of mirth. This time, she was genuinely upset with Jiang Xiaoduo's actions. I apologize, Jiang Xiaoduo murmured, pausing to gather her thoughts before she looked up at Shun Ziren and continued, "Perhaps tomorrow I shall invite Shi Jiang to dinner as an apology." Tomorrow is not feasible. Shi Jiang has a taxi to drive. Given his advantageous circumstances, you should cherish such an opportunity instead of always wearing a frown, Shun Ziren remarked, her tone softening considerably. Then the day after tomorrow, Jiang Xiaoduo pouted, her cheeks rounding like a child's. Hee. Jia Peipei chuckled, extinguishing her cigarette and affectionately ruffling Jiang Xiaoduo's hair as one would a child's. With her face adorned in heavy makeup, she appeared considerably more mature than either Jiang Xiaoduo or Shun Ziren. After clearing her throat, she added, "Driving a taxi offers excellent prospects. They often earn as much in a day as an average person does in a month. Such individuals are rare to find." Xiaoduo, so you must treasure this. With that, Jia Peipei stretched, rising from the bed to gather her belongings. Where are you off to? Shen Ziren inquired. One must also sing for the men, Jia Peipei remarked nonchalantly, waving her hand as she made her way out. Don't forget the gathering in a couple of days. You have to come, Shen Ziren called out loudly. Well, since our esteemed mission has spoken, how could I possibly decline? I shall be counting on you to introduce me to a suitable partner in the future. With a cheerful shout, Jia Peipei opened the door and hurried away. The karaoke bar was a mere 200 meters from Jetty Garden, and Jia Peipei often visited Shen Ziren whenever time permitted, well acquainted with the area. Inside the room, Shen Ziren continued to instruct Jiang Xiaoduo, who could only nod repeatedly, indicating her comprehension. Late into the night, Jiang Xiaoduo spent the night at Shen Ziren's residence. Chapter 72. What is his name? After chain-smoking several cigarettes, Zhou Yufeng rose and strolled for a while in the small courtyard before taking his leave. He glanced upward at the upper floors, where not a single light flickered, inferring that the dawdling girl had likely succumbed to slumber as well. Exiting the residential complex, Zhou Yufeng made his way toward the village with shared accommodations. After traversing a considerable distance, he halted at the public telephone booth. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to walk back. The return journey would only take about an hour and a half, and given the evening's taxi drivers, capricious fare inflation was a distinct possibility, with a fare of 10 yuan not being out of the question. Primarily, lacking a stable source of income left him feeling somewhat uneasy. The antiquities trade offered a fleeting profit, but without a reliable means of earning, he felt it prudent to learn the art of frugality. Sometimes, just a few coins could alleviate myriad sorrows. Upon returning to the village, Zhou Yufeng was drenched in sweat, hastening through the alley toward the shared accommodation. On the roadside of a dilapidated lot, a long wooden pole bore a flickering light bulb, casting a dim glow that marked the location of the shared house. Zhou Yufeng quickly approached, bypassing the need to reserve a bed, and rushed into the courtyard, pumping water and gulping down the cool refreshment. After splashing some water on his face, he ambled towards the elderly man seated at the entrance, surveying his surroundings. There were several unoccupied beds in the shared accommodation today. Zhu Jun was also present, reclining on a bed while perusing a newspaper. One bed, Zhou Yufeng remarked casually, producing 50 cents to hand over. Yes, just find an empty bed to sleep on, the elderly man replied, accepting the coins and tucking them into his pocket, his hand clutching a hand-rolled cigarette. Nodding at Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng then approached Zhu Jun. The man who had swapped beds with him 2 days prior was still lying next to Zhu Jun and grinned broadly upon seeing him. Brother, shall we switch beds again? Let us do it. Zhou Yufeng responded with a smile, and the man promptly rose, gathering his belongings from the bed. Zhu Jun, noticing Zhou Yufeng's arrival, set his newspaper aside and turned over to catch some rest. Returning so late, where have you been working? The man chuckled, engaging Zhou Yufeng in conversation. The man, Yao Feng, was approximately 35 years old, hailing from a nearby town, Lujin City, and worked as a laborer at a construction site, earning 2 yuan a day. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gao Feng waved his hand and turned towards another bed, his bare torso revealing tanned skin that spoke of resilience. Ah, what a relief. Zhou Yufeng sighed contentedly as he sank onto the bed, relishing the comfort. The previous night had been spent on a hard bench, leaving his neck sore. Observing Zhu Jun turning away, Zhou Yufeng playfully patted his shoulder. What is this? Class leader, you fall asleep the moment I return? Zhou Yufeng quipped, fully aware of Zhu Jun's behavior, which was merely a reflection of his alignment with Shen Ziren, harboring a disdain for him. With Monday's work looming, fatigue washed over him, and he decided to retire for the night. Zhu Jun quietly uttered a remark, pushing away the hand that Zhou Yufeng had draped over his shoulder. Just tell me a thing or two. Who was that man walking beside Xiaoduo last night? Zhou Yufeng extracted a cigarette, igniting it, while Gao Feng slumbered 3 beds away. With a casual wave, he tossed the cigarette pack and matchbox towards Zhu Jun, breathing heavily. Zhu Jun hesitated to respond. After a few more nudges from Zhou Yufeng, he sat up in annoyance, glaring at him. What concern is it of yours who the man next to Jiang Xiaoduo is? You seem to be overstepping your bounds. I don't comprehend your reasons for coming to Zhahai City, but if you intend to persist in troubling Jiang Xiaoduo, her family and friends will not stand idly by as she is mistreated. They will ensure you face consequences. Having said this, Zhu Jun's face flushed crimson, his breath quickening, fists clenched as if poised to strike. However, Zhu Jun appeared frail, even more so than Lu Naiqiang. Zhou Yufeng took a deep drag from his cigarette. projecting an air of nonchalance, a demeanor particularly irksome in this era. So who exactly is that man? Zhou Yufeng inquired lightly, evidently dismissing Zhu Jun's words. Tilting his head while holding the cigarette, a slight frown adorning his face, embodying the very image of a rogue. You. Zhu Jun spat out a single word. His contempt for Zhou Yufeng palpable. After a few moments of stunned silence, he disdainfully revealed, his name is Shi Jiang, a taxi driver. What do you, Zhou Yufeng, have to compare with him? Shi Jiang? A taxi driver? Zhou Yufeng chuckled lightly, committing the name to memory. He fell silent after that, stretching lazily before lying back down. Eyes closed. Sighing, Zhu Jun glanced at Zhou Yufeng, then reclined on his bed, removing his glasses and placing them in their case, tucking them beneath his pillow. He lamented Jiang Xiao's fate. Such a splendid woman, so beautiful. How could she end up with a man like Zhou Yufeng? It felt as though her life was on the brink of ruin. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhu Jun gradually drifted into slumber. In the morning, sunlight poured over Zhou Yufeng's face, warming him gently. He had slept deeply, awakening to find Zhu Jun already gone. Most of the others in the shared accommodation had also departed. After tidying up and washing briefly at the water pump, Zhou Yufeng hurriedly exited the courtyard, making his way to the train station. Today he intended to visit Guanghai, armed with 1,000 yuan in foreign exchange vouchers. If he could wholesale some reasonably priced flared trousers or jeans, he could acquire a significant quantity. If that did not pan out, he could also consider wholesaling other items, like hairpins, which, while inexpensive, could yield substantial profits when sold in bulk. As the saying goes, in the 2010s, look to Guanghai, as its wholesale clothing market and agricultural trade market rank among the best in all of Huaxia. Due to its advantageous geographical location, import and export trade flourishes, making it the hub for the latest trends in both clothing and various other goods. A significant portion of the earliest batch of individual entrepreneurs ventured to Guanghai to procure supplies, where the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the tranquility of Zhahai City. Stepping briskly out of the village, Zhou Yufeng, as usual, awaited the arrival of the electric tram, those older models with overhead wires that have long been phased out in many cities. Zhou Yufeng. Suddenly, a crisp voice called out beside him. Turning, he recognized it was the man from the shared apartment, Gao Feng. Which construction site allows for such leisure? Why not bring me along? Zhou Yufeng chuckled, jesting. No, I'm merely going to collect 2 months overdue wages, Gao Jun replied softly, his tone tinged with melancholy. Though he managed a brief smile, Zhou Yufeng furrowed his brow slightly, nodded, and refrained from pressing further. Before long, the electric tram arrived, its overhead wires trailing behind. Chapter 73. A sea of people. The journey from Zhahai City to Guanghai City necessitated 2 train transfers, taking a total of 15 hours to arrive. Zhou Yufeng encountered a relatively smooth trip, effortlessly securing tickets during the transfers without enduring lengthy waits. After the arduous journey, he arrived at Guanghai City's train station at 1 in the morning. Following the fellow passengers, Zhou emerged into the vast square that unfolded before him, significantly larger, by at least tenfold, than the train station in Zhahai City. Having grown accustomed to the streets of various cities, the sight of Guanghai City evoked the authenticity of the 1980s saying about it, devoid of any exaggeration. A colossal clock hung above the square, one Zhou had seen in his previous life. Witnessing it again in 1983 stirred an indescribable sentiment within him. As he traversed the square and ventured onto the streets, a warm-hearted aunt approached him with a radiant smile, inquiring, "Young man, are you looking for a place to stay?" Zhou reflexively responded, "Is it legitimate?" "No, it isn't," she replied, her smile widening, evidently sensing that the young man was accustomed to such establishments. "That won't do. I prefer a legitimate place," Zhou stated before hastily departing, prioritizing his exit from the train station. Given the state of security in train stations during this era, aside from the trains themselves, little else could be deemed genuine. Fortunately, Zhou Yufeng was well acquainted with Guanghai City, having lived there for 2 years in his past life. Although the streets of 1983 differed significantly from those of the future, he possessed a general sense of direction, which made navigation manageable. The 13 lines located along Shisanhang Road in Guanghai City comprised multiple markets, including the Huaxia Building and Hongbingshan Building, predominantly specializing in women's clothing wholesale. Regardless of the era, women's purchasing power has consistently been the highest. Thus, Zhou intended to focus solely on acquiring women's apparel. The distance from Guanghai train station to the 13 lines spanned nearly 10 kilometers. allowing Zhou to pass the time as he strolled leisurely towards his destination. After 5 hours of walking, he arrived at around 9 o'clock when the wholesale clothing market opened its doors. Otherwise, he would incur expenses for lodging and taxi fares. Upon reaching the market, Zhou had walked for over 2 hours. Glancing at the towering buildings, he noted the time, for in the morning. After circling a few structures, he discovered a set of steps where he could rest. Without a second thought, he sat down, resting his head on his knees and leaning against the wall. Surrendering to sleep, the next day promised to be filled with laborious tasks. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Zhou groggily lifted his head to find the streets bustling with crowds, all waiting for the buildings to open. Beside him, a street vendor had set up a stall, with numerous individuals seated around, engaged in lively conversation. Slowly, Zhou rose and made his way to the stall. He ordered a bowl of noodle soup. But before he could begin eating, the doors of the building swung open, and the vendors rushed in, eager to procure their supplies. A number of foreigners donned in short sleeves and shorts were jogging in the early morning. Upon witnessing this, they paused, smiling as they observed the scene. Zhou Yufeng, voraciously slurping his noodles, managed to consume an entire bowl of soup noodles in less than half a minute. Wiping his mouth, he then squeezed his way into the crowd. "Oh, my shoes. Please don't push. Can you watch where you're going? No need to shove. Honey, keep an eye on your bag." The crowd erupted in exclamations of frustration. Such occurrences were a daily ritual. Unfortunately, with the overwhelming demand for popular clothing, arriving late meant risking the items being snatched away by others. As Zhou Yufeng noticed a rather slender man wearing glasses, he edged closer to him. Beside him stood a bald, portly fellow, whose intimidating presence had just struck the lean man with a slap. Sensing the tension, Zhou Yufeng deliberately kept his distance from the bald man. After a good 5 minutes, Zhou Yufeng finally maneuvered through the throng. Fortunately, he had tucked away his 1,000 foreign exchange vouchers and the remaining 400 or so huaxia coins in the zippered pocket of his underwear, alleviating any concerns about losing his money. This also gave that area a rather pronounced appearance. Finding a relatively quieter corner, Zhou Yufeng straightened his attire and began to roam briskly. The narrow path, merely 2 meters wide, was flanked by vendors, all of whom stood, vocally negotiating prices with incoming stock. Zhou Yufeng sought a merchant selling jeans. After a swift circuit on the ground floor and finding none, he promptly ascended to the second level. After only a few steps, he spotted a denim vendor crowded with patrons. "These are 30, those 40, and the flared pants at 55. The vendor, standing on a chair, wielded a thin metal rod to point and shout prices. How exorbitant! Zhou Yufeng couldn't help but exclaim softly. If converted to the prices of 2020, a mere pair of worn jeans would cost around 3,000 huaxia coins. And that was for an off-brand. The flared pants, on the other hand, would likely set one back approximately 5,500 yuan, a staggering revelation. It was akin to the price of cars back then. A Jetta would fetch over 200,000, translating to a vehicle of Maybach caliber today. Leaning against a nearby surface, Zhou Yufeng touched the fabric of the flared pants, appreciating its quality. Shifting closer to the vendor, he raised his voice. Could the flared pants be discounted? For a minimum purchase of 50 pairs, it's 50 yuan each. Yes, the ordinary ones start at 30 for 50 pairs, and if you buy 100, it's 28. Just as the vendor concluded his response to Zhou Yufeng, he furrowed his brow and began conversing with another individual. It seemed that the flared pants offered the greatest profit margin. A difference of 5 yuan for a bulk order of 50 pairs was noteworthy. Zhou Yufeng furrowed his brow in contemplation before calling out once more. What about for an order of 100 pairs? What about 100 pairs? The vendor inquired, his expression tightening as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Bell-bottom pants. A minimum of 100 pairs can be procured. 45. But what if it's 200 pairs? For any order exceeding 100 pairs, the price remains at 45, leaving no room for profit. The proprietor, believing Zhou Yufeng to be a significant client, initially addressed his inquiries and then, gesturing animatedly, exclaimed, "For orders of 50 pairs, the price drops to 38. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yufeng withdrew from the throng and ventured towards other stalls. After circling around, he discovered that all vendors selling denim pants offered identical pricing, indicating that the merchants had not undercut one another. According to the pricing structure for a minimum order of 100 pairs, the cost would be 45. Acquiring 30 pairs of bell-bottoms would amount to 1350, leaving him with over 100 yuan, while the return fare would only be around 10 yuan, which was ample. Having considered these factors, Zhou Yufeng hastened towards the entrance of the second floor, when a perspiring individual approached him, pulling him aside and whispering, "Are you in search of bell-bottom pants? We can pool our resources to make a purchase." Chapter 74. Exceptional Individual Entrepreneurs. The placement of money remains unchanged. 3 men and 1 woman gathered at a corner. Zhou Yufeng wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his eyes tinged with red. After surveying the group, he earnestly inquired, "Are you certain you desire the narrow-legged flared trousers?" "Indeed," came the reply. "I wish for them as well." Zhou Yufeng turned to the elder sister beside him, who wore a white towel on her head. Her skin was dusky, and her dark attire did not suggest a typical individual entrepreneur, resembling more a farmer who had contracted land. "Elder sister, do you truly want the narrow-legged flared trousers? Why have you fallen silent?" "I do want them. I just nodded moments ago. Did you not see?" Zhou Yufeng. "Then, elder sister, how many pairs do you wish to order?" "I want 50 pairs, the woman declared, extending 5 fingers toward Zhou Yufeng, nearly poking him in the eye. "All right, elder sister. I see." Zhou Yufeng chuckled, taking a slight step back, understanding that her intentions were harmless. She merely wished for him to see clearly. "And you, elder brother?" "I'll take fewer, 5 pairs, please." The man with a leather bag smiled shyly. His attire resembled that of a bureaucrat rather than an entrepreneur. "And you, elder brother?" Zhou Yufeng turned to the last man, who was slightly plump and shorter. 20 pairs. "Very well, that suffices." "Elder sister, you will have your 50 pairs for a total of 250 yuan. After glancing at the woman, Zhou Yufeng turned away to retrieve his money from his underwear pocket. Soon, he reappeared, holding a wad of foreign exchange vouchers. Upon seeing the money, the woman felt somewhat reassured and began to retrieve her own funds. The 2 outstanding individual entrepreneurs coincidentally placed their money in the same location. "Your turn," Zhou Yufeng prompted the 2 men with a glance. "Oh." The man dressed like a bureaucrat was the first to react. He retrieved his money from his inner pocket and handed it to Zhou Yufeng. Once all the funds were arranged, Zhou Yufeng quickly counted them, confirming the amounts before nodding to the 3 and proceeding towards the merchant. The woman hurriedly grasped Zhou Yufeng's arm, fearful he might flee. "Boss, I need 105 pairs of the narrow-legged flared trousers," Zhou Yufeng exclaimed, brandishing a bundle of cash, which immediately attracted the attention of onlookers and the proprietor. He ensured that a 100 yuan note was clearly visible, and the sharp-eyed boss instantly recognized it. Knowing foreign exchange vouchers were in high demand, Xiang fetched the customer 100 pairs of narrow-legged flared trousers. The boss called out, "It's 105 pairs." Zhou Yufeng corrected loudly. "Oh, 105 pairs then." "Xiang, did you hear that?" "I heard. No need to shout. I'm going deaf." Xiang grumbled, yet her hands moved swiftly, efficiently preparing the order. The sizes are categorized into 3 types: large, medium, and small. The demand for medium and small sizes is somewhat greater, hence a slightly larger allocation is made. Zhou Yufeng, standing on tiptoe, called out loudly, "Sister Xiang, please allocate a bit more for medium and small sizes." Xiang replied, "Oh dear, we have already allocated more. We cannot provide too much, otherwise what will others do?" "It's all right, you can give me all the large sizes, as I actually need those. I forgot to mention it to you," Su Guotao chimed in, smiling as he gently patted Zhou Yufeng on the shoulder, his movements leisurely, for he was indeed a man seeking 5 pairs of bell-bottom trousers. "All right," Zhou Yufeng chuckled. If he were to take all 5 pairs in the small size, it would certainly complicate the distribution of the remaining large sizes. However, this way, it would save them from quarrels later. Once Xiang placed the trousers in a large bag, she brought it over to Zhou Yufeng. "Thank you, Madam Boss," he said, as he accepted the bag, hoisting it up with strength and swiftly leaving after waving goodbye to the boss. "Wait, don't rush. We need to sort this out carefully," a woman said as she reached for the trousers. Zhou Yufeng quickly interjected, "We need to distribute them according to size. Otherwise, it will cause trouble when selling later." "Just wait while I sort them out," he added, slightly furrowing his brow, then turned to Su Guotao. "Brother, I am Zhou Yufeng. What should I call you?" "Su Guotao." "A pleasure to meet you," Su Guotao replied slowly, chuckling softly. "All right, Su Gu, here are your 5 pairs of large sizes. Please take a look." Zhou Yufeng pulled out 5 large pairs of trousers and handed them to Su Guotao. Su Guotao examined the trousers carefully, turning them over to check the size, then looked up with a warm smile. "Indeed, I need the large sizes. Thank you. You are quite clever, young man." His slow speech sent shivers down Zhou Yufeng's spine. "No need to thank me, brother. These are yours," Zhou Yufeng said, and he proceeded to sort out 20 pairs according to size, handing them to a slightly plump man. The plump man inspected them, and, finding everything in order, smiled broadly. Yes, that's right. I'll head downstairs now. My wife is still waiting down there. With a chuckle, he descended the stairs. Madam, I will get yours now. Zhou Yufeng continued to allocate trousers, and after distributing 50 pairs, he handed them to the woman. She did not check the sizes but counted and confirmed the quantity. With a smile, she said, 50 pairs is correct. You are quite astute, young man. I'm off downstairs. My husband is still there restocking. With that, she strode confidently down the stairs. Zhou Yufeng sighed in relief, since Su Guotao took only large sizes. The remaining trousers he had were easier to sell, with more small sizes available. There were 30 pairs of bell-bottom trousers, but only 3 or 4 were large sizes. As he turned to check on the trousers, he noticed Su Guotao still smiling at him. Why, Su, are you still here? Is there something on your mind? I too desire a pair of men's bell-bottoms, but I hesitated to mention it earlier. Perhaps you could inquire with the boss to see if he has a pair available in size 45? Su Guotao spoke these words with a leisurely demeanor, which inadvertently reminded Zhou Yufeng to glance down at his attire. His pants bore a layer of dirt, his white shirt had already turned yellow, and his own clothes had been stolen. It would be rather unbecoming to present himself in such a disheveled state while attempting to sell fashionable bell-bottoms. All right. Zhou Yufeng nodded in agreement. The two returned to the stall, and Zhou Yufeng squeezed his way to the boss, raising his voice to inquire, do you have men's bell-bottoms, as well as leather sandals and dark-colored t-shirts? Indeed, replied the male boss, a chow, who recognized the man purchasing 105 pairs of bell-bottoms with foreign exchange coupons, and smiled in acknowledgement. Come this way, let me show you. A Xiang waved to Zhou Yufeng, prompting the two to navigate around to the other side of the shop. Chapter 75. The return journey. The men's flared trousers come in only one particularly extravagant style, which significantly lags behind the women's in terms of sales. After glancing at them a few times, Zhou Yufeng set the pants down and inquired solemnly, are you still offering me the wholesale price for 100 units? Of course. Rest assured, A Xiang replied with a smile, presenting Zhou Yufeng with a pair of leather sandals and a dark-hued short-sleeve shirt, placing them before him. Ultimately, the ensemble cost Zhou Yufeng a total of 60 yuan. However, the singular pair of men's flared trousers alone accounted for 50 yuan, which was still at the wholesale price for 100 units, but 5 yuan more expensive than the women's. After squeezing out of the mall with Su Guotao, Zhou Yufeng let out a long sigh, followed by a yawn, feeling an immediate wave of fatigue wash over him. It was already midday, and the scorching sun beat down upon him, inducing a slight dizziness and a parched sensation in his mouth, as he adjusted the weight of the bag in his hand. Heading towards the train station, Zhou Yufeng felt a pang of worry. He was left with just over 50 yuan, making him reluctant to even consider taking a taxi, let alone the bus. Moreover, the ticket for the return journey would cost nearly 10 yuan. Yufeng, do you have anything else to attend to? Su Guotao suddenly interjected leisurely, smiling at Zhou Yufeng. Su Gu, is there something else? Zhou Yufeng asked, furrowing his brow. Although his tone was gentle, he appeared somewhat impatient. Let me treat you to a meal, Su Guotao offered, patting Zhou Yufeng's shoulder. Thank you for helping me save over 20 yuan today. All right, Su Gu, let us go. Where shall we eat? Zhou Yufeng's face instantly brightened, placing his arm around Su Guotao's shoulder as they headed toward a nearby stall. In Zhihai City, at the cafeteria of the tax bureau, Shen Ziren had just entered when she heard someone calling her name from behind. Ziren, Zhu Jun exclaimed, running over with a smile. Why didn't I see you yesterday? Did you take a leave? Not at all, Shen Ziren gently shook her head. I was out for an inspection. Ah. I thought you had taken a day off, Zhu Jun chuckled, and after both had filled their plates, they settled down at an empty table. We have a class reunion the day after tomorrow, don't forget. Shen Ziren smiled and nodded, then lowered her head to continue eating. All right, Zhu Jun replied, watching Shen Ziren's delicate features, momentarily entranced. Even the simple act of her brushing her hair back made his heart race. Why aren't you eating? Shen Ziren, somewhat puzzled, glanced up at Zhu Jun. Oh, my apologies, Zhu Jun exclaimed, startled as his chopsticks clattered to the floor. Quickly bending down to retrieve them, he chuckled. I need to wash my hands. Soon after washing up, Zhu Jun returned to his seat and spoke slowly. I was just lost in thought about work. Shen Ziren looked at him with increased curiosity. Is your department busy? Ours has been quite idle lately. Oh, haha. Zhu Jun smiled awkwardly and remarked, well, it's not urgent. I just wish to improve a bit more. Zhu Jun, You are truly ambitious, Shun Ziren casually commented. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Jun felt as if his heart had been flooded with honey, and his smile became difficult to restrain. A hint of excitement even flickered within him. By the way, Ziren, I ran into Zhou Yufeng where I was staying. Zhou Yufeng, where did you see him? Why is he still in Zhihai City? Upon hearing Zhou Yufeng's name, Shun Ziren instantly became animated, moving her stool closer to Zhu Jun and bombarding him with questions. It was in the village, and he even asked me about Shijiang. Shijiang? What business does Zhou Yufeng have asking about Shijiang? He is just a taxi driver. What does he amount to? What did you say to him? Shun Ziren frowned and let out a few exasperated remarks, clenching her fist and playfully striking Zhu Jun's thigh. Zhu Jun's breath quickened slightly. Shun Ziren was too close, closer than ever before, and he could even feel her breath. After swallowing hard, Zhu Jun slowly began to explain. He asked about the guy who was with Jiang Xiaoduo at the night market that day, so I told him the truth. His name is Shi Jiang, and he drives a taxi. And then, Shun Ziren shook Zhu Jun's arm, eagerly inquiring. Then he fell silent. After all, Shi Jiang is a taxi driver, earning nearly as much in a month as we do in a year. He must feel inferior, Zhu Jun added, gazing deeply at Shun Ziren's delicate face. Huh? How could he not feel inferior? What is Zhou Yufeng, after all? Shun Ziren scoffed, lifting her gaze to Zhu Jun and asking again. So where is Zhou Yufeng now? What is he up to? I didn't see him last night. I guess he must have returned to Linshui City. Think about it, Ziren. What face does he have to stay here? With Jiang Xiaoduo being pursued by someone so outstanding, he has no reason to appear before her. Exactly. Shun Ziren nodded. And upon hearing the news of Zhou Yufeng's departure, her spirits lifted considerably. She smiled and resumed her meal. Guanghai City. Yufeng, why don't you take a break while I hold your clothes? Su Guodao gradually slowed his bicycle, turning to Zhou Yufeng, who was already drenched in sweat. All right, thank you. Su Gu. After handing over the clothes, Zhou Yufeng hopped onto his 28-inch bike and headed towards the train station. It was an uphill journey all the way. After more than 40 minutes of navigating the winding S-shaped path, they finally arrived at the train station. After parking the bike, the two were about to bid farewell. Su Gu, do come to Zhihai City when you have the time. I will treat you well then, Zhou Yufeng said with a smile. Sure, Yufeng. You know where I live. Next time you come to Guanghai City for supplies, just look for me, Su Guotao replied leisurely, always wearing a smile that seemed to suggest he never got angry. All right. After Zhou Yufeng nodded repeatedly, he strode into the train station, clutching a large bundle of clothing. He dared not linger too long. After purchasing his ticket, he stood in line at the waiting hall. Half an hour later, the train finally arrived, its long whistle rousing the somewhat fatigued Zhou Yufeng. As he joined the queue and boarded the train, he swiftly located his seat, cradling the clothing in his arms, then buried his head in it and fell asleep. In that moment, Zhou Yufeng finally found a chance to rest. The train gradually began its journey, and the carriage was filled with a cacophony of noise. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Yufeng would have found it impossible to sleep, yet at that moment, he surprisingly began to snore. Chapter 76. The night market on the following morning, as dawn broke. The train carrying Zhou Yufeng gradually came to a halt at the station in Zhihai City. With a large bag of clothes in hand, Zhou Yufeng hurriedly exited the station, taking a quick bite from a roadside stall before making his way towards the night market. The hours of operation at the night market are not fixed. Vendors start setting up their stalls when the evening temperatures begin to drop, creating a scattered array of individual entrepreneurs. However, the business at the night market is not particularly thriving. Most of the attendees are merely wandering about, with only a small fraction actually intending to make purchases. Compared to the bustling atmosphere of the Kyoto night market, it pales in significance. Zhou Yufeng arrived early, eager to assess the situation of the stalls and prepare accordingly. After reluctantly purchasing a pack of cigarettes for 2 yuan and handing it to the market manager, the demeanor of the man instantly shifted to one of cordiality. So, you wish to set up a stall? That's fine. Just register your name and ID number, and I'll show you where the vacant spots are, he replied. The manager, named Qin Ego, beamed as he accepted the cigarettes and led Zhou Yufeng into the heart of the night market. Brother Qin, please try to find a good spot for me, Zhou Yufeng said with a smile, leaning closer. Zhou Yufeng towered over Qin Ego by a head, creating a somewhat comical sight as they walked side by side. I'll do my best, but most prime locations have already been taken, Qin Ego responded, pausing at a vacant patch of ground where he propped up a wooden stake that had been lying down. This stall will do. I've reserved it for you. All right. Thank you, Brother Qin, Zhou Yufeng replied, surveying his new location. Although it was not adjacent to the entrance, it was sufficiently positioned to attract foot traffic, making it a reasonable choice. Now, you just need to pay a management fee of 20 cents, Chinigo said, extending his hand. Zhou Yufeng had previously inquired with other vendors about this fee, which was charged every 2 days, amounting to just 10 cents per day, not overly burdensome. After paying, Chinigo waved goodbye, leaving Zhou Yufeng to manage his stall as he pleased, provided he did not encroach on anyone else's space. Without pausing, Zhou Yufeng continued on to the small market to purchase a clothing rack. At this moment, he was reluctant to spend even a few dimes on public transportation. Uncertain of the evening's business prospects, he needed to minimize expenses wherever possible. After wandering for over an hour and making several rounds of the small market, he finally settled on the cheapest clothing rack, spending just 1 yuan. Balancing the rack in one hand and the bag of clothes in the other, he resumed his trek towards the night market. By now, it was midday, and after only a short distance, Zhou Yufeng was thoroughly drenched in sweat, beads trickling down his forehead and onto his once pristine white shirt, which had now taken on a yellowed hue, his originally fair complexion darkening under the sun's relentless rays. Not far away, the street vendor was selling cornmeal, which was considerably cheaper than white flour. Although it could be somewhat harsh on the throat when consumed, it was far more filling. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yufeng hurried over, placing his rack and clothes aside, instantly feeling a sense of relief. "Boss, please pour me a jug of water," he called out as he sat on a long bench. "Sure thing. Do you want white flour, red flour, or cornmeal?" The vendor shouted back while setting a pitcher of water on a small table. "Cornmeal," Zhou Yufeng replied nonchalantly, quenching his thirst with the cool water. Soon, a large bowl of cornmeal was placed before him, and he eagerly devoured it. After finishing work, Shen Ziren and Zhu Jun rushed out of the office, excited for a gathering with classmates at a state-run restaurant. Just as they reached the intersection, a van made a stylish U-turn and stopped beside them. Shi Jiang rolled down the window, resting his arm on the ledge as he looked at Shen Ziren with a grin. "Miss Shen, hop in," he called out. Hee hee. Shen Ziren chuckled lightly before opening the door and sitting in the back with Zhu Jun. "How about that? I know how to read the room." "Make sure to seize the moment when Jiang Xiaoduo sits in the front," Shen Ziren teased, tilting her head to gauge Shi Jiang's reaction, which made her smile in return. "With my qualities, I hardly need to make an impression on Jiang Xiaoduo," Shi Jiang asserted confidently, leaving the conversation there. A brief silence enveloped the vehicle. Upon hearing his words, Shen Ziren furrowed her brow tightly, though it soon relaxed. While Shi Jiang's attributes were commendable, the undertone of his comment seemed to belittle Jiang Xiaoduo, leaving Shen Ziren feeling quite discontent. He was such a straightforward person, lacking the art of conversation, certainly devoid of any ulterior motives. Shen Ziren reassured herself with this thought. After a moment, a slight smile graced Shen Ziren's lips as she resumed her playful banter. "You insisted on coming to our class reunion. How shameless of you. It's only fair to treat you all to a meal," Shi Jiang replied with a laugh, steering the vehicle toward the library. Shi Jiang had been preoccupied with the incident involving Jiang Xiaoduo and her ex-husband, and although Shen Ziren had attempted to clarify matters and alleviate misunderstandings, she invited Shi Jiang today to help mend the rift with Jiang Xiaoduo. The earlier gist was meant to elicit a response from Shi Jiang, perhaps a mention of wanting to see Jiang Xiaoduo, while the notion of paying for the meal was unnecessary for him. Shen Ziren chuckled softly, rolling down the window to gaze outside, as Shi Jiang's earlier remarks dampened her spirits significantly. Previously, Jiang Xiaoduo had promised to personally invite Shi Jiang for a meal to explain that incident, but ultimately, she had regretted it, which had left Shen Ziren feeling irritable for quite some time. During the short journey, Zhu Jun cast glances at Shen Ziren, and whenever he noticed her slightly turning her head, he would promptly avert his gaze. Before long, they arrived at the library, where Jiang Xiaoduo had already changed her attire and was waiting for them by the roadside. Upon seeing the license plate number 411, she instinctively clenched her fist, feeling a twinge of anxiety, particularly because the front passenger seat remained unoccupied. As the vehicle came to a halt beside her, she entered and softly expressed her gratitude to Shi Jiang. "Thank you for coming to pick me up." "It's nothing," Shi Jiang replied with a smile, and after that, he said no more. He turned the steering wheel, maneuvering the car in the direction of the state-run hotel. Chapter 77. Did you know? After arriving at the state-run hotel, Shen Ziren and the others found Jia Pei and her companions waiting for them at the entrance. Once they parked the car and stepped out, Shen Ziren hurried over, smiling as she said, "Sorry, I'm late again. while taking Jia Pei's hand. "Oh, it's fine. I just woke up," Jia Pei replied, yawning softly. "Let's go inside and talk," said a man named Li Dicai, who was slightly heavier than Fu Dahai. After the college entrance examination, he came to Zhahai City with his family and took over a grain and oil store. Business had been flourishing over the past few years, allowing him to join the ranks of the well-off. Pausing briefly, Li Dicai walked alongside Shijiang. "Here, have a cigarette," he chuckled, pulling out a pack and offering one to Shijiang. "So how's business at home? I heard you got a color TV?" Shijiang smiled as he accepted the cigarette, putting an arm around Li Dicai's shoulder. Previously, Shijiang had been with Shinziren, and her classmates in Zhahai City had all come to know him. "We just got a smaller color TV. It can't compare to yours," Li Dicai said, patting Shijiang's arm as they moved toward a small private room. In addition to Li Dicai and Jia Pei, Bai Qiu Yue and Tian Liangyang were also present. Tian Liangyang's family had initially intended to arrange a job for him in Linshui City, as it would be more convenient for him back home. However, due to a full quota in Linshui, he was temporarily assigned to Zhahai City, with plans to transfer back later. The gathering was organized today because Tian Liangyang had informed Shinziren of his situation, prompting her to invite other classmates for a reunion, thus welcoming Tian Liangyang. Once seated, Shinziren cheerfully introduced Shijiang to Tian Liangyang. "Shijiang, my friend, drives a taxi." "Oh, hello." Tian Liangyang's eyes brightened at the mention of a taxi, and he stood up to shake hands with Shijiang, displaying an ingratiating demeanor. "This is Tian Liangyang, one of our classmates, who has recently transferred to Zhahai City for work," Shinziren said, glancing at Shijiang before introducing Tian Liangyang. "Nice to meet you, brother," Shijiang nodded, responding casually. "By the way, which unit are you assigned to, Liangyang?" Shinziren asked as she glanced at the menu handed to her by the server. "The Southwest Equipment General Factory." Tian Liangyang replied with a smile. "Oh, really?" Shijiang grinned, looking up at Tian Liangyang with an approving smile. "The pay there is quite good. A regular worker can earn around 100 yuan a month, which is better than what Ziren and her group make. They only get 80 yuan. That's enough, Shijiang. If you keep speaking ill of me, I might just leave with Xiaoduo." Shinziren feigned annoyance before looking around at her classmates, asking, "Is there anything you all can't eat? If not, I'll take the liberty of ordering. Just a heads up, since Liangyang just arrived in Zhahai City, today's meal is on me." Miss Shin's family is undeniably affluent. Tian Liangyang chuckled lightly and exchanged a few polite remarks. Soon, the classmates engaged in lively conversation, all possessing extroverted personalities, unbound by any reservation. However, today, Tian Liangyang exhibited a peculiar demeanor, speaking sparingly and merely nodding in response, appearing somewhat distracted. Yet, amidst the casual chatter, he would cast fleeting glances at Jiang Xiaoduo or at Shijiang. Shinziren's words were laced with ambiguity, evident to any discerning observer that Jiang Xiaoduo and Shijiang were in the budding stage of their relationship. Yet, the man Zhou Yufeng, Tian Liangyang furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze distant, lost in memories. The incident involving Hu Han had stirred considerable commotion in Linshui City, with numerous versions circulating. However, one particular version instilled a sense of fear in Tian Liangyang. This version suggested that the evidence against Hu Han was not unearthed by Kang Jinzhong, but rather discovered by the son of a couple who perished in an unfortunate accident at the Linshui steel plant. That son was none other than Zhou Yufeng. Initially, Tian Liangyang found it hard to believe. One afternoon, while shopping with Zhang Zirwei, Fu Dahai, and others, he casually mentioned the rumors, laughing. Yet, he noticed a dramatic shift in the expressions of Zhang Zirwei, Fu Dahai, and Li Xiaomei, as if they were concealing a monumental secret that had suddenly been unveiled. Ultimately, in Zhang Zirwei's room, Tian Liangyang listened intently to the entirety of Zhou Yufeng's narrative, absorbing the various deeds he had undertaken. From the very beginning, when he commenced his performance under Hu Han's direction, he meticulously orchestrated the progression of events, ultimately delivering them to the confines of prison. The manner in which he communicated with Zhang Jinzhong, the way he analyzed the entire situation with the police. Each occurrence was simply incredible, and that man, Zhou Yufeng, appeared so utterly unfamiliar. Tian Liangyang glanced up at Jiang Xiaoduo once more, feeling an overwhelming urge to inquire. "Are you aware of Zhou Yufeng's affairs? Liangzi, why are you staring at Jiang Xiaoduo in a daze? Hurry up and eat," Zhu Jun said with a smile. "Oh," Tian Liangyang smiled faintly, bringing his thoughts back to the present as he picked up his chopsticks and casually sampled a few dishes. Yang, my boy, you mustn't entertain any notions about Jiang Xiaoduo. She is currently in a relationship with Brother Shi, Li Datsai teased loudly, erupting into hearty laughter. The others chuckled lightly in response. Yet neither Tian Liang nor Jiang Xiaoduo joined in the mirth. I dare not, Tian Liang murmured, his voice barely audible, going unnoticed by anyone. With a slight frown, Jiang Xiaoduo considered rising to retort, but the notion deflated within her like a punctured balloon, dissipating in an instant. What purpose would it serve to counter? What significance does choice hold? Jiang Xiaoduo occasionally entertained the thought of simply marrying as they suggested, resigning herself to the notion that life is indeed a relentless torment. By the way, Liangzi, where will you be staying tonight? Zhu Jun suddenly inquired. Tian Liang sat there, his head bowed, remaining silent. Hey, Liangzi, what are you daydreaming about? I'm asking you a question. Zhu Jun chuckled softly, calling out loudly as he tossed a peanut into the air. Huh? Tian Liang, slightly flustered, looked up at Zhu Jun with a dazed expression and asked, Squad leader, what's wrong? Are you daydreaming? I'm curious. Do you have a place to stay in Zhou City? Zhu Jun inquired. Yes, the Southwest Equipment General Factory has arranged accommodation. It was all set up when I reported this morning, Tian Liang replied softly. Really? How enviable. We have to wait another 2 weeks for our dormitory. Zhu Jun exclaimed dramatically, adopting a look of despair. All right, let us eat quickly. Xiaoduo, you should also hurry and eat, Shenziren remarked, placing a chicken leg onto Jiang Xiaoduo's plate. Oh, Jiang Xiaoduo nodded and took a small bite of the chicken leg. Soon after, the classmates began to help themselves, indulging in hearty bites while engaging in cheerful conversations, creating an incredibly pleasant atmosphere. Suddenly, Tian Liang spoke up. Did you all know that Hu Han has been sentenced to death? And that Hu Xiaoshan received a 3-year sentence? Everyone froze, turning their gaze towards Tian Liang. Chapter 78. The first business venture. The tale of Hu Han had long since circulated among the classmates. Hu Xiaoshan's father, Hu Han, had inadvertently caused the demise of Zhou Yufeng's parents by purchasing substandard products, and at that time, Jiang Xiaoduo was still married to Zhou Yufeng. This matter was meticulously investigated by Kang Jinzong, the director of the Linshui steel plant, and such small details had become widely known. Given the profound impact of Hu Han's actions, after a brief moment of silence, Shenziren remarked, We are all aware of this. Let us not dwell on it further, and instead converse about lighter topics. Shenziren was reluctant to discuss Zhou Yufeng, especially with Jiang Xiaoduo present, as the topic was exceedingly awkward. All right, Tian Liang nodded, chuckling softly. He felt a momentary loss of composure and did not wish to share Zhou Yufeng's situation with them. Furthermore, he had heard that Zhou Yufeng was also in Zhou City, and a selfish thought crossed his mind, to cultivate a closer relationship with Zhou Yufeng, solely for himself. Tian Liang harbored a persistent feeling that Zhou Yufeng was not an ordinary individual. After their meal, the group proceeded to the cinema and planned to visit Jia Peipei's singing troupe afterward, before taking Tian Liang to explore the night market. Their itinerary was filled to the brim. As dusk settled, Zhou Yufeng set up his stall, the only one in the entire night market at that moment. Unlike before, he donned a pair of flamboyant bell-bottom pants, paired with a dark-colored top and black leather sandals, instantly elevating his demeanor. From a contemporary perspective, one might speculate that there was something peculiar about his mindset. He placed his soiled clothes into a bag and weighed it down with a stone. Gradually, the night deepened, and surrounding vendors began to set up their stalls, casting glances in Zhou Yufeng's direction. To his left, a vendor selling wash basins discreetly observed Zhou Yufeng for a while before inquiring, Hey, where did you buy those clothes? From a renowned brand in New York City. Zhou Yufeng replied, viewing even those of similar status as potential marketing targets. He was eager to promote the brand of his trousers, which he had imported from the United States, understanding the importance of brand effect. Zhou Yufeng stood there with palpable enthusiasm, distinctly different from the other individual vendors, exuding boundless vitality. Soon, as darkness enveloped the area, residents returning home from work strolled through the night market. Whenever he spotted someone passing by, Zhou Yufeng boomed. Imported bell-bottom pants from New York City. Big brand, excellent quality. Don't miss out as you walk by. He beckoned, Come take a look. Quality assured with this prestigious brand from the U.S. You won't regret it. His unabashed shouting embarrassed the nearby vendors, prompting them to turn away. At this time, individual entrepreneurs are often looked down upon, with the common saying being, who would engage in such a thing if they were a respectable person? Yet this week, Yufeng exuded an air of unabashed pride in his identity as an individual trader. Soon, the night market began to bustle with people, many of whom had just finished their meals and were out for a leisurely stroll. Some had even traveled from afar, deliberately visiting the night market to procure items they needed. In this era, one advantage of being an individual entrepreneur is that haggling is virtually non-existent. The price stated is the price accepted. This is particularly true in a conservative city like Shanghai, which develops at a slower pace compared to the bustling scenes of Guanghai's number 13, where bargaining is commonplace. As a young woman, dressed in what resembled office attire, passed by Yufeng's stall, he raised his voice even higher, so much so that he might have inadvertently sprayed spittle onto her arm. Look here. These bell-bottom pants imported from America are unlike anything you'll find in stores. My designs feature larger patterns, making them far more aesthetically pleasing. He called out repeatedly, causing the passing women to feel somewhat shy, prompting them to deliberately steer clear of his stall. Yufeng paused momentarily, realizing that this approach might not be effective. However, before he could rest, a young woman clad in jeans and a white dress caught his eye and inquired, "Are these truly imported jeans from America? Can you provide proof?" "Of course," Yufeng exclaimed, his excitement evident as he switched to English, his gaze intensifying. "You speak English?" the woman replied, equally astonished that a street vendor could converse in the language. Seizing the moment, Yufeng elaborated on the origins of his merchandise, detailing how he sourced them and their superior quality, even managing to elevate an obscure brand to the status of a leading name, all in English. Onlookers were left in awe, pondering whether this man in bell-bottoms had indeed spent time in America and if these pants were genuinely imported. Remarkably, the woman comprehended everything he said. Taking the bell-bottoms that Yufeng offered her, she examined them closely. "What size do you wear?" "Let me get you a pair," he directly inquired about the size, making it difficult for her to refuse after his extensive pitch. "Wait a moment, how much are these bell-bottoms?" she asked, acquiring them directly from the manufacturer. "They are naturally the most affordable option, cheaper than those smaller brands in stores. They are priced at just 99 yuan, he replied. Oh, the woman hesitated, nodding slightly. At first glance, the price of under 100 yuan for jeans did not seem exorbitant, leaving her feeling somewhat uncertain and wavering. Initially, she had no intention of making a purchase. She merely inquired casually. However, she now found herself genuinely intrigued. The flared pants with a modest opening appeared far more appealing than the smaller versions. These particular flared trousers complemented any outfit beautifully, enhancing the wearer's appearance effortlessly. As Zhou Yufeng continued to persuade her, he leaned closer, glancing around conspiratorially, and said in a feigned whisper, "Currently, there's a special promotion. If you buy these pants and take a stroll through the night market after changing into them at home, I will refund you 1 yuan. Really? The woman's eyes widened with excitement, her interest piqued further. Such small rebates had a remarkable ability to capture a woman's heart. Of course, even if you purchase them now and later decide they do not suit you, I will promptly refund your money." As he mentioned the refund, Zhou Yufeng surveyed the surrounding crowd. After a brief pause, he raised his voice, declaring, "With so many witnesses here, I assure you, should you find them unflattering, I will return your money immediately." His confidence was palpable, bolstered by the perspective of one who has been reborn. Perhaps it was his influence that would soon make flared pants the latest trend in the city. Thus, under such enticing promises, the first transaction was successfully completed. Chapter 79. A surge in sales as Zhou Yufeng felt the 10 bills of unity tucked within his pocket. An indescribable excitement surged within him. In a certain sense, this was his inaugural profit derived from legitimate marketing strategies. With the precedent set by the previous woman's purchase, an increasing number of young ladies were inclined to peruse these uniquely styled flared jeans, distinct from those typically found in department stores. A few light exchanges regarding the flared design, accompanied by laughter, often led to a swift dispersal of the crowd. Occasionally, inquiries about the price arose, and indeed, it seemed quite reasonable. In this era, denim attire had morphed into a luxury commodity. Priced under 100 yuan, it was truly a bargain, yet after some inquiries, many departed without making a purchase. Zhou Yufeng remained unperturbed by such occurrences. He patiently introduced the product to potential customers. The mere act of inquiry was a positive sign. In any endeavor, statistics dictated that the more questions asked, the higher the likelihood of a sale. The pricing was reasonable, the style exclusive to Shanghai City, and there were prior purchases to attest to its appeal. This was sufficient. Even if sales were not realized today, there was always tomorrow. and merely observing could subtly influence acceptance of this novel denim style. Often, the breakthrough in sales happens in an instant. Approximately 20 minutes later, a striking figure graced the night market, instantly capturing the attention of the majority, adorned in a pair of heeled shoes. The flared design of her jeans elegantly flared as she walked, creating a captivating silhouette. Clad in a pink ensemble, her aura bore a striking resemblance to the glamorous stars of Hong Kong and Macau television. With a gentle smile, she approached Zhou Yufeng. Truly beautiful, Zhou Yufeng complimented sincerely, devoid of ulterior motives. However, his words seemed to evoke a hint of flirtation, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. Aware that her presence here indicated her satisfaction, he inquired, "So are you pleased?" while retrieving a yuan from his pocket. "Yes, it is indeed quite lovely, especially the cuffs. They feel particularly unique," she replied, twirling slightly to admire the jeans, a smile gracing her lips. "Well then, here is your yuan," Zhou Yufeng declared, handing the money to her amidst the gazes of onlookers. Turning his attention to the gathering crowd, he called out, "We are offering direct sales from American manufacturers, affordable prices, and if you're satisfied, you receive a yuan back. If not, you can return it." His earnest proclamation drew even more spectators. Taking a deep breath, he continued with fervor, "This first batch of jeans is priced under 100 yuan. Tomorrow, the price will revert to 110 yuan, an increase of 10 yuan. What are you waiting for? First come, first served. Don't wait until it's too late, or you may miss out on your size." By the end of his fervent pitch, Zhou Yufeng's voice had begun to crack. After the shouting subsided for a brief moment, a woman approached with a smile, holding 10 large bills in her hand. "Please fetch me a pair of trousers in the same size as Lily," she requested. This woman was acquainted with the first buyer of the flared pants, and she handed the money to Zhou Yufeng. "All right," he replied, nodding as he accepted the money and turned to retrieve a pair of pants in the same size as Lily's. As he handed them over, Zhou Yufeng proclaimed loudly, "If you're satisfied, a reward of 1 yuan. If not, a full refund." "No need for that," the woman replied. "I share the same figure as Lily. I am certainly satisfied." With that, she opened her palm, and Zhou Yufeng promptly placed a yuan in her hand. Thus, another pair of jeans was sold. "We sold out of the smaller sizes. Hurry to purchase if you wish. Once this batch is gone, prices will rise," Zhou Yufeng shouted once more. Finally, after this announcement, a woman with curly hair approached and quietly said, "I would like to try on a size." Another woman followed, reaching out to grab a piece of clothing. "Please get me a larger size to try on." Yet another woman came forward, asking for a smaller size, just like the two girls who had purchased earlier. Subsequently, whether eager to buy, hesitant, or even disinclined, women began to gather around, curious to see the flared pants. After all, a striking figure stood there, and the pair of flared pants that Lily wore accentuated her physique beautifully, resembling a star stepping out of the television screen. In an instant, Zhou Yufeng's stall became the most popular in the night market, surrounded entirely by women. From a distance, it resembled a scene with a man in flared pants being encircled, reminiscent of a duckling. During transactions, Zhou Yufeng consistently collected the money first, clutching the 10 large bills securely before providing change, even if it was just a dime, and subsequently returning a yuan. No matter how eminent an entrepreneur may become, they often begin by engaging in seemingly trivial tasks, which accumulate to effect profound transformations. Zhou Yufeng relished this process. "Sweeter than honey, your smile is as sweet as honey, like flowers blooming in the spring breeze." In a dance hall, Jia Peipei sang on stage, her voice soft and reminiscent of Teresa Tong, which made her particularly fond of singing her songs. Shinziren and his companions sat at a table, quietly enjoying Jia Peipei's performance. After she finished this song, she had no further acts scheduled, and they prepared to venture together to the night market. Shi Jiang and Li Datsai sat closely together, their heads bent in conversation, their cheeks slightly flushed from having consumed a bit at the state-run restaurant. Jiang Shaoduo sat quietly beside them, listening intently. She, too, adored Teresa Ting and often hummed Sweet Honey. Bai Qiumei sat nearby, equally focused on the performance, and among this group, she was notably the most reserved. Before long, Jia Peipei concluded her song, quickly changed backstage, and rushed out. "Shall we go? I am free now." Jia Peipei smiled and waved to a few people before making her way towards the exit. Just after taking a couple of steps, a sudden hand reached out and seized her arm. "Peipei, where are you in such a hurry to go?" A tall man stood up, leering at Jia Peipei. "Brother Wang, I have something to attend to and need to step out." Jia Peipei managed to force a smile, speaking in a flustered manner. "What could be so urgent?" Stay and chat with me for a while, the man insisted, pulling her into his embrace. Zhu Jun and the others widened their eyes. Yet not a word escaped their lips. All right, Wang, stop harassing the girls in our establishment. At that moment, a middle-aged man rose, frowning as he spoke. He was Lu Wuzi, the owner of the nightclub. Haha, just joking with Pei Pei, Wang chuckled before promptly releasing Jia Pei Pei. After giving a slight bow to Lu Wuzi, Jia Pei Pei turned and exited the nightclub, followed closely by Shen Ziren and the others. Chapter 80. A flourishing business. The distance from the dance hall to the night market is not particularly far, merely a span of 2 kilometers. Shen Ziren and her companion strolled along the street towards the night market. The atmosphere among them was slightly subdued due to the recent incident involving Jia Pei Pei. Silence enveloped them, with only occasional glances cast towards the smiling Jia Pei Pei. In the moment of her distress, everyone had instinctively recoiled, refraining from offering assistance or even uttering a word, which left several men feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ziren, you don't have work tonight. Would you like to come over to my place to sleep? Jia Pei Pei smiled, her mood seemingly unaffected by the earlier events. Perhaps she was accustomed to such occurrences. Sure, that sounds fine, Shen Ziren replied with a smile, linking her arm with Jia Pei Pei's. The incident had startled her momentarily, but had Jia Pei Pei truly been in distress, she would undoubtedly have sought her father's intervention. After walking a few more steps, Zhu Jun stepped forward, his expression serious as he addressed Pei Pei. Pei Pei, I believe places like the dance hall are too chaotic. They are not suitable for young women like you. I would recommend that you consider changing your job. Oh, I'll think about it. Jia Pei Pei responded with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Noticing Zhu Jun's slight frown as he seemed poised to say more, she turned her attention back to Shen Ziren. Ziren, I heard there are new hair accessories at the night market. Yes, I saw them a couple of days ago. Let us hurry, Shen Ziren replied. Zhou Yufeng had not anticipated the remarkable sales of bell-bottom pants. In less than an hour, only 3 pairs in large sizes remained. Additionally, several orders had been placed, with sizes noted and names recorded, all at a price point below 100 yuan. If customers were satisfied, they would receive a rebate of 1 yuan. Zhou Yufeng diligently took notes in a small ledger, his pockets bulging with cash, exuding an air of confidence. You want the smaller size, right? He confirmed. Yes, let us stick to that price, a woman affirmed. Of course, sister. And you? Are you also interested in that size? He inquired. Yes, I am, she replied. Zhou Yufeng continued his registrations, gradually noticing fewer women surrounding him. With only 3 pairs remaining in large sizes, interest waned. After all, a 100 yuan expenditure was substantial, leading some women to hesitate before ultimately deciding against registering. While recording, Zhou Yufeng charged a nominal fee of 1 yuan for reserving a spot, thereby enhancing the connection between customers and himself. I will definitely buy. You don't really need to collect that 1 yuan, a woman grumbled, standing indecisively. Sister, it's essential. What if I procure goods from manufacturers in the United States, but you choose not to purchase? The transportation costs are expenses I must account for. Who would I turn to for recourse then? Zhou Yufeng replied with a smile. These words indeed carry considerable weight. A hesitant woman pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to leave without registering. Zhou Yufeng refrained from further commentary and instead inquired of other women whether they wished to register. The woman who had departed earlier turned back after taking a few steps, calling out to Zhou Yufeng, if it weren't for the $1 registration fee, I would sign up. The rules Zhou had established were designed to protect the rights of previous customers. Compromising for one individual could lead others to feel their rights were being undermined, fostering a notion of entitlement. Such sentiments, if allowed to proliferate, could tarnish the establishment's reputation, especially in such a small locale where word spreads rapidly. After completing a few more registrations, no one else approached to sign up. Zhou Yufeng collected the papers and returned the book and pen to the neighboring shopkeeper. Thank you, my friend. When I next import goods from the States, I shall bring you some local specialties, Zhou Yufeng remarked with a smile. The shopkeeper nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze towards Zhou filled with envy, even contemplating acquiring some goods himself. With a heart full of joy, Zhou Yufeng returned to his stall, resting his hand on the clothing rack, prepared to remain for a while longer before heading home. After some time, when the stall was momentarily vacant, a slightly plump woman approached, drawing near to Zhou Yufeng. Boss, is it true that the flared pants you mentioned also have a body-shaping and slimming effect? Zhou Yufeng's eyes lit up. Business was afoot. Nodding emphatically, he replied earnestly, indeed. Sister, take a look at the elasticity. With that, Zhou Yufeng picked up a pair of pants and held them before her. Sister, give it a good tug. This elasticity, once worn regularly, will help maintain your figure. It's precisely why women in America have such enviable physiques. The slightly plump woman tugged at the pants, then caressed the flared design. Leaning closer to Zhou Yufeng's ear and whispering, "Do you think you could sell them to me for 90 yuan? I won't even take the 1 yuan refund." "That won't do." Zhou Yufeng replied without hesitation, firmly refusing. "Oh, why not? Just a little discount. I'm not asking for much," she implored. Pulling at Zhou Yufeng's arm with a frown. "There's hardly any profit margin as it is, and the prices are set by the manufacturer." "Absolutely not." Zhou Yufeng shook his head, turning away to adopt a lofty demeanor. The adjustments to pricing had been meticulously planned by Zhou Yufeng in advance. He understood how to establish an ideal price range and how to manage rebates. And it was inconceivable that the integrity of his pricing structure would be jeopardized by a single customer. Nevertheless, this woman was the first to negotiate that evening. A rarity indeed. "Fine, if you want to sell, then forget it," she declared, striding away as Zhou Yufeng's gaze shifted elsewhere, not even casting her a glance. Before long, the slightly plump woman returned, walking up to Zhou Yufeng's side and expressing her irritation. "Fine, 100 it is. You're far too rigid, young man. This business is bound to falter." "All right then, sister, I shall fetch it for you," Zhou Yufeng replied with a radiant smile. Her words held little significance to him. At present, only 2 larger sizes remained, and lingering a bit longer might result in their sale, or perhaps more patrons would come to register, which would also be advantageous. "Ziren, the hairpins are over there. Let us hurry along," Jia Pei pointed into the night market, smiling as she walked ahead. Jiang Xiaoduo and Bai Qiu Yue trailed behind them, while Shi Jiang, Li Datsai, Tian Liang, and Zhu Jun brought up the rear, all moving together into the bustling night market. "Hey, Pei, did you just see that girl's pants? Those flared trousers are quite unique, larger than those in the mall." Shun Ziren turned her head to look back. She owned a pair of small flared pants purchased from the mall, but those she had just seen were not small at all, merely a tad oversized. Listening to Shun Ziren, the group turned their gaze, just in time to spot Lily stepping out of the night market. She had spent the entire evening observing how Zhou Yufeng conducted his sales, finding the man in flared pants utterly amusing. Chapter 81. Entangled for a lifetime, rest assured. "It will only take a day or 2 before I arrive." Zhou Yufeng borrowed a pen from a neighbor and recorded some information about the customers he intended to serve. Shortly after, several women approached, surrounding him with 1 yuan in hand, eager to register. "Please hold on a moment." Zhou Yufeng smiled as he swiftly took their details. "Look over there. It seems they are selling those flared pants," Jia Pei remarked, pointing towards Zhou Yufeng's position. At that moment, he had his back turned to them, clad in fashionable attire that made it hard to associate him with his usual self. "Let's hurry. Those pants seem to be under 100 yuan. And they are from an American brand with some 1 yuan rebate or something." "There are quite a few discounts," Shun Ziren stated before striding towards Zhou Yufeng. The others followed closely behind her, heading to his stall. "How much are these flared pants?" Shun Ziren queried, tapping Zhou Yufeng on the shoulder. When he turned around, she froze in place. "Oh, how is it you?" After a few seconds of shock, Shun Ziren regained her composure and furrowed her brows, questioning. "Didn't you return to Linshui City?" Zhou Yufeng was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to respond to her latter inquiry. Instead, he calmly stated, "The flared pants are priced at 99 yuan each, but we are currently out of stock. If you wish to purchase, you'll need to register, with a 1 yuan registration fee. Should you choose not to register, the price will rise to 110 yuan when the next batch arrives." At this point, the classmates also recognized that the man in flared pants was Zhou Yufeng, and expressions of surprise crossed their faces. Him, Zhou Yufeng, engaging in self-employment, setting up a stall at a night market instead of in a mall. Disdainful feelings began to swell within them. Unanimously, Li Datsai, Shi Jiang, and Zhu Jun exchanged knowing smirks of contempt. Jiang Xiaoduo lifted her gaze to observe Zhou Yufeng for a while, only lowering her head in haste when she noticed his glance directed towards her. Shun Ziren, having received no reply, was disregarded by Zhou Yufeng, who turned to Jiang Xiaoduo and gently said, "Xiaoduo, once this batch is sold out, I will reserve a pair of flared pants for you from the next shipment." Jiang Xiaoduo trembled slightly, keeping her head down, and did not respond to Zhou Yufeng. Since that night, when she confided in him, she had made some decisions in her heart, and though it pained her deeply, she resolved to part ways with him. Not receiving a response from Jiang Xiaoduo, Zhou Yufeng chuckled and added, If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. Knowing her nature, he anticipated a reply from her. As expected, no sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Xiaoduo lifted her head and hastily retorted, I don't want them. I do not like wearing flared pants, and besides, those pants are quite expensive. I hope you will consider the lives of Yu Na and Yu Zheng as well. It's all right. We are not the same as before. Zhou Yufeng smiled, eager to share his newfound joy and the money in his pocket with Jiang Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo, let us go. Shenziren furrowed his brow and pulled Jiang Xiaoduo forward. After casting Zhou Yufeng a peculiar glance, Jia Pei and the others followed suit. As Li Dicai passed by Zhou Yufeng, he chuckled, Yufeng, keep it up. In a few years, you might just become the wealthiest in our class. With that, he wrapped his arm around Shi Zhang's shoulder and strode ahead. Yet Tian Liangliang lingered, not in a hurry to depart. Looking at Zhou Yufeng, he smiled, Yufeng, do you need any assistance? No, I've finished everything. What brings you to Zhihai City? Zhou Yufeng replied nonchalantly, unconcerned about others' attitudes. His focus solely on Jiang Xiaoduo and the pursuit of wealth. I've been transferred to the Southwest Equipment General Factory in Zhihai City. I just reported today, Tian Liangliang beamed, showing no signs of urgency to leave. Good. If you have time, let us have a meal together. Zhou Yufeng draped his arm over the coat rack, adopting a languid demeanor, still gazing at Jiang Xiaoduo's retreating figure. Sure, Tian Liangliang nodded earnestly, providing Zhou Yufeng with his address and the factory's telephone number. What are you doing with him, Liangliang? Shenziren and the others had halted a short distance away, turning to look at Zhou Yufeng, with Li Dicai bellowing loudly. Oh, hey. Tian Liangliang responded, exchanging a smile with Zhou Yufeng before preparing to join his companions. Zhou Yufeng's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xiaoduo amidst the crowd, where Shi Jiang stood beside her. In an instant, a flash of hostility crossed Zhou Yufeng's face, darkening his expression. This shift did not go unnoticed by Li Dicai, who, whether intoxicated or disdainful of Zhou Yufeng, believed him to be a coward incapable of standing up for himself. Thus, Li Dicai pushed Shi Jiang toward Jiang Xiaoduo, who, caught off guard, ended up embracing her. Jiang Xiaoduo was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Damn you, Li Dicai! Zhou Yufeng kicked the coat rack aside, unleashing a roar that echoed with desperation and seething anger, sending chills down spines. In an instant, he charged forward, startling Shenziren and the others, who widened their eyes and took a few steps back. Shi Jiang hastily released Jiang Xiaoduo and retreated. What's wrong? Jiang Xiaoduo divorced you. What does this have to do with you now? Li Dicai stood there, unimpressed, dismissively commenting. Previously, he had a slight acquaintance with Zhou Yufeng, but knowing him well allowed for such audacity in this moment. Just a coward. As he approached, Zhou Yufeng summoned all his strength and struck Li Dicai squarely in the face, the impact resonating loudly and leaving no time for a response. In an instant, Li Dicai fell backward, blood gushing from his nose like a fountain, collapsing to the ground, uncertain of his fate. Zhou Yufeng, still seething with anger, lost all rationality over the recent events. Any man with a semblance of spirit would be unable to restrain himself. He leaped onto Li Dicai, raining down punches upon his head, blood splattering in all directions. Zhou Yufeng, have you lost your mind? Jiang Xiaoduo screamed, rushing to embrace him tightly. Let go. Zhou Yufeng bellowed, but Jiang Xiaoduo shook her head vigorously, holding on even tighter. At that moment, Tian Liangliang also rushed over, grasping Zhou Yufeng's raised fist. Yufeng, you're insane. If you keep this up, someone will die. Tian Liangliang clung desperately to Zhou Yufeng's arm, still supporting him with his words. Seeing this, Li Dicai shuffled backward, blood on his face, too terrified to utter another word, his heart racing in sheer panic. At that moment, he truly comprehended the terror of death. He has gone mad. Zhou Yufeng has lost it. Zhu Jun, Shenziren, and a few others hurried forward, pulling Li Dicai back. Run, Li Dicai. Your father warned you. Just wait and see if I want to chop you up. Zhou Yufeng roared, his face contorted with rage, suddenly standing up, Jiang Xiaoduo still clinging to him, while Tian Liangliang was thrown aside. That's enough, Zhou Yufeng. Jiang Xiaoduo shouted, jumping down from him, genuinely frightened he might do something reckless. With a swift movement, she slapped Zhou Yufeng across the face, her tears cascading down her cheeks. It was the first time she had summoned the courage to strike him, hoping to calm him down, even at the risk of incurring his wrath. Yet, Zhou Yufeng simply gazed at her, appearing somewhat calmer than before. Zhou Yufeng. Jiang Xiaoduo swallowed hard and began to speak. What Li Dicai said is not entirely wrong. We have no relation anymore. I plan to marry someone else. Can you please stop pursuing me? Return to Linshui City, and let us never meet again in this lifetime. Her voice rose, and upon finishing, she trembled, yet this time she was resolute, staring directly at Zhou Yufeng. She added emphatically, do not ever entangle me again. Upon hearing her words, Shinziren, Zhijiang, and Zhu Jun all donned smiles, particularly Shinziren, who nodded with satisfaction, believing that this time, Jiang Xiaoduo would finally sever ties with Zhou Yufeng. The crowd had gathered. Pointing at the man clad in flared pants, Zhou Yufeng stared at Jiang Xiaoduo for a few seconds, then, unexpectedly, a smile broke across his face as he stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace, gently cradling her head. He elevated it slightly and pressed his lips against hers with fervor. This marked the first instance in which Zhou Yufeng truly kissed Jiang Xiaoduo, a kiss marked by an intense passion as he inhaled her unique fragrance. Ah! Jiang Xiaoduo gasped, and only then did Shinziren and the others react. Rushing towards Zhou Yufeng, Zhu Jun grasped Zhou Yufeng's waist, pulling him back with considerable force, while Tian Liangyang, momentarily stunned, joined in to assist, dragging Zhou Yufeng further away. Shinziren, Jia Peipei, and Bai Chouyue held on to Jiang Xiaoduo, liberating her from Zhou Yufeng's embrace and creating a 2-meter distance between them. Shi Jiang stood by, refraining from intervening, and when he gazed at Jiang Xiaoduo again, there was a flicker of disdain and disgust in his eyes. As Zhou Yufeng was held back by 2 men, his expression contorted into one of fury, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Xiaoduo, shouting, "So you don't want me to pursue you, Jiang Xiaoduo? Let me make myself clear, aside from marrying me, you shall not entertain the thought of marrying anyone else. Do you understand? I am determined to pursue you for a lifetime, to pursue you for eternity." Chapter 82. A Tangled Web. When Jiang Xiaoduo uttered those words, Zhou Yufeng felt his heart constrict, as if it were ensnared by an invisible hand that gripped him tightly. Relentlessly, "I still wish to marry in the future. Do not entangle me any further." Return to Linshui City. Her words pierced Zhou Yufeng's heart deeply, rendering his breath labored. Observing Jiang Xiaoduo's resolute expression, he realized that she was genuinely preparing to depart from his life. The overwhelming sense of loss surged within him, akin to losing everything. In that moment, this composed and sagacious man truly felt panic. Thus, Zhou Yufeng acted impulsively, embracing her like a rogue, kissing her, inhaling the fragrance that captivated him. Then, like a scoundrel, he shouted those words, all because he had succumbed to insecurity. This naive and simple-minded girl had instilled doubt within the strategic man. As Zhou Yufeng finished his declarations, the crowd around them swelled, for Jiang Xiaoduo resided nearby, and upon recognizing her as Jiang Yongguang's daughter, whispers began to circulate. "Isn't that Jiang Yongguang's daughter?" "Indeed, she just returned not long ago. I heard she is divorced. That man must be her ex-husband." "It seems so." Their commotion has escalated to this point. How embarrassing for Jiang Yongguang. These remarks reached Jiang Xiaoduo's ears distinctly, and as she gazed at Zhou Yufeng, a surge of hatred blossomed within her heart for the first time. Is he intent on destroying me? Were the tender words spoken during our divorce merely deceit? Contemplating these thoughts, tears cascaded from her eyes like a flood released from a dam, her body trembling violently as she gradually sank to the ground in tears. "Xiaoduo." Zhou Yufeng softly called, moving toward her. "Zhou Yufeng, what do you want?" Shinziren roared, crouching beside Jiang Xiaoduo, embracing her tightly. Hearing Shinziren's outburst, Zhu Jun leaped in front of Zhou Yufeng, arms outstretched in defense, reproaching him loudly. "Zhou Yufeng, what do you intend to do? Is it not enough that you have harmed Xiaoduo already? Now, get the hell away." Zhou Yufeng retorted angrily, pushing Zhu Jun aside with force, causing him to stumble precariously. "Xiaoduo, we must go." Shinziren cast a worried glance at Zhou Yufeng, leaned in to whisper to Jiang Xiaoduo, then helped her to her feet, eager to leave the scene. After all, the onlookers were too numerous, if word of this spread. How could Jiang Xiaoduo hope to secure a favorable marriage? This was Shinziren's foremost concern, but before they could take a step away, Zhou Yufeng seized Jiang Xiaoduo's arm. "Xiaoduo," he softly called, parting his lips as if to speak, but upon seeing her turn with red-rimmed eyes, he hesitated. "What else do you want?" Jiang Xiaoduo asked coldly, her icy demeanor a novel experience for Zhou Yufeng. "Let us speak privately," she suggested. "I have nothing to discuss with you," Jiang Xiaoduo replied, attempting to leave. But Zhou Yufeng firmly grasped her arm. "Release me. There are too many people here, and I wish to go home," she said, glancing around at the onlookers. Her voice tinged with urgency. "First, you must promise me that we will talk alone," Zhou Yufeng insisted, his expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. In the midst of the crowd, Jiang Xiaoduo caught snippets of conversation mentioning Zhang Yongguang. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded gently, looked up at Zhou Yufeng, wiped away a tear, and spoke in a low voice, "Very well, I agree, but this time I hope you can be clear and refrain from harassing me again." With that, she forcefully pulled her arm away from him and headed towards the night market's exit, with Zhou Yufeng following closely behind. "Xiaoduo," Shinziren called, casting a glance at Zhou Yufeng before hastening to catch up. "It's all right. I must clarify these matters with him. Otherwise, he will cling to me indefinitely." Jiang Xiaoduo remarked coldly, her tone imbued with a palpable distance from Zhou Yufeng, particularly in her use of he, as if referring to a stranger. This icy demeanor was a first for Zhou Yufeng. Previously, a few kind words from him would elicit her bright smile and hopeful spirit. After Jiang Xiaoduo exchanged a subtle nod with Shinziren, she continued towards the night market's exit, with Zhou Yufeng trailing behind her. Once they emerged from the bustling market, they made their way into a quiet alley, walking in silence. Jiang Xiaoduo did not glance back at Zhou Yufeng even once. Upon reaching a dimly lit alleyway, she finally halted, turned to face him, and coldly inquired, "What is it? Speak." Zhou Yufeng exhaled deeply, momentarily at a loss for words. He had prepared a multitude of thoughts during their walk. After a brief pause, he began to speak. "Xiaoduo, Huhan has been apprehended, and justice has been served regarding your parents' situation, along with the compensation that has come through. I entrusted it to Yuna for safekeeping." As he spoke softly, upon hearing Yuna's name, Jiang Xiaoduo's lips parted slightly to utter her, but she swallowed the rest of her words, standing silently with her head bowed. Initially, she had intended to inquire about Yuna's examination results. "Xiaoduo, there is also good news," Zhou Yufeng smiled, producing a black bag from his belt and revealing a considerable sum of money. "Look, I earned all this in just one night, over 1,500 yuan. Indeed. I previously earned over 1,000 foreign exchange coupons from foreigners. These flared trousers were purchased with that money. Furthermore, Zhou Yufeng, could you focus on the essentials and refrain from bothering me?" Jiang Xiaoduo interrupted Zhou Yufeng, her brows slightly furrowed, gazing at him with unwavering determination. Zhou Yufeng yearned to share his accomplishments with Jiang Xiaoduo, once fantasizing about whether that naive girl would smile foolishly for an eternity. Yet now, she exhibited not even a flicker of interest. He let out a cold laugh, a peculiar smile that caused Jiang Xiaoduo to instinctively retreat a couple of steps, leaning against the wall. "Listen well, Jiang Xiaoduo." Zhou Yufeng spoke deliberately, inching closer to her, their bodies nearly touching, both acutely aware of the weighty breaths they exchanged. "In this lifetime, aside from me, you shall marry no one else. Mark my words. For every match you attend, I shall sabotage it. For every 2 matches, I shall thwart you twice. How will you ever let me go?" At that moment, Jiang Xiaoduo felt a tinge of fear, her previous confidence evaporating as she observed Zhou Yufeng's earnest expression. His declarations were absolutely within his capacity to fulfill. With a quaver in her tone, she turned her head away, unable to meet the sharpness of his gaze. "I will never let you go. Not in this lifetime. You might as well marry me again soon." As he uttered the words "marry you," Zhou Yufeng's tone softened immensely, stepping back to create a bit of distance between them. Jiang Xiaoduo lowered her head, lost in her own thoughts, her heart a tumultuous blend of emotions she could scarcely comprehend. With a deep sigh, Zhou Yufeng gently caressed her dark hair, speaking softly, "Let me escort you home." "I'll go back by myself," Jiang Xiaoduo murmured, glancing up at Zhou Yufeng briefly before pursing her lips. After a moment of hesitation, she began walking towards her home. Zhou Yufeng maintained a distance of 2 or 3 meters behind her, only feeling assured once she reached her doorstep. In his previous life, when entrepreneurs in Zhou Yufeng's circle desired something, they often resorted to unscrupulous tactics, occasionally resembling street thugs. Yet, such methods mattered little to them. Results were all that counted. Although Jiang Xiaoduo was neither an object nor a mere target, she was the one Zhou Yufeng most fervently wished to possess. His desperation had never been so intense, leading him to employ any means necessary, even if it made him akin to a rogue. His sole desire was to remarry Jiang Xiaoduo. No one else deserved her happiness but him. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiaoduo arrived at the entrance of her community, where her classmates, except for Tian Liangyang and the taxi driver Shi Jiang, awaited her. "Xiaoduo, I will take my leave," Zhou Yufeng stated nonchalantly before departing. As for Li Dicai, Zhou Yufeng harbored no intention of showing leniency towards him in this matter. Li Dicai gazed at the retreating figure of Zhou Yufeng, his teeth clenched and a flicker of resentment crossing his face. Undoubtedly, he would not let Zhou Yufeng off easily. In this chaotic era, where public order was in disarray, it was unnecessary to report the usual brawls. Such matters would only lead to a multitude of complications. Nevertheless, Li Dicai had his own methods of revenge. What did he say to you? Shenziren inquired urgently after Zhou Yufeng had departed. Jiang Shaoduo gently shook her head, then turned to Li Dicai. Furrowing her brow as she asked, "Are you all right, Li Dicai?" I'm fine. Just a punch. What could possibly be wrong?" Li Dicai retorted with a cold laugh, his words laced with bitterness. "Well, this is Zhou Yufeng's compensation for your medical expenses. After all, we are classmates. There is no need to escalate this minor incident," Jiang Shaoduo stated, producing a gray cloth pouch from which she retrieved 50 yuan and offered it to Li Dicai. In her heart, she felt that regardless of the circumstances, he had once been her husband, and she wished to avoid any trouble for him, hoping for his well-being. Li Dicai chuckled, having no intention of accepting the money. "Ziren," Jiang Shaoduo called softly, glancing at Shenziren with a dark expression. Shenziren met Jiang Shaoduo's gaze for a moment before reluctantly taking the 50 yuan and stuffing it into Li Dicai's pocket. "All right, why make things difficult for Shaoduo?" Shenziren remarked, displeased. Fine then," Li Dicai chuckled warmly, acknowledging the importance of Miss Shen's face. After exchanging a few more words, the group dispersed. As Jiang Shaoduo walked back, she found herself inexplicably reminded of Zhou Yufeng. Despite her disdain for him, she couldn't shake off the impression that his actions that evening were undeniably bold and exuded a certain masculinity, leaving her emotions in a tumultuous state. Chapter 83. Return to Guanghai. Upon returning to the night market, it was discovered that Tian Liangyang was still present, assisting Zhou Yufeng at a stall, keeping an eye on the last 2 pairs of bell-bottom pants. "Thank you," Zhou Yufeng chuckled lightly, patting Tian Liangyang on the shoulder, his brow raised in a demeanor that suggested nothing had transpired before. "It's nothing. We are old classmates, after all. What is the big deal?" Tian Liangyang replied with a smile, his attitude warm and even more flattering than when he was in front of Hu Shaoshan. "By the way, take a look. These are the only 2 pairs of pants left, right? None are missing. I'll treat you to a meal sometime," Zhou Yufeng softly replied, accepting the clothing hanger that Tian Liangyang offered and proceeded to tidy up the pants. "Where are you staying tonight, Yufeng?" Tian Liangyang inquired as they walked towards the exit of the night market. "I'll be near the train station. I need to head to Guanghai City early tomorrow," Zhou Yufeng responded. "Are you going there to sell these bell-bottoms?" Tian Liangyang asked promptly, his expression eager, as if deeply intrigued by Zhou Yufeng's endeavors. "Yes. As you witnessed tonight, I'm currently self-employed, relying on buying and selling to earn a modest living," Zhou Yufeng said with a smile, his tone casual. "Oh, does it pay well?" Tian Liangyang asked, laughter escaping Zhou Yufeng's lips. "From what I see, the earnings might surpass a regular job. But there are risks involved in business, with the constant need to buy low and sell high. It's less stable than a regular job." He succinctly explained the distinction between a stable job and entrepreneurship, noting the thoughts plainly etched on Tian Liangyang's face. After a short distance, Tian Liangyang furrowed his brow in contemplation, following Zhou Yufeng until they reached a fork in the road. "Liangyang, the Southwest Equipment Factory is that way. Are you planning to accompany me to Guanghai City?" Zhou Yufeng chuckled, halting his steps. "Oh, I didn't notice." Tian Liangyang waved goodbye to Zhou Yufeng and turned to walk down another street. "Just follow that road straight. You'll see the Southwest Equipment Factory in about 500 meters. Zhou Yufeng called out to him before striding away towards the train station. After more than half an hour, Zhou Yufeng finally arrived near the train station. Still holding the clothing hanger, his hands beginning to ache, he inquired about prices at 4 or 5 nearby guest houses, ultimately choosing the least expensive one. At that time, most guest houses started at around 3 yuan, and the number of hotels in the city was limited. Excluding foreign investments, there were only 1 or 2 local establishments, with prices considerably high. In smaller counties, there might even be just one modest inn. Naturally, there were no room cards. The attendant led Zhou Yufeng to the 2nd floor and opened a room for him. Zhou Yufeng nodded with a smile as he entered the room, having just placed the coat rack on the floor when a warm greeting floated in from behind him. "Need any service?" "No, thank you." After revealing a grin, Zhou Yufeng closed the door. The walls of the room were painted white, and the decor resembled that of an ordinary household, devoid of any business style. The bed linens were patterned, reminiscent of items discarded from home, and as he sat on the bed, Zhou Yufeng could still detect a strong scent of laundry detergent. After quickly washing up and cleaning his soiled clothes, he laid down on the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhou Yufeng hastily dressed and left the guest house to catch the first train to Guanghai City. He handed the proprietor 5 cents to secure the coat rack's safekeeping. The journey to the train station took a mere 10 minutes. After purchasing his ticket and waiting for half an hour, he boarded the train bound for Guanghai City. The journey was bumpy, and upon arrival in Guanghai City, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Without pause, he walked towards Shihang, arriving there just before 11:30. Once again, Zhou Yufeng found a guest house, albeit at a higher price than in Zhihai City, costing $3.50. Having previously entered with 30 pairs of bell-bottom trousers, he had sold 28. Sitting on the bed, he counted his earnings, which amounted to nearly $800, a thick stack in his hands. Additionally, he had nearly 10 orders to fulfill. If he continued in this straightforward manner of purchasing and selling, the short-term profits from the distinctive bell-bottom trousers would be substantial, although the time investment was considerable, making it challenging to scale operations. In contrast, the profit margins from Xiong and ACHA's small shop were significantly lower when evaluated on a per pair of jeans basis. However, without the burden of time costs, their larger volume led to a qualitative transformation. Under such circumstances, that small shop achieved a certain scale as market dynamics evolved. Securing consistent suppliers and buyers would only facilitate further growth. With his eyes closed, Zhou Yufeng pondered these matters. He had slept extensively on the train, and fatigue was not his current state. Reflecting on the marketing tactics employed by Huang He, who had absconded with his sister-in-law, he found them rather effective. They not only captured attention, but also created an illusion of significant advantage. Although excessive exposure later diminished the original impact, rendering it more of a joke. The immense profits garnered prior to that saturation could not be denied. Suddenly, laughter erupted from Zhou Yufeng in his room, as amusing images danced in his mind. Guanghai Shihang. The largest shop has closed down, and Boss Wang has fled with his sister-in-law, originally priced at. The next day, as the first light of dawn crept in, Zhou Yufeng strolled downstairs, finding the building's exterior once again teeming with individual entrepreneurs from all corners of the nation. After glancing around, Zhou Yufeng did not rush to queue, but instead made his way towards Su Guotao's residence. The man, who had previously requested 5 pairs of bell-bottom trousers in one go, possessed a pleasant demeanor and spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. Unlike other products, the bell-bottom trousers had not yet reached a frenzied demand among individual vendors. A slight delay in arrival would not result in immediate scarcity. Outside of major cities like Kyoto, Modu, and Guanghai, bell-bottom trousers had yet to achieve widespread popularity. And stock would not vanish instantaneously. It was possible that some would still be available later in the evening. Thus, Zhou Yufeng remained unhurried. Familiar with Guanghai City, he recalled Su Guotao's mention of his address and knew precisely where it was located, approximately 2 kilometers away. Soon, he arrived at a newly constructed residential complex, where the first unit on the left was easy to remember. Zhou Yufeng approached the entrance and knocked on the door. Chapter 84. An unconventional price war. Who is it? Soon, Su Guotao's voice resonated, and after a brief moment, he slowly pushed the door open, peering out. His exterior exuded maturity and composure. Yet within him surged a fervent desire to showcase his talents, a manifestation of inner restlessness. Thus, a fashionable gentleman appeared before Zhou Yufeng, both clad in flamboyant bell-bottom trousers. As if they had conspired in advance, momentarily taken aback by each other's presence. Yufeng, Su Guotao called out somewhat bashfully, adjusting his glasses, his cheeks faintly flushed. Hiki, Su Gu, have you had breakfast? Let's go eat together, Zhou Yufeng said with a subtle smile, stifling a laugh. All right. Just wait for me to change my clothes. With that, Su Guotao turned to re-enter the room, but Zhou Yufeng grasped his arm, pulling him out. Su Gu, ha. Why change clothes? Can't you see I'm also wearing bell-bottoms? Guanghai City is a fashion capital. Why be shy? Well, I'm not that young anymore. What does age have to do with fashion? Walking down the street, you are a striking part of Guanghai's landscape. As they ambled down the street, Su Guotao and Zhou Yufeng made their way towards Shizhenhang. Upon arrival, they found it barely past 8 a.m., and the western building's entrance was the first to open. With merchants jostling to enter, Zhou Yufeng and Su Guotao leisurely settled at a tea stall, savoring their unique breakfast, unhurried. Oh, you've sold out already? Upon learning that Zhou Yufeng had sold all the bell-bottoms, Su Guotao expressed surprise, but remained composed. lowering his head to sip his soup. Indeed, things have gone more smoothly than anticipated. After a few more trips back and forth, once the sales of bell-bottoms slow down, I plan to adopt a different strategy. Zhou Yufeng remarked casually while enjoying his soup. What kind of strategy? Do you have a good idea? Su Guotao inquired further. To engage in a price war with myself. Huh. Su Guotao raised his head in astonishment, regarding Zhou Yufeng with newfound respect, sensing a depth to his words that transcended mere cleverness. Su Guotao worked for Guanghai International Economic and Trade Company, a state-owned enterprise established under the auspices of reform and opening up, primarily engaged in international trade. Thus, while the term price war might seem simplistic, it was the early 1980s, and the average citizen had little understanding of such concepts. Haggling was not commonplace. Vaguely, Su Guotao sensed that this young man was far more astute than he initially appeared. So, how do you plan to wage a price war against yourself? I only know that in foreign markets, when two companies compete, they continuously lower prices to capture market share until one collapses, allowing the victor to dominate the market. But I've never heard of someone engaging in a price war with themselves. After speaking, Su Guotao chuckled, shifted his chair slightly, and leaned closer to Zhou Yufeng. His intention behind these words was to enlighten Zhou Yufeng, as he was concerned that the young man might not fully grasp the true implications of a price war. Zhou Yufeng did not rush to respond. He finished the last spoonful of soup and then began to explain slowly. My situation differs significantly from those foreign enterprises. They are engaged in competition, with rival products present, and prices are initially set within a reasonable range, followed by continuous reductions. In the case of Zhou City, I have no competitors. The entire market is vacant. I can establish a high price point and then compete against myself, creating the illusion for consumers that they are acquiring a bargain. This way, I need not worry about sales, as the lowered prices will still fall within a reasonable profit margin. These words flowed effortlessly from Zhou Yufeng's lips. He did not pause, appeared relaxed, and did not perceive this as a remarkable feat, merely seizing a market opportunity. Having finished speaking, he stood up and lazily stretched. Su Guotao, however, remained frozen in place, his face displaying a look of astonishment as he stared blankly at Zhou Yufeng. The arising within him was indescribable, and after a few moments of stupor, he finally spoke slowly. Yufeng, you are quite exceptional. It's just a bit of idle speculation, a mere trick. Sugo, shall we head to the shopping mall? I need to procure some goods. Let us go take a look. Wait for me a moment. Su Guotao wiped his mouth, stood up, and followed Zhou Yufeng toward the mall. Zhou City. Today, Jiang Xiaoduo only had a morning shift. Upon returning home in the afternoon, just as she was about to unlock the door, she heard the sound of things crashing inside. Then came Jiang Yongwang's furious roar. What garbage is this? Unrelenting spirit. Even after the divorce, still causing a ruckus. Jiang Xiaoduo's body trembled slightly. After hesitating for a while, she decided to open the door and step inside. These matters were unavoidable. As she entered the living room, the whole family was present, including her brother Jiang Mingming, who sat with a dark expression. Jiang Jingguang stood in the living room, with shards of the teacup he had just smashed scattered on the floor. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoduo enter, his emotions flared up again. When did that Zhou Yufeng arrive in Zhou City? Jiang Yongwang shouted loudly. A few days ago, Jiang Xiaoduo replied softly. What a disgrace. Even after the divorce, he continues to stir trouble. Did you encounter him at the night market yesterday? What did he say to you? What does he want now? Is he here to demand money? Jiang Yongguang inquired, his brows furrowed tightly. The events that transpired at the night market 2 days ago had reached his ears by this morning, and everyone at his workplace was already aware of the incident. He is not here to demand money. We merely exchanged a few words. Jiang Xiaoduo waved her hand dismissively. What do you mean by a few simple words? Didn't he say he would cling to you for life? The situation has escalated to this point, yet you still choose to conceal the truth. This matter has spread throughout our workplace, and I am utterly humiliated. Jiang Yongwang shot a glare at Jiang Xiaoduo before collapsing onto the sofa, his breathing growing increasingly labored. This was the first time he had expressed his anger towards her since her return. I warned you against marrying him, but you refused to listen. Just look at the trouble you've brought upon yourself, a veritable monster. Mother Jiang Xian's eyes brimmed with tears, her hands trembling slightly. Mom, Jiang Xiaoduo called softly, at a loss for words to console her. The illness that plagued her mother was, in part, a result of her own choices. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Jiang Xian continued, originally, there was a young man at your father's workplace who showed some interest after seeing your photograph. Although his family circumstances were modest, He possessed a stable job and graduated from Zhejiang University. But now, with the scandal surrounding your father's unit, how can we even broach the topic with him? Jiang Xiaoduo lowered her head, feeling a painful ache in her chest as she absorbed her mother's words. No one seemed to understand her grievances. Must she be coerced into marriage? Were they truly so concerned about her prospects? And what of Zhou Yufeng? Why must he suddenly appear and persistently entangle himself in her life? Chapter 85. Su Guotao Xiao Duo. You should keep your distance from Zhou Yufeng. A worthless person like him could truly ruin you. The sister-in-law, who had remained silent until now, could no longer restrain herself from admonishing. Jiang Xiaoduo replied softly, lowering her head as she stood there. Eldest sister, I truly wonder what you saw in that Zhou Yufeng. I recall he was nothing but a timid and submissive figure. Yet he seems quite formidable when it comes to you. The speaker was Jiang Xiaohua, 2 years younger than Jiang Xiaoduo, attending a vocational school where her academic performance marginally surpassed that of her elder sister, thus avoiding the bottom of the class year after year. Back then, you caused quite a ruckus over Zhou Yufeng. It was as if your mind had been muddled. Jiang Mingming also chimed in with a scolding remark. And except for the youngest brother, Jiang Liang, who remained silent, Jiang Xiaoduo became the target of familial reproach. Perhaps we should simply give Zhou Yufeng some money to send him back to Linshui City, Jiang Xian suggested, looking towards Jiang Yongguang with a hint of concern. We cannot give him any money. Before Jiang Yongguang could voice his opinion, Jiang Mingming rose, visibly agitated, waving his hand and exclaiming. Turning back to Jiang Xiaoduo, he paused, furrowing his brow and said, I know such people all too well. If you give him money once, he will come back for more, like a leech, clinging to you until he has drained you dry. Oh dear, what should we do? Jiang Xian also stood up, her voice laced with a trace of impending tears. Mom, it's nothing. I will resolve the matter with Zhou Yufeng myself, Jiang Xiaoduo said, her eyes reddening as she moved to Jiang Xian's side, gently grasping her arm. Why did you refuse to listen back then and insist on marrying such a good-for-nothing? Jiang Xian scolded, a mix of concern and anger in her tone, pressing a finger gently on Jiang Xiaoduo's head. Eldest sister, how do you plan to handle this? I think it's best for you to keep your distance from him and perhaps secretly find someone to marry, Jiang Xiaohua remarked dismissively. I don't wish to marry yet. Jiang Xiaoduo's voice was barely audible, likely only heard by herself. I share your sentiments, I believe. Enough, Jiang Yongguang interjected, his tone firm. Let us eat first. We have enough troubling matters at hand. With that, discussions regarding Jiang Xiaoduo ceased, granting her a moment of tranquility. During this round of stock procurement, Boss Chow efficiently provided Zhou Yufeng with the wholesale price for 100 items, alleviating the need for group purchasing as before. A direct order of 60 items was placed, and after settling the payment, Zhou Yufeng was left with just over 100 yuan. At lunch, Zhou Yufeng and Su Guotao became more acquainted. Upon learning about Su Guotao's unique line of work, Zhou Yufeng felt a stir of astonishment. Guanghai International Trading Company encompassed a vast array of operations, ranging from simple handbags and clothing to large refrigeration units. As long as it pertained to import and export trade, it fell under their jurisdiction. In other words, some foreign products have channels through which direct contact with manufacturers is possible. This alone is sufficient to demonstrate their value. However, it remains unclear whether Su Guotao's position can play a pivotal role. Some matters must wait for a later time to be addressed. Zhou Yufeng appears outwardly calm, yet inadvertently showcases his capabilities, subtly marketing himself. Subsequently, Su Guotao rode his bicycle to escort Zhou Yufeng to the train station. Upon reaching the incline, Su Guotao leisurely halted, turned his head with a smile, and said, Yufeng, why don't you ride? All right, Zhou Yufeng nodded, mounting the bicycle and proceeding along the S-shaped path. After half an hour, upon arriving at the train station, Zhou Yufeng purchased his ticket and entered the waiting hall directly. While Su Guotao lingered at the station for some time before making his way home, feeling an inexplicable anticipation for the young man. After a 15-hour journey, when Zhou Yufeng returned to Zhahai City, it was already 9 o'clock the following day. After retrieving a clothes rack from the guest house, he headed towards the night market. Upon reaching the market, he found Qin Ego, handed him a management fee of 20 cents, and was met with a constant smile from Qin Ego as he watched Zhou Yufeng. Just as Zhou Yufeng was about to leave, Qin Ego could not help but inquire. Brother, you're quite something. I didn't realize your ex-wife is actually the daughter of Director Jiang. The impressive part is yet to come. Zhou Yufeng replied nonchalantly before departing. Watching Zhou Yufeng's retreating figure, Qin Ego spat on the ground and muttered, "What a joke. Everyone sees you as a laughingstock. And you still act so smug." Seeking a shaded spot, Zhou Yufeng purchased some dry snacks and settled down, awaiting the night. The most arduous aspect was the scarcity of entertainment options in this era. After a few hours, while sitting beneath a willow tree and stifling yawns, a sudden female voice jolted him awake. "Hey, are you the one who sold flared pants the day before yesterday?" The woman, dressed in ordinary jeans, bent over with a frown. "Ah, yes. Did you register previously?" Zhou Yufeng wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up with a smile. "I didn't register yesterday. I had to leave for a matter and didn't have time." The woman chuckled, glanced at the flared pants in her bag, and asked, "Flared pants, 99 yuan each, right?" After speaking, she pulled out a cloth bag and began counting money. "I'm sorry, but without registration, it's 110 yuan. Huh?" The woman exclaimed in confusion, her counting halting. "Wasn't he at 99 yuan just 2 days ago? How did it increase by 10 yuan in just one day?" "You might not be aware, but when I was selling yesterday, I mentioned that the previous batch was a promotional price from a manufacturer in the United States, which was barely profitable. However, that was the only batch available. Furthermore, you didn't register at that time, and the limited quantity of the discounted flared pants was already reserved for others. I cannot sell you the pants that have been pre-ordered by someone else." Zhou Yufeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he earnestly replied, "However, it cannot simply increase by 10 yuan. The woman pouted and, noticing Zhou Yufeng gently shake his head, turned away only to tug at his arm once more, inquiring, "If you sell it to me at the price from the day before yesterday, I shall purchase it. Otherwise, I might just leave." This was the second woman Zhou Yufeng encountered haggling over prices. "I apologize, but that's simply not feasible. I cannot sell at a loss. Fortunately, this is still Zhihai City, where the manufacturers have granted us considerable discounts to penetrate the market. In Shanghai, the price has soared to 130 yuan per pair." Zhou Yufeng firmly declined, though with a gentle demeanor that was not off-putting. "If you won't sell it, then I shall purchase a pair of flared trousers from the mall," the woman remarked with a frown before striding away. Zhou Yufeng resumed his seat, casting a glance at her retreating figure, convinced she would ultimately return to make a purchase. The target demographic for flared trousers consists of women from affluent backgrounds, who would not forego a purchase over a mere 10 yuan. Moreover, the woman was clad in a pair of jeans, making it unlikely she would seek an identical pair at the mall. Chapter 86. Business booms as the clock struck 6. The first wave of employees returned from work, and the night market gradually came to life. Zhou Yufeng had set up his stall early, and while other vendors had no customers, he was already surrounded by a throng of well-dressed women, exuding a sense of fashion. Most of them were the customers he had registered earlier, brandishing slips of paper in front of him. "Please hold on, don't rush. I'm not going anywhere." One at a time, he called out, "What size do you need?" "Small, right? Just a moment, I'll fetch it for you. Rest assured about the quality. It's all American brand merchandise." Yes, these are figure-flattering." Zhou Yufeng's voice boomed as some female employees, just off work, strolled through the night market, drawn to his stall to examine the much-discussed bell-bottom jeans. During Zhou Yufeng's brief absence over the past 2 days, he had occasionally spotted women on the streets wearing unique jeans, distinct from those sold in stores, flaring at the hems like blooming flowers and perfectly coordinated with other garments. In the 1960s, bell-bottoms emerged as a new fashion trend in America, reaching a pinnacle of style thanks to Elvis Presley and subsequently spreading to Japan and Hong Kong. Due to the unique circumstances of China's reform and opening up, it was not until the 1980s that this trend began to gain traction on the mainland, gradually captivating the populace. Initially, bell-bottoms became popular in major cities such as Guangzhou, Kyoto, and Shanghai, before radiating outwards to provincial capitals like Zhejiang City, where they only gained prominence after 1985. In every era, certain styles emerge that resonate with the aesthetic of the time, giving rise to market trends, such as the Korean wave and non-mainstream fashion. Bell-bottoms are destined to be one of those fashionable trends of the current age, unstoppable in their rise, with Zhou Yufeng merely accelerating their popularity in Zhejiang City. As the sky darkened, the crowd around Zhou Yufeng's stall grew larger, eliciting envy from other vendors who occasionally glanced in his direction. Not far away, Qin Ego wore a frown, watching Zhou Yufeng and muttering to a man beside him, "Business seems good. I hear prices have gone up." Seizing a moment when Zhou Yufeng was momentarily unoccupied, the first woman to purchase jeans approached him. Her name was Lily, Is that you? Zhou Yufeng smiled, bending down to organize the money, which he then placed in a fabric bag he had purchased from a neighboring vendor for just 30 cents. What is the price per pair now? Lily asked with a smile, stepping closer to Zhou Yufeng's stall to examine a pair of bell-bottom jeans. Upon glancing at Lily, who was accompanied by another woman, Zhou Yufeng quickly discerned her intention. A subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked, "These flared trousers are priced directly by the manufacturer. I truly cannot offer a discount. The batch from yesterday was at a promotional price, but that was a one-time offer. I am unable to adjust the price." "Humph. Quite shrewd indeed," Lily retorted, pursing her lips and casting a glare at Zhou Yufeng. She then handed a pair of trousers to the girl beside her, softly whispering a few words before turning her gaze back to Zhou Yufeng. "Take a smaller size. That one you're holding is perfect. Just take it." With a warm smile, Zhou Yufeng extended his hand, adhering to his principle of collecting payment first. "Here you go, you little entrepreneur, so fixated on profit," Lily quipped, though she efficiently produced 110 yuan and handed it over to Zhou Yufeng. With the money secured in his cloth bag, the transaction was complete. "Humph, off you go then." Lily huffed before swiftly leading the girl away from the night market, likely eager to try on the trousers. Zhou Yufeng, feeling the weight of the cash in his bag, was struck by a deep sense of reflection. The economy had only just begun to recover, and the Huaxia currency could not even be exchanged directly with foreign currencies. Special foreign exchange vouchers were required to navigate this predicament. Consequently, imported goods bore exorbitant prices, with a single pair of jeans costing as much as a laborer's hard-earned monthly wage. The price of a Santana was even more outrageous, surpassing that of luxury cars worth millions in 2020. The pricing was entirely dictated by foreign enterprises, which fundamentally contributed to the stagnation of the manufacturing sector. While the sight of substantial profits stirred discomfort in Zhou Yufeng's heart, he remained hopeful for a brighter future, pondering whether there was a possibility of hastening that future. As time passed 8 p.m., the night market was at its zenith, bustling with crowds. Zhou Yufeng's stall became increasingly lively, encircled by throngs of people. Although many were merely observing, such popularity ensured that the flared trousers would sell effortlessly. Remarkably, he had already sold 30 pairs in just over 2 hours. At that moment, Zhou Yufeng intensified his sales pitch, proclaiming, "Sculpting, fashionable, an American brand. In Kyoto and Modu, these go for 130 yuan." Such phrases, akin to a mantra, gradually convinced the women present. Even those who had already purchased the trousers would boast to others, "These flared trousers are sculpting, an American brand. Just pull on them and see this quality." Jiang Xiaoduo, initially off duty in the afternoon, received an unexpected summons when the leaders announced a visit. Consequently, she returned to the library for a thorough cleaning, only finishing her shift at 8 p.m. As she walked past the square towards the Danton Hotel, she heard someone calling her name from behind. Turning around, it turned out to be Jia Peipei, who was alone, her curly hair framing her face as she smiled at Jiang Xiaoduo. "Are you working so late?" Jia Peipei chuckled, approaching Jiang Xiaoduo's side. "We had a thorough cleaning today, so we finished late." "I see. Shall we walk together?" "I'm heading to the night market," Jia Peipei suggested with a smile, and the two began walking side by side. "What do you plan to do there?" Jiang Xiaoduo turned to her and inquired. "I heard they sell a certain style of flared pants that are particularly fashionable. A woman from our place looked stunning in them, and I want to buy a pair too," Jia Peipei replied casually. The rapport between them was not as intimate as that between Shun Ziren and herself. Their friendship had only blossomed after Jiang Xiaoduo's arrival in Zhai City. After exchanging those words, they continued in silence, struggling to find common topics to discuss. After walking a while longer, Jia Peipei turned to Jiang Xiaoduo, offering a kind warning. "Xiaoduo, the one selling the flared pants is Zhou Yufeng. I would advise against going to the night market." At that moment, the brightly lit night market lay ahead of them. Chapter 87. Truly obsessed with wealth. Jiang Xiaoduo hesitated momentarily, yet gently shook her head while glancing towards the night market. "It's fine. I have some matters to discuss with Zhou Yufeng." As for the advice from her family suggesting she avoid Zhou Yufeng, Jiang Xiaoduo was reluctant to heed it. She did not wish for her family to be the subject of gossip due to her actions. Particularly, the thought of Jiang Yongguang, with his high position, being talked about by his subordinates pained her deeply. Thus, she felt compelled to speak with Zhou Yufeng. If he were to leave Zhai City, the rumors surrounding them would gradually dissipate. Ultimately, her only desire was for her family to be happy, to listen to them, and find a well-suited match for marriage. "Huh?" Jia Peipei was momentarily taken aback and seized Jiang Xiaoduo's arm as she made her way toward the night market. Xiaoduo, she chuckled softly, your perspective is rather simplistic. There are certain men with whom rational communication is futile. I still believe you should keep your distance from Zhou Yufeng. Have you forgotten what transpired that day? However, Jiang Xiaoduo slightly parted her lips, wishing to argue her point. In truth, her feelings towards Zhou Yufeng had undergone subtle changes. For instance, she now felt emboldened to express her displeasure towards him, as he seemed unlikely to retaliate with anger. His temperament had softened considerably, becoming gentler over time. Reflecting on these matters, Jiang Xiaoduo remained silent, staring blankly at Jia Peipei, appearing somewhat dazed. Jia Peipei laughed, finding this naturally oblivious girl rather endearing. After ruffling her dark hair, she remarked, "All right, you silly girl. I once thought you were merely academically challenged, consistently ranking last, but it appears you are genuinely naive. In school, everything was simpler, classmates were not burdened with excessive drama, and affection was simply that, affection. But now, things have changed. Can you still claim that Zhou Yufeng is the same sunny, genuine person he once was? He has transformed, and so must you. You cannot interact with him using past methods, otherwise, he may become even more unmanageable." After sharing this insight, Jia Peipei pulled out a cigarette. In this era, women smoking would often draw disapproval, yet she remained unfazed, embodying the persona of a nightclub woman. The gentle breeze tousled her hair as she exhaled a plume of smoke, exuding a maturity that belied her age, or perhaps a more fitting term would be a sense of world-weariness. But I still need to talk to him about matters. Jiang Xiaoduo insisted, steadfast in her resolve to address the situation in her own way. Very well, let us proceed. I need to purchase a pair of trousers from him anyway. We can go together. Having expressed all that needed to be said, Jia Peipei would not linger on the matter. All decisions would rest with Jiang Xiaoduo, who was both intelligent and somewhat carefree. The two walked side by side, making their way down a narrow path within the night market, where they soon spotted Zhou Yufeng, clad in flamboyant bell-bottoms, animatedly conversing with several women. Jiang Xiaoduo hesitated slightly, gazing at Zhou Yufeng for a few seconds before lowering her head and moving toward him, anxious that neighbors might recognize her as Jiang Yongwang's daughter. Observing Jiang Xiaoduo huddled in a corner, Jia Peipei shook her head, sighing inwardly. Such a fortunate family background and her beauty were overshadowed by her lack of wit. She had squandered a good hand of cards. Taking 2 quick steps forward, Jia Peipei followed Jiang Xiaoduo closely, before she could approach Zhou Yufeng. His resonant voice reached her ears. Indeed, a pairing with white attire is quite appealing, and your fair complexion makes anything look splendid. If you desire a larger version of the trumpet flower, we have that as well, though it requires a more intricate crafting process. Thus the price will be slightly higher, around $5 more. All right, I will contact the manufacturer in the United States and place an order for you. Ah, ladies. There is also a floral design, specifically a model that bridges the small trumpet flower and the one I'm wearing. If you're interested, I can also procure that from the manufacturer for you. Zhou Yufeng's words were almost shouted, his voice booming amid the chatter. Anything less would be inaudible and lacked warmth. Jiang Xiaoduo remained tucked in her corner, unnoticed by Zhou Yufeng. After a batch of women had passed, Jia Peipei called out cheerfully, "Old classmate. Could you fetch me a pair of trumpet pants?" Jia Peipei flashed a smile, tilting her head in a flirtatious manner, even winking at Zhou Yufeng. Her voice was soft, devoid of any emotional undertone, despite her disdain for Zhou Yufeng. In that moment, her expression and tone revealed nothing of her true feelings. Having encountered a myriad of personalities, Jia Peipei was adept at not offending anyone. What model are you looking for?" Zhou Yufeng inquired with a light chuckle. "Just a size will do." "All right." Zhou Yufeng nodded decisively, bending down to retrieve a pair of trumpet pants in the requested size, which he then handed to Jia Peipei. "How much is it? Can you give an old classmate a discount?" Jia Peipei smiled, leaning forward slightly, her bosom rising and falling with a charm that seemed out of place for the era. To other women, it might appear inappropriate, but Jia Peipei had never been one to concern herself with such matters. Zhou Yufeng glanced at the surrounding crowd, noticing that many were watching Jia Peipei, including potential customers in denim. Clearing his throat, he called out loudly, "Everyone, take note. This is my old classmate. But I can't offer a discount. There is simply no profit left. To penetrate the market in Zhejiang Haishur, the manufacturer isn't making a penny. If you wish to purchase, do so quickly. Prices may rise in the future." After his announcement, Zhou Yufeng extended a hand toward Jia Peipei, signaling for payment, and cheerfully stated, 101. "Support your old classmate. I truly cannot lower the price." His voice was notably loud. Jia Peipei widened her eyes, adorned with makeup. Momentarily at a loss for words to describe the man before her. It feels rather peculiar. Such a temperament stands in stark contrast to that of contemporary individuals. Jia Peipei finds herself at a loss for adjectives to aptly describe Zhou Yufeng. Could it be that he has always been this way, merely unbeknownst to himself? With so many gazes upon her, the thought of not purchasing feels somewhat embarrassing. After a brief pause, Jia Peipei retrieves a cloth pouch from her pocket, slowly extending 110 yuan towards Zhou Yufeng. She presumed that any man, after a few charming words, would be inclined to lower the price. Prior to her arrival, Jia Peipei had envisioned that Zhou Yufeng would certainly offer her a discount, perhaps even engaging in feigned intimacy as their fingers brushed, suggesting that not paying was a possibility. As for whether Jiang Xiaoduo was present, it was of little consequence to Jia Peipei. It was better for Jiang Xiaoduo to see Zhou Yufeng for who he truly was. Yet, here she was, truly ensnared by the allure of money. Zhou Yufeng promptly snatched the money, efficiently tossing it into the cloth pouch, casually remarking, "Do come by often." He then turned to greet other customers, using that phrase, "old classmate," as a stepping stone to promote his flared trousers, boldly stepping onto it as he saw fit. Chapter 88. Clutching her flared trousers, Jia Peipei felt a pang of heartache. Unlike Shin Ziren, who hailed from a privileged background, her monthly earnings approached a mere 100 yuan. Yet spending an entire month's salary on a single pair of pants felt excessively extravagant. The corduroy trousers were only 9 yuan. She understood that Zhou Yufeng had come here selling flared pants, believing she could easily handle him, yet inexplicably ended up purchasing a pair. With a deep sigh, Jia Peipei waved her hand at Jiang Xiaoduo and strode away, aware that she had a performance at the dance hall shortly and could not linger outside for long. Zhou Yufeng, with his booming voice, managed to sell both a large and a small pair of flared trousers, and as the crowd at his stall began to dwindle, he rubbed his throat and sat down to rest, only to feel someone tugging at his arm. "Are you looking to buy pants?" Zhou Yufeng instinctively queried. Springing to his feet, but upon recognizing the fair visage before him, he paused in brief astonishment before donning a gentle smile. "Xiaoduo, what brings you here?" he inquired softly, raising his hand to touch Jiang Xiaoduo's dark hair, only to have her shyly turn her head away and take a step back. "Do you have a moment? I wish to discuss something with you," Jiang Xiaoduo said earnestly, looking up at Zhou Yufeng with a serious expression. Noting her frigid demeanor, Zhou Yufeng surmised the subject of their conversation. Given the proximity to her home and the fact that Qin Ego, who managed the night market, was aware of the situation, it was likely her family had been informed as well. Zhou Yufeng exhaled deeply, observing Jiang Xiaoduo's furrowed brow that betrayed her displeasure. "Is it about that night? Did your family scold you again?" he ventured cautiously. Jiang Xiaoduo looked up at Zhou Yufeng, taken aback by his inquiry. "I'm sorry," Zhou Yufeng replied earnestly, lowering his gaze to the bustling crowd. As fashionable women passed by, he no longer felt inclined to call out to them. His eyes grew distant, and after a considerable pause, he asked, "The impact this has had on you is my fault, and I apologize. However, if you were to place yourself in my position, what do you think I did wrong?" Jiang Xiaoduo pursed her lips, gazing up at this man before her, his eyes deep and his voice low, stirring an unexpected ache within her heart. Zhou Yufeng sighed, and as he looked at Jiang Xiaoduo, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. The man who would swallow his pride in silence now appeared remarkably vulnerable. "Is it so difficult to empathize?" With a wry smile, Zhou Yufeng continued. "Allow me to analyze this for you. Li Ditsai is my former classmate, and the memories I hold reveal that we shared a cordial relationship." However, as he spoke, Zhou Yufeng's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes widening in intensity, his expression morphing into a fierce glare, laced with anger. He growled, "That Wang Dan, right in front of me, pushed a man into your embrace and then held you close. In that moment, I was filled with a rage that compelled me to confront him. If you had not intervened, I would have certainly acted on that impulse." After uttering these words, Zhou Yufeng stood rigidly, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He exhaled deeply, striving to regain control over his emotions, and after a considerable pause, his voice softened. "Xiaoduo, if Li Ditsai were not my classmate, I might have retained some semblance of rationality. However, it is precisely because of our shared history that his actions are unforgivable. In that moment, I had hoped you would stand by my side, offer words of support, but your subsequent remarks, urging me to cease my pursuit of you, stripped me of my composure. Hence, I found myself proclaiming that I would never relent and would pursue you for a lifetime. Nevertheless, Xiaoduo, I do not hold it against you for what you said back then. Who am I to blame you when I was once such a cat?" Listening to Zhou Yufeng, Jiang Xiaoduo felt as though her heart had been seized, standing there, entranced by him, even forgetting to breathe, her gaze solely fixed upon Zhou Yufeng, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. At that moment, Zhou Yufeng regained his composure, removing the cloth bag from around his neck and draping it over Jiang Xiaoduo's shoulders. Fortunately, she did not shy away this time. I am aware of your reason for seeking me. Stay with me here for a while. We will soon be closing up, and then I shall share my thoughts with you. I assure you, I will no longer be a source of disturbance. Zhou Yufeng chuckled lightly, cleared his throat, and resumed his calls. Imported bell-bottom trousers from the United States, direct from the manufacturer. To his pleasant surprise, luck was on his side as he sold 2 more pairs of plus-size bell-bottoms. When it came time to collect the payment, Zhou Yufeng would approach Jiang Xiaoduo, opening the cloth bag to deposit the money inside. It felt as if they were a young couple striving together, infusing life with a sense of purpose and promise. In the past, Jiang Xiaoduo had evoked this feeling within Zhou Yufeng, and now he simply yearned to experience it once more. He envisioned treating Jiang Xiaoduo to a chicken leg after closing up, imagining her joyful exclamations and the uplifting effect it would have on her mood. Gradually, as the night market began to thin out, Zhou Yufeng commenced packing up. He meticulously organized the trousers, counted them diligently, categorized them by size, and neatly placed them into bags. With only a little over 10 pairs of bell-bottoms remaining, today's profits had been satisfactory, prompting Zhou Yufeng to smile as he turned to Jiang Xiaoduo to share in his joy and success. Xiaoduo, today has been quite profitable. Jiang Xiaoduo appeared somewhat disoriented, sensing that Zhou Yufeng was acting strangely as she stood there with tightly pressed lips. Zhou Yufeng rose, rearranged the clothes hanger, slung it over his shoulder, and, holding a garment bag in his hand, said, "Xiaoduo, let us depart." Jiang Xiaoduo nodded and followed closely behind him, making their way out of the night market. Their silhouettes resembled that of a weary couple returning home after a long day, a hint of fatigue evident in their gait. Upon exiting the night market, Zhou Yufeng suddenly halted, turned to Jiang Xiaoduo, and inquired, "Would you like a chicken leg?" "Ah?" Jiang Xiaoduo was momentarily taken aback, then vigorously shook her head in refusal. She found it odd that Zhou Yufeng frequently uttered such inexplicable remarks. "Very well then," he conceded, nodding as he continued, "I will escort you home now. We can discuss your matters along the way." Jiang Xiaoduo replied softly, walking alongside Zhou Yufeng. They rounded the Denton Hotel and crossed a broad avenue. After adjusting the clothes hanger he carried, Zhou Yufeng gradually began to speak. "Xiaoduo, I understand your intention in coming here. I must have caused significant distress to your family. I never anticipated I would act so impulsively. I apologize." Jiang Xiaoduo listened intently. "Just like that first night we met in Zhihai City. Please refrain from speaking. Let me express myself first. I fear that if you begin to speak, the resolution I have made in my heart will dissolve." In summary, he declared, "I promise you that I will no longer pester you. However, should you wish to marry, I am ready to take you as my bride at any moment." By this time, they had arrived at the entrance of the Xinda community, where Zhou Yufeng came to a halt. He reached over and took the crossbody bag from Jiang Xiaoduo's shoulder, draping it over his own. As he lifted his gaze, his expression contorted in anger, he exclaimed, "But I damn well believe that no one else is worthy of you but me." With that, Zhou Yufeng strode away, slowly vanishing from Jiang Xiaoduo's tear-filled vision. Chapter 89. Pressure. She stood there for quite a while, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She had yearned for Zhou Yufeng to utter those words. Yet when they finally escaped his lips, she wished instead that he would act like a rogue, shouting at her, "I will entangle you for a lifetime." It felt as though a significant part of her heart was missing. During the divorce, Jiang Xiaoduo had not experienced such emotions. Gradually, she felt weary from standing and slowly sank to the ground. It hurt so much. Jiang Xiaoduo clutched her chest, her brow furrowed tightly, as a sharp pain emanated from her heart, prompting her tears to flow anew. Fearing that someone might witness her sorrow, she rose to her feet and made her way to a rural courtyard across from the community, seeking refuge beneath a willow tree. She sobbed for a long time before finally calming down, taking deep breaths to steady her emotions. After a considerable time, Jiang Xiaoduo emerged from the courtyard and headed home. The Jiang family resided in a unit on the 3rd floor, east side. Given the late hour, she treaded lightly up the stairs, concerned about disturbing the neighbors. As she inserted her key into the lock and turned it, the door swung open from within. "Where have you been?" Jiang Xin stood at the door, his face etched with worry. After gently touching her eyes, he hurriedly asked, "What is wrong? Have you been crying?" Did that scoundrel Zhou Yufeng do something to you? His voice was loud enough to rouse the rest of the household, prompting Jiang Yongguang, Jiang Xiaohua, and her younger brother Jiang Liang to gather at the entrance. It's nothing. Zhou Yufeng didn't do anything to me. Jiang Xiaoduo quickly waved her hands, looking at everyone. Let us go inside and talk. Jiang Yongguang frowned, expressing his displeasure before turning to head into the living room. Jiang Xiaoduo nodded and, upon entering, gently closed the door behind her. After glancing at Jiang Xian, she walked towards the living room. Jiang Xian, Jiang Xiaohua, and Jiang Liang followed her inside. Before they could take their seats, Jiang Yongguang's voice boomed. Did you go looking for that good-for-nothing Zhou Yufeng? Yes, Jiang Xiaoduo nodded, parting her lips to speak. However, Jiang Yongguang cut her off with another reprimand. Are you out of your mind? Didn't I tell you not to seek him out? Are you going to get involved with him again? His words were harsh. But Jiang Yongguang's anger stemmed from his frustration with Jiang Xiaoduo's perceived foolishness. I have made it clear to Zhou Yufeng. He won't bother me again. Jiang Xiaoduo replied calmly, unfazed by Jiang Yongguang's scolding. The mere mention of Zhou Yufeng conjured memories of his departure, leaving her feeling hollow, rendering everything else insignificant. Really? Jiang Xian's face lit up with hope as he approached Jiang Xiaoduo. What is kind, even if he promises not to harass you today. He will be back at it tomorrow. Zhou Yufeng's words are utterly unreliable. He is nothing but societal refuse. Jiang Yongguang continued to scold, breathing heavily as he looked at Jiang Xiaoduo. After a long pause, he spoke again. Our colleague, Xiao Lu, I inquired about him this afternoon. He seems quite magnanimous, unconcerned about your past, and quite eloquent as well. He remarked on my character, saying that my daughter must be exceptional, and expressed a desire to invite you to dinner tomorrow afternoon. Is that so? Why didn't you mention it when you returned this afternoon? Before Jiang Xiaoduo could respond, Jiang Xian stepped forward, visibly agitated, and asked Jiang Yongguang. I planned to wait for Xiaoduo to return before discussing it. Who could have imagined she would foolishly seek out that good-for-nothing Zhou Yufeng? Big brother, Xiao Lu, I believe, has been spoken of by Dad before. He seems to be a model worker in Dad's unit, and he is genuinely kind and warm-hearted. His only shortcomings are being a bit short in stature and having a modest family background, Jiang Xiaohua interjected, stepping forward. After a moment of thought, she added, in any case, he is far superior to that useless Zhou Yufeng, who lacks any semblance of masculinity and only knows how to be domineering towards you. I share your sentiment. I believe any man would be better than Zhou Yufeng. Jiang Liang chimed in. Xiaoduo, make sure to join Xiao Lu for dinner tomorrow. Jiang Yongguang finally revealed a smile, sitting there while articulating these words, having made a decision for her, merely notifying her now. Remember to wear something nice tomorrow, and put on those jeans as well. Jiang Xian, beaming with joy, approached Jiang Xiaoduo and gently caressed her cheek, remarking that among the children, Xiaoduo was indeed the most beautiful. Sister, I'll do your makeup tomorrow, Jiang Xiaohua added cheerfully. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoduo let out a cold laugh, raising her head to stare directly at Jiang Yongguang. I want to go, she declared in a low voice, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She clenched her teeth and shouted with fervor, I don't want to go. Can you stop pressuring me to marry? I just want to be alone. What nonsense. Jiang Yongguang slammed his hand on the table, rising furiously, his face flushed with anger and veins bulging in his neck. Have you considered your circumstances? At 22, you've been divorced once, possess a high degree, and your job at the library is temporary. If you weren't my daughter, would Xiao Lu even consider courting you? His words bore heavy weight, for this man was unyielding. His authority at home could not be challenged, and his proclamations were absolute, lest they provoke his wrath. You know I am your daughter, but does Xiao Lu intend to marry me or you? Jiang Xiaoduo retorted, her voice raised, marking the second time she had shouted at home, the last being during her confrontation about marrying Zhou Yufeng, which severed ties with her family. With a resounding slap, Jiang Yongguang struck her, causing Jiang Xiaoduo to fall to the ground, her fair cheek marked with a bright red imprint. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Jiang Yongguang's eyes. Oh dear, my heart. Oh. Jiang Xian suddenly slumped to the floor, clutching her chest in distress. Mom, what is wrong with you? Jiang Xiaoduo immediately crawled over and embraced Jiang Xian tightly. Xiaoduo, please do not upset your mother. Have you forgotten the consequences of your previous association with Zhou Yufeng? This time, just be obedient. Would your parents ever harm you? Tears, as large as beans, streamed down Jiang Xiaoduo's cheeks as she nodded heavily, her voice trembling. I will go, all right. Such pressure had been weighing on Jiang Xiaoduo since her return to Zhahai City, stemming from Shun Ziren, Jiang Yong Wang, and Jiang Xian. Reflecting on the time spent in the mixed courtyard, when that person would communicate with her and seek her opinions, those few brief days felt incredibly warm upon recollection. P.S. The upcoming business battles will be thrilling. Trust me, this book contains no flaws and will leave you exhilarated. Additionally, I hope everyone will consider watching the video when you request updates, and perhaps send a free gift. Thank you all.